It hurts so much. Husband, please don't hit me anymore. Anyan's stomach is so empty. If she doesn't eat, she'll starve. Let me go out and borrow a little food for her. I stood frozen, looking at the beautiful woman in front of me. Gaunt with hunger, sallow and thin, her face full of terror, and at the 1961 calendar on the wall. I've come back to the day before my wife killed herself. I remembered this night. Su Wanxing told me our daughter Anyan was starving and begged to go out and borrow food for her. And I, preferring sons, believing other people's rumors, convinced the child in her belly was another man's, took her asking to go out as a cover for meeting some other man, and in a rage beat her with fists and feet, then went to sleep. The next morning I woke to find our 3-year-old daughter starved dead in the bed and my wife hanged, with a note saying the child was mine and she'd never been with another man. Only then did I understand I'd been wrong, that I shouldn't have trusted the rumors, that I'd put my wife and daughter through so much suffering. For the rest of that life, however much I achieved, it stayed a thorn in me I could never pull out. Now heaven had given me this life again, back at the turning point of my wife and child's fate. This time I would stop the tragedy and give them a good life. Wife, everything before was my fault. I fought down the joy of being reborn. From now on I won't trust rumors. I won't hit you, and I'll make sure you and Anyan live well. She looked at my gentleness with deep fear, plainly bracing for some new cruelty. Husband, I really had no other thought. I only wanted to go borrow a little food for Anyan, not to meet a man. Please believe me. Whatever I said now wouldn't undo what I'd done. Better to go get the food before Anyan starved. It's too dark out, and it's not safe for a pregnant woman to go alone. I'll go borrow grain. Wait here. She clearly didn't believe I'd suddenly turn kind. Once I'd gone, she eased the door open and put her head out, and the moment she was sure I wasn't near, she ran to the closest villager's house, hoping to borrow something to save the child fast. I ran as fast as I could to my sworn brother Zheng Biao's place. In my last life, after my wife and daughter died, Zheng Biao had comforted me. He had 5 caddies of rice at home, and surely, knowing the situation, would have lent me at least 1 caddy to last until the relief grain came, and the tragedy could have been avoided. I pounded on his door. Zheng Biao, are you home? I've got an emergency. After a dozen knocks, a flat-headed young man with a sullen face and heavy muscle opened it, irritated. It's the middle of the night. Can't a man sleep? Zheng Biao, my daughter's about to starve. Can you lend me a caddy of rice to get us through? I'll go hunt tomorrow and pay you back a caddy of meat. Or if you'd rather, a caddy of rice once the relief grain comes. His face went ugly the moment he heard rice. Zheng Fan, do you think before you speak? I can barely feed myself. Where would I get a caddy of rice to lend you? He cut me off before I could answer. Go home and sleep, and when the relief grain comes in 3 days, I'll lend you some. I hadn't expected my last life's good brother to wear this face. When I bring something good down from the hills, I always split it with you. You've got 5 caddies of rice, and you won't lend me one. Caught out, he covered awkwardly. If I had 5 caddies, I'd lend you, but I don't. The thing to do now is borrow rice from someone else before Anyan starves. I saw the true face of the man, my eyes full of disgust, and turned to go. No time to argue. I had to find food for Anyan elsewhere. As I turned, a woman with a fine, plump face came out with 2 steaming roasted sweet potatoes in her hands. Zheng Fan, I've got 2 fresh roasted sweet potatoes. Take them for Anyan. Zheng Biao snarled. Suehua, what are you playing at? We can't even feed ourselves, and you're giving food to outsiders, trying to starve me to death. Zhang Suehua said loudly. Zheng Fan always splits his catch with you, and you never once gave anything back. Now he gets 2 sweet potatoes, and you stand here shouting. Are you even a man? Zheng Biao's face went cold. For old time's sake, I'll lend you the 2 sweet potatoes for the emergency. Remember to pay me back when the relief grain comes, or don't blame me. I ignored his madness, took the 2 roasted sweet potatoes, and ran home as fast as I could. In the crude wooden house, Su Wanxing had gone door to door begging to borrow food, and no one would. It was a famine year, the starved beyond counting. Unless it was very close kin, who would lend out life-saving grain. Anyan, Mama tried her best. No one will lend us any. She looked at the 3-year-old girl on the bed, lips cracked, weak, her eyes red with weeping. If something happens to you, Mama doesn't want to live either. Mama, don't cry. Papa's very capable. He'll find food and come back. Zheng Yinyan's voice was faint, comforting the mother near collapse. When Papa's home, we won't be hungry. Su Wanxing wanted to say that I was a demon in human skin, that not abusing her was the most she could hope for. But looking at her daughter, she choked out. Yinyan's right. When Papa's back, we'll have something to eat. The door slammed open, and I ran in with the 2 sweet potatoes. How is Onion? Forcing down her fear, she choked. She's very bad. I pressed the sweet potatoes into her hands. 1 each for you and Onion. Go slow, with warm water. Eat too fast, and she'll choke. She felt the warmth in her palms, tears slipping, unable to believe I'd really brought food back for them. She didn't know what this new act of mine was for or how long it would last, but at least Onion wouldn't starve tonight. Mama, the sweet potato smells so good. I want it. Su Wanxing squeezed the potato, skin and all, into a small ball and put it to the girl's lips. Swallow slowly, careful you don't choke. I came in with a bowl of warm water and sat by Yin Yin, having her drink as she ate so it would fill her more. Even sitting there doing nothing, I could see the dread in my wife, afraid I'd drop the act and suddenly beat her, praying I'd just leave. After half a potato, color came back into Yin Yin's face. Papa, Mama, I'm full now. Your stomachs are empty too, you eat. Su Wanxing carefully held a potato out to me, head down. You eat one, I'll have the half Yin Yin left. I didn't refuse. I was about to go up the hill to hunt them some meat, and hunting is physical work. Go up on an empty stomach and I'd drop before I caught anything. Sweet potatoes finished, I told her gently. Stay home and get Yin Yin to sleep. I'm going up the hill to get you some meat to build your strength back. She knew I was a skilled hunter who often went up with a small bore rifle, and that in the past I always brought the catch to my pack of worthless friends, never minding whether my wife and child starved. Tonight, hearing I'd hunt for the 2 of them, her eyes went round. Whatever my purpose, at least she wouldn't be beaten tonight. I'd hurt her too deeply to expect quick belief. Words were worth less than action. I gripped the small bore rifle on the table, about to head up, and a vault of armory information suddenly surfaced in my mind. My heart leapt. The reborn man's perk, already. If I could freely command the weapons in that armory, my wife and daughter could eat well every day. At a thought, the armory's contents sorted themselves. Firearms, guns and ammunition, tanks and artillery, rocket launchers, drones. Cold weapons, sabers, daggers, bows and crossbows. Some military thermal underwear, field boilers, and the like. Plenty of material, but nothing edible. I laughed, helpless. Seems there's no free food anywhere. Seeing me grip the rifle and go still, Su Wanxing's dread rose. She feared I'd suddenly snap and shoot her. The more she thought it, the more she trembled. Husband, our daughter's small. She can't be without her mother. Could you not shoot me? Having taken the armory fully in hand, I felt my wife's fear and softened. What are you saying? Why would I shoot you? I was just thinking how stupid I used to be, trusting rumors, beating my wife, putting sons over daughters. No man at all. I'm going to hunt now, and from here on you 2 eat well with me. She knew how I loved to hunt and didn't dare stop me. Be careful hunting at night. Don't worry, tonight I'll have you full. Her face went red, plainly thinking of something else. Mama, why's your face red? Ninian asked, puzzled. Are you sick? Su Wanxing changed the subject fast. Onion, you've had your sweet potato. Sleep now, or you'll be hungry again soon. Alone, I came to White Tiger Mountain by Gotzi village, and once sure no one was about, with a thought a crossbow appeared in my palm. Another thought put the small bore rifle into the armory. So outside things can go into it. I took out a thermal night vision visor and put it on. With it, the boar, hare, and pheasant active in the night woods all glowed as red points. However dark, nothing escaped my sight. A dozen odd minutes in, I saw 3 small red points moving 10 odd meters ahead. Game at last. I walked light to keep from spooking them, and close up found 3 hares, ears up, foraging warily, ready to bolt at any rustle. I leveled the crossbow at 2 foraging side by side and loosed. Thwip, thwip, thwip. The bolts punched through their bellies. They dropped, twitched twice, went still. The third sensed the danger as the bolts flew and shot off like a cannonball, a dozen meters. A normal hunter could never track it, but with the visor I saw it clear, loosed again, the bolts pouring out like rain, and punched through its belly 100 meters off. Good thing I trained in shooting in my last life. National champion. Even, or all this gear would be wasted. I tried to take the 2 hairs at my feet into the armory, and it actually held them. With this, however big the catch, I can carry it off easy. Just then a fat, buck-toothed man in black laughed. We hunted hours and saw nothing. And here's a ready-made hair. Don't you see the bolts in it? Said a dark-skinned, square-faced, middle-aged man with a hunting rifle on his back, his face grim. Someone else caught that. Don't go grabbing it. The man's not come for it. We take it and go, who's to know? Zheng Mingda, the buck-toothed one, grinned. Meet tonight at last. As he reached for the hair, a bolt thudded into the ground right at his foot, quivering. He went white. A centimeter more, and his big toe would have been pulp. Who's there? Blind, in the dark? He roared. Can't you see there are people here? I put the visor away and came up to the pair, cold-faced. You don't see the bolts in that hair, and you still reach for it. Bolts or not, who's to prove you killed it? Mingda was set on fighting me for the hair. He hadn't had meat in too long. I leveled the crossbow at his forehead. By your logic, I could shoot you dead here and no one would know either. He flinched but wouldn't show it. You dare. You asked for it, I said coldly. I despised him, son of the Gotzi production brigade head, a bully who preyed on the weak and crept to widows' beds at night. In my last life, the main reason I doubted whether the child in Su Wanqing's belly was mine was that he'd spread filthy rumors around the village. The square-faced man felt the menace in my eyes and hurried to talk it down. Zheng Fan, we're all one village. No need to come to blows over a hair. Listen to your uncle. Let it go. For the brigade head's sake, have Mingda pick the hair up and hand it to me, and I'll let it pass. The crossbow stayed on Mingda's forehead. If he keeps acting big, next time don't blame me. What are you? Mingda started, but the older man cracked a palm across his head. Pick up the hair and give it back to Zheng Fan. Grab someone's things again, and I'll get rough with you. Unwilling, Mingda still picked it up and handed it over. I warned him cold. You can eat any garbage you like, but watch your mouth. Spread rumors about my wife again, and I won't be gentle. I took the hair and strode off. Mingda watched me go, grinding his teeth. Pa, lend me the rifle. I'll put one in him. Zheng Qijiao snapped. Are you out of your mind? Shoot him, and you'll face a firing squad yourself. Night, on the mountain, who'd know I killed him? Say the gun went off by accident. Don't talk rot. You haven't the nerve to fire. Stung, Mingda said. How do you know I won't, if you don't let me try? Sure his son hadn't the nerve. The father handed over the rifle. Mingda aimed at my back. Zheng Fan, stop right there, or I shoot. If you've the guts, shoot me. If not, don't bark at my back. I didn't turn, just walked off easy with the hair. He ground his teeth. Think I don't dare? I'm holding off because we're one village and I don't want this ugly. Now kneel and apologize, or I really fire. Last time I said, shoot if you've the guts. If not, get lost. I knew his kind. Show weakness and he'd own you. Show strength and he'd fear you. He watched my back vanish and didn't dare fire, teeth grinding. Zheng Fan, you grab my hair and swagger in my face. This isn't settled. Zheng Qijiao took the rifle back. Enough shouting. Don't forget we came to hunt tonight. Pa, I can't swallow this, Mingda said, his face vicious. Relief grain comes in 3 days. We cut off his family share, see if he can still strut. And he added something low and ugly about the wife. His father struck him hard across the back of the head, furious. Rein it in. If your fiancé hears that scheming of yours, your whole future's finished. Rubbing his head, Mingda only sneered something fouler about her, and his father, disgusted, slung the rifle and dragged him off to keep hunting. Meanwhile, I'd been at it 20 or 30 minutes, and through the visor had taken 3 sleeping pheasants and a dozen-odd pheasant eggs, smaller than a farm hen's, but finer tasting and richer. Pleased, I tucked the birds and eggs into the armory and headed home humming. 10 minutes on, I heard a young man's terrified wailing not far off. Help! Papa, second uncle, where are you? Come save me. I knew the voice. Lu Yong, a Gotzi villager slow in the head, taken by everyone for a fool. He kept crying out and no one came. His father and uncle must not be near. I didn't know him well, but I couldn't stand by while someone was in danger and made for the sound. Soon I saw a flat-headed, thin young man in filthy clothes clinging to a tree with all four limbs, wailing, "Stop sticking your spines in my backside. I'll never throw rocks at you again. Please let me go." Below the tree, a porcupine, all black, 60-odd centimeters long, its quills bristling, was attacking his rump, the quills driving in, blood running, the man crying for his parents. I blinked. No boar tonight, but a porcupine. Fine, tender, no gamey smell, called the ginseng of animals. And after the year 2000, a protected species you couldn't hunt. But this was 1961, when the porcupine was still a farm pest, gnawing villagers' sweet potatoes and corn. Killing one wouldn't get you hauled in for tea. It'd get you praised. Wary, it sensed me, quit Lu Yong's backside, and bolted for the brush at top speed. Normally, this dark, a small, nimble porcupine into the brush would lose any hunter, however good his gun. But with the visor, the porcupine glowed red wherever it ran. I loosed bolt after bolt, the bolts raining out. A dozen odd struck it, and it shrieked but didn't turn on me. It seemed to know I was dangerous and ran deeper into White Tiger Mountain. Living up to its name, thick hide and quill armor cut the bolt's bite right down. Not easy to drop. "Brother Fan, forget that porcupine," Lu Yong howled. "Pull the needles out of my backside. It hurts so much. Bear it a moment. Once I've caught the porcupine, I'll take you down with me." I didn't want the slow-witted man wandering into danger up here. He grinned foolishly. "I'll wait for Brother Fan to take me down." I set him aside and chased the porcupine's line, loosing several more bolts. They stuck but didn't slow it. If anything, it ran faster. I knew it was quill-armored and thick-hided, but hadn't expected so many bolts to fail. I was about to pull a sniper rifle from the armory to put one in its skull when, thud, the porcupine, running blind, dropped into a 3-meter pit a hunter had dug, a wooden sign beside it. Zheng Qijiao Family Hunting Pit. Danger, no liability. I didn't want to tangle with that family, so I stood at the edge and put several bolts into the porcupine's vulnerable head. Hit in the vitals, it died in the pit. From outside, I tried to take the 20-catty porcupine into the armory, but distance blocked it. I jumped in to take it, and Zheng Qijiao's voice came from above. "Zheng Fan, what's the meaning of jumping into my family's pit to steal my porcupine?" Mingda's voice worked up. "Zheng Fan, let go of my porcupine, or this time I'll fight you to the death." They'd wasted a night and a dozen-odd bullets without hitting a thing, and on their way to check their own pit, had heard game drop into it and come running. Both knew porcupine meat was tender, fragrant, free of gaminess, delicious and nourishing, and that this one had fallen into their pit. No way would they yield it to me. Look closely. I shot this porcupine with my crossbow, and it fell into the pit. I held the porcupine up and showed them the bolts bristling in it. Mingda saw the dozen-odd bolts and understood I'd killed it, but wouldn't let the tender, tasty thing go. "Or is it possible," he said darkly, "that the porcupine fell into my family's pit and you shot it there? Else, small and quick as it is, what would you have killed it with?" I'd known he'd say that. "Go ask Lu Yong. He watched me chase and shoot it." Mingda sneered. "Lu Yong's a fool. Who'd believe a fool?" Zheng Qijiao put on a grave face. "Zheng Fan, the porcupine's in my pit, so weave the right of it however you slice it. Leave it, and I'll give you a share of the meat. Finder's present, finder's share. I killed it. Why should I hand it to you? Because it fell into your pit when it died? I wouldn't give away my catch. Quit your lawyering." Mingda snatched the rifle from his father and put the muzzle to my forehead. "Hand it over now." "I don't like being threatened," I said cold. "Move the muzzle, or I won't be gentle. What are you to swagger at me?" Sneering at me down in the pit, he held the gun on me. Silently, I leveled the crossbow at him and loosed. Thwip! The bolt took him in the thigh, blood pouring. He screamed, "Pa!" He shot my thigh. "There's so much blood. You have to come down hard on him." Zheng Qijiao went bloodless and fought to steady himself. "Zheng Fan, you shoot my son with a crossbow, with no regard for me, the brigade head?" He aimed a gun at me and tried to take my catch, brigade head's son or not. My voice was level. "If the brigade head wants to make trouble for me over this, I'll just take a trip to the police post and lay it all out, and I trust the officers will see me right. Pa, he dares strut even before you, the brigade head. Punish him hard." Mingda howled. Shut your dog mouth. Qi Jiao's brow nodded. Taking this to the police post would go badly for them both, and his son's well-connected fiancée might call off the engagement. He forced a smile. Even if you shot it, it fell in my pit, and you wounded my son's leg. So splitting the porcupine half and half is only fair, isn't it? Uncle Qi Jiao, I won't split it with you. I refused flat. In my last life, Mingda's rumor that Su Wanxing carried another man's child had brought her endless cold looks and sneers. I'd feed the porcupine to wild dogs before I'd let him taste a scrap. Qi Jiao narrowed his eyes. Zhengfan, you're down a 3-meter pit. If I leave, the night beasts will smell the blood and come eat you. Too late to regret then. Go on and go, I said. My business is no concern of yours. That I yielded to neither soft nor hard left him stuck. Just then Lu Yong's anxious voice came from off in the dark. Papa, second uncle, someone over there's yelling badly. Maybe Brother Fan got hurt by the porcupine. Let's go help him. Soon 2 thin, dark-skinned middle-aged men in coarse blue, each with a hunting rifle, came up with the slow-seeming Lu Yong. Seeing Mingdao's bolt-wounded thigh, Lu Yong's father frowned. Brigade head, who hurt Mingdao's leg? Lu Yong, noticing the bolt matched mine, grinned. I know, Brother Fan shot his leg with the crossbow. The father and uncle went grave, plainly disbelieving I'd dare. A crossbow wound taken to the police post meant prison. Caught him by accident, surely? Lu Yong's father, Lu Qiqiang, said with an honest smile. Zhengfan wouldn't dare shoot a man with a crossbow. The uncle, Lu Qixing, nodded along. I think it was an accident too, some misunderstanding. Mingda's face twisted. A porcupine fell in my pit. Zhengfan shot it, and called it his kill, said finder's share, and offered us half. Then refused even that and shot my thigh. You're lying. Lu Yong cried. Brother Fan chased that porcupine and shot it the whole way, and it just happened to fall in your pit. Without your pit, he'd have killed it anyway. Afraid they wouldn't believe him, he dropped his trousers to show the quill wounds on his backside. Where the porcupine stuck me still hurts. Seeing them, Mingda knew the kill had nothing to do with the pit, but was set on a share. Zhengfan shooting me is real, and the porcupine falling in my pit is real. I'm having this porcupine today. The Lu brothers couldn't believe the brigade head's son would throw away his face for a mouthful of meat, and the brigade head just stood watching. Was he shameless for meat too? Just then, thud, a porcupine was tossed up out of the pit, and my voice followed. Lu Yong, watch this for me. Don't let the bad men take it. Lu Yong grabbed it, ran to the pit, and looked down at me. Brother Fan, what are you doing in there? There's nothing to play with, come out. He reached a hand in. Brother Fan will reward you with a pig leg, I said, gripping his hand and climbing out. The Lu brothers had each tasted porcupine once as boys and never forgotten how good it was. Grown, they'd hunted often and never taken one. Seeing this one, the memory rose and the spit ran at their mouths. Zhengfan, you can even kill a porcupine. You're better than the old hunters, Qiqiang said, thumb up. Qixing nodded. Porcupines move at night, small, hard to catch even when sighted. To take one, you're already a seasoned hand. Uncle Qiqiang, Uncle Qixing, don't flatter me. Just luck, I said modestly. If it hadn't kept attacking Lu Yong's backside, I might not have managed it. Qiqiang laughed. Don't be too modest. Most hunters couldn't take a porcupine even if they saw it. The things run too well. Seeing them swallow as they talked, I offered. However you look at it, this porcupine owes something to Lu Yong's backside. When I get it home, I'll have it. Half mine, half yours, how's that? By rights, I needn't. In a famine year, every household's hard up and each eats its own catch. But I had the armory, with 3 pheasants, 3 hares, and a dozen odd eggs in it, so I didn't need the porcupine much, and pulling out half to give away in front of Qi Jiao and Mingda would surely burn them, while drawing the Lu brothers into my camp, men who by their nature wouldn't refuse me later. That isn't right. You worked hard for it alone. We couldn't take half. Qiqiang waved, eyes glued to the porcupine. We know your situation, Qixing said with an honest smile. Take it home for your wife and child. No need. I took 3 hares too, enough for my family. What? You got 3 hares as well? They'd thought it pure luck, and now 3 hares besides. Don't stand on ceremony. Finder's share. I pressed again, and in a famine year, with little life-saving grain in any house, they stopped refusing. Qiqiang said heartily, Zheng Fan, we'll remember this. Anything you need from us, say it. Whatever we can do, we will. Qixing nodded. Don't be shy about it. If we can help, we will. I won't stand on ceremony with you two. I laughed and shouldered the porcupine for home to split. Lu Yong grinned. Pig leg tonight. Mingdao watched us go, dark-faced. Zheng Fan, didn't you say finders share? Why none for me? I share with whom I please. Do I need you to teach me? I sneered. Lu Yong grinned foolishly. That's what you get for being greedy after Brother Fan's porcupine. Serves you right. Pa, he's doing this to spite us. Mingdao raged, red-faced. In 3 days when the relief grain comes, it'll be our turn to spite him hard. I don't believe he can catch meat every single day. 3 days business in 3 days. Qi Jiao snapped, veins standing on his forehead. Right now I'm full of rage and need to vent it. Pa, why hit me when you're angry? My leg's wounded. If you've the nerve, go hit Zheng Fan. Mingdao wailed, arms over his head. I couldn't wait to get the porcupine home. Quick-handed, I took the knife from the kitchen, bled it, opened the belly and pulled the organs, and split it into 4 parts, handing 2 to Lu Qiqiang and Lu Qixing. Xiao Fan, just take a little. This is too much. We didn't do a thing, and you're giving us all this. How can we? They wanted the porcupine, but kept up the polite refusing. Grab eagerly at what's offered, and you look shameless. I promised you 2 half up on the mountain, so don't stand on ceremony. The blood and organs I'll keep for myself. We did nothing, and we're taking this much meat. We couldn't take your organs and blood too, said Qiqiang. Qixing, in earnest. If you ever run into trouble, Xiao Fan, anywhere we brothers can help, don't be shy. Just say it, and we won't refuse. In a famine year, half a porcupine was a great kindness, and they were men who repaid one. Anywhere I need you to, I won't refuse. I smiled. It's late. I won't keep you for tea. They said their goodbyes and took the foolishly grinning Lu Yong home. Inside, Su Wanqing had gotten Yin Yan to sleep and heard me at the door discussing meat with other men. Didn't Zheng Fan say he'd gone hunting? Why is he back so fast, talking with other men? What is this? She knew that in famine years some nearby villages had even sold wives and daughters for grain and money, and putting that against my sudden change, the more she thought the more afraid she grew. Is he planning to sell me and the child, and borrowing the sweet potatoes only to keep us from starving first? Having dealt with the meat, organs, and blood, I went to the kitchen and saw her standing there, lost and uneasy. I softened. Wife, I caught a porcupine tonight. We'll eat porcupine together in a bit. Her father had been a fine hunter, so she'd had porcupine a few times as a girl and knew it came out at night, wary and quick. To take one you needed a true shot and luck both, and most hunters relied on pits. I'm not hungry, you eat. However much she liked it, facing my offer she didn't dare. You're carrying the baby, you need a lot of nourishment, and porcupine's rich in it, I said. If you don't eat and you weaken, what happens to the baby? I carried the meat, organs, and blood into the kitchen, looked at the scant bean oil, soy sauce, and salt, and sighed. I'll have to go to the supply co-op tomorrow for seasonings, or it's a waste of good ingredients. I sliced the porcupine thin, poured in the last of the bean oil, and stir-fried. 5 minutes on, the kitchen was thick with the smell of meat. In bed, Su Wanqing caught it too, swallowing hard, murmuring, smells so good. I want to taste, but she didn't dare leave the bed, afraid I'd drop the act and beat her. I came in and saw her practically drooling under the covers. Wife, stop just drooling. Come to the kitchen and eat. I'm not hungry, you eat. I'm sleeping. She squinted, faking sleep. I knew the fear of eating was the shadow I'd put in her, and that I owed her a real making up. So I put on a hard face. I'm ordering you now. Get out of bed and come eat with me, or don't blame me. Kind words wouldn't move her, only a command would. Fear of me ran to her bones, and she got up at once and followed me, obedient. This whole bowl gets eaten, 1 slice left, and I'll be angry. I pretended to scold. She didn't dare answer, looking from the fragrant meat to me, unable to believe I'd let her eat such a thing first. Is he poisoning me? Don't stare at me. There's no stir-fry on my face, I said low. Whatever my purpose, she took up the chopsticks and ate in big mouthfuls, and my cooking was unexpectedly good. By the time she came to herself, the bowl was empty. "I've finished," she said, tense. "If there's nothing else, I'll sleep." I softened. "Wife, don't be so afraid. I only said that so you'd eat. Wash up and sleep now. Staying up late is bad for the baby." She gave a small, "Oh," and went off head down, still puzzled. Was that talk with the other men about selling us? But not daring to ask, afraid of a sudden rage. Once she was inside, I put the porcupine meat, organs, and blood into the armory, safe from thieves, and it kept things fresh besides. Back in the room, she lay with her eyes shut tight, uneasy, pretending sleep. Looking at her fine, fresh, pretty face, I was full of remorse. A wife this good at home, and I didn't know to treasure her. I was no kind of man. From now on, I'll give the two of them the best life. She lay terrified, telling herself, I don't ask for the best life. Just don't sell us. Don't hit me anymore. I climbed in soft and put my arms around her belly, feeling for the small life. Afraid I meant to do that. She couldn't keep up the sleep pretense. Husband, it's not convenient now. It would hurt the baby. Gentle, I know. I'm only feeling for the baby's breath. Frightened to be held, but not daring to show it, she slept uneasy. Early the next morning I got up, glanced at her still dreaming, and went to the kitchen to set the meat, organs, and blood out on a plate so she wouldn't think a thief had taken them. That done, I meant to take the pheasants and hares from the armory to the township to sell, then buy seasonings at the co-op, so future catches could be cooked richer. Just then a young man's wildly excited voice came from outside. Zheng Fan, remember what you promised me? Hand over 20 caddies of porcupine. At the door I found Zheng Biao, all worked up, hollering. I knotted my brow and snapped. Keep it down. My wife's asleep inside. Wake her and don't blame me. He sneered. The child in her belly isn't even yours. Why dote on her? Cold. Slander my wife again, and I'll slap that mouth. He paled at my look and changed tack. Forget that. Give me the 20 caddies. I want to go home and enjoy it. When did I promise you 20 caddies of porcupine? I said flat. Is your head waterlogged? He wore the face of a man owed. You always split your catch with me. This time, seeing you gave the Liu family half, I'll only ask for 20. That's plenty considerate of a brother. He'd woken to find Liu Yong eating porcupine, learned it was from me, and run straight over. Before is before. Now I won't be giving it, I said, disgusted. Get going. Don't disturb my wife's rest. Who gave you 2 roasted sweet potatoes in your emergency yesterday? Catch a porcupine today and you don't know your friends. His face darkened. Hand your brother some meat. My stomach's growling. Suewa did give me 2 sweet potatoes, not a full caddy, but for her sake I'll call it a caddy. I went and cut a caddy of porcupine. Were it not that Zhang Suewa's sweet potatoes had saved my daughter's life, Biao wouldn't have gotten a scrap. Seeing me go for meat, he thought me as easy to fool as ever. A few sweet words, no cost, and he'd get his way. As he was working out how to eat 20 caddies, I came back with the 1 caddy, cold. 1 caddy of porcupine. Take it and get lost. I said 20. What's 1 caddy mean? He was furious. I'm not your father. I've no duty to keep you. 2 roasted sweet potatoes for a caddy of porcupine is a fine deal, I said. Leave now or you won't even get the caddy. Zheng Fan, you'd really treat your brother like this? Don't you regret it? His eyes went vicious. I won't regret it. Get lost. His face turned my stomach. I threw the caddy down in front of him. He looked at the dirt-dusted meat, grinding his teeth. Zheng Fan, you go too far. I'm bullying you. What can you do about it? I sneered. Come hit me if you don't like it. Stout-looking but all show, he'd been pinned and beaten by me every time it came to blows. You, remember this. Whatever brotherhood we had, it's done today. He flung the threat, scooped up the meat, and fled. A worthless brother like you should have been done long ago. I scoffed and turned to make breakfast, finding Su Wanqing standing there. I asked gently, Wife, did he wake you? She shook her head fast. She'd never admit it. I smiled. Hungry? I'll make you and our daughter some meat slice soup. She nodded and came in, sat on the bamboo chair, watched me work, and after a long hesitation said, Husband, are you and Zheng Biao really done? You won't deal with him again. She knew I'd always treated him as my best brother, always split my catch with him, while he'd never given so much as a sweet potato or an ear of corn back. Whatever had broken it, she truly feared I'd take up with his kind again. Being brothers with a man like that is bad luck. I laughed. Cut it off early and stop the misfortune. She murmured, "It's not too late to see it now." Then, realizing she'd said too much, fumbled. I didn't mean, don't take it wrong." Her panic ached at me. "We're husband and wife. You can say anything straight. No need to hold back." She said nothing, only nodded and nodded, still not believing. The shadow ran too deep to lift fast. Nien Nien came out grinning. "Smells so good. What's Papa cooking?" I seized the change of subject. "Papa caught a porcupine yesterday, making you porcupine soup." Her eyes shone. "Mama says porcupine's delicious and so nourishing. I get some today." Almost ready. I scattered the last of the salt into the boiling soup and poured each of them a full courseware bowl. Nien Nien dug in, praising it between bites. I stroked her head. "Slow down. No one's racing you." Su Wanqing watched us and told herself, if only he could always be like this. I ladled myself a bowl and sat by her. "The seasonings are all gone. I'll go to the township for some and for daily supplies." She said low. "Husband, we haven't a single fin left. I caught plenty last night. It'll sell for a fair bit in the township, and I'll buy supplies to make life better. These days you need coupons to buy anything." "Can you get coupons?" she asked, then went fearful. I'm not saying you can't. Coupons are just hard to get." She blamed herself silently. "Don't be fooled by a moment of his good behavior. Say the wrong thing and he'll beat me." I explained gently. "I can buy at the black market. There you needed no coupons, though the prices ran higher. Sell the catch there, buy oil, salt, and flour coupons, then buy the goods at the co-op." She warned softly. "They say the black market's chaotic, people get shot. Couldn't you find others to go with?" "I'll go alone. Stay home, mind Onion, and wait for the good times." I waved goodbye and set off for Shangyuan Township. She called after me. "Husband, you forgot your catch. I caught too much last night and hid it somewhere." "I'm going to get it now," I said and walked on. She frowned. "Is he really going to the township to sell game?" Still afraid I meant to sell the two of them as the catch. Nien Nien, sensing her mood, comforted her with a grin. "Mama, don't think too much. We'll rest at home and wait for Papa." Su Wanqing rubbed her little head. "I hope Papa can buy things and nothing happens to him in town." An hour plus on foot brought me near the Shangyuan co-op. In an empty corner, I took the 3 hares and 3 pheasants from the armory, strung them on a cord, and went to the small wood 200 meters from the co-op. Already plenty there, sellers with goods laid out, sitting on the ground waiting, buyers walking the rows looking for what they wanted. The whole black market looked like a proper fair. I found a clear spot, set out the birds and hares, and waited. Soon a fashionably dressed middle-aged woman came up. "How are these sold?" "Hare, 2 yuan a caddy. Pheasant, 5 a caddy." "So dear." She frowned. "Can't you go lower?" "Auntie's truly buying." "Auntie, I'm truly selling," I said in earnest. "Goods are scarce these days. Money alone won't always get you meat. Never mind game. Still too dear. 2 mao off a caddy, and I'll take them." She drifted toward another stall, trying to make me call her back and drop the price. I knew the game and didn't call out. The price was already cheap for a famine year. If she found it dear, I'd wait for someone who didn't. She came back. "Young man, really no lower?" I put on a helpless look. "Auntie, it's the floor price. Lower and I can't face my wife at home." "You've a hard time of it. Give me a hare and a pheasant." I weighed them on the steelyard. Hare, 5 caddies, 10 yuan. Pheasant, 3 caddies, 15, 25 total. She checked the weighing was honest and handed it over. I bagged them. "Thank you for your business, Auntie." With the first sale done, more came asking. Game makes better soup or stir-fry than farm-raised, but many balked at the price and bought other meat. I understood. Only the well-off would spend that in this year. In about an hour, all 3 hares and pheasants sold, 71 yuan, and it drew plenty of eyes. 71 was no small sum in 61, and the hungry or the crooked might get ideas. With a whole armory, I feared no one. I found a coupon dealer and bought 2 caddies rice coupons, a caddy of oil coupons, 2 of flour, and a caddy of salt, 20 yuan. Not small, but with everything at the co-op needing coupons, it couldn't be helped. Scarcity makes coupon prices steep. Then I ran to the co-op, where rice was 3 mao a caddy, oil 9 mao, and with salt, vinegar, soy, and chili it came to 2 yuan 5 total. I carried the goods out, and but for the eyes still on me, would have put them in the armory. Just out of town, on a remote muddy road, 6 middle-aged men rushed me from both sides. A thin, vicious-faced one with a sharp dagger gestured at me. Good luck today, just robbed one catch. And here comes a fresh one. The others, arms crossed, sneered. This one looks fatter. Buying rice and oil, must have money on him. Their eyes were snakes on the rice and oil in my hands. I wasn't afraid. You mean to rob me? The lead man sneered. Rob sounds bad. Say we're borrowing a little to spend, a little to fill our bellies. I laughed. And if I'm unwilling? The dagger man, Lin Jiqiang, threatened. Unwilling? Then don't blame the blade for putting a few holes in you. A weak-old voice reached me. Young man, your life matters. No need to die over rice and money. I looked over. By the road lay a white-haired old man in a black tunic suit, his belly wounded, bleeding hard. See that? Lin Jiqiang laughed wildly. That's what comes of not cooperating. Want the same? Move it. Don't make us do it ourselves. The 5 around me laughed, manic, as if robbing and wounding were nothing wrong. I set the rice and oil on the ground. They laughed, thinking me cowed into handing over the money and leaving. A crossbow appeared in my hand, leveled at the lead man. A light pull and the bolt would take him in the face. Lin Jiqiang went white, legs weak, swallowing hard. Brother, we were only joking. Don't let your hand shake. That'll get someone killed. You stabbed the old man in the belly without fearing a death. I sneered. And now you're afraid of one. I was joking with him. I'll give his things back and go. Don't be rash. He returned a black handkerchief of cash to the old man. Uncle, I never touched this money here. The old man opened it, counted, cash and coupons all there, and eased. Thank you, young man. Losing the coupons would have made things very hard. It was nothing, uncle. Seeing us talk, Lin's group exchanged a look, and the man at my back raised a fist-sized stone and brought it down hard at my skull, a blow that would have put me down bleeding. The old man caught it. Young man, behind you. I'd never let my guard down on this lot and had marked the man with the stone. I rolled clear of it and put a bolt into his thigh. Ah, he hit the ground rolling. The others, seeing the blood, went bloodless and bolted. I wouldn't let robbers go, bolt after bolt, true to their thighs, and soon they all lay howling. Young man, your aim's sharp, the old man said. To hit fleeing men in the thigh so easily was no luck. I pretended to stash the goods in a hidden spot, actually into the armory, then helped him up. Uncle, the Shangyuan hospital's only 3,000 meters off. Hold on, we'll be there soon. I've troubled you greatly today, he said, smiling despite the belly wound. But for you I'd have died here. Odd, that, most men, young or old, would be terrified bleeding like that from a knife. And here he was joking. A retired old soldier? I didn't ask, only smiled. With nerves that steady, you'd have gotten out safe once they left, even without me. In my youth, maybe. Now I'm old, weak, lie about, and my head spins. His belly bled more, no wonder. I kept up idle talk to take his mind off it. 10-odd minutes on, I got him to the hospital gate, and before we'd gone in, a white-coated middle-aged doctor came running, grave. Elder Chow, what happened? Stabbed by some street thug on the way back. Lucky this young man stepped in, or I'd be done for. The doctor sweated cold. If Elder Chow came to harm, his 2 sons would tear Shangyuan apart. Young man, thank you. Anyone would have, I said. Doctor, get him in fast. He's lost a lot of blood. He came to himself, threw me a grateful look, called a nurse, and helped the old man in. Elder Chow turned to ask my name and address, to repay me, and found I'd already gone. I went to the Shangyuan police post and reported it. A constable of about 20 heard me out, grave. Robbing and wounding vile. Take us there now to bring them in before they run. I rode on his bicycle, 3 more constables behind on theirs, to where Lin Jiqiang had struck. Bicycles really were fast. What took me a dozen-odd minutes on foot took 5. Lin's group, on the ground, saw us and struggled to flee. They knew their crimes meant 10 years and up, but their leg wounds left them barely able to move. All of them, back for questioning, ordered the young constable, Chow Bufan, and his men cuffed their hands behind them and marched them off. Constable, our thighs are hurt. Could we ride? Lin begged. When you were robbing and wounding, did you think whether the other man hurt? Whether someone would die? Now you feel it. Chow Buffon snapped. Walk back and behave. Lin pleaded the walk would waste the constable's time. We don't think it's wasted, Chow said. No more whining. They nodded like pestles, full of regret, should have quit after robbing Elder Chow, instead of, in a moment of greed, going at me. No money, no grain, and straight to prison. An hour later we reached the post. As the one who'd reported it, I gave a short statement and was done. Smiling, Chow Buffon saw me to the gate himself. Brother Zheng Fan, we owe you today, but for you, these career robbers would have hit someone else, ruined another family. It was nothing, I said. If there's nothing else, I'll go. In a couple of days we'll bring you a commendation banner. Your address is right? How would I get my own address wrong? Good, I'll bring it myself. Go see to your business. He saw I was busy and pressed for time, and didn't keep me. The thought of another hour's walk home made my head ache. Not laziness, just that I'd walked too far and had no strength left. Maybe I'll ask Captain Chow to run me to Gotzi village, but it's awkward to say. He saw me lingering. Brother Zheng Fan, is something the matter? I smiled, embarrassed. There is one thing I'd trouble you with, but it's a bit awkward to say. You cracked a big case for me. Anything reasonable, just say it. Then I'll be honest. Could you cycle me home? He blanked. He hadn't expected that to be the awkward request. If it's hard, never mind. It's only an hour's walk. I thought it was some great difficulty, he laughed. Run you home today's a good chance to learn the way. Wait here while I get the bicycle. In his police uniform, Chow Buffon cycled me home, drawing many a Gotzi villager's eyes and talk. Zheng Fan always looked clean-handed. Fancy him getting hauled in by a constable. Wonder what he did. He swaggers, that one. On his hunting, must have done something big. The constables bringing him home to search for evidence. That was Zheng Biao, sour, still chewing on the one caddy of porcupine I'd given him that morning, wishing me 10 years in prison. A villager suggested, let's go ask the constable at his house, and most, loving a spectacle, hurried over. They didn't believe a constable would run him home for nothing. Inside, Su Wanqing was stacking gathered deadwood in the kitchen against rainy days. Nian Yin, playing at the door, ran in. Mama, Papa's come home with someone in funny clothes. Come look. Su Wanqing's hand trembled on the wood. Zheng Fan's found a buyer. He's selling us. Looking at her sweet, double-braided girl, tears ran. Onion, Mama may not be able to stay with you anymore. Mama, why can't you? The girl said, frightened. Did Onion do something wrong? Onion did nothing wrong, and Mama doesn't want to lose you. But some things aren't ours to change. We're just born to a hard fate. She choked it out. Go play in the room, and whatever happens, don't come out. She'd resolved. If I meant to sell her, she'd take her own life rather than bear the shame. Coming out, she found me chatting and laughing with the young constable on his bicycle and thought of the black market coupons. Did a constable catch him buying coupons? If caught, why are they laughing? Seeing her unease, I explained with a grin. Wife, don't be tense. I was just too tired to walk, so the constable kindly ran me home. She didn't believe a constable would be so idle, and asked him low. Constable, what happened to my husband that you'd see him home? Knowing she'd misread it as trouble, Chow Buffon told her what had happened at Shangyuan. Her strung-tight nerves eased. Thank heaven, not sold. Else my daughter and I would be parted forever. That I'd fought thugs in town she found no surprise. I'd always been a bold man. We've troubled you so, Constable, she thanked him. Won't you come in for tea? He smiled. Brother Zheng, Sister Zheng, I've a drink set with a friend and don't want to break my word. When I bring the banner in a couple of days, I'll come in and drink properly. We waved him off, and as he rode away the gawking villagers arrived, only to find the two of us standing at the door. Zheng Fan, what crime did you do out of the village that a constable comes to your home to search evidence? Biao, foul-tongued, was sore the constable had left so soon and was set on forcing a crime out of me. A constable seeing me home means I'm a criminal? Is your head full of dung? The more I saw that face, the more it sickened me. How had I ever called such a man brother in my last life? If you'd done nothing, would a constable idly run you home? Think you're some big shot. His eyes went vicious. Out with it, before you drag the rest of us in. The others, agreeing no constable would do it for nothing, clamored for me to confess a crime, and when I wouldn't, one even moved to use Su Wanqing and Nian Yin as leverage against me. Their reason was simple: gossip, curiosity, why the constable had cycled me home. I said cold, "For the village's sake, I don't want to fall out with you all, but threaten my wife and daughter, and I promise none of you will know a good day the rest of your lives." Their idle talk I could bear. My wife and child were another matter. Let these people find ways to torment them and leave scars that wouldn't heal, and that I would not allow. The threat cooled them at once. They didn't dare use the two against me. They'd only come for a show, curious, not enough to risk their safety for it, given my name in Gotzi as a fierce man who'd do anything. "Wife, let's bring out the porcupine and roast it for everyone to see. They say it tastes better that way." I said it good and loud, and walked her to the kitchen with an arm at her waist. Biao, hearing it, the morning's one catty stinging again, ground his teeth and made to rile the villagers on. But this time, beyond envying that we'd eat porcupine, none spoke up. They'd no deep grudge with me, and why stand around watching my family eat porcupine? Pure foolishness. Seeing them scatter, and unable to do anything to me alone, Biao left, bitter. "Zheng Fan, you dare shame me with one catty. When I get my chance, I won't let you off." In the kitchen, Su Wanqing and I cut the rest of the porcupine into chunks, skewered 50-odd on bamboo, plated them, and carried them out with Nian Yin to spite the troublemakers, only to find the villagers long gone. Seems I skewered too slow, and they couldn't wait. I sighed, mock rueful. "Next time I'll practice my skewering speed. Can't send them off disappointed." She laughed aloud, then clapped a hand to her mouth, alarmed. I didn't mean to laugh. The fear ran to her bones. It wouldn't change in a day. I knew lifting it could only go step by step, no rushing. I took a sheaf of cash from my coat and put it in her hands. "Wife, I took the cash to Shang Yuan this afternoon, 71 yuan in all. 20 for coupons, 2 yuan 5 at the co-op for salt, rice, chili. That leaves 48 yuan 5. I'll keep 8.5 for myself, and you mind the rest." She felt the warmth of 40 yuan in her palm, her body trembling hard, baffled. Why give me so much at once? Has he truly turned good? She shook her head hard, telling herself, "This is likely the money from selling me and our daughter, handed to me to steady my mood, to give me a sweet hope so we don't do something desperate." The more she thought it, the more sense it made to her, and her guard rose higher. I saw the wariness and was full of remorse. I was no man before to grind my wife into this. I'll never let her suffer again. Sensing the awkward air, Nian grinned and changed it. "Papa, Mama, Onion's a bit hungry. Let's roast the meat. Mom'll get the firewood. Wait here, don't wander." Su Wanqing smiled, touching her head, and went to the kitchen. Nian looked up at me. "Papa, play with me. Papa has to fetch the seasonings I bought at the co-op this afternoon, or the roast meat won't have any flavor." I rubbed her head and set off toward Shang Yuan. "Be safe, Papa." She sat obedient on the little bamboo chair at the door, waiting for us to come back and roast meat. A stretch down the road, sure no one was about, I took the rice, oil, and chili from the armory and hurried home, not wanting my wife and daughter waiting too long. I came back to find Su Wanqing had built the fire and was sitting beside it with Nian, each holding a skewer, roasting and chatting. I didn't break up the warm scene. I carried the goods quiet into the kitchen to mix the seasoning for the roast. A few minutes on, Nian asked, "Mama, do you hear a sound in the kitchen?" Her attention had been on the meat. Reminded, she caught it too. "Must be a rat making trouble. Mom'll go catch it. You mind the roasting." She picked up a good thick stick and crept toward the kitchen, more nervous the closer she got, the noise growing louder. But for the sake of the porcupine organs and blood not being stolen, and so I wouldn't blame her for failing to guard the food, however afraid, she'd see the thief off. She drew a breath, steadied herself, and eased her head out to find the thief's position for a surprise blow. Just then I'd mixed the chili, salt, and soy into a coarse bowl and was carrying it out when I saw her peering in. "Wife, what are you skulking about for?" She rushed to explain. I didn't see you come back. Heard a sound, thought a thief was in. I saw you and Onion roasting by the fire. So cozy, I didn't want to disturb you. Didn't mean to scare you." I held out the bowl, gentle. "This is the dipping seasoning I made. Dip the roast in it. It's good." She took it, looking at the crushed chili mixed with soy. Timid. "Husband, this looks strange. It's like stinky tofu. Smells off. Tastes great. If you don't dare, I'll go first. I carried the bowl to the door. She watched me go and murmured, has he truly turned good? Truly won't sell me. She shook the question off. The urgent thing now was caring for Onion. The rest, step by step. By the fire, Nian Yin was holding 2 skewers in the flame, fretting that Mama was taking so long, not noticing she'd charred the meat. Onion, your roasting's a bit off. You've burnt it, I said warmly, sitting beside her. Let Papa do it. Papa, when did you get back? She said, excited. Mama went to catch a rat and hasn't come out for ages. Mama caught the rat. She'll be out soon. I set the seasoning in a clean spot and took up 2 skewers. Soon Su Wanqing came out smiling. Dealing with the rat took a while. Onion wasn't scared out here alone. Nian Yin squared her chest, proud. Onion's very brave, not scared. Onion's wonderful, Mama's good girl. She sat by her and took 2 skewers to roast. When the skewers were about done, I dipped one in the seasoning and took a big bite first. Roast meat with Papa's own seasoning. The taste's unbeatable. I finished the rest dipped in it. Seeing me eat so happily, the 2 carefully tried the seasoned skewers and found them far better than plain. As they ate, an honest voice came. Brother Fan, what are you eating? Smells so good. Lu Yong, slow in the head, stood there with a cloth bag. I laughed. Roast meat, have a taste. Can I really? His mouth watered. I handed him 2 seasoned skewers. Take them, don't stand on ceremony with your brother Fan. He took them, tasted, eyes shining, and wolfed them down. Brother Fan, your skewers are so good. Can I keep eating? I handed him 4 more. Go on. Brother Fan's so good, not stingy like other people. He thanked me and ate. What brings you here so late? Then he remembered his father's errand and handed me the bag. My pa says he's embarrassed to take your porcupine for nothing. We had ginger, garlic, salt, chili at home, so he sent these for flavor. Thank Uncle Chichiang, but we've got these, take it back. He shook his head fast. No, if I take it back, Pa says he'll break my legs, and I don't want my legs broken. I had to take the bag. Delighted, he asked, Brother Fan, are you hunting tomorrow? Could you take me? I love hunting too. If Uncle Chichiang agrees, I can, I smiled. If not for you last time, I'd not have caught the porcupine. I'll ask Pa. He bounded off home. The 3 of us ate on, enjoying the night. Half an hour later, all stuffed, 9 skewers were left, and Su Wanqing went to put them away for tomorrow. I caught her wrist to stop her. Not knowing what I meant, she went pale and rushed to explain. Husband, I'm just saving them for tomorrow, not for some other man. I'm not worried about that. Kept overnight, they'll turn your stomach, I said. Better to give them away while they're good. Is it, to Zheng Biao? She asked carefully, still feeling our brotherhood wouldn't break so easily. She disliked my keeping with men like him, but as a small woman couldn't stop it. Seeing her spirits sink, I hurried to explain. I mean to give them to Zheng. Before I finished, Zheng Biao, who'd smelled the roast and been lurking near my place to filch some, took it for himself and rushed up, loud. Seeing you didn't forget your brother over a few skewers, I'll let the earlier business go. But next time you catch game, give me a few more caddies, here, or I won't keep being your brother. His eyes were on the dipping bowl. Saw you all dipping the skewers. Let me try how good your seasoning is too. Much as she loathed him, since I'd said the skewers were to be given, she reluctantly held the 9 out to him. As he reached, grinning, to take them, I plucked them back from her hand. Wife, why are you giving them to him? She blinked. Husband, didn't you say to give them to Zheng Biao? He went furious, grinding his teeth. Brother, what's this? Said you'd give me skewers, now you don't? Believe me, I'll stop being your brother. I ignored him and told her gently. I heard Sister Zhenghai's family is almost out of grain. I mean to take the skewers to them, or her 2 5-year-olds may not last until the relief grain comes. Sister Zhenghai had a good name in the village and had often helped Wanqing when she needed it. I kept that in mind, and having lived through my daughter's starvation and my wife's suicide once, I didn't want that tragedy to fall on her house. Wanqing went anxious. I didn't know they were near out of grain. Let me take it over. You're pregnant. Don't go wandering at night. Leave this to me. She lowered her voice. Is it proper for a man to go to her house? I'm not up to anything shady. Drop it off and leave, why not? Ignored, Zheng Biao flushed with humiliation and clenched his fists. I'm eating these skewers today, No way you're giving them to anyone else. I don't want to give them, and no one can grab them. A crossbow appeared in my hand, aimed at his head. Try me if you don't believe it. Cold sweat broke on him. He swallowed hard. Zheng Fan, we're brothers. You'd really raise a hand to me? Try whether I dare. He felt the menace and feared a light pull would put a bolt through his skull. I'll go, he said, voice shaking. Don't touch that trigger, or I'm done. Then get lost. The sight of you sickens me. I kicked him back several staggering steps. His backside stung, but he didn't dare flare up, not with a crossbow on me. You haven't eaten? Running this slow. I loosed several bolts behind him. Run this slow again, and next time it's not the ground. He wet himself and fled at top speed. Watching him bolt, Su Wanqing covered her mouth and laughed. Should have dealt with him hard long ago, sticking to us like a plaster, sponging food. It was my fault, treating a cur as a brother. No more, I said gently. From now on my wife and daughter come first, everything else second. She was moved and afraid both, not knowing if I'd truly changed or was acting. As if I knew her thoughts, I opened my arms and held her thin frame lightly. This time I really have changed. I'll never be a beast again. A pause. The porcupine organs and blood have sat a day, longer, and they'll spoil. I mean to give them to Sister Zhenghai too. What does my wife think? Whatever you say. Long bullied. She didn't dare voice her own mind to me. If you'd rather I didn't, I won't. I'll do as you say. I'll listen to you. Then I'll take the organs and blood with the skewers to Sister Zhenghai. I was earnest. Don't worry. Tomorrow I'll bring back more game. With me here, you won't go hungry. As you say, she said, head down, glad in her heart for the gift to the Zhenghai family. She didn't like owing kindness she couldn't repay. I wrapped the organs and blood in cloth and slung them on. It's late. Get inside and sleep with Anyan. It's not good for the baby otherwise. I put out the fire and set off. Remember to come back early, or the village will talk. Don't worry, drop it off, and I'm back, no talk. She watched my last 2 days and was deeply moved, tears slipping. How she wished I could always be like this. Nian Yin, seeing water drip in her mother's red eyes, fretted, Mama, why are you crying? Did Papa or I do something to make you angry? Before, when I'd beaten and bullied her, Su Wanqing had wept alone in a corner, never before Nian Yin, afraid to scar her. Today my behavior had lost something. She mastered it. Papa and Nian Yin didn't upset Mama. Mama's happy to see Papa finally not running with Uncle Zheng Biao. Do you cry when you're happy? Nian Yin scratched her head, puzzled. Of course you can. It's dark. Let's go in. Mom'll tell you a bedtime story. Okay, she answered sweetly. I came with the 9 skewers to a crude wooden house and looked in the window. No light, asleep. Normally, I'd never knock at this hour. But after the villagers' talk, even if they were sleeping, I'd knock to get the food to them. As I went to knock, I found the door unlocked. Puzzled, I heard a woman pleading inside. Please, let me go. I truly don't want to do this. You don't want to live. Do you want your 2 daughters to starve with you? A young man's vicious voice. I'll find a way to keep my daughters alive. No need for you, the woman begged. Only let me go. A woman I've set my eye on never escapes my hand, the man said, brazen. Tonight you'll submit. I knew that voice well, and that he had the gall to come making trouble at her house. I took the crossbow from the armory and went fast toward the voice, to leave its owner a memory he wouldn't forget. In the pitch-dark room, Zheng Mingda's face was vicious, his eyes ugly, fixed on the young woman, and his tone gloating. Sister Zhenghai, stop running. Waste more of my time and don't blame me for going after your 2 daughters. Mingda, why must you come at me? Don't you have several old flames? Her voice was full of fear, willing him only to leave. I'm tired of them. I want a new taste, he leered. 2 minutes. After that, if you won't, the consequences are yours. Don't hurt my daughters, she said, terrified. Could you give me a little more time to ready myself? I'm frightened. She only meant to stall. At dawn she'd go to the Shangyuan police post and charge him. 10 minutes, then, ready or not, you'll submit. He thought his threat against her daughters had worked. She was frantic, trying to find a way out in 10 minutes. And the only thing of any use was to shout out the window that Mingda had come to violate her. But with the kind of people in Gotzi village, would they really offend Mingda and the brigade head over her? Minutes ticked by. Cold sweat ran down her. He limped toward her, his thigh still bolt wounded. You said 10 minutes? She cried, startled. I can't wait, he said, reaching for her. Unwilling to be defiled, she flailed and by chance struck his bolt-wounded thigh. He grunted in pain, veins standing out, and grabbed her hair, roaring, You damn well want to die? Hurting me. Don't you know this leg's wounded? She trembled. I didn't mean to. I only want to keep my honor. That's all. Your honor's worth nothing, he snarled, slapping her across the face several times until her cheeks swelled and her nose bled. Ungrateful thing. Me willing to sleep with you is your good fortune. Serve me poorly tonight, and I'll finish you. Despair took her, longing for someone to save her, knowing well that the Gotzi villagers wouldn't come out, and that even a kind soul, in the dark, wouldn't know what was happening here. As he moved to tear at her, a cold voice came from behind him. The bolt I gave you yesterday still hasn't taught you a lesson, coming to make trouble at her house this late? He stopped, face furious. Zheng Fan, you put a bolt in my thigh. I haven't forgotten it, which is why I'm carrying a small pistol, so this won't happen again. Zheng Fan, he has a gun. You should go, Sister Zhenghai said. Much as she wanted saving, she didn't want him paying with his life on her account. Don't worry, he hasn't the nerve. I knew Mingda well. He preyed on the weak and feared the strong. Kneel to Sister Zhenghai and apologize now, or your other thigh suffers. You think I won't fire? He hated me and turned the muzzle on me. Now you kneel, or I blow your head off. Cold. I hate having a gun on me. Keep that muzzle on me, and I promise to leave you a mark you can't undo. That shook him, his gun hand trembling. I'll count to 3, I said. 3. Before 2, he hurriedly lowered the pistol, terrified. I'll go now. Bully her and just walk off. I sneered. If bullying people costs that little, I'd like to bully you a bit. What? What do you want me to do? He felt no ground under him. Sure, I'd suddenly loose a bolt. I told you, kneel and apologize. And bring out 5 caddies of rice for her. Or tonight passes, but trouble finds you another day. Can I? Not kneel, just bring 6 caddies of rice. He couldn't say a hard word before me, only hoping to spare himself the shame. 6 caddies to her, and kneel, I said flat. Haggle more, and I pull the trigger. Don't. Knowing I'd really shoot, he knelt before her and apologized over and over. 10 minutes on, his knees numb, he said, Zheng Fan, I've apologized 10 minutes. Can I go get the rice now? Remember, bring 6 caddies or you escape tonight, but not tomorrow. He shuddered. I'll bring it, I promise, and fled at top speed. She looked dazed, half doubting she'd dreamed it. She'd longed to be saved, but never imagined it would come as Mingda kneeling, apologizing, and owing 6 caddies of rice. The stinging in her cheek told her it was no dream. Zheng Fan, thank you, she said from the heart. But for you, I'd not have known what to do tonight. You helped Wan Qing and me plenty before. This is only what I should do. I changed the subject to spare her awkwardness. I heard your family's near out of grain. I brought roasted skewers, organs, and blood. Take them and eat with the children. Stave off the hunger. Thank you. The village knows our state and no one will help. Only gossip. She choked and hugged me tight. But for you, my 2 children and I would truly starve. I felt her press against me, but didn't dwell on it, and joked, Sister Zhenghai, go feed your children first. You can hug me after. She flushed and let go, taking the skewers, organs, and blood. I didn't think you'd be so improper. Men are all the same, I smiled. Get the skewers to your children. Never mind me. She ran for the west room. I wanted to leave, but with Zheng Biao's, Mingda's, 6 caddies not yet delivered, I feared he'd scheme at her again once I'd gone. Just then her scream came. I frowned and ran toward it. Sister Zhenghai, what's wrong? Crossbow in hand, I reached the west room to find 2 5-year-old girls on a plank bed, sallow, lips white, clothes all patches. Sister Zhenghai knelt before the bed, eyes red, crying out, Ajin, Ashan, don't ignore Mama. Get up and eat some meat, or Mom'll be angry. I strode over and put a finger to each girl's nose, faint breathing on both, and pressed the philtrum point of the nearer one. She broke into a hard cough and slowly opened her eyes, frightened at the strange man. Who are you? Why are you in our home? I'm Uncle Zheng Fan, here to bring you food tonight. I didn't expect you'd fainted from hunger. I pressed the other girl's philtrum, and she woke too and cried, "Mama, Mama, there's a thief. Come catch the thief." I sighed. "I'm not a thief. I'm here to bring your family food." Kneeling at the bed weeping, Sister Zhenghai heard her daughter's voices and half doubted she was hallucinating from grief. She looked up to find the two she'd thought starved sitting up, eyeing me warily. She grasped that I'd saved her girls. "Zheng Fan, how did you bring them back?" "They didn't starve, only fainted from hunger. Pressing the philtrum did it," I explained. "Pour them 2 bowls of warm water to sip slowly, or they'll faint again." She rushed to the kitchen and brought warm water for them. "Zheng Fan, you're our family's savior. But for you tonight, even if I'd escaped Mingda, my 2 daughters might." She choked. "I don't know how to thank you." "Don't stand on ceremony with me, Sister Zhenghai," I said brightly. "You helped my wife often before. If I didn't help your family in trouble, would I even be a man? What I did was trifling. What you did is life-saving," she said in earnest. "Anywhere you can use me, I'll help you with my life. Later's business is later." I turned it aside. "The girls are better with the water. Get the skewers into them." She handed the seasoned skewers to her daughters. "These are from Uncle Zheng Fan. Remember this kindness, understand?" Ajin and Ashan looked at me with big eyes and said in chorus, "Thank you, Uncle Zheng Fan." "Uncle Zheng Fan, I'm sorry I thought you were a thief. Wariness is good in a child." I laughed, rubbing her head. "Eat up." They looked to their mother. "Mama, you eat too." She shook her head. "Mama's not hungry. Go slow, don't choke." "If Mama doesn't eat, we won't either." 5 years old, but they knew she'd been hungry a long time too. She shook her head, fond. "Watching you eat fills Mama up." But they wouldn't yield. "Sister Zhenghai eat. They won't unless you do," I smiled. "Don't worry about food. I brought blood and organs too, for soup." Only then did she eat with them. Meanwhile, Mingda came back with a coarse sack of 6 caddies of rice, calling low, "Zheng Fan, still here?" "I've brought the 6 caddies." He was reckoning that if I'd gone, he'd take the rice back and vent his anger on her again. Hearing nothing, he thought I'd left, his face turning ugly, and went toward her room. "Sister Zhenghai, I've brought 6 caddies to apologize. Come out and take the rice, or I'm leaving." Silence. His excitement grew. Zheng Fan's surely gone, so she daren't make a sound. He limped through kitchen and east room, found her nowhere, and at the west room's door concluded she was hiding there to protect her daughters. "Hide-and-seek's over, Sister Zhenghai. Now it's my turn." He grinned, pushing the door open, and saw her and the 2 girls sitting together eating skewers. He smelled the meat, delighted, and ordered, "Give me the skewers." I gave those to them. "What's it to you?" My cold voice. His grin froze, his heart slamming. He hadn't expected me to be guarding here. Zheng Fan. I only wanted to smell it, nothing more. I brought 6 caddies to apologize. Check it, and if it's the full weight, I'll head home." Swallowing his fear, he held the sack out. I passed it to Sister Zhenghai. "Weigh it. Short by even a little, and he doesn't leave tonight." She waited on the steelyard and said, "6 caddies." "I'm a man of my word. 6 is 6. He forced a smile. "Eat on, I'll go home and sleep." "Cold. Who said you could go?" I brought the 6 caddies to apologize, didn't I?" "What more?" He trembled, not knowing what I meant. "You don't suppose no one heard what you said outside?" I said flat. "If I weren't here, Sister Zhenghai would be in grave danger." I was just talking idly. Why take it seriously?" he stammered, terrified. "If you don't like such jokes, I won't make them before you again." "Kneel." The crossbow at his head. Kowtow to Sister Zhenghai in apology. I'm the brigade head's son. Surely there's no need to shame me this much." He braced himself. "If I must, I'll go home and bring 2 caddies of sweet potato to apologize, all right." "I give you 1 minute to ready your mind," I said cold. "No kowtow in a minute and your left thigh pays." His right thigh, bolt shot, already ached often. The left wounded too, and he'd be a cripple for half a year and miss his wedding to his fiancée. He shook his head wildly. I'll kowtow now." As he did, he soothed himself inwardly. "This shame is temporary. Once I've married Yuchi, I'll repay tonight's humiliation 100-fold." Watching him kowtow for minutes, his forehead swelling, Sister Zhenghai said low, "Zheng Fan, that's enough. No need to go on." She hated him, but if he came to harm in my hands, His father would never let me off. Thanks, Sister Zhenghai, then, I said cold. Thank you for forgiving me. I won't dare again, he said, abject. Can I go now? I warned cold. To keep you from troubling her again, write a letter of repentance. Offend her again, and I take it to the police post. That's not necessary. He didn't want to leave me a handle, fearing that if he rose in the world someday I'd use it. Don't write it, and take a bolt. I'll write it. Hating it, he had no choice. Sister Zhenghai, don't stand there. Get him paper and brush. I smiled. She threw me a grateful look. With the letter, he'd not dare pester her. She brought paper and brush. Kneeling, he scrawled his filthy doings tonight at her house and handed it to me, thinking, no fingerprint or signature. If he rose someday and I tried to threaten him, he'd simply deny it. Sister Zhenghai, fetch a small knife from the kitchen. I have a use for it. She did, puzzled. Zheng Fan, what's the knife for? His nerve near broke. I cut his left palm, then had him press his right index finger in the welling blood and put his print on the letter. He hadn't thought I'd cover even that, and dared show no displeasure, only wanting out. Can I go now? Get out. I kicked him. I didn't want to see him a moment more. He left with rage he didn't dare loose, swearing inwardly. No one in this world can threaten me. I'll wipe this clean sooner or later. Inside, Sister Zhenghai said gratefully, take Mingda's 6 caddies of rice back. The organs and blood you brought will see us to the relief grain. She knew gratitude well, and after all I'd done couldn't bring herself to keep the rice too. Sister Zhenghai, that's the rice from Mingda's apology to you, not to me, I said earnestly. Hand it to me, and you slight me. She knew I said it to make her keep it. This kindness I'll never forget my whole life. I'll wait for the day you repay it, I smiled. It's late. I must get home to sleep, or my wife will fret. She and her 2 daughters saw me off, and she stroked the girls' heads. If you ever do well, never forget Uncle Zheng Fan's kindness tonight. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing lay tossing, unable to sleep. He's taking so long bringing food to Sister Zhenghai. Are they doing something shameful? She shook her head hard. No, Sister Zhenghai would never. Maybe something happened to him out there at night. The more she thought, the more vexed, and she got up to walk outside and let the night wind clear her head. Wife, where are you going so late? Don't you fear the baby catching cold? I saw her standing out there and hurried over. You'd been gone so long. I came to see what happened. The instant she saw me, dread welled in her. It's cold out. I'll tell you inside. I helped her in and told her briefly what had happened at Sister Zhenghai's. She started. Thank goodness you got there in time, or Sister Zhenghai might have done something to herself. From now on, when I catch game and there's extra, I'll send some to her family. Seeing her brows knit, I smiled. Don't worry about them, sleep now. Not daring to defy me, she lay down with me. In bed, it struck me that married all this time, I didn't even know what she liked to eat. What do you want tomorrow? I'll go get it. Whatever you catch, I'll eat, she said low. I don't like that, say what you want. I said, putting on a stern face. Afraid I'd anger, she hurried. I'd like hair. Tomorrow you'll have your fill. I held her as she slept. She shut her eyes and murmured to herself, has he really changed? Why does the kinder he is, the more afraid I get? Day had barely grayed. I was up early to cook some rice porridge and fill my stomach before going up the mountain to bring back hairs for my wife. Only she'd risen earlier still, and the smell of porridge was already coming from the kitchen. No need to guess, it was her cooking. I found her busy at the stove and hurried to say, Wife, be careful. What if you hurt yourself? She startled. The baby's only 2 months along. It won't affect me. She ladled the boiling porridge from the iron pot into coarse bowls and set them on the table. Seeing her small hand reddened by the heat, I took it and rubbed it, aching for her. Go wake Onion for breakfast. I'll serve the porridge. All right, she said, warm at the care and afraid both that I'd turn cruel again someday. I won't go back to what I was, trust me. I patted her back lightly so she'd stop fretting and went to the pot. Nian Nian got up and saw the white porridge and pickles, her eyes curving to crescents. Haven't had porridge in so long. Smells wonderful. I rubbed her head. Eat all you like from now on. Papa will never let Onion go hungry again. Onion always knew Papa's the best. Watching the 2 of us, Su Wanqing told herself, I don't know how long he can keep this up. If only he could always be like this. Wife, Don't think too much first thing in the morning. It'll give you a headache. Sit and eat. She sat by Nian Nian. Just then, an honest young voice came from the door. Brother Fan, are you awake? A middle-aged voice scolded, shouting that loud. Even if he were asleep, you'd wake him. If I don't shout loud, Brother Fan won't hear. We'll just wait here. No more shouting and bothering people. I rose, rueful, set down my bowl. Wife, I'll go see, keep eating. She heard the voice she'd taken for the man I'd talked with that night, and had been afraid I meant to sell her to him as a wife. She wanted to know who he was, and looked up, low. Husband, can I come out with you? Seeing her guardedness, I knew she'd misread something. Of course. I took her hand and felt it trembling. Don't be afraid. There's no bad man out there. I'm not afraid, she said, head down, coming with me. Wait for me. Papa, Mama, Anyan's coming too. Nian Nian dropped her chopsticks and trotted after. Seeing the three of us come out together, Lu Qiqiang was mortified and glared at the grinning Lu Yong. I'm so sorry. My son's voice is too loud. He disturbed your rest. We were already up, I smiled. Uncle Qiqiang, did you come to hunt with me? Before he could answer, Lu Yong drooped. Pa won't let me hunt with you. Afraid I'll be a burden. Uncle Qiqiang, if you didn't agree, you could just have sent Lu Yong to tell me. Why come yourself? I feared he'd get lost again, Qiqiang said, still shaken. That night. But for you, the boy would likely have died on the mountain. Lu Yong confident. I'm a lucky star. I won't die so easily. Since you're here, Uncle, why not hunt together? I asked. Something's come up at home. I can't go out hunting for a while. Good thing you gave us half a porcupine then, or we'd be going hungry. He didn't say what, and I didn't press. Anything you need help with, say so. I'll do what I can. Thank you in advance. He took Lu Yong's hand and headed home, Lu Yong reluctant. Brother Fan, next time we don't mind my pa. We'll go hunt and get rich ourselves. I waved, laughing. Without Uncle Qiqiang's leave, I wouldn't dare. I'll talk him round, and then no backing out. Hearing them, Su Wanqing understood she'd misheard that night and wrongly thought I meant to sell her. Wife, let's finish the porridge before it goes cold. You only need to rest and mind the baby, nothing else. She followed me in, telling herself, is he this good to me because he thinks I'm carrying a boy? If it's a girl again, will he turn back? I finished my bowl in a few gulps and saw her worried. I'll try to bring back plenty of hair for you today. You remember? She'd thought it an idle question. How would I forget what I promised you? I slung the small-bore rifle on my back. Rest well. I'll be back after the hunt. She watched me go, a hand at her belly, murmuring, I don't ask for meat every day this life. Only that he keeps being good to me and not use me as a thing to vent on. That would be enough. Nian Nian asked sweetly, Mama, what's a thing to vent on? Her face went red. You're little. Don't ask about grown-up things. Eat your porridge. There's more in the pot. Zheng Biao sat at home, turning over the taste of the porcupine he'd had, looking at the roasted sweet potato in his hand, more bitter the more he ate. Zheng Fan's gone wrong in the head lately. Won't share meat. Keeps shaming me. I want to give him a beating. Zhang Cuihua knit her brows. He gave you so much meat before, and you never once thought to feed him anything. He's not a fool. Why would he keep sharing? He stood over her, angry. Are you my wife or Zheng Fan's? Always speaking for him. She lifted her chin. I'm telling the truth. If it galls you, try hitting me. Plump but mannish in temper, she'd have grappled him rather than be beaten for nothing, and he knew it. He found a pretext. If you weren't a woman, I'd have hit you long ago. Don't push it. Pretend I'm a man, then, come, hit me. She put her face up to his. He didn't dare, and changed tack. Wife, smoking at the door, I heard the fool Lu Yong say Zheng Fan's hunting today. Could you go ask him to take you along, and bring our family some meat? Her brows clamped together, furious. I'm your woman. You'd send me up the mountain with another man? Not afraid of what might happen to me up there? Not afraid the village would point fingers? I know Zheng Fan's character. He wouldn't do that, he said shamelessly. Anyone points fingers at you, I'll go make trouble at their house. You've no shame, but I do, drop it. She looked at the useless, lazy man and seethed. She must have been blind to marry such a spineless, shameless creature. Wife, I just want a taste of meat again. Agree to go hunt with Zheng Fan, and I promise not to touch you for a month. He knew she disliked sharing a bed with him, and used it as a bargaining chip. She hesitated. The porcupine had truly been delicious, unforgettable after so long without meat, and going hunting gave her a legitimate reason to refuse him besides. But it was hard to say such a thing aloud. Don't hesitate. Go hunt with Zheng Fan and I won't touch you for 3 months. How's that? Whether or not he takes you. 3 months. He had no desire for any of that now, only meat. She looked at the loathsome man and frowned. I'll go ask, swallowing my pride. You can do it, wife. She shook her head in disgust. Every word to such a man sickened her, and set off down the muddy road to my place, working out how to put the shameless request. Halfway, she met me coming the other way, and I greeted her with a smile. Sister Tsuehua, where are you off to so early? Aye. She couldn't be as brazen as Biao. If it's hard to say, I won't press. I'm off to hunt. I thought well of her, but for the 2 sweet potatoes she'd given me, Nian Yin would have starved as in my last life, and my wife would have hanged herself. She watched me go, hesitated long, then gritted out, Zheng Fan, I've something to ask of you. Refuse if it's not convenient. I stopped. Whatever you need, Sister Tsuehua, I'll help if I can. She flushed crimson. Could you take me up the mountain to hunt? Before I answered, she added, head down. I know it's an outrageous ask. Refusing is only fair. I just thought I'd ask. Don't take it to heart. I smiled at her embarrassment. Taking you along's fine, but we'll bring your Xiaohei, since a pretty face can't draw the game out. Only the dog can find them. You really agree? She couldn't believe it. It was like handing her game for free. What reason would I have to refuse hunting with a fine woman? I don't ask much. Give me a little of whatever you catch. She wasn't shameless like Biao, and knew bringing her along was as good as carrying dead weight. After the hunt, I'll see what to share. How's that? However you split it. She beamed. Zheng Fan, thank you. You're a truly good man. If you hadn't given me those 2 sweet potatoes, I wouldn't be taking you today. You're the good one. Don't bring that up. My man's no good. Sat on 5 caddies of rice and wouldn't lend you a thing after all the meat you gave him. Whenever she mentioned Biao, she had a belly full of anger and nowhere to put it. Biao is Biao. You're you. Don't lump them together, I said, turning it aside. Let's get Xiaohei from your place. She walked the road with me, unafraid of talk. We were going to hunt, not to a tryst, and anyone who spread gossip, she'd be first to tear into. At her house, we found Zheng Biao crouched teasing a big black dog, wolfish, its tail like a broom. Don't take me lightly. One bad mood, and I'll turn you into dog meat hot pot. The dog barked and spattered his face with spit. Little beast, covering my face in spit, I'll stew you now. Zheng Biao, Xiaohei's the hunting dog I brought from my mother's home. Stew it, and I divorce you this instant. Tsuehua snapped. The dog ran to her at once, rubbing its head against her, whining. I was just talking. I'd never stew it. Seeing me beside her, Biao was overjoyed. Sure, it meant I'd take his woman hunting. Don't even say it, she said cold. Hear it from you again and see whether I let you in my bed. Not wanting to lose face before me, Biao changed the subject. Zheng Fan, you're borrowing our Xiaohei to hunt. How much meat will you give us? Too little, and I won't agree. I gave a flat laugh. Depends on my mood. Lend my dog, and it depends on your mood? He said, sour. Xiaohei is a proper hunting dog. Give us at least half the catch, or I won't lend it. Then don't. I turned to go, not humoring him as in my last life. He'd opened high thinking I needed the dog, and gaped when I left without even haggling. Tsuehua flushed, furious. Do you know how hard it was for me to swallow my pride and ask him? And you pull this? Is your head broken? Biao took the scolding without arguing and pleaded. Wife, I only wanted more meat. I didn't think he'd be so hard. Go ask him again. Arms crossed, cold. You've such a mouth. Go ask him yourself. He lowered his voice. Ask him, and I won't touch you for a year, deal? Cold. Pull this again, and I won't care if you never touch me till you die. He raised a hand in promise. Never again. She ran after me with Xiaohei. Zheng Fan, wait, let me apologize. It's nothing to do with you, Sister Tsuehua. It's that fool Biao. You know he's a fool. Let his words pass like wind, she laughed. Or tell me what you want. If I have it, it's yours. I'd thought well of her, but no need to dwell. I kept it light. Then I won't be shy. Take your Xiaohei and hunt with me, and we'll see about the meat after. She relaxed, glad. We led the dog toward White Tiger Mountain. Biao stood at his door watching his wife go off chatting with me, his heart settling. Zheng Fan's still easy to fool. The old way just doesn't work. I need a new angle. On the mountain, the rough trail told on Tsawa. Full-figured, she swayed along, soon tired and pouring sweat. Sister Tsuehua, let's rest somewhere, or you won't be able to run when we sight game. She wiped her brow and refused. We've barely walked. Rest now, and how do we hunt? Proud, she wouldn't stop so soon. If you're tired, rest. I'll go on with Xiaohe. If we meet game, I'll send him after it. In your state, I'm afraid you'll faint 2 steps on. Don't underestimate me, my stamina's good. I nodded and we went on. Tens of minutes in, her clothes soaked through, she suddenly cried, excited, fresh boar droppings. There's a boar near here. I checked, fresh indeed. Send Xiaohe to track it. She had him send it and go. Soon he came back, biting her trouser cuff to pull her toward the hunt. She was spent, sat down heaving. I can't. I really can't walk anymore. I have to rest this time. Rest here, Sister Tsuehua. Don't wander, in case of beasts. Xiaohe and I will hunt that boar. She was mortified. Zheng Fan, I'm sorry. I've turned out a burden after all. You're no burden. Without your good company, I'd have collapsed 2 steps on. How else would I last this far? I said lightly. Still teasing, she puffed. Go, before the boar runs off. I followed Xiaohe, ready to take a silenced sniper rifle from the armory the moment I sighted the boar. With her along, I couldn't well use the armory. She, not knowing, worried. Boars are fierce. Be careful, don't be rash. I flashed an okay behind me and ran on with the dog. She watched us vanish and told herself, I need to get in shape, or I'll be ashamed to hunt with him again. Xiaohe threaded the dense wood like a black ghost, straight for the boar that had left the droppings. As I ran, I drew from the armory a pair of mountain boots with strong grip and ankle protection. With these future-made boots, even tens of minutes behind the dog, I wasn't as worn as before. A few minutes on, Xiaohe stopped and looked back at me, as if asking. 10 meters off, a boar of at least 300 caddies, with sharp tusks and a vicious look, was rooting and eating tree roots. Nearby, 3 boars of 200-odd caddies, tusks markedly smaller, fed too, and 6 piglets of about 20 caddies grunted and rooted for food. I rubbed Xiaohe's head to keep him still, drew the silenced sniper rifle from the armory, and put a round through the biggest boar's skull. It dropped like a small hill. The rest, sensing danger, scattered shrieking, and I took them, round after round. With no one about, I put the carcasses and the rifle into the armory. Time stands still in there, so they'd keep fresh. I patted the dog. Well done. A good meal of meat for you when we're back. He barked, glad, rubbing my trouser leg. We hunted on. Xiaohe a superb dog, keen-nosed and fast, and I took 5 more pheasants and 8 hares. As I was about to put the latest 2 hares away, applause sounded, in a young man's voice. Little brother, you're slick with that crossbow, 100% hits. I looked up at a man on a jut of rock, hair unwashed for days, filthy, holding a small bore rifle. Not as good as you say, pure luck. I didn't want to deal with his kind and made to leave with the hares. Little brother, never heard finder's share? You take both hares, what do I take? Cold. I don't know you, why would I give you my catch? Acquainted now? He leveled the rifle at my chest. Hand the hares over, or this gun won't be choosy. I hate a gun on me. I loosed and the bolt took his wrist, the rifle dropping. You. I hadn't even fired and you shot me first, no honor. He reached his left hand for the rifle to shoot me. I stamped on the hand, pinning it and wringing a cry for mercy out of him. I shouldered his rifle, crossbow at his head. Any other weapons? Hand them over, or this thing blows your head off. I don't like killing, but taking a man's weapons is the surest guard against a backshot. I'll give them. He pulled a silver pistol from his clothes. Anything else? No, no more. Down the mountain with me. Terror seized him. He shook his head wildly. I'm a fugitive. Caught by a constable, I'm in prison for life. A life in prison, or death now. Answer me. I couldn't leave him loose on White Tiger Mountain to backshoot me some hunting day. Brother, let me go. I really can't go down. Let me go and my boss will give you 100 yuan. Enough for a lot of meat. Without a word, I loosed a bolt into his other hand, blood spraying. Ah, don't be rash. We haven't even fallen out. No need for blades and guns. Cold. All I know is, refuse to go down and the next bolt's in your forehead. Cold sweat poured off him, the look of a man facing a demon. I'll go down, don't be rash. He cooperated rather than have his head blown off. I led Xiao He and the fugitive, Lu Qi, toward the foot of the mountain. As we neared where Tsuehua rested, a group of men's voices, loud and leering, carried over. Coarse threats aimed at a woman, gloating that no one would come however she screamed, telling her to submit if she wanted to live. Boss, there's so many of us. Just grab her. Why waste words? One urged. Didn't think I'd meet the boss here. Saved? Lu Qi said, vicious. This kid shot both my hands with that crossbow. I'll see him dead. Ahead, 5 big, muscular, vicious-faced men with rifles, pistols, and broadswords had Zhang Tsua circled against a tree, laughing in mockery. I frowned, working out how to protect her and take them down. They had the numbers, and however good my shooting, one man can't beat many head-on. Lu Qi, seeing me silent, took it for fright at his boss's show, his eyes darting, scheming how to get safely back to the gang and turn on me. Tsuehua, terrified, hands clutched to her chest, backed against the tree, said in a shaking voice, "Have you not thought about the consequences? The constables will never let you off. You'll be shot for this." The lead thug laughed. "Do we look afraid of being shot? Today, if you don't serve us well, we'll take it by force, and whether you live after is anyone's guess." Another pressed the threat. The leader's eyes were ugly on her, and he reached for her, and she, back to the tree, despaired, bitterly regretting having listened to Biao and come up the mountain. How I wish Zheng Fan would appear and save me. Then, absurd, however good a hunter, what would he do against this many? Just then, thwip, a bolt sang through the air and pinned the reaching hands together before they touched her. The leader, Lu Jiwu, stared at his bloody, transfixed hands, screaming, "Who ambushed me? Show yourself, I'll kill you." The others went alert, weapons up, shouting at the direction the bolt had come. "Our bullets aren't choosy. Come out, or we riddle you. Don't regret it." In hiding, Lu Qi looked at my comm and said, shaking, "How dare you, one man, shoot my boss? Aren't you afraid to die?" I didn't bother with him. Strategy set. I put the crossbow to his head. "Go out now and don't look back. Turn your head once and I blow it off. Understood?" I understand. I won't look back." "Pale," he stumbled out, calling, "Don't shoot. It's Lu Qi. The crossbow man's behind me. Watch out." He strode toward Lu Jiwu, thinking that once at his side I could no longer threaten him, and then they'd take me and he'd have his revenge. Lu Jiwu leveled his rifle at the approaching Lu Qi, vicious. "I sent you to hunt. How'd you end up like this, getting my hands shot? Give me a good reason, or I blow your head off." Terrified, Lu Qi told, with embellishments, how he'd run into me. Lu Jiwu turned and shouted behind him, "Boy, come out, or we kill this woman." The other 4 threatened her life to draw me out. However they shouted, no one came. "Big brother, that fellow doesn't seem to care if she dies. Should we just kill her?" one asked. "A fresh-looking woman like this. Kill her, and where do you find another to play with? Use your head next time." "Then what do we do if he won't come out?" "He won't come out, so you don't go in and get him? Must I teach you everything? Go drag him out." The wound at his hands pulled, and he ground his teeth. Lu Qi reached the leader's side, sneering at the 4 going to search for me. "Swaggering at me before? See if you swagger when you're in my hands. Who told you to stand idle? Go find him." "Boss, I'm hurt." A few kicks to the belly cut him off. "Don't want a bullet? Then go find him." He scrambled up and went, praying I wouldn't shoot him. Tsuehua had half guessed it was me who'd wounded Lu Jiwu, worried for me and longing for rescue both, telling herself, "I hope Xing Fan ran into some Gotzi villagers up here. Enough men, and these thugs wouldn't dare." As she fretted, thwip, thwip, thwip. Lu Qi's thigh was pierced, blood streaming, and he howled like a stuck pig. "Stop shooting me. Shoot someone else." The 4 traced the direction and chased it with their weapons. When they reached the spot, I wasn't there. "Stop skulking like a rat. Come out and fight us face to face. Acting like a sly little crook, not a man." I sneered and said nothing, loosing again, 2 bolts through 2 of the thugs' wrists, their rifle and pistol dropping. The 2 with broadswords hurried to grab the fallen guns to defend themselves. As their hands neared, I stepped out, crossbow on them. Don't move. One ignored me and reached. The instant his hand touched the rifle, a bolt took him precisely through the palm, and he howled. The other flung his broadsword aside and threw his hands up. Boy, your well and my well don't cross. No need to fight to the death over one woman, Lu Zhiwu said with a forced grin. I've 200 yuan on me. Take it and let today pass. Having seen my shooting, he knew they were no match and wanted to buy peace and seek revenge later. I didn't answer him and went to Cuihua. Sister Cuihua, how are you? Hurt anywhere? She shook her head. I'm all right, just frightened badly. Lucky you came with me today, or it wouldn't be only fright, I said lightly. How do you plan to thank me? Still gripped by fear, she didn't catch the jest and nodded over and over. Thanks are owed, of course. Slighted at being ignored, Lu Zhiwu kept his smile. Boy, have you thought over my offer? Sure that Zhang Cuihua wasn't hurt. I looked at Lu Zhiwu's grinning face. Your offer doesn't satisfy me. 200 yuan won't do. It's no small sum. Buys a lot of good things. I scoffed. If you're all dead, the money on you is mine anyway. Cold sweat broke on him. He hadn't thought a man barely past 20 could be so ruthless. After a beat, he rallied. I didn't bring the money on me. Kill me and you get nothing. Spare me, come back with me to fetch it. How's that? I sighed. Since it's not on you, I'll just take you to the police post. I didn't believe he'd honestly lead me to any cash. Far likelier he'd lead me somewhere good for a move on me. Little brother, if you fear an accident coming back with me, let me go alone to fetch it. I swear I'll bring it straight to you. I'd never abandon all these brothers. Only spare me the police post. His plan, plainly, agree and he'd take the money and vanish. The rest be damned. Brothers can be found again. Money like that can't. You take me for a fool? Wanting me to let you go. Colt, walk to the post, or this bolt won't be choosy. He didn't dare resist with the crossbow on him, meaning to stall and find an out. The rest of you up. None wanted to go down to the post, but the crossbow left them no choice but to rise through the pain. I took the coarse hemp rope I'd taken off Lu Zhiwu and tied dead knot loops round their necks. Anyone out of step or dawdling on purpose, and the loop would choke him. Holding the front of the rope, I led them like dogs down White Tiger Mountain. A few steps on, Zhang Cuihua called, Zheng Fan, could you come here? I need your help with something. Puzzled, I led the lot over. What is it, Sister Cuihua? I was too rattled to notice. I twisted my ankle. She was awkward about it. I can't walk now. Could you fetch Xing Biao to come carry me down? I can tell Biao, I said, pretending difficulty. But leaving you alone up here, if a raptor or some thug shows and you can't run on a turned ankle, it's dangerous. She saw the sense in it, tense. Could I trouble you to carry me down? Crimson by the end. You gave me 2 sweet potatoes once. Of course I'll carry you down. I shouldered her and started down. She was embarrassed and changed the subject. Zheng Fan, I came to hunt with you and was no help at all. Just a burden. You caught nothing because of me. I'm sorry. First time up the mountain and you did well? I smiled. But for these thugs you'd surely have made a catch with me. Who'd think you'd meet thugs up here? Rotten luck. A pause. Am I too heavy? Want to rest? You're heavy enough, but I can manage. I kept it to light teasing. She caught my drift and flushed. Didn't expect you to tease like that. Men are men. A pretty woman stops us in our tracks, I said, rueful. Can't very well turn eunuch. Could you grant Sister Cuihua one more request? Try out how fierce that thing of mine is. I teased. What are you saying? She said, red. When my ankle's healed, could you take me up the mountain again? Just say the word, on one condition. What condition? Coming down, I carry you. She caught it fast, shy. You're likely the most lecherous man in all of Gotzi village. Meanwhile, the captives, roped at the neck and led like dogs, listened to our banter and felt the sting of it. They'd thought the woman theirs to do with as they liked. Now they could only watch me carry her down, and that envy died the moment they remembered they were bound for the Shangyuan police post and a life behind bars. Every desire vanished, and they bent all their thought on slipping the rope. Knowing 20-odd years, they couldn't speak before me, so they spoke with their eyes, and in under 2 minutes had a plan, matching their steps and pace and edging fast toward me, to overpower me while I was busy bantering. Vicious. In unison, they slammed toward me as I carried Suwa on rough downhill ground. A sudden hit would send me tumbling off the mountainside, flayed if not killed. But through the rope in my hand, I'd felt their behavior turn strange. As they lunged, I dropped the rope and stepped aside with Tsuwa. They hit nothing but air, lost balance, and rolled 30 or 40 turns down the muddy slope until a tree trunk stopped them. Noses bloodied, faces swollen, the wounds on their hands and feet torn worse, bleeding. They wailed, "I think my ribs are broken. Get me to a hospital." Whose backside's on my head? Move it, or I smash it. Lu Jiwu struggled to rise, pinned. I looked down on the lot, contemptuous. With your wits you thought to play me dirty? You think too much of yourselves. The trail's slick. I slipped and fell. I never meant to hit you, Lu Chi babbled. The others nodded along. We'd never dare ram you. That's suicide. Lu Jiwu begged. Help me up. I feel I'll be crushed to death. I don't care if it's a misunderstanding or whether you're too hurt to rise, I said flat. I count to 3, not up, and you eat a bolt. They shuddered at the crossbow, swallowed the pain, and rose into an orderly line, waiting to be led down again. Walk down yourselves. Anyone tries to bolt, I pull the trigger, I said, carrying Tsuwa, standing behind them. Where the bolt lands, weigh that for yourselves. We won't run. It really was a misunderstanding, they kept saying. They still wanted to flee but didn't dare. They knew if I said I'd loose, I would, and only I knew where it would land. Suehua was pale, shaken. That was close. If they'd hit us, we'd have been finished. Don't be so tense, Sister Tsuehua. I'm here, I soothed. I won't let anything happen to you. I'm still frightened. I can't bear to think on it. Lucky I came up with you today. With anyone else I'd have died who knows how many times over. True, I teased. Next time you want to hunt, find me. I'll come anytime and carry you down besides. I said it on purpose, to pull her off the fear before her nerves frayed into illness. Only you get to tease me. Anyone else, and I'd have hit them, she said, easier now, chatting along. Near the foot of the mountain, she said low. When we reach the village mouth, set me down. If the villagers see this, they'll talk. Tell Biao to have Sister Zuhue come carry me home. No problem. Much as I'd not minded carrying her, her name mattered more. Village gossip could wear a woman down to something desperate. I set her on a stone at the village mouth and went to tell Biao. She watched me go, thinking, if only my man were like Zheng Fan. And comparing the two, her anger only rose. What was in my head? Marrying him. Xiaohei barked agreement. Biao sat at his door sunning himself, a cigarette in his mouth, waiting for his woman to bring meat home. He'd just finished one and was about to light another when he saw a string of men come toward his door, necks roped, mud-covered, hands and feet bloodied, limping. He rubbed his eyes, sure it was a delusion, then realized it wasn't. A procession like criminals paraded through the streets, drawing nearer. Normally he loved a spectacle, but these were clearly headed for him. He frowned, ran in for his small-bore rifle, and watched them, wary. Don't come closer, or I shoot. They paused, then, as if drawn on, kept coming. Think I won't fire? Stop. He fired into the air. The loud report drew plenty of attention, but they came on, and dread seized him. What are these things? Why come to my house? Hearing the shot, nearby villagers gathered to watch. Biao called for help. They ignored him, enjoying the show. With no help, he could only pray the strange men weren't after him. They stopped 10 meters from his door, nerves taut the whole way, dreading he'd fire. They hadn't wanted to come, but I threatened to bolt from behind if they didn't, and Biao was a coward who only threatened. At this range, he finally saw me behind them and flared up. Zheng Fan, weren't you hunting? Why bring a pack of freaks to my house? What are you up to? Flat. Your wife twisted her ankle hunting. She asked me to tell you to get Sister Zuhue and carry her home. More than his wife, Biao cared about my catch. Never mind her. What did you catch today? Hand it over. Stop thinking about the catch. Spend some time caring about your wife. I left that and drove the captives on toward Shangyuan. If I find you caught game and didn't share, this isn't over, he shouted at my back. I didn't bother answering. The villagers, hearing him fret over the catch and not his wife's safety, talked loudly. Wife twists her ankle, and he cares whether Zheng Fan caught anything. Disgusting. Zhang Tsuehua's luck, marrying that. I'd have run long ago. Thick-skinned as he was, Biao couldn't take a crowd's scorn to his face. He drove them off and hurried to fetch Sister Zhuhui and to ask Zuo whether I'd caught anything, ready to make a scene at my house if I'd cut him out. Noon, the sun high. 3+ hours on, I brought the wound-slowed captives to the Shangyuan police post and met a young, dark-skinned constable wheeling out on a bicycle to patrol. Seeing the roped necks, the mud, the bloodied hands and feet, he got off, concerned. "Comrades, what happened? Why the ropes round your necks?" They hung their heads, silent. They knew that once inside, their crimes meant a life in prison, no mind for his questions. He took it for shock that had stolen their speech and soothed them. "Don't be afraid, comrades. Any trouble, any help you need, tell me. The post will help." They wanted to say, "Don't jail me. That's the help I need," but only in their heads. "Are you all mute?" he wondered. So many mutes at the post. Something serious must have happened. "Can you write? Write it. Or take me to where you met danger." Still they hung their heads. Then I stepped out from behind them, smiling. "Hello, comrade. They're robbers I caught." Grave, he looked me over. "You're not joking? All robbers, caught by you alone." Hard to believe. I know. Let them tell it. I leveled the crossbow at Lu Jiwu. "Don't play deaf. Confess your crimes to the comrade." Terror of the crossbow made him swallow hard. "Comrade, we are robbers, caught by this young man." He knew lies wouldn't hold in the interrogation room, and confessed for leniency. The constable, Chun Mingjia, could scarcely believe a man near his own age had taken a 6-man gang alone and steadied himself. "Come into the interrogation room and give statements, not a word of falsehood, or face the consequences." As the one reporting it, I sat and told in detail how I'd met Lu Qi and Lu Jiwu hunting on White Tiger Mountain. Once the statement checked out, I was free to go. I didn't head home. Already in Shangyuan, I'd take the day's boar and pheasants to the black market and sell them. The hares I'd keep, since my wife liked them. A couple of steps out, I met Chow Bufan, just done eating, a rice grain still at his mouth. He took me for someone with a thorny problem. "Brother Zheng Fan, sort it out? Need any help?" "Thank you, Captain Chow. It's handled." He corrected me, hearty. "If you don't mind, call me Brother Bufan, not Captain Chow. It sounds distant." "Then I won't stand on ceremony, Brother Bufan." "Eaten?" "If not, my treat. My wife's cooked at home. I have to get back, or I won't sleep easy," I said, not wanting him to spend. "Next time I'll tell you ahead, and you bring your wife along." Next time for certain. As I made to head for the black market, the young constable Chun Mingjia called out, excited, "Captain Chow, I was just looking for you." This young man single-handedly took a 6-man gang of career robbers, a great service. Chow Bufan was stunned. "You're not joking? Why would I? I just finished Lu Jiwu's statement. These men have killed, set fires, forced themselves on women, every evil. But for this young man taking them in alone, who knows how many more innocents would suffer?" Chow stared at me, disbelieving I'd done it again, and so modestly. "Captain, I know it's shocking, but you're more shocked than usual," Chen said. Chow laughed it off. "Mengjia, didn't I tell you a young man took down Lin Jiqiang's robber gang single-handed?" Chen got it at once. "That was also him." Chow laughed. "Now you see why I'm shocked." Chen nodded like a pestle. 2 gangs broken for our post in no time. Anyone would be. If he'd joined public security, he'd make station chief in a few years, Chow said in earnest. "Brother Bufan, I'm not so impressive. I just happened on them. And they happened to be going after a girl from my village, or I'd have stayed clear." "However you put it, you've done us a great service again," Chow said, delighted. "I'll have banners made overnight. Tomorrow I'll bring you 2 at once, plus the post's reward money." "Those are outside things to me," I said brightly. "I'm hurrying home to eat, or my wife will think I'm up to no good." "Want me to cycle you home?" he teased. I shook my head. "Not this time. I've things to buy for my wife on the way." I parted from them and, in an empty corner, took the day's biggest boar from the armory to process for the black market. In a deserted spot, I used a sharp military knife and a flamethrower from the armory to bleed and gut the 300 catty boar, not for the fun of it, but because I couldn't shoulder 300 catties without a way to haul it. The only option was to process it down. Half an hour on, the blood and organs were done and stowed in the armory, and the carcass weighed 182 catties that I was confident I could carry. I heaved it onto my shoulder and walked, steady, to the wood across from the co-op. The black market was busy. I found a spot, set the boar down, and called, "Fresh boar, cleaned right, 7 yuan a caddy, come by." Eyes had been on me since I carried it in, and people came to inspect it. "Young man, good quality, but a bit dear. 6.5 or 6?" a woman asked. "I've trimmed all the surplus. Only edible cuts left. 7's already cheap." Another, "I'll take 10 caddies, 65? "Yes," I said evenly. 10 caddies for anyone at 65. They balked. 65 was no small sum, and 10 caddies wouldn't keep without a fridge, which only a few rich families had. 3 caddies? Someone tried. 10 minimum. The man who'd asked about 10 paid 65, counted out. I cut him 10 caddies, and he hurried off. Others wanted a taste of meat, but hadn't the money for 10 and gave up. A few minutes later, someone took 2 caddies at 7. 12 caddies sold, then a long lull. I waited, resting. A middle-aged man in a white shirt and sunglasses came up, a face I felt I'd seen somewhere. "How much a caddy?" 7. 65 for 10. "How much have you got?" 170 caddies left. "How much do you want?" "Sell me the whole 170, cheaper, 1,000. If you take it all, 1,100, 6 for a caddy." "You drive a hard bargain," he laughed. "I didn't bring that much. Bring the meat and come home with me. Cash for goods there." I shook my head. "I'll wait here. Bring the money. I hand over the meat. You send someone to carry it." He frowned. 1,100 for your goods, and you won't even see it home for me. Make me walk back and forth?" "That's my way," I said flat. "If you can't accept it, buy elsewhere." "I'm doing you a favor buying, and you won't give me face," he said cold. "You wait." He stormed off. An old woman at the next stall warned low, "Young man, you're lucky you didn't go with him. Your meat would have been taken. He's gone to get people. Leave now, or there'll be trouble." "Thank you, Granny. I'm not afraid of him." Others were fearless too, and came to bad ends, she said, and packed up to leave, not wanting to be caught up in it. I didn't begrudge her. That someone her age would warn a stranger at all was rare. With the armory's truths on hand, the white shirt man didn't worry me. A few minutes more, and an old man in a blue tunic suit and glasses crouched at my stall, studying the meat in silence, a sturdy middle-aged man in black training clothes beside him like a bodyguard. "How's the meat sold, young man?" the old man asked, well pleased with my clean work. 7 a caddy, 65 for 10. He frowned. No margin for an old man at that. 6 a caddy, and I'll take it all. I thought a moment. "All right, but cash for goods here. I won't go elsewhere to hand it over." "Of course," he laughed. "Wait while I send for the money." "No hurry. Goods when the money comes." I half worried he was the same sort as the sunglasses man, out to cheat me of the meat. But I gambled that he might be a big buyer with real appetite, someone I could sell future catches to. I waited about half an hour with no sign of him, sunk, thinking him another cheat like the sunglasses man. Then the blue tunic old man returned with his bodyguard, kindly. "Sorry to keep you. Here's 1,020 yuan, count it." I counted, it was right. "The 170 caddies are yours." "Ah Gui weigh it," the old man said. The bodyguard, Ah Gui, put the meat on the steelyard and after a moment reported respectfully, "Boss, exactly 170 caddies." "Bag it." Ah Gui sacked it and shouldered it behind the old man. "Young man, next time you take a boar or other game, come find me at Yunchi Courtyard. I live here," the old man smiled. "Same buying price." I declined politely. "Sir, I'm not used to taking goods to a buyer's home. Buy here if you'd like. Then we'll trade at the black market again." "I can have a whole boar tomorrow," I said. "Undressed, fur on, what price?" "Another boar so soon." "You're capable," he said, pleased. "Fur on, for a caddy, how's that?" Counting the skin, organs, and inedible parts, fur was fair, and it saved me the gutting and skinning. For it is, same rule, cash for goods. "Tomorrow, 7 a.m. at the market?" "I've something tomorrow morning. Early afternoon, 1 or 2? Tomorrow was the day Gotzi village got its relief grain, money and meat or not. What was mine I'd still collect. That time then. Selling that boar netted 1,099 yuan and made me the black market center of attention. Most there had never seen so much money. Even a whole family earning together couldn't. The envy and jealousy were plain. With the armory, I feared none of them. But lingering would only invite trouble. I rose to leave and felt someone tailing me. I ignored it. Went into the co-op, bought snacks a pregnant woman might like and candy and a toy for a child, and set off for Gotzi village. Half an hour on, I could still feel the group skulking behind. I couldn't lead them back to the village. That would put my wife and child in danger. I stopped and turned. How long will you skulk? No answer, as if I spoke to air. I warn you. Keep following, and I'll treat you as bandits. And with bandits, I've always been ruthless. I drew the small-bore rifle taken off Lu Zhiwu and fired several rounds into the air, each crack a warning. I slung the rifle and walked on a few minutes more. Sure the tail was gone, I went on toward Gotzi. The three young men who'd been following frowned, faces ugly. Where'd he pull a rifle from? One said, shaken. Good thing we held off. He hunts boar. Of course he's got a gun, said another. But his ears, he heard us tailing him. Keep following. Follow my foot. Want a bullet? Let's get back and tell Brother Zhijian. They hurried back to Shangyuan. Soon I came home, candy and a child's toy in one hand, a hare and a pheasant in the other. Su Wanxing sat in a chair, brows knit, face worried, as if something terrible were about to happen. Nian Yin crouched scrawling in the dirt with a stick. Wife, what's frightened you so? I came over. Tell me, maybe I can help. Seeing me, she startled up from the chair. I'm fine. Don't be so jumpy. What if you scare the baby? I smiled. These are snacks from the co-op. See if you like them. She looked at them, surprised, and asked before she could stop herself. These are dear. Where did you get so much money? Then, realizing she shouldn't question me, she shook her head. I didn't mean that. I mean there's no need to buy these for me. I sold a boar today, 1,099 yuan, I said brightly. A few snacks cost little. I took out 1,000 and put it in her hands. 1,000 here. I'll keep the rest for myself. You give me this much. You aren't afraid I'll take it and run? She choked, deeply warmed. 1,000 yuan in this year was enough to buy several wives, and I'd handed it over without reserve. Silly wife. If you were going to run, you'd have run already. Why wait until I turned good to run? I smiled. You and Onion eat some snacks to take the edge off. I'll deal with the hare, fried hare for lunch. I handed over the candy, biscuits, and the toy. Nian Yin took them, delighted. Thank you, Papa. The toy's so fun. I love Papa best. You haven't even played with it, and you know it's fun? I rubbed her head, fond. Next time play with it first, then tell me. Okay, she grinned. I carried the hare to the kitchen. Su Wanxing watched me go and asked low, won't you ask again what I was worried about? If you don't want to say it, I won't press. That would be disrespecting you. My father's coming in a couple of days to see how I'm doing, she said, tense. I'm afraid you, and he will fight. He's my father-in-law. Why would I fight him? Did something unpleasant happen between us? On our wedding day you came late, and of the 10 yuan we'd agreed on you only gave 8, she said softly. My father thought you looked down on our family, late and short on the money, and was furious and cursed you out. You were drunk and cursed back, and if no one had held you apart you'd have come to blows. Reminded, I remembered the rotten thing my old self had done and scratched my head, awkward. I did bring 10 yuan out that day, but a friend borrowed 2, so only 8 were left. It wasn't that I looked down on your family. So you can feel awkward? She laughed softly at the sight of me. I thought you'd be that temper your whole life. Then, on reflex, she shook her head. I didn't mean to mock you. Don't be angry. I opened my arms and held her, the faint clean scent of her against me. These years have been hard on you. I really have changed. I hope so, she murmured. Papa, Mama, Onion wants a hug too. Nian Yin tossed the toy aside and raised her arms. We lifted her between us, and she giggled. So fun, so fun. For that short, while every worry seemed to vanish. After the little roughhousing, I looked at her fine face, bright. When my father-in-law comes, I won't disappoint him. I'll show him his daughter married no wrong man. Her eyes reddened. She nodded. I believe you. I made 3 dishes of the hare, chili fried, red braised, and an awful soup of the heart and innards. Try whether it suits you. I put a piece of the fried hare in her bowl. Before she could taste it, Nian Yin solemnly took up her chopsticks and put a piece of the braised in her mother's bowl. Mama, eat. Then she put one in mine too. Papa, eat. You eat as well. Onion, Papa can serve himself. I watched Su Wanxing taste the hare and hesitate. Not to your taste. Her lips parted, then she shook her head. No, no. If it isn't good, say so. No need to force it down, or I'll cook it for you every day and you'll be miserable. She thought that over and said low, I think it's quite good, but next time let me cook, all right? I understood. She didn't think much of my hair. All right. Just be careful. Don't hurt yourself or the baby. I will, she said, happy, savoring the family moment. If her whole life could be like today, she'd be content. Just then Zheng Biao stormed in, saw the 3 meat dishes, and goggled. Zheng Fan, my wife took Xiaohei and went hunting with you today and twisted her ankle for it. You won't give her any meat, and here you are at home eating hare? Isn't that going too far? His eyes fell on the pheasant carcass on the floor. I don't ask much. I'll take this pheasant as her hard work fee for going with you. He reached for it. I caught his wrist, and however he strained, he couldn't break my grip. Your family eats meat every day. Give this pheasant to my wife to build her strength, can't you? He said, earnest. When her ankle heals, she can keep going hunting with you, and you'll catch more. No loss to you. This pheasant's for Sister Zhenghai. Don't touch it, I said cold. And even if I were giving meat to Sister Tsuhua, I'd hand it to her myself. What are you, coming to my house to grab things? My wife went with you. The pheasant should be hers. Sister Zhenghai never helped you, so giving it to her. Are you after her looks, looking to carry on with her? I slapped him across the face. Who I give a pheasant to is my own affair, not yours to teach me. Get out of my house now, or I'll fetch the brigade head. And if he won't deal with it, the constables. Let you learn what comes of breaking into a home to make trouble. He paled, legs weak. I just wanted a bit of meat. No need to make it so serious. Out, I snapped, or it won't stop at one slap. He swallowed hard. Don't be so fierce. I'm going, all right. Once he'd fled, I turned to the startled Su Wanqing. He didn't scare you? She smiled faintly. Seeing you tear into him like that. I was probably just so glad you mistook it for fright. I was young and foolish before. I smiled and took up the pheasant. I'll run this to Sister Zhenghai's and be right back. She reminded me. Husband, you really aren't sending Sister Tsuhua anything? She loathed Biao, but thought well of Tsuhua, pitying her for marrying a do-nothing. She took Xiaohei up the mountain with me. I won't shortchange her, I said over my shoulder. I've a piglet set aside for her. She wanted to ask where, but I was already gone. Biao went home seething, fists clenched, grinding his teeth. Zheng Fan thinks less of me by the day, dares throw me out. I'll fix him good, show him who's grandfather and who's grandson. Suehua rested on the bamboo chair, scornful. I told you, we caught nothing and nearly got him killed up there. What face do you have to go demand meat? A pause. If you want meat so badly, shoulder the rifle and go hunt yourself. Stop angling for Zheng Fan's handouts. A thought struck him. Wife, I've a way to get meat, but you'd have to do the talking. She caught his drift, fury blazing, and shouted, Are you a man at all? Sending your woman to do that? Have you no shame? Why don't you go die? He blinked, baffled. Just a bit of talking and we eat meat. No skin off you. Why so angry? She gritted her teeth, and but for the ankle would have given him a few ringing slaps. Shut your mouth. Say it again, and I won't be gentle. Wronged, he protested. Don't take your temper out on me. If Zheng Fan weren't set on handing the meat to you himself and refusing me, would I even need you to ask? She realized she'd misread it, cold. I went with him and caught nothing. I've no face to ask. You want it, go beg yourself. I begged and he wouldn't, he whined. My good wife, please ask him for me. Do it, and I won't touch a finger of yours for 3 years. If you never touch me till you die, I still won't do something that's shameless. Give it up. Just then my voice came from outside. Sister Tsuhua, are you in? She brightened, forgot the ankle, and tried to rise, wincing. Biao, go open the door. Ask what Zheng Fan wants. He's here for my wife, and I should open the door? I'll not only not open it, I'll curse him back home. He meant to vent over being thrown out. Didn't you say Zheng Fan would hand the meat to me himself? What if he's bringing meat? She said cold. Don't open it. And how does he give it to me? How do you eat? Eat in your dreams. That made sense to him. He hurried to open the door, to check for meat, and, failing that, to curse me out. He saw the piglet in my hand and reached for it, eyes shining. This boar's for Sister Tsuhua. Keep your dirty hands off, I said cold. I won't touch it. I won't, he said, drooling. I wanted Suehua. How's the ankle? 4 or 5 days before I can stand on it. Eyeing the piglet, she was embarrassed. You came. That's enough. Why bring a piglet to see me? Take it back. You twisted your ankle hunting with me and nearly came to worse with those thugs. I couldn't visit empty-handed. I smiled. Besides, we had an agreement. I share my catch with you. This piglet's your share. She didn't believe it and shook her head. This is 20 caddies at least, worth real money at the black market. I gave you no help, only trouble. How could I take it? Wife, what nonsense. If Zheng Fan's giving it to you, he must have caught plenty more, or he'd never give a whole piglet. Biao cut in, anxious. Zheng Fan, hand it to me. I'll clean it for her. Cold. This is for Sister Tsuawa. She eats it and lets you eat, then you eat. Understood. He looked pitifully at her. Wife, what are you waiting for? Take it. Don't waste Zheng Fan's kindness. She felt she'd been no help and was uneasy, but she did want the meat. After a moment, she offered. Next time, once my ankle's healed, I'll take Xiaohei up with you again and you needn't share that time. How's that? All right, I said, and handed it over. I knew she'd let Biao share it in the end, but that was her business. My conscience was clear once I'd given her what I'd promised. Have tea before you go? She offered. I've things to finish, then home to my wife and child. As I waved goodbye, Biao was already pawing the piglet. Smells so good. The meat must be tender. Suehua looked at her useless man, then thought of me, able to hunt, and now doting on wife and child. And her eyes on Biao filled with disgust. Be a decent person. Stop scheming to get something for nothing. He grinned. I've a hard-working wife. What do I need to try for? I left and, in an empty corner, bagged the pheasant with boar organs and blood and headed for Sister Zhenghai's at the village's end. And there, mud all over him, was Lu Yong, popped up from somewhere. Brother Fan, I found a fun place with lots of good things. Wanna come? I looked at his mud-soaked clothes. Did you come out alone? Where are your pa and uncle? That morning Chi Chiang had said something had come up at home, and he couldn't take Lu Yong hunting. And here the boy was wandering the lanes at midday. I had to get the story straight, in case of accidents. Pa's playing games with uncle at home. No time for me. So I came out to play, he grinned. Brother Fan, come to a fun place with lots of good stuff. I've no interest in that, I said firmly. And don't wander off. If you get lost, your pa and uncle will worry. I'm not a fool. If I got lost, I'd just go back the way I came. Rueful, I said, come to Sister Zhenghai's with me. I'll hand off these things and we'll go home together. He shook his head wildly. I don't want to go home. It smells funny. I want to play outside, hunt, catch turtles. Someday when we're both free, I'll take you hunting and turtle catching. I soothed. For now, come with me to Sister Zhenghai's. Hearing that, he danced for joy. Thank you, Brother Fan. I knew you're best to me. Sister Zhenghai sat by her window, embroidering an insole. Seeing us, she wondered, Zheng Fan, Lu Yong, what is it? I hunted today and sold the catch in Shangyuan. These were left over. No one wanted them, and it'd be a waste to toss them. See if you can use them. I set the pheasant and the bag of blood and organs before her. She couldn't believe a whole pheasant and a big bag of offal were unsellable. Her late husband had been a hunter, so she knew the pheasant was worth 20 yuan at least, and in a famine year it would sell at the black market in no time. She rose quickly. Tomorrow's the relief grain day, and what you brought last night is enough for us. Take these back, or your wife will fault you for always giving food to outsiders. My wife and I talked it over. The 2 children are growing. Go hungry often and they won't grow well and will fall ill easily, I said earnestly. You wouldn't want them sickly for want of food, would you? Thinking of her daughter's future, she said gratefully, someday I'll repay you. I cut in. We're one village. Help where we can, so we get through the famine together. She lowered her head, ashamed. You're so capable. What can I help with? It's all you helping me. You helped my wife so much before, she's told me, I said brightly. What I do now is the kindness you sowed then coming back. A pause. I have to get Lu Yong home before his pa and uncle worry. I'll go. She saw us to the door, thinking, Zheng Fan keeps bringing food these 2 days. Could he want me? Then she shook her head. How can I think so meanly of him? He only wants to help us through. My thoughts are too base. I'd hurried off not because she was unpleasant to look at, but the opposite. Pretty, well-figured, with the air of a mature woman. Two grown men staying long at a widow's house would draw gossip and stain her name, so the right thing was to leave fast and get Lu Yong home. At his house, I found Chi-chiang rubbing an herb paste into the bareback Chi-xing's waist as he sat on a bamboo chair. The paste stinging like 1,000 ants, Chi-xing wincing. "Brother, my waist's really fine. A few days rest at home, and I'm good. Stop daubing this stuff on, it hurts." The old doctor said this is the only remedy. 6 times a day, or your waist's ruined, and a wife will do you no good, Chi-chiang said sternly. "Don't worry about the forestry station work. I've told the brigade head you'll rest 2 weeks. You won't be let go." "Pa, uncle, I'm back." Lu Yong grinned at the paste rubbing. "Looks fun. Can I do uncle's?" Chi-chiang, seeing him mud-covered, was vexed. "I told you to stay home, and you ran off playing in mud. You didn't take a word of it to heart." I went out and found lots of good things," Lu Yong said, head down. "I wanted Brother Fan to come, but he wouldn't and sent me home, or I'd have made lots of money. Brother Fan was right to send you back. Get lost like that, and a beast could eat you." Then, awkward, he explained to me. "I was doing Chi-xing's herbs and didn't know when Lu Yong slipped out. Lucky he met you, or with his wits he'd surely be lost." Chi-xing, back-daubed, said, "Zheng Fan, you've helped us plenty these days. Tomorrow's the relief grain. If you don't mind, take our family's share as our thanks." In a famine year, with people starving daily, only the closest kin would give up relief grain. That he'd offer it to me showed how grateful he was. "Second brother, I'll give Zheng Fan mine." "Keep yours, don't argue," Chi-chiang said. "Don't argue with me. One mouth fed and the whole family's fed, not like you with a son to raise," Chi-xing said, firm. "Uncle Chi-chiang, Uncle Chi-xing, don't argue. I really don't need your relief grain," I said lightly. "My family's not short of food. Keep it, and help me another day if I ever need it." They thought of how I hunted and ate meat daily. The grain would be little help, and said in one voice, "Whenever you need us, say so, and we won't refuse." I nodded and made to leave when Lu Yong shrieked, "It hurts. Pa, something good bit my backside." He grabbed at it, trying to wrench off a little soft-shelled turtle that had clamped on. The harder he pulled, the tighter it bit, and he bawled. Seeing it, I remembered his place with lots of good things and brightened. "Lu Yong, where did you find the good things? How many were there?" Wild soft-shelled turtle ran about a yuan a caddy those days. Enough of them, gathered up, was real money, and if few, a tonic for my pregnant wife. I took out my matchbox, struck one, and brought the flame to the little turtle's tail. It tensed and let go, head retracting. Lu Yong rubbed his bleeding backside, bawling, "This thing's no fun. I never want to catch turtles again." He raised a foot to stamp it dead. Chi-chiang stopped him and covered it in an iron basin. "This is a good thing, a waste to stamp it." "Pa, it bit my backside bloody. Why stop me from stamping the bad thing?" Chi-chiang explained patiently. "This one's about 2 caddies. At a yuan a caddy, that's 2 yuan. Enough for lots of candy at the co-op. Stamp it dead, and there's no candy." "At candy?" Lu Yong grinned, drooling. "I want candy. Pa, buy me candy." Chi-chiang patted his head. "Tell Zheng Fan where you caught the turtle. Go catch them together and sell them in Shangyuan, and you'll have money for lots of candy." "Zheng Fan, how's that for a plan?" Lu Yong found the turtles. "If you're willing to let him take me along, what reason would I have to refuse?" I said, "And thank you for sharing such a fine spot." I'd been a bit eager. Lu Yong had found it, and though he'd tell me, his pa and uncle might not. Most people guard their own interest, and one more person knowing means a smaller share. Luckily, Chi-chiang was open-handed and offered it himself. He laughed. "You've brought Lu Yong back more than once and gave us half a porcupine for nothing. A chance to repay you? I'll take it." A pause. "When you go catch turtles with Lu Yong, look after him. If the place is too dangerous, don't let him go." I nodded. "If it's dangerous, I'll bring him straight back to you." Chi-chiang looked at the silent Lu Yong. "Pa told you to tell Zheng Fan where you caught them. Why don't you speak?" "Pa, I'm thinking hard what that place is called," Lu Yong said earnestly. "Thought a long time and still don't know. Is it far?" "I don't know if it counts as far. I can take Brother Fan there and let him answer." "Take Zheng Fan along. Mind your safety. Don't risk yourself for some gain," Chi-chiang warned again. "Don't worry, Uncle. I won't take risks. I said. And so Lu Yong and I set out to catch turtles, him crowing. Catch turtles, trade for candy. Chi Chiang fretted. Tell no one but Zheng Fan where it is, understand? Don't worry, Pa. I'm not that silly. I know what to say and what not. He watched us go inside. I hope being around Zheng Fan lets me worry less, or I'll never have time to myself. Qixing smiled from the chair. Zheng Fan looks solid and reliable. Lu Yong with him. He'll keep the boy safe. Lu Yong led me out of Gotzi and, after much winding for 20-odd minutes, stopped at a dried-up lake bed of tins of moo. Brother Fan, this is where I caught the turtle. I looked at the cracked, muddy basin, nothing alive but sticky mud, and asked again, You're sure you caught it here? Brother Fan, I'd cheat anyone but you. Jump in and see. He jumped in, sinking to the thigh in the thick mud. I frowned. Lu Yong, don't fool around, get out. I'd promised Qiqiang nothing would happen to him. He waved happily. It's not dangerous, Brother Fan. Jump in and catch some with me. Worried he'd get into trouble, I jumped down to pull him up, the thick mud swallowing me to the thigh, and felt something moving under my foot. Brother Fan, I got one look. He held up a muddy turtle, bigger than the one that bit him. Careful it doesn't bite you. Drop it in the basket, I said. Already shy of being bitten, he threw it into the basket we'd brought. Stay where I can see you, I told him, and reached for what was under my foot. It was big and strong. I wrestled it a while and finally hauled a great soft-shelled turtle with a thick fleshy skirt out of the mud. Brother Fan, that one's huge. How old is it? Lu Yong marveled. I laughed. By my reckoning, about 15 caddies. Wild. To reach that takes at least 10 years. 10 years and it's that big? Catch a 1,000-year one and it'd be endless, he said. Used to him, I tossed the big turtle in the basket and kept reaching into the mud. To me, this dried lake was a gold mine. We dug a long while, until the sky darkened. Time's about up. We should head back, I told him. Lost in the joy of mud and turtles, he begged to play longer. It's dark. Any later, and your pa and uncle will worry we've met danger. It's not full dark yet. Let me catch a few more little turtles. I pointed at his basket. It's already full. Where would you even put more? He grinned. My trousers have pockets either side. 2 more turtles, more candy. Forgot the one that bit your backside bloody? Want to repeat? He went fearful. I don't want a turtle biting me again. Brother Fan, let's go home. Leaving, I covered the basket with withered grass so no one would see the turtles. In a famine year, with people starving daily, anyone glimpsing this many turtles might think of taking them. Best no one knew. We got safely back to Gotzi, and I delivered him home. Qiqiang, seeing the full basket, was thrilled. Good son, so many turtles, real money. There's lots more there. I wanted to keep catching, but Brother Fan said it was dark and we should go. Lu Yong said, disappointed. Dark outside is dangerous. Going home early was right. Qiqiang said, smiling at me. Zheng Fan, when you sell the turtles in town, could you take Lu Yong along? I'll head to Shangyuan to sell them tomorrow at 1. I'll send Lu Yong to your place a little after 12. I'll trust him to your care. Don't mention it, Uncle. Without Lu Yong, I'd never have caught so many or come into this windfall. He laughed. Then I won't stand on ceremony, and neither should you. Eat at my place tonight. I promise you'll be full of fire and fight after. I knew at once he meant to cook turtle for me, and shook my head. Uncle Qiqiang, my wife's pregnant. I don't need a boost of fight right now, another time. Who says you only need it for that? He corrected. A man should always keep his body in top form for sudden battle. Uncle, it's late. I have to get home to my wife, or she'll think I've come to harm hunting, I said, not wanting to stay. Eat that, and what would I do at night? I couldn't ask a wife not even 3 months along to handle it for me. He watched me go, chuckling. Since when is the boy so afraid of his wife? Pa, since Brother Fan doesn't want to be full of fire and fight, can I try the feeling? Lu Yong asked, not knowing what the words meant, only that they sounded impressive. You're still a child when you marry a wife someday. Qiqiang refused flatly, or who knew what the boy might get up to at night. I'm not a child, I'm a grown-up, Lu Yong said, rolling on the floor. I don't care, I want to try the full of fire feeling. Qixing laughed. Brother, let him try. It's all men in the house, nothing can come of it. If anything comes of it tonight, don't blame me for a heavy hand with the herbs tomorrow, Qiqiang warned. Qixing paled. Don't. Never mind. Then, when Lu Yong marries someday. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing sat in the kitchen looking at the 3 steaming hair dishes and the fully dark sky outside, anxious, telling herself, Zheng Fan went to bring Sister Tsawa a pheasant. Why so long? Has he taken up with Biao again and decided not to come home tonight? What am I even hoping for? He turns good a while then suddenly turns bad. Why put any trust in such a man? Mama, why are you frowning? Something upsetting? Nian Yin asked, playing with the new toy. Su Wanqing shook her head, smiling. It's so dark and Papa isn't home. Mama's a little worried. Then let's go find Papa outside, Nian Yin said, taking her hand. It's too dark out now, dangerous. She wanted to go but wouldn't risk taking Nian Yin, nor leave her alone. The thought of a thief or thug coming frightened her. Then a rank, muddy smell drifted in, and she looked up to see a mud-covered figure with a big basket coming toward her. Wary, she steadied herself. What brings you to my house this late? Knowing that to show fear only emboldens such a man. Nian Yin planted herself in front of her, fierce in her little way. My papa's very strong. Get out, or my papa won't be gentle with you. The muddy man laughed at their voices. Don't be afraid, it's me. Relieved, Su Wanqing came to me. What happened? Why are you covered in mud? I got muddy catching these treasures, I grinned. With them, our family's got another big some coming in. She thought hard and couldn't imagine what treasure would leave me so muddy. What treasure leaves you covered in mud? I lifted the grass off the basket, bearing it full of soft-shelled turtles of every size, lively, scrambling to climb out. Where did you catch so many? Su Wanqing was astonished. With drought everywhere, creatures like these can't live without water, and where nearby was there enough to keep so many alive? Lu Yong and I caught them in a dried-up lake on White Tiger Mountain. I didn't expect them either. The lake's bone dry, but they'd survived buried in the mud, and there were a great many. A pause. Your father comes the day after tomorrow. I'll serve turtle, pheasant, and hare, so he sees how well our family lives now. All these turtles, eaten. Can your body take it? She asked, startled. 2 or 3's enough for me. I grinned. The rest I'll sell to others who need building up. You're the head of the house. Handle them as you like, she said, flushing. I've the baby in me now. If you eat that many turtles, will it? I knew her meaning, afraid the tonic would have me insisting on that and harming the baby. I laughed. The baby's nearly 3 months along in a few days. I can hold off. Redder still. Onion's right here. Don't say such things in front of her. Nian Yin, teasing the turtles, heard her name. Papa, Mama, what's going to affect me? She reached for a turtle. I stopped her and changed the subject. Don't grab them. They'll bite your finger off. Okay, she said, though she still itched too. I stopped her several times to no avail and told Su Wanqing. You and Onion eat first. I'll hide the turtles, in case a thief comes in the night and makes off with them. That'd be a real loss. I'm not hungry. I'll eat with you when you're done. Sensing she feared me less now, I smiled. I'm covered in mud. I'll hide them, then bathe before I can eat. Don't wait. We've waited this long. A bit more won't matter. Go do what you need. I took the basket out, and once sure no one was near, put the whole basket into the armory. So many turtles stolen would be a huge loss. That done, I filled the wooden basin outside and rinsed off the mud, and only after washing realized I'd brought no change of clothes. As I planned to slip in for them, Su Wanqing came up, blushing, a stack of clean clothes in her hands. I figured you didn't bring any. Good thing I brought them. I kissed her flushed cheek. Thank you, wife. It's good having you. Hurry and change, she said, and turned away quickly. Married and a child between us, and still so shy. I went in humming to eat. Papa, taste it. Mama's hair is much better than yours, Nian Yin said, putting a piece of chili fried hare in my bowl. One bite, and I saw my cooking really fell well short of hers. No wonder she'd barely touched her chopsticks before. What's wrong? She asked at my silence. I said, your cooking's far better than mine. Let it be you from now on. But one thing first. Take care of yourself. Don't hurt yourself or the baby, or I'll be angry. All right, she nodded, but wondered, is he this good only because of the baby? If it's a girl, will he change back? And her face went anxious. What's worrying you? I asked. She wouldn't say, and made an excuse. My father comes the day after tomorrow. His temper's quick, and you haven't shown your worth yet, so I fear he'll come to blows with you. If my father-in-law wants to hit me, I won't run, I said lightly. You explain it to him, and it'll be fine. Good idea. I'll do that, she smiled. Let's eat. We rise early tomorrow for the relief grain. I'll sleep after I eat. I'll trouble you to put onion down. A day's work had me dead tired. Next morning I slept on, never noticing the sun was high. A young woman's call came from outside. Zheng Fan, are you home? Bleary, I rubbed my eyes. Who's calling? What is it? It's Sister Zheng Hai. Don't sleep. Get up and go to the village mouth. Your wife and daughter are being bullied by Zheng Mingda. Sleep vanished. I bolted out. What happened? How does Zheng Mingda dare bully my wife and daughter? I had his letter of repentance. One trip to the police post, and he was finished. I couldn't fathom what had gotten into him. Heading there, she explained, Zheng Mingda's always wanted your wife. Anyone in Gotzi with eyes can see it. Today's the relief grain day. Your wife took onion to collect it, and he started making things hard for her, saying she's not entitled to it, and a lot of ugly things besides. Who is he to say she can't? My eyes burned. I'll give him a lesson he won't forget today. She fretted I'd kill him. Zheng Fan, we can't throw our lives away over scum like that. It's not worth it. I won't do anything foolish, just a memorable lesson, so he stops being a fool daily, I said. Throwing my life away on that idiot would be the waste. That eased her. Today was relief grain day. A great heap of grain sat at the village mouth, with 4 militiamen, rifles in hand, grave, keeping order against any unrest. Before the heap sat 3 old tables, one for brigade head Jing Qijiao, one for grain station chief Ma Tianpei, one Zheng Mingda had taken. Villagers signed at Qijiao's table, then collected 10 caddies of rice, 10 of cornmeal, and 20 of sweet potato at Mingda's, and left content. Su Wanqing had stood there a dozen minutes, and however she argued they wouldn't give her any. Flushed, keeping her tone even, she pressed her case. You say I can't collect because Zheng Fan and I have no marriage certificate. Then why can other villagers without one collect? Do you think my family's easy to push around? Aren't you afraid I'll report you to the township government for abusing your authority? The square-faced Ma Tianpei, 40-ish, startled at township government, plainly scared, and made to give her the grain, when Mingda pressed a hand to his thigh to steady him and laughed. How do you know the other villagers have no certificate? Did they tell you? Then loudly, I'll say it here and now. Unless you fling your and Zheng Fan's marriage certificate in my face, no relief grain for you. Unhappy? Want to report us to the township? We're not afraid. We go by the rules. Ma Tianpei chimed in. Mingda's right. No certificate, no grain, or everyone fakes it like you to pad their household, and we'd be giving out extra shares all round. Supplies are scarce. Let people like you take it, and how do the truly needy manage? Don't be so selfish. The whole village knows Zheng Fan and I are married. I bore him a daughter. How is that faking? She said, her voice rising rather than cowed. No certificate, and you bedded Zheng Fan and bore him a girl. In the old days that was a drowning offense, Mingda sneered. You've the nerve to say it aloud. Have you no shame? Seeing her eyes redden, he laughed coldly. Today I recognize only a certificate. No certificate, step aside, stop holding up the others. The villagers, seeing her hold up the line, shouted, Can't collect, then leave, stop blocking us. My family needs that grain to live, move. Pleased at the villagers turning on her, Mingda limped over and lowered his voice. Sleep with me once, and I'll put in a word with Chief Ma. Get your family 2 shares, otherwise no grain today. In your dreams, she said, furious, refusing his vile demand cold. You can go hungry, but what about your child starving? Plenty of people are starving out there, he threatened. I have a husband. He won't let me go hungry. That won't work on me, she said. Let's see how long that backbone lasts. He snorted and limped back to his seat. Just then Lu Qiqiang arrived with Lu Yong to queue, heard the quarrel, and his brows knotted, eyes blazing. Who in Gotzi has a marriage certificate? Even the brigade head doesn't. By what right do you deny Sister Wanqing her grain? Lu Yong added simply. Bullying Sister Wanqing like this will bring retribution. Watch the thunder god strike you down on a rainy day. Mingda's face soured. Uncle Qiqiang, this is between us and Su Wanqing. Don't meddle. It does you no good. I can't stand your throwing your weight around. Give Su Wanqing her grain today, Or none of you collects any, Qiqiang boomed. Lu Yong echoed. Give Sister Wanqing her share, quick. Knowing Qiqiang fierce and strong, Mingdao warned. We go by the rules. Make trouble, and you'll never collect again. Don't threaten me with that. I only know you're bullying the weak. Give Su Wanqing her share, or I smash this place. Nian Nian, frightened by the shouting, trembled. Su Wanqing crouched and held her. Don't be afraid. Onion, Mama's here. No one will hurt you. Mama, I want to go home and get Papa. Once he's here, they won't dare bully you. Papa was too tired and is still asleep. When he wakes, he'll come protect us. Listening, Mingda burned with jealousy, forgetting he'd just made his own shameless demand. Then a ringing young voice came from afar. Who dares bully my wife and daughter? Tired of living? Nian Nian lit up. Mama, Papa's here. The bad people are going to get it. Safety flooded Su Wanqing as she saw me running up at full speed, every grievance dissolving, a happy curve at her mouth. So this is what safety feels like. Zheng Fan, slow down, wait for me. Sister Zhenghai had run with me, but couldn't keep pace. My wife and child are my one tender spot. I have to reach them fastest and not let them be bullied, I said. Heaving, she said, never saw you so devoted to wife and child before. I was young and foolish then. Now I understand they're my most precious wealth. She watched me near the village mouth. The boy really is different, more man. Nian Nian saw me reach them and threw up her arms. Papa, my good Papa, you're finally here. Mama and I suffered so much. I lifted her and, catching my breath, asked gently, how did they bully Mama? Tell me. She told it, Mingda deliberately making things hard, the shaming about no certificate and the drowning slur. I looked at Su Wanqing. Onion's got it right. That's what he said, she confirmed. Then, seeing my face change, urged, Husband, let's not be rash. Just get our share of the grain and be done. She feared I'd beat Mingda and bring big trouble, not knowing he'd taken more than one beating from me already. I know what I'm doing, don't worry. I set Nian Nian in her arms and strode to Mingda. He swallowed hard at my approach. Zheng Fan, I go by the rules. Don't do anything rash. How many in this village have a certificate? I seized his hair. Do your mother and father have one? Using this to make trouble for my wife and deny my family grain. What's your game? Zheng Fan, let go, you'll pull my hair out. I tightened my grip. Answer, do your parents have a certificate? Of course they do. I go by the rules. Bring it out and show me. Now, who carries their marriage certificate on them? He cried, tears starting from the pain. Pa, Chief Ma, help me, he's tearing my hair out. Qi Jiao recovered. Zheng Fan, we're distributing grain by the rules today, and you beating the man who's handing it out is a crime. You can be shot for it, you know. Mingda denying my wife her grain. Isn't that a crime? I tore a patch of hair and scalp loose. He shrieked, white-faced. Ah, my hair, my hair. Zheng Fan, how dare you? Qi Jiao's old face froze. My wife and daughter are my one tender spot. Anyone who bullies or shames them wants my life, I said loudly, for all the villagers to hear. Anyone who makes light of my wife and daughter ends up like this. Not satisfied, I rained blows on Mingda. Su Wanqing, fearing huge trouble, urged, Husband, he's scum. Don't send yourself to prison over scum. You beat my son like this and still think you'll walk free? Qi Jiao said darkly, loudly. Zheng Fan deliberately disrupted order, assaulted a man, kept the grain from being given out. Gravely harmful. Shoot him on the spot. At that, the 4 militiamen leveled their rifles at me. Qiqiang's veins stood out. You dare fire on Zheng Fan, and I'll fight you to the death today. Lu Qiqiang, 1 man against us. With what? The militia captain, Zheng Hao, said coldly. Don't want to die, don't obstruct our duty, get aside. As Qiqiang moved to take on the 4, I held Mingda by the throat in front of me. Uncle Qiqiang, don't be rash, I can handle this. You beat Mingda like that, and they're about to shoot you, and you tell me not to be rash? He said, and stepped closer, slapping his own chest hard. If you've the nerve, shoot me in the chest. If not, lower your rifles. I frowned, ready to use the armory if it came to it, and saw, to my surprise, that fierce as Zheng Hao and the others looked, they didn't dare fire on Qiqiang. Strange, by their tempers they should have. Did Qiqiang have something that cowed Zheng Hao? Lu Qiqiang. Zheng Fan makes a scene. You join in. You make this hard for me. Qi Jiao said gravely. Do you still want relief grain or not? Having no other way to cow Qiqiang. I want the grain, and I'm helping Zheng Fan too. Qi Jiao seethed but, mindful of whatever Qiqiang's old standing was, didn't dare act. So many villagers watched in silence. Qi Jiao knew they were tallying it all up, and that if he botched this, his authority in the village would take a heavy blow. As he agonized over how to save face, Lu Yong's simple voice piped up. Pa, look, a constable's coming on a bicycle. All looked up. A young man in a constable's uniform wobbled toward them on the muddy lane. Qi Jiao's eyes lit with hope. Heaven helps me. Hand this to the constable. Perfect. Mingda too was thrilled, expecting the constable to haul me away. With me jailed or shot, taking Su Wanqing would be easy. Ma Tianpei recognized the constable and hurried forward to greet him. Chao Bufan, a long black cloth bag on his back, wobbled into Gotzi over the rocky lane, and near the village mouth heard the fierce quarrel and cries of pain. He frowned. Relief grain day, and he feared a brawl over the grain. He parked the bicycle and made to ask what was happening, when Ma Tianpei hurried up, fawning. Captain Chao, where are you headed on duty? If it's convenient, stay for tea after the grain's given out. I'm here on official business. No tea, Chao said, disliking the toady. What's happening? Why's the distribution out of control? We were giving out grain properly when someone broke the rules and made trouble and beat the brigade head's son, who was helping distribute, Ma said, pointing at me. Look how vicious. Tore the scalp right off the brigade head's son. Blood everywhere. Terrible. Qi Jiao said mournfully. Zheng Fan's too arrogant. My son kindly helped hand out grain and got beaten like this. Captain Chao must punish this brute. Mingda, clutching his bloody head, pained. Captain Chao, do me justice. My scalp's torn off. No telling when it heals, it'll affect my wedding. The militia captain Zheng Hao, reading the deference everyone showed Chao, saw the man had backing and seized his chance. Captain Chao, no need to trouble yourself with this villain. I'll have my men take him to the post for you to question. Qiqiang, fearing Chao would believe the three, broke in. Captain Chao, don't believe them. It isn't as they say. Chao raised a hand for quiet and looked to me. Comrade Zheng Fan, what do you say to all this? Level, I explained. My wife came to collect relief grain today. Zheng Mingda, who isn't even grain station staff, was handing it out and deliberately made things hard for her, saying we have no marriage certificate, so she can't collect. He also said that without a certificate, she bedded me and bore a child, and that in the old days that was a drowning offense. I just ask, which married couple in this village has a certificate? Even our brigade head, Comrade Zheng Qijiao, has none. Captain Chao, don't take his one-sided word. We go by the rules. Why would we deliberately make trouble? Qijiao said. If you doubt it, ask the villagers who's talking nonsense. The villagers, not daring to cross the brigade head if they ever wanted grain again, spoke up. It's Zheng Fan making trouble. Mingda didn't make things hard for his wife. He won't collect his own grain and blocks ours. Is he trying to starve us? My old folks are waiting on this grain to live. Sister Zhenghai, rested now, pushed into the crowd. Zheng Fan isn't that kind of man. They're talking nonsense, slandering him. Qi Jiao snapped. Sister Zhenghai, mind your words. You know what loose talk costs? I'm not talking loosely. You're the ones making trouble for Zheng Fan and his wife. Sister Zhenghai, don't bother arguing with curs. It lowers you, I said lightly. Captain Chao, words here are pointless. When you've finished your business, take us all to the post and question us, and whose line will be clear. Qi Jiao, Mingda, Ma, and Zheng Hao were furious at being called curs, but Chao said gravely, enough quarreling. I'll question you all at the post after my business, and the answer will be plain. They swallowed their curses, not daring to obstruct him. Qi Jiao, fawning, asked, Captain Chao, what business brings you? Anything I can help with, just say. Chao opened the long black bag and drew out a red commendation banner. The four stared, baffled. Who in Gotzi had done what to earn a banner from the Shangyuan post? Sister Zhenghai and Qiqiang watched, curious who it was for. Feeling all eyes on him, Chao cleared his throat. Comrades, a few days ago, in the Shangyuan outskirts, Comrade Zheng Fan single-handedly captured a gang of habitual robbers, earning a second-class merit. Our post awards him this banner and 50 yuan in cash. He put the banner in my hands and produced a red cloth wrapping 50 yuan. Qi Jiao, Mingda, Zheng Hao, and Ma were dumbstruck. When had Zheng Fan become so capable, taking a robber gang in one trip to Shangyuan, earning a second-class merit? Qiqiang and sister Zhenghai were amazed too. Su Wanqing had known of it, but hearing Chao announce it and seeing the crowd's shock, she smiled, proud beyond words. Captain Chao, isn't there some mistake? Mingda said, clutching his head. However good Zheng Fan is, one man can't take a robber gang. Zheng Hao boomed. There's surely a mistake. Even I couldn't, let alone a scrawny thing like him. Ma asked, baffled. Captain Chao, what's this about? Can you explain? Comrade Zheng Fan single-handedly captured a habitual robber gang and earned a second-class merit. Wasn't I clear enough? Their faces froze, and then Chao drew out a second red banner. All eyes fixed on him again, none believing Zheng Fan could earn 2 second-class merits. Qi Jiao, smiling. Captain Chao, who's this banner for? Everyone strained to hear. Qiqiang laughed. This one's not for Zheng Fan too, is it? Sister Zhenghai nodded. He's always doing good, who else? Zheng Biao, lurking in the crowd, sneered. What do you take Zheng Fan for? Banners so easy to come by. Dream on. Facing the crowd's puzzlement, Chao held the banner high and announced, 2 days ago Comrade Zheng Fan broke up a multi-area robber gang and earned a second-class merit. This banner and 50 yuan cash are his. He put the second banner and another 50 yuan wrapping into my hands. I turned and handed them gently to Su Wanqing. Wife, my honor is yours. You keep these 2 banners and the cash. She understood I said it for certain ears and took them, warmed. Nian Nian, not knowing what a banner meant, only grinned. I knew Papa's the strongest in the world. Su Wanqing rubbed her head. Her impression of me changed at the root. Now the banners are settled. Let's discuss the bullying of my wife and the refusing of her grain. I looked coldly at Qi Jiao, Mingda, Ma, and Zheng Hao. Seeing my 2 merits, Qiqiang laughed, unworried for me now. Zheng Fan's right, settle it now. Mingda, learning I was a 2-time merit holder, looked worse than if he'd eaten dirt and tugged his father's sleeve. Qi Jiao read the situation, mind racing. Ma forced a laugh. Zheng Fan, I knew all along you'd earned 2 merits. That was all a joke just now, to see whether you'd blurt it out, and it proves your mouth's tight. He pulled 20 caddies of rice, 20 of cornmeal, and 40 of sweet potato from the heap. By the rules, a family of 3 gets a double share. I'd set this aside for you. Zheng Hao, marveling at Ma's brazen lying, chimed in. Chief Ma's right. We were all joking. Chief Ma had this ready early. Qi Jiao, finding no better way, joined the lie. Blame us for acting too convincingly. So Zheng Fan and Sister Wanqing thought we really meant to make trouble. Don't believe it? Asked the villagers whether we were joking. The villagers, not daring to cross the brigade head, nodded. The brigade head was just play acting. No real targeting. A pure misunderstanding. Brigade head, Chief Ma, Captain Zheng. Watch your words next time. Don't act so real. It's too easy to misread. Listening to them lie with open eyes, Su Wanqing felt sick and mocked. You all act so convincingly. If my husband weren't capable, I'd truly have thought the militia captain was about to shoot me dead. She was grateful beyond words that I was strong enough to earn 2 merits in 2 or 3 days, or today's spot would have been truly dangerous. Sister Zhenghai and Qiqiang looked at the 4 with deep contempt. Next time tell me before you act. You had me scared to death thinking you'd really go after Zheng Fan. So real my heart nearly stopped, Sister Zhenghai said, pretending. The 4 burned at the mockery but dared show nothing, only nodding and smiling like 4 simpletons. Brother Zheng Fan, how do you mean to handle this? Chao asked, having seen the 4 go guilty and shy of the post once they knew of my merits. I looked cold at Mingda. Why make trouble for my wife? Without the reason, this won't end easily. Head down, he trembled. I've been getting lessons from you lately. I couldn't swallow it. So I wanted to get back at you. I'll never do it again. Chief Ma, my wife and I never wronged you. Why join Mingda in bullying her? I said cold. No games, confess. Ma had met plenty of big shots and shouldn't have been cowed. Yet facing my words he felt a chill, as if a tiger eyed him, ready to swallow him whole if he wasn't honest. He swallowed hard. Mingda asked me a favor. I thought it small and agreed. I promise never again. Zheng Hao, before I asked, said low. I'm the village militia captain. Following the brigade head's orders is normal. I didn't bully your wife. Qi Jiao pleaded, abject. I'll discipline Mingda strictly. Spare him this once. I swear it won't happen again. When I didn't answer, he dropped to his knees without hesitation. Zheng Fan, Uncle Qi Jiao has never knelt to anyone in his life. For the sake of an old man's years, spare Mingda once. With Mingda's wedding to his well-connected fiancée near and his future riding on it, Qi Jiao would kneel before the whole village to keep the chance. A man's patience has limits. You wrong me again and think a kneel and an apology earns my pardon. That takes me too lightly, I said flat. Even a child who errs knows to bring something to apologize with. Have you not even that much sense? I came to Mingda and clapped his shoulder hard. If this isn't settled to my satisfaction, I've no choice but to hand in the letter you wrote. Understood, Mingda said, white and shaking. Pa, bring out the best thing in our house to apologize to Zheng Fan. He knew that without satisfactory compensation, I'd take his letter of repentance to the post. Prison, no wedding, his life ruined. Qi Jiao saw at once that I held something over the boy and said gravely, where would my family have anything good? No good thing to compensate, and I'll have to pursue this to the end, I said with a cold laugh. Don't blame me, Uncle Qi Jiao. I'm just that petty. Qi Jiao's face was clouded with worry. Brigade head he might be, but his house held nothing fine, and with no good thing to compensate me, his precious son's future was ruined. Mingda, seeing him stuck, prompted, Pa, don't we have a tiger skin? Give Zheng Fan the tiger skin as the apology gift. Qi Jiao's brows nodded. His own father had taken that skin on White Tiger Mountain at the near cost of his life, and it ran about 500 yuan on the market now. Not much to me, but a fortune to most. He glared at Mingda for blurting out that they had it. Seeing my obvious interest, he hurried. Zheng Fan, anything but the tiger's skin. I laughed. Sorry, Uncle Qi Jiao. Apart from the skin, nothing in your house interests me. He fell silent, weighing son's future against a costly skin, and looked to Chao Bufan, hoping he'd put in a word to save it. Chao turned his head away and ignored him. After a moment, Qi Jiao gritted. Since my nephew Zheng Fan likes the skin, I'll fetch it. Generous, Uncle Qi Jiao. Tigers weren't protected then, but pests that endangered people. Killing one even won the title of tiger-slaying hero. I wasn't worried owning the skin, worth around 500, cashable anytime. While Qi Jiao went home for it, I smiled at Ma Tianpei and Zheng Hao. And what will you two bring to apologize? Zheng Hao pointed at himself, surprised. I acted on the brigade head's order. I have to bring a gift too? Surely there's a mistake. The brigade head told you to shoot me dead, and you and your militiamen leveled rifles to do it. I laughed. But for my quickness and Uncle Qiqiang stepping in, I'd be dead under your gun. With the armory to guard me. Only a headshot could have done it, but I said this to wring something from him. That's not my fault. Could I defy the brigade head's order? He said, apologetic. And the skin's worth plenty. I really needn't bring anything. Don't bring something and I'll have to pursue you, a militia captain, for recklessly treating a life as grass. I mused aloud. Wonder if that charge could get our dear captain shot. Knowing nothing of law and hearing shot, he paled. I've nothing valuable at home. Tiger bone and pizzle wine, will that do? If you scorn it, then I truly have nothing. A militia captain really wouldn't have much, and tiger pizzle wine was rare enough. Once the baby was 3 months along, a cup of that plus turtle would set me right. I waved. Go. He went, sour but obedient. Dear Chief Ma, anything to compensate. I laughed. If not, I'll go by the rules and report today's misconduct to the township government. Not sure your post survives that. Ma cursed me inwardly. Dog. This is extortion. I've never swallowed such a thing. But with a handle in my grip, he was helpless. He forced a smile. I've nothing fine. 10 caddies of grain coupons. Grain coupons ran 3 yuan a caddy at the black market, sometimes 4. 10 caddies was 30 to 40 yuan. I shook my head. Others give a tiger skin or pizzle wine. For my dear Chief Ma, 10 caddies of coupons? That rather slights me. What do you want? He asked, grim. What's the best thing Chief Ma can produce? Apart from coupons, I've nothing to give, he said plainly. Insist on something else, and you'd best send me in. I dabbled in psychology in my last life. Idle. Reading his manner, I judged he wasn't lying. After a moment, I want a bicycle coupon. Can you get one? His face went ugly. Does the boy have a third eye? How did he know I meant to buy a bicycle after the grain? Reluctant, reading that he had one, I laughed. Then perhaps you only hold this post until today. Do you know what a bicycle coupon costs? What's that to me? I'm not buying one. By current prices, 150 yuan a coupon, he said darkly. That's far too dear. Others give a tiger skin and pizzle wine, but 150 coupon you won't. Seems my dear Chief Ma truly doesn't want the job. I turned to the happily watching Chow Buffon. Captain Chow, when you're back, please report what Chief Ma did at Gotzi too. Before I finished, Ma jumped like a cat with its tail trod on. I only said it was dear, not that I wouldn't. He dug a crisp new bicycle coupon from an inner pocket and handed it over, pained. The coupon's yours. Today's grievances between us wiped clean. I took it, pleased, and patted his shoulder. As long as Chief Ma never crosses me or those close to me, today's done. It won't happen again, he said, a smile on his lips that didn't reach his eyes. Inwardly cursing my ancestors to the 18th generation and swearing not to let me off lightly given the chance. While I waited at the village mouth for Qijiao and Zheng how to fetch the gifts, Ma had Mingda go to Qijiao's table and keep the villagers signing and collecting. He didn't want this delaying the distribution and his own quitting time. Because Qiqiang, Lu Yong, and Sister Zhenghai had spoken up for me, Ma didn't dare make them queue at the back, afraid I'd think he was singling them out, and let them sign and collect first. The villagers minded being cut in front of, but with the grain man saying so, they swallowed it. Soon Qijiao and Zheng Hao came back with the well-kept tiger skin and a jar of amber tiger pizzle wine, handing them over with pained faces, treasures they'd long been loath to sell or drink, now handed to me for nothing. I took them, delighted, and patted their shoulders. Thank you both. I'll let today's little matter go, but no more of this next time. They forced 2 dry laughs, cursing me 10,000 times within. I went to Sister Zhenghai and said loudly, on purpose, Sister Zhenghai, thank you for running to tell me today, or my wife and daughter would have been bullied badly. I'll send turtle and a pheasant to your house later. She shook her head. You've given me so much already. How could I take more? Don't. It's how I show thanks. Refuse, and it means our families aren't close, and I won't dare bring food to your house again, I said lightly. Zheng Fan, you're too kind. I only ran an errand, no real effort. When my 2 girls grow up, I'll have them repay you well, she said, gratitude in her eyes. Knowing this was relief in disguise. I went to Qiqiang, still loud. Uncle Qiqiang, I saw all you did for me today. I won't send turtle, but I'll bring 2 pheasants tonight. No need for pheasant. Keep it to build up Sister Wanqing, he said in earnest. I just can't stand the strong lording it over the weak. I'd have stepped in even if it weren't Sister Wanqing. However it is, you spoke for me and nearly came to blows with the militia for me. I saw it all, I said firmly. If I don't show my heart with something, am I even a man? He smiled. Then bring 2 small pheasants, not big ones, or I won't take them. I laughed. I catch the size of pheasant I catch. I waggled the pizzle wine jar at Chow. Brother Buffon, grain's done, a few cups at my place? He shook his head. Brother Jingfan, I've other work this afternoon and can't drink. Sorry. Next time you come to the Shangyuan post, I'll drink properly with you. Can't drink, but you can eat? That I can do. Uncle Qiqiang, Sister Zhenghai, come too. I've plenty of food. She shook her head, smiling, and took her grain home. Qiqiang said obliquely, you know how things are at my house. When they improve, I'll treat you. I understood. Qixing's condition and the simple-minded Lu Yong meant he couldn't be away long, and waved. Buffon, you're in luck. It's my wife's turn to cook today. Come earlier, and you'd have had mine and missed her good dishes. He laughed. Then I'm a fortunate man, and walked home with me. Su Wanqing led Nian Nian by the hand alongside. Meanwhile, Mingdao rubbed his bloody head, glaring venom at our backs. Once I marry, I'll pay this humiliation back in full. Qijiao slapped him hard. No more of your tricks. Wait quietly for the wedding day. Clutching his swelling cheek, Mingda whined. Pa, my scalp's bleeding where he tore it. What if she sees it, finds me repulsive, won't marry me? Can't you glue on a wig? Chi Jiao kicked him in the belly, exasperated. Home, now. And when I'm back you confess to me what handle Zheng Fan holds over you. The queuing villagers, not knowing the talk, only saw Chi Jiao beating Mingda, and understood. Mingda had cost his father a whole costly tiger skin today. Anyone would rage. Mostly, though, their eyes followed us. They'd heard me say loudly that Sister Zhenghai, who'd brought word, would get a turtle and a pheasant, and Qiqiang 2 pheasants for speaking up. They were eaten with regret. Had they known speaking up earned game, they'd never have echoed Qi Jiao's lie, but stood up to face him down. The pheasants and turtle had slipped away. Now they'd take their grain home to eat plain. Next time such a chance came, they vowed silently they wouldn't miss it. Home, I took the basket of turtles from the armory to the kitchen. Chow, seeing a basket full of mud-covered turtles scrambling to escape, was amazed. Catching this many turtles in a year like this, Brother Zheng Fan, you're something. Luck, found a hidden spot, dry but the turtles still alive. Too modest, haven't you heard luck is part of ability? And to spot a dried-up place and try whether turtles were in it, not many could. Seeing his keen interest, I asked, do you mean to catch turtles? He shook his head. I've little interest in hunting or shore gathering. You're very interested in the turtles, then? He shook his head. Why think so? I smiled. You say you've no interest, yet your eyes won't leave them. What's that about? Odd. That. No taste for hunting, no taste for the creatures, yet he couldn't look away. Chow scratched his head, awkward. Have I been staring at the turtles? Your eyes are practically glued to them. Which ones have you taken a liking to? I'll get them for you. He waved it off quickly. I don't like taking things free, not even from a friend. Sell me 2 of the fatter ones at market price. With our friendship, how could I take your money? I fetched some thin cord, picked 2 big turtles with thick fleshy skirts, tied them, and held them out. He didn't take them, grave. Brother Zheng Fan, I really don't like taking things free. Give them free and we can't stay friends. Seeing he wasn't joking, I smiled. Then I'll sell them at market price. I weighed them before him. 13 caddies and 10. At a yuan a caddy, 23 yuan. Turtles, already a yuan a caddy? He marveled, and counted out 23. Everything's dear these days, I said, taking it. The one cheap place is the co-op, but does the co-op have any goods? He sighed. I hope this kind of year passes soon and stops plaguing us. Grave, I said, the famine's nearly over. By my memory from before rebirth, after this year production began recovering in many places the next. Saddened by the topic, he said, I hope so. I didn't want to dwell on it, and Su Wanqing came out with a plate of chili fried hare. Sorry to keep you, Captain Chow. Chili fried hare. If it's not to taste, say so and I'll redo it. He praised the fiery red chili and golden hare. Color, scent, taste all there. Worthy of the Shangyuan state-run restaurant's chef. How could mine match a state restaurant chef? You flatter me, she smiled, and brought a steaming bowl of turtle soup. Nothing fine to offer. Don't mind, Captain Chow. Fried hare and turtle soup, and you call that poor? You're showing off, he laughed. Hill farmers, these are nothing, I said. A couple of cups? I work this afternoon. Next chance, we drink till we drop. Then, by the way, didn't you get a bicycle coupon from Matiampe today? Want to ride my bicycle into town to the co-op and exchange it? I said, rueful. I'd love to, but I'm taking a friend to sell turtles in town this afternoon. Your bicycle wouldn't fit us. He joked. Right, you've turtles to sell. I'll ride back empty then. Lunch done, Chow was content. Thank you both for the hospitality. Haven't eaten this well in ages. When you come to Shangyuan, find me, and I'll host you properly. Time's about up. Back to the post before someone says I'm out slacking. Ninian piped up. Uncle, isn't fishing hard work? Why do people think fishing is slacking? Chow explained. Because when you're fishing, no one can tell whether you're really putting effort in. That explanation's like no explanation, she said. Papa, Mama, what's fishing? I scooped her up, fond. When you're grown, you'll know. Wave bye to Uncle now. She waved her small hand. Bye, Uncle. Chow waved back, sincere. Come find me in Shangyuan for a meal sometime. Don't forget. After seeing Chow off, I turned to Su Wanqing, gentle. Wife, it's about time. I should head out. Thank you for minding Onion. It's no trouble. You go out hunting daily. Far harder than minding her. You just never complain, she said in earnest, knowing well how hard hunting was. I'm not as great as you make out. I took up the turtle basket. As I left, she suddenly remembered something. Buying a bicycle out there. If some thug covets it and tries to rob you, don't fight him to the death. Remember your wife and daughter wait at home. Have you forgotten I took 2 robber gangs in a row? I said, smug. The man who could rob me isn't born yet. Born or not, just protect yourself out there. I know. I smiled and went. I was glad. By her behavior today, her fear and guardedness toward me had eased a great deal. She even worried over me unprompted. Another big step toward rooting that fear out entirely. Out of the house, in an empty spot, I took the last 3 pheasants from the armory and went to Chichiang's. The door was unlocked, so I walked in. Inside, Chichiang was rubbing herb paste on Qixing's waist as before. Lu Yong crouched teasing the basket of turtles. Seeing me, Lu Yong jumped up, glad. Brother Fan, you're here. Let's go sell the turtles and trade for candy. Let me greet your pa and uncle first, or it's rude. I smiled at the brothers. Uncle Chichiang, Uncle Qixing, 2 pheasants. I'll leave them here. You caught pheasants this fast? Chichiang was astonished. Even a seasoned hunter couldn't reliably take the number he wanted so quickly. Lucky, I suppose. Found some feeding the moment I reached White Tiger Mountain and got them all. Just enough for you and Sister Zhenghai. He believed it fully and gave a thumbs up. Luck's a kind of skill too. What use is technique with no game to meet? Lu Yong tugged at me with the turtle basket. Brother Fan, let's hurry and sell. Never mind luck. I want candy. You boy, Zheng Fan brings us pheasant, and you won't even let him have tea first. Chichiang laughed. I'll brew some. Zheng Fan, sit a while. I've had tea at home, uncle. I declined. It's getting on. We should head to town, or with this many turtles we mightn't sell out before dark. Seeing the sense, he warned. I'll trouble you to look after my foolish son. If you've not sold out by dark, come straight home. Don't linger. Don't worry. Uncle, I'll take care of Lu Yong. 2 pheasants in my left hand, the turtle basket in my right. I took Lu Yong to Sister Zhenghai's. She smiled. Zheng Fan, you came, but why bring all this? Take it home. I'm not short of food. I said in front of all those villagers this morning I'd bring you turtle and pheasant. Not doing it would ruin my name in the village. I smiled. And Ajin and Ashan are growing. Don't let them grow up poorly and fall ill. She knew I said it to make her accept, and was grateful. In a famine year, even lending corn or sweet potato as relief took someone very close. Zheng Fan, I don't know how to repay you, she said. Whatever you ever need, anything I can help with, I won't refuse. You said it, don't forget. As I spoke, I glanced, without meaning to, at her. These 2 days with meat to eat. Her color was better, her figure fuller. She took it from me asking her to repay with her body, and flushed, hurrying to change the subject. Will you come in for tea? Realizing she'd misread me, I rushed, Sister Zhenghai. I didn't mean, she cut in, red-faced. I understand. Next time you visit, come alone. That told me she'd truly misunderstood. Lu Yong, impatient at the door, said, Brother Fan, weren't you in a hurry to sell turtles? Let's go, I want candy. I patted his shoulder to wait while I explained, but before I could, she got in first. Zheng Fan, mind Lu Yong when you sell. Don't let your money be stolen the moment the turtles sell. There are plenty of pickpockets about. I'll watch him. And Sister Zhenghai, you really misread me just now. I didn't mean that. Don't take it to heart. I understand, she said, crimson. It's late. Go sell your turtles before dark. Lu Yong tugged my arm, excited. Brother Fan, let's go. I watched her go inside, rueful. A couple of glances, and I'm misunderstood. What misunderstanding, Brother Fan? Tell me. Lu Yong asked, curious. I shook my head. Nothing. Let's go sell turtles. At sell turtles, his mind held one thought. Candy after. At the wood outside the Shangyuan black market, I told him sternly, Lu Yong, inside, whatever anyone asks you, don't mind it. I'll answer for you. Can you do that? Afraid loose talk would invite trouble. Why can't I answer? He asked, scratching his head, not getting it. After a moment I said, come in with me and don't say a word. When the turtles are sold, I'll buy you candy. He nodded hard. Not one word. I promise. Don't forget the candy. We went in and set up a spot. Looking over the crowd, I frowned. Half the usual numbers or fewer because of the grain handout. With so few people, Lu Yong and I won't easily sell out before dark. Then a tall, thin young man in blue came up, eyeing the lively turtles in silence. Want turtles, brother? He smiled. Catching this many in a year like this, impressive. Just luck. Buying. How are they sold? Market price, a yuan a caddy. So cheap, he laughed. I'll take them all, bag them up. I didn't move to bag. There's a fair number, and they're heavy. I bag only once I see cash. You doubt I can pay? He said, displeased. Ask around the market about third master Gao. I may lack other things, but money I have, and plenty. Cash for goods, I said, wary of any buyer who wouldn't show cash on the spot after last time. When has third master Gao ever wanted for money buying things? You're the first to dare doubt me. It costs me face. At his raised voice, many eyes turned to us, silent, watching. Unafraid, I said evenly. If it costs you face, take out the cash, then you'll have face. Just then a plain-clothed, dark-skinned, honest-looking middle-aged man hurried over, helpfully. Young man, first time at the market, you don't know third master Gao, famous in Shangyuan for never lacking money. Is buying your goods is your honor? Sell to him fast. Or do you mean to sell them one by one till who knows when? Level, I said. Show cash and the turtles are his at once. Otherwise no deal. The man looked at Gao. Third master, don't be angry. The boy's new and doesn't know your name. Just give him cash for the turtles. Gao snorted. He doubts my means and I should still pay? Either bring the turtles to my home and I pay there, or forget it. The man turned back to me, shaking his head. Young man, just take the turtles to third master's house. Cash for goods there, no loss to you. Calm. Listening to the honest-looking man and Gao, I already understood they were one crew. He pressed on at my silence. What's there to hesitate over? In your place I'd have sold to third master long ago instead of selling them one at a time, never sure they'll go. Level, I said. Same as before. Cash now, or please leave and stop disrupting my selling. You can't tell good advice from bad. I help you and you take this tone, he said, angry. You're no businessman. He looked to Gao. Third master, the boy's foolish. Don't mind him. By mine, my goods are fine too. If my family didn't need turtle to build up, I'd have left over his temper, Gao said darkly. Boy, last time. Bring the turtles to my home for cash settlement, or keep demanding it here? Same answer. Cash, or please leave, I said. He flushed, snorted. Ungrateful. I don't want them, and stormed off. Fool. The honest man glared and hurried after him. Third master, don't be angry. I've goods, buy from me. I'll hand them over first. I ignored their clumsy act and patted Lu Yong, who was teasing the turtles with a stick. Well done. Extra candy for you later. He blinked. Did something happen? He hadn't heard a word of it. I smiled. Never mind. Keep up the not talking, and I'll buy you a big bag of candy when these sell. Thank you, brother fan, he said, happy, and went back to his stick. I called out the wares. Wild turtles, a yuan a caddy, great for men and women. Come by. A dozen minutes on, someone finally bought one, and over the next hour buyers trickled in. 5 turtles in an hour, 48 yuan. I frowned at the still full baskets. At this rate we'll never sell out before dark. Then the blue tunic old man came up, kindly. Young man, we meet again. Is the boar you'd sell me ready? I smiled. Hello. Sir, it's ready, but too heavy to carry on me. Now. He nodded. Now. Do you have cash, sir? I deal in cash only. Same as last time. Cash for goods, I won't cheat you. Sir, want turtles? Very nourishing for a man. The old man, Chen Sanjin, shook his head. Only the boar. Wild turtles, good for the health, I pressed warmly. An older man especially needs building up? Won't you take a few? He said evenly. Since you think I need building up, give me 10. If they work well, I'll buy more. I picked 10 with thick skirts and weighed them. 11 caddies, 10, 14, 108 in all. Agaway silently took his own steelyard and re-weighed each. 11, 10, 14, 108. Plenty of crooked scales about these days. Young man, bear with us, Chen Sanjin said, handing over 108 yuan. I counted it and smiled. I understand, plenty of cheats about. Guarding against it is wise. Agaway took the 10 turtles. Cool. You can go get the boar now. Lu Yong, stay here. Don't move. Sell to no one no matter who asks, until I'm back. Understand? If the turtles are gone when I return, no candy. Don't worry, brother Fan. I'll guard them. I won't let anyone cost me my candy, he swore. Sir, the boar's not far. Wait a few minutes, I told Chin Sanjin. Go, he said unhurried. Leaving the market, I plainly felt someone tailing me, and with a cold smile headed deep into the wood. The tailing third master Gao watched me stride off, vicious. He leaves the turtles at the market and runs off. For what? I saw some old fellow drop a fat sum on 10 turtles, plus the 5 sold before. He's got over 100 on him. The honest-looking man, Xie Jinshun, chuckled. Let's rob what's on him first. The unsold turtles he'll have to bring out of the market sooner or later, and we rob him again then. He hurried after me, Gao trailing. Wait, not so fast. Careful he spots us. Deep in the wood, in an empty patch, I took a boar of 200-odd caddies from the armory, sat on it with a crossbow in hand, smiling, and waited. Gao and Xia came jogging in and saw me perched on the big boar, unable to hide their excitement. What luck today, a 200-caddy boar waiting right here. Fur on, 200-plus caddies, at least 7 or 800 yuan at market. Rich, we're rich. I watched them caper and shout, and said mildly, Aren't you celebrating a bit early? Xie Jinshun crowed. Young man, this isn't the black market. Out here nothing reins us in. The boar under your backside is ours today, and so's the turtle money on you. Third Master Gao, vicious, snatched a thick stick off the ground and threatened, Hand over your money and help us haul the boar off, or I won't be careful where I hit. I scoffed. With wits like 2 pigs, you two think to rob me of my money and my boar? You think too much of yourselves, or too little of me. I disliked you back at the market. Who do you think you are, swaggering at me? I'll beat you to a pulp. Veins bulging, Gao gripped the stick and strode at me. Cold, I loosed. The bolt took him precisely in the wrist holding the stick. He howled like a stuck pig, the stick dropping. You carry a crossbow on you. Too excited, fixed on the boar, he hadn't noticed it, and hadn't guessed I'd loosed the moment words failed. I leveled it at his forehead. Kneel, hands on your head. Don't be rash, I'll kneel. Afraid I'd fire again, he dropped to his knees, hands over his head. Xia, seeing how hard I was, lost his nerve and turned to leave and fetch others. 2 steps and my cold warning stopped him. 1 more step and I pulled the trigger. He froze, legs weak. Young man, don't be rash. You're young, with a future. Kill me by accident and you pay with your life. What I do next depends on how you two behave, I said. Tell me what you want. Anything, just don't kill me, I'll cooperate. Crossbow up, cold. The 2 of you carry this boar to the black market. My wrist's bolt wounded. I've no strength, another request. Gao begged. Xia, frantic, with Gao's wrist hurt. I can't lift this big a boar alone. What's that to me? I laughed. All I know is, fail to lift it, and this crossbow isn't choosy, forehead or heart. I couldn't say. Don't, I'll try. Xie came to the boar, terrified, and tugged at the head, managing to drag it 5 or 6 centimeters before he was winded. He turned on the still kneeling Gao. Gao, what are you waiting for? Help pull. Can't you see my wrists hurt? Gao snapped through the pain. I count to 3, not pulling together, and I loose. Not daring to gamble that I was bluffing, Gao rose through the pain, and the 2 hauled the boar toward the market, but a pair of street toughs couldn't drag it far. We really have no strength, Gao begged. Could you help pull? Xia nodded along. I picked up the stick Gao had dropped, smiling. You've no strength because your potential hasn't broken loose. Once it does, you'll be fine. And I brought the stick down on them. It hurts. Mother, I'm dying. Beaten, they did indeed unleash startling potential, hauling the boar a dozen-odd meters at a stroke. See, I said you had potential, only undiscovered, I said, and swung the bloodied stick again. Mama, I'll never do this again. Meanwhile, at the market, Ague watched the agreed time pass with no sign of me, grave. Boss, gone this long. Has he no boar, and tricked us into buying turtles? Don't be hasty, or nothing gets done. Chin Sanjin said kindly, calm. We'll wait a little. I trust the young man won't abandon his own companion. Ague bowed his head. You're right, boss. I was hasty. But inwardly he doubted I'd come. A dozen plus minutes gone. Surely no boar. And I duped the boss into 10 turtles and run, leaving a fool to mind the rest. Then a commotion rose, and someone wailing. I've hauled the boar to the market. Can you let me go now? Don't beat me anymore. My potential's all spent. You can't beat any more out of me. Drag it to my stall, and you can get lost, my cold voice. Gao and Xie, summoning enormous potential, dragged the boar to my stall fast. Get lost, I waved. They fled, to tell Brother Zhijian, so he'd bring a dozen men to seize me and beat me bloody. I didn't care for their schemes. With the armory, anyone who made trouble I'd crush. I smiled at the astonished Chin Sanjin. A bit of an incident on the way. Sorry to keep you, sir. He laughed. You've good skills, beating those two into submission and making them haul the boar here for you. I threatened them with the crossbow. Men like that don't work willingly otherwise. He warned kindly. Once we close this deal, leave the market fast. Men like those are as hard to shake as little devils. They may have run for help. Thank you, sir. I'll be careful. Ague, weigh the boar, close it quickly. Ague weighed it deftly. Boss, 232 caddies. Young man, weigh it yourself. Make sure there's no error, Chin said kindly. I shook my head, smiling. I weighed it when I came, sir, 232. Then at the agreed price, for you on a caddy for fur on. He took a red cloth from his pocket wrapping a thick sheaf, counted, and handed it over. 928, count it. I did, it was right. No problem. He smiled. Next time you have a boar, come find me at Yunchi Academy. This place is too mixed, and carrying so much money invites trouble. Tucking it carefully away, I declined. Thank you, sir, but I prefer to trade here. 2 deals in, I still couldn't be sure he wasn't a swindler like Gao and Xie. Safest to deal at the market. He smiled. All right, here again next time. I asked, Sir, what's the most boar you can take at once? I had 2 more 200 catty boars and 5 piglets in the armory. If he took enough, I'd sell them straight to him and keep hunting. How much can you take in one go? He countered. After a moment. With decent luck, 400 or 500 caddies. I had the armory's future tech, but that didn't mean a heap of boars every trip. Better not to overstate it and look a fool. I can take 500 at most, he said. Tomorrow noon, here again? Noon at 12. He patted my shoulder. Leave now. Those toughs are likely already on their way. Thank you, sir. I picked up the turtle basket and told Lu Yong, we're going. Not that I feared Gao and Xie's reinforcements. The turtles just sold too slowly here. At this rate, they'd not sell out by dark, so better to try elsewhere. Brother Fan, we haven't sold them all. Going home? Can I still get candy? We'll sell somewhere else. Whatever you say. He took up his basket and came along. Ague watched us go. Boss, you think he can really take 500 caddies of boar in a day? Too young, he thought. 2 boars running was outrageous luck. A boar every day, even a seasoned hunter couldn't. Chin smiled. I trust my instinct. That boy's no ordinary one. Him. Ague sneered. I don't see anything special. 1 punch and he'd drop. Chin frowned a warning. Never be arrogant. It brings disaster on you. I was wrong, boss. Let's go. Ague shouldered the 232 caddy sack with ease and strode off. Seeing his terrifying strength, no one in the market dared get ideas about the wealthy-looking Chun. About 5 minutes after we left, Xie and Gao arrived with a dozen-odd short-sleeved, vicious-looking men, asked around, and learned I'd headed west. Brother Zhijian. The kid scared and ran early. Should we chase? Gao asked deferentially of a white-shirt man in sunglasses. He sneered. Such a fat sheep. Can't let him run. Once it's done, meat and drinks on me. They cheered. Thank you, Brother Zhijian. Meanwhile, I took Lu Yong to the gate of the Shangyuan People's Hospital. Patients there are mostly weak and need building up, and turtle is a rare delicacy for that. Lu Yong looked puzzled. Brother Fan, this is a hospital. Will anyone buy turtles? Lu Yong, just stay by me and say nothing. When they're sold, I'll buy you candy. Candy, he brightened. I won't say a word. I'll stay right behind you. In a year when most families had no money, those who could afford a hospital room weren't badly off. A few steps into the outpatient hall, A haggard middle-aged woman in a blue-green dress approached. Young man, all those turtles, are you selling? Fresh wild turtles. We can't finish them at home, so I came to find buyers. Price? She asked, eyeing the lively, earthy-smelling turtles, clearly nourishing. A yuan 50 a catty, I said. Buy enough and I'll knock off a mao. The market's only a yuan. Yours is half again. Too dear. She frowned, looking at me like a profiteer. Auntie, these are fresh-caught wild turtles, still full of life, plainly nourishing. Hard to find this quality these days. Half again. Make it cheaper, a yuan 1 a catty? Knowing not to agree too fast, lest she feel cheated, I feigned hesitation, silent. These are wild, no cost to you. Don't hesitate, she pressed. I'll bring more patients' families down to buy from you. They'll sell out fast. A yuan 1 was a mao above the market. I wanted to agree but stayed silent. Agree too readily, and she'd push lower. I'll buy 2 now, and bring you customers, all right? Not if it's yes. If not, Annie won't force you. After more silence, I said, since you'll bring customers and buy 2, I'll let you have them at a yuan 1. Afraid I'd renege. She had me pick her 2 with thick fleshy skirts. I weighed them before her. 12 catties, I said, tying it. And this one's 13. Bound together. 25 catties at a yuan 1, 27.50, Annie. She haggled. Can you waive the 50? Difficult-faced, I said. Auntie, I've discounted so much already. Waive more, and there's no business in it. Just asking. Never mind. Afraid I'd not sell. She handed over 27.50 and left with the 2 trust turtles. I didn't believe she'd really bring customers, and took Lu Yong toward the inpatient building. A few minutes on, nearing it, a stern voice behind. You two halt. No selling in the hospital, leave now. A grave middle-aged man in a gray short sleeve, about 1.70 meters, clearly hospital logistics, on security patrol. I smiled. We're not here to sell. We're here to bring warmth. Bring warmth? Think I'm blind. I clearly saw you take cash from that woman. Take your turtles and leave, or I call the police. 3 more gray-clothed men came up, glaring us out wordlessly. Since you don't believe me, I'll go. I picked up the basket and left with Lu Yong, who was baffled. Weren't we selling turtles here? But mindful of the no-talking rule, he came along. Near the gate, a familiar figure came toward us and recognized me, smiling. Brother Zheng Fan, what brings you to the hospital? Thinking patients here could use turtle to build up, I came to try selling. Forgot the rule against trading here, I said. Chow Buffon laughed. Who says bringing turtles to patients is trading? I can't give them free, so if a patient feels bad and gives money as a gift, what's wrong with that? Logistics won't accept that line. How do you know without trying? He took my arm toward the inpatient building. The man who'd warned me strode up, thinking we were dealing. Why haven't you left? I said no selling here. Before I could speak, Chow got in first. He's not selling turtles. He's bringing them to patients who need them. Surely the hospital allows that. Recognizing Chow as a Shangyuan Post squad leader, the man smiled. Captain Chow's right. Bringing turtles for patients, we welcome that. Chow pulled me along. Let's ask which uncles and aunties need turtle. I understood it was Chow's rank that allowed it, and thanked him sincerely. He slung an arm over my neck, laughing. With our friendship, saying that's too distant. I kept the gratitude in mind and called back. Lu Yong, keep up. He hurried after. The other logistics men asked their chief. Director, what's this? You're not driving him off. He's Captain Chow's friend. Chow says he's bringing turtles to patients in need, so that's what he's doing. Hearing he was Chow's friend, they pretended not to see. Going room to room, the patients' families, seeing the lively, wild-smelling turtles, bought them up, and soon both baskets were empty. I thanked Chow again. But for you, I don't know when I'd have sold them. You took 2 robber gangs for me. A huge help. This is nothing. And your turtles are good enough that the families pay willingly. Poor quality, and even my bringing you in wouldn't sell them. Either way, I owe you. Grave, he said. If you call me brother, don't say such things. Knowing him, I let it drop. Then a young nurse rushed up. Captain Chow, what are you doing here? Come talk your father out of drinking. Reminded why he'd come, Chow hurried after her. I forgot to even ask why he was at the hospital, and now the turtles are all sold. I sighed, and looked at Lu Yong clamoring for candy. Buffon helped us sell. It'd be rude not to visit his father. After, we'll get your candy. Good, good. Lu Yong danced, eyes full of longing for candy. In the inpatient ward, a white-haired old man, face flushed, in a patient's gown and reeking of liquor, clutched a bottle of baijiu to his chest and shouted across a bed. My one pleasure is a little baijiu. Forbidding me is the same as killing me. Across from him, Chow pleaded earnestly. Pa, once you're well you can drink. Bear with it now. A knife in the belly and that little wound means no drink? You think your pa's easy to fool. When they examined you, the doctor found your liver's not good. Keep drinking and it'll turn to liver disease, even cancer. If you go, my brother and I are poor orphans. You're grown men. Orphans is normal. The old man laughed. I've no parents either. Did I cry to anyone? Chow froze. He knew his father's temper was odd, but hadn't expected that line. The young nurse was stunned too. One day you'll understand my words. His craving up, the old man opened the bottle to drink in front of them. Chow leapt onto the bed and snatched it away. I raised you this big so you'd steal my one pleasure, the old man raged. Pa, once you're well I'll absolutely let you drink. Chow handed the bottle to the nurse, who whisked it away. As Chow puzzled over how to soothe him, the old man suddenly smiled toward the doorway. Young man, who are you here to see? I'd stayed outside the room. Seeing him notice me, I smiled. Uncle, I came to see Brother Buffon's father. I didn't expect it to be you. Huh? I didn't expect you to know my son, the old man. Chow Zhengwei said and told Chow. He's the one who saved me from the thugs and got me to the hospital. Chow was startled. No wonder Brother Zheng Fan felt so familiar at first sight. It was you who saved my father. He'd heard his father had met thugs and a good man saved him. However he'd pressed, his father wouldn't say more, and the timing matched my taking the robber gang. I didn't expect Uncle to be Brother Buffon's father either. I took the red-wrapped 50 yuan from my pocket and offered it. Chow Zhengwei waved it off. You saved me and helped Buffon break a robber gang, and I take a red packet from you? That's not right. Uncle, one thing's one thing, I insisted. He refused firmly. Take it back? Next time you visit, just bring a few bottles of wine. Chow cut in. Don't listen to my pa. He can't drink now. I smiled. Uncle, once you're well and discharged, I'll bring Tiger Pizzle wine and we'll drink together. How's that? His eyes lit at the mention, then fell at the thought of no drink during recovery. Pa, Tiger Pizzle wine's a fine thing. Bear with it, Chow urged. Don't sneak drinks and you'll recover fast, and the three of us drink it together. Chow Zhengwei looked at me gravely. Young man, don't fool an old man. Old men take things to heart. Childlike, he was. I laughed. Don't worry, Uncle. I'd cheat anyone but you. Then we hooked fingers on it. He held out his little finger, and I hooked mine to his. Uncle, Brother Buffon, my father-in-law comes tomorrow. I need to buy things at the co-op, so I'll go. Chow offered warmly. Come back after, and I'll treat you to dinner. My friend's father told us to be home before dark. It's dangerous out at night, I said. Next time I'll let you make up the meal. Seeing the simple-minded Lu Yong, Chow knew I couldn't stay. Let me see you to the co-op. No need, we can walk. Stay and keep Uncle company. He's lonely alone. Grave, Chow said. Next time in Shangyuan, come find me at the post for a meal. I don't believe I can't get this meal bought. I will. At the co-op, Lu Yong ignored the laden counters and stared at the candy. Brother Fan, candy, candy. I promised I won't forget. I told the clerk, 10 caddies of fruit hard candy, in 2 bags, please. She waited. 2 yuan. And a Phoenix brand bicycle. I handed over the bicycle coupon. She blinked. You're sure you want a bicycle? My plain clothes and the simple-minded companion made me look an unlikely buyer. A Phoenix ran 150 yuan, a fortune to many. I took 150 from the boar money and handed it over. She frowned. One moment, I'll speak to the director. I looked at the Phoenix bicycle, puzzled. Coupon and cash both handed over, and she still had to consult the director? What was going on? Less than 2 minutes, and the clerk reappeared, grave, with a woman behind her, naturally alluring, in a blue tunic suit, a work badge reading Yao Pingping, co-op director, full-figured. Smiling, Yao Pingping looked me over. Young man, mind telling me where this large sum and bicycle coupon came from? Knowing she suspected my money was ill-gotten, I explained at once. Director Yao, the money's from selling boar. The coupon was given to me by grain station Chief Ma Tianpei. Ask him if you doubt it. Chief Ma's out on duty this afternoon, she smiled. You're so thin. Surely it takes several men to bring down a boar. I take boar by myself. She laughed. I know hunters. Anyone who takes a boar alone is sturdier than the boar. Don't boast to me with that frame. Impatient, I said. Director Yao, boast or not, it has nothing to do with my buying a bicycle. Times are hard, and many get notions of unearned gain, she said pointedly. I ask because I worry a young man might take a crooked path and ruin his future. Frowning, I said again. If you doubt the money and coupon, and Chief Ma's away, ask Captain Chow at the post. He can vouch for me. She wasn't wrong to be cautious, but I'd explained the coupon's origin and told her whom to ask. Her not asking and instead needling me was irritating. Then a dark-skinned young man in a constable's uniform came in, grave. Director Yao, where's the suspect you doubt? Comrade, this young man, holding over 900 yuan and a bicycle coupon. We suspect they're of unclear origin. Please look into it. Chen Mingjie strode at me, stern. Come to the post and explain where this cash and coupon came from. I recognized his voice and smiled. Comrade, the money's from selling boar, the coupon from Chief Ma Tianpei. Asked Captain Chow. He saw it himself. Chun, realizing she'd taken me for a thief or robber, said awkwardly. A misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. How do you know? Yao asked. Chun told her of my taking 2 robber gangs, my 2 second-class merits, and my friendship with Chow. A woman shrewd enough to be co-op director, she apologized at once. I'm sorry to have taken you for a thief. To make amends, buy anything here without coupons. Just pay the cash. The coupons are on me. She figured a farmer with 2 second-class merits was capable and worth befriending. The co-op might need him someday. Director Yao, I accept the apology, I smiled. But I'll pay the coupons myself. After all, you were guarding against thieves spending illicit gains here. If the comrade hadn't recognized you and you'd been hauled in for questioning, it'd have wasted your time, she said sincerely. Refuse to let me cover the coupons, and it means you're still angry. Then I'll have to find another way to apologize. Chen joked. Zheng Fan. Director Yao's humbled herself enough. Don't stand on ceremony. Just buy what you want, or she might come to your house at night to apologize and your wife will get the wrong idea. Knowing I couldn't keep refusing without seeming petty. Since you put it that way, I won't stand on ceremony. She laughed behind her hand. Whatever you want, little brother. Tell big sister, and I'll fetch it. Pulling us close with the brother-sister address. I named what I wanted. 10 caddies of Baijio, 20 feet of Dacron cloth, 10 caddies of bean oil, 10 caddies of white flour. She brought each as I named it, and when I stopped, she looked at the pile at my feet, smiling. Little brother, can you and your friend even carry all this? At a bicycle rear rack, I said. Then however much I have, I can take it home. She fetched it. Anything else? Big sister's treating today. Nothing for now. 10 caddies of Baijio, 2 yuan, 20 feet of Dacron, 10 caddies of flour, 8. She totted up. 213 in all. I counted out 213 and handed it over. Count it, Director Yao. She did. Don't call me director. It's distant. Call me Sister Ping Ping. All right, Sister Ping Ping. It's getting on. I should go. I waved her off and told Chun. Thank you for today. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. He laughed. Just doing my job. No thanks needed. I loaded the goods onto the rear rack and left with the grinning Lu Yong. After we'd gone, the clerks buzzed. Who knew hunters made such money? My relative's a village hunter, never this rich. Can your relative take even 1 boar a year? This man takes boar alone and 1 2 second-class merits in a row, no comparison. Yao came to Chun, arms crossed, smiling. Mengjie envy Zheng Fan. Drops 2 or 300 on goods like it's nothing. A year's wages in a day. Honestly, I do. But he's capable. So what use is envy? Then he turned grave. Sister Ping Ping, don't pull this again. Run into someone capable, low-key, and small-minded, and you narrow your own road. Lucky today, it was Zheng Fan. Kind and not petty. Next time someone produces big money, explain things to the customer first. She laughed. You're right. My oversight today, it won't happen again. Lin Jijian, 3rd Master Gao, Xie Jin Shun, and a dozen odd men had searched for hours, sweat-soaked and gasping, without finding me or Lu Yong. Lin Jijian wiped his brow, picked up a fist-sized stone, and turned on Gao and Xia. Explain to me. You find a fat sheep and don't tell me first. You spook him and let him run. Gao swallowed at the stone. Brother Jijian, we figured a thin 20-something, the two of us could manage. We never thought he'd be that skilled and beat us helpless. Xia knelt, spineless. Brother Jijian, we've followed you all these years, never betrayed you. Always told you of a fat sheep first. This time it was as Gao says. We took him for a green boy, easy, and it ended like this. Vicious, Lin Jijian said. I know you don't dare betray me, but you lost the sheep, and I spent a whole afternoon for nothing in Shangyuan. I'm furious and need somewhere to vent. As they opened their mouths, he brought the stone down on Gao's head, splitting it bloody. Gao howled, but didn't dare show resentment. As Lin swung the bloodied stone at Xia, someone exclaimed, Brother Jijian. Two young men ahead, one pushing a loaded bicycle. Xia turned, excited. That's the fat sheep. No turtles on them, so they sold them. He's carrying over 2,000 for sure. His eyes went wolfish on me. Then the stone hit his head and he hit the ground rolling, blaming it all on me, vowing to vent everything on me once I was taken. Useless. Don't shout. You want them to run again? Lin beat Xia and ordered the dozen-odd men. Hide in the grass. Wait till the sheep's within 2 meters, then move. They concealed themselves. Gao, clutching his bloody head, sneered from the grass. Thought we'd lost you. And here you are again. Heaven helps me. We're rich. Pushing the loaded bicycle, I walked the dirt road with Lu Yong, happier than he'd ever been. Never before this free with candy. Brother Fan, what are those people in the grass doing? He asked around a fruit candy, eyeing the dozen-odd men crouched and prone, behaving oddly. Probably performance art. Never mind them, I said lightly. What's performance art? What they're doing is performance art. Aren't they bored? Don't know. Shall we stay and see how long they can keep it up? Sure. He stopped with me, and we watched the fools who'd exposed themselves without knowing it, still readying their ambush. Why'd they stop walking? Gao wondered, venom in his eyes. Maybe tired and resting here? Xia said, You two fools, stop talking. Expose us and let them run again, and it's on you, Lin warned low. They shook their heads, silent. A dozen-odd minutes on, holding one pose, bitten by bugs, Lin lost his temper. What are they doing? I'm not waiting. He burst from the grass at us, the rest following, a dozen-odd men with daggers and old pistols. Lu Yong paled. Brother Fan, they're doing performance art. Why the weapons? And rushing at us so fierce. With me here, don't be afraid. I soothed, and loosed a bolt at Lin's wrist. Within 10 meters, Lin recognized me as the young man from the boar sale he couldn't con, and sneered, readying a threat, when my second bolt took his arm. He howled. If I don't break you today, you're my father. I sneered. I won't have a son as stupid as you. It'd shame my name. What's there to swagger about? You've one crossbow. I've a dozen men, some with pistols. What'll you fight us with? Won't know unless we try. Ignoring him, I loosed again, a bolt into his right thigh, blood reddening the ground. He fell, shrieking. Charge, take him down. The dozen-odd men, seeing how savagely I'd downed him, didn't dare move even with pistols and daggers. Whoever takes him keeps half his cash and goods. At that, fear gave way to greed, and they edged toward me. Brother Fan, they've a gun, a dagger, Lu Yong said, legs weak. Are they going to rob our candy? Don't be afraid. I won't let them take your candy. Eat away. Be careful, Brother Fan. Guns and knives are dangerous. Thank you, I'll be careful. To the closing men, cold. Don't want to be a pincushion, get lost, or this crossbow isn't choosy. You think you're the only one with a weapon? I've a pistol, a scar-faced man said, leveling it. Drop the crossbow, or I fire. You're so bold. Fire one at me, I sneered. Don't dare, and I think less of you. It was a Type 64 pistol. Unless it hit a fatal spot it wouldn't kill, and I wore the armory's future body armor besides. I didn't fear his rounds. You think I won't kill? I've killed plenty with this gun. Spare me the talk. I only want to see you fire. Dare you? If not, hands on your head and kneel, and I'll let it go. His gun hand shook, cold sweat pouring. You dare look down on me. I'll blow your head off. Flat, meeting his eyes. I count to 3. Don't fire, and I will. Fire and you die? You want to die that badly? 1. Madman, think I won't shoot. 2. 1. I loosed the bolt into his gun wrist. You win. You're a hard man. I can't match you. He crouched, hands on head, all resistance gone. Anyone else want to try? If you haven't the nerve, drop your weapons and crouch, hands on heads. Cowed. Not one dared move on me. One by one they dropped daggers and sticks and crouched. Gao and Xie, humiliated by my beating earlier, wanted to thrash me, but with no one daring, they crouched too. Seeing them the only 2 still standing, I smiled. You 2 still up? Meaning to come at me? Before they could react, I loosed at their arms and thighs. Big brother, stop, we'll crouch. I just didn't react. I'll kneel and kowtow. A dozen odd bolts in their arms and thighs. They rolled trying to dodge, uselessly. Lin, seeing them near pincushioned, paled and crouched with hands on head like the Scarface, lest he be next. I put the crossbow away and looked at the cowering men. Who's your leader? Scarface, Gao, and Xie gave up Lin without hesitation. His face nagged at me. Do you have a brother? Not daring to posture, Lin said. A younger brother, Lin Jiqiang, sent to prison a few days ago by some damned man. I knew then who he resembled. Cold. I'm the one who sent your brother to prison. He paled, scrambling. Don't misunderstand. Damned is just a habit, no curse meant. You did him a good turn. Left out roaming, he'd be killed, and no one the wiser. You saved his life. You're our family's benefactor. I'll take you as my godfather. I kicked him a meter off. I don't need a son like you. Don't soil my name. I'll never do this trade again. Could you spare me this once? You want me to spare you? Anything you ask, just spare me. I looked at the rest. You want sparing too? They nodded like pestles. Cold. From now on you do as I say. Without my leave, no more of this. Can you do that? Then how do we eat? One asked. Can't you do honest work? With this many of you hunting together, you won't starve. True, he allowed. Hunting's only one path. You can do other things. Lin agreed first. The others echoed. The boss is right. Don't agree so readily, I said cold. If I learn you've gone back to robbery, it won't be prison. I'll kill you. They shuddered, not doubting it, and swore off it. Satisfied, I pressed. Besides your gang, are there others here? Why won't you act inside the black market, only outside? Lin explained. There was a robber gang near White Tiger Mountain, from elsewhere, but they were caught not long after arriving. Only we're left now. And you can't act inside the market. Do it there, and the market falls into chaos, and no one comes anymore. Frowning, I said, just that? Don't lie to me. The consequences are serious. Toughs don't usually care about consequences. Terrified of another bolt, he hurried. Boss, how would I dare lie? Lie and I'd not want to live. Tell me everything you've heard, rumor or otherwise. He did. They say there's a big figure in the market. Anyone who fights there and breaks the peace dies horribly. Once 2 men brawled there. The market sat empty for months, and both men ended up dead. Maybe illness or a beast on the mountain. How do you know it was this big figure? Because both bodies were hung in the market's wood, covered in whip marks, clearly tortured to death and strung up. I read no lie in his fear. Any other rumors? He shook his head wildly. Only that one. I waved them off. Go. No more foolishness, or next time I see you, I kill you. They watched me reach the bicycle and walk off with Lu Yong, and only when I'd vanished did they breathe. Scared me to death. His aura's too strong, not like any village youth. Gao, through the pain, asked Lin low. Brother Zhijian, after that humiliation, what next? Grim, Lin said, you want us all shot by the boss. And yanked the bolt from Gao's arm, blood gushing. Brother Zhijian, with this many of us we still fear him? If you haven't the nerve, say so. Why pull my bolt? It hurts. Gao had goaded Lin successfully before. Lin shoved the bloody bolt back into the wound. I warn you, no foolishness. He's not someone we can touch, understand. He'd sensed it. Young, but ruthless and decisive. Fearless against many. Provoke him further, and he might really shoot them dead one by one. Gao, seeing the goading fail, nodded, but inwardly couldn't swallow it, vowing to deal with me yet. Before full dark, I got Lu Yong home, half a bag of fruit candy in his arms. Pa, we sold all the turtles, and Brother Fan bought me candy. So good. Chi Chiang was amazed. He'd thought selling half by dark would be impressive. Thumbs up. Right to send Lu Yong to town with you. What did the candy cost? I'll deduct it from the turtle money. I shook my head. Uncle, I promised to buy it for him. I won't take your money. You sold all his turtles. How could we let you buy candy too? Without Lu Yong finding that place, I'd have made no turtle money. Insist on paying, and I'll never help sell again. He relented. I took out a thick sheaf and handed it over. Uncle, this is Lu Yong's turtle money. 282 yuan. Count it. He started. This doesn't match the weight. Some mistake? It's all there, Uncle. I didn't keep a fund. I'd kept Lu Yong's turtle money and mine separate to avoid confusion. You misread me. I mean, it's far more than I estimated. By my reckoning at home, a yuan a caddy at most, likely 7 or 8 mao given the number, 150 or 60 at most. And you hand me 282. Even at a yuan a caddy, it doesn't add up. Uncle, it was like this. I told him of selling at the market and the hospital. He roared with laughter. Of course, me taking Lu Yong, I'd never have sold that much. He pressed 100 on me, grateful. I showed him the boar money. Uncle, I just sold a boar. I'm not short. Keep this. Uncle Chishing's recovering medicine costs. Seeing I truly wasn't short, he nodded. Anytime you need me, say so. Even if you're in the wrong, I'll back you. Lu Yong asked, Brother Fan, are we catching turtles tomorrow? I want more candy. My father-in-law visits my wife tomorrow. I mightn't have time. If I go, I'll find you. Why's your father-in-law visiting your wife? Hasn't he his own wife to visit? Chi Chiang rubbed his head, laughing. When you have a wife, you'll understand. Seeing my loaded bicycle, he was surprised. Stocking up early for New Year, buying all this? My father-in-law visits rarely, and I've some capital now. I should host him well, so he doesn't think his daughter married badly. Chi Chiang thought of his own father-in-law and muttered, Mustn't let him look down on you. He watched me ride off into the dark. Home, lamp lit within, I called happily, Wife, Onion, Papa's back. Nian Nian ran out on her short legs, eyeing the loaded rack. Papa, why'd you buy so much? Your grandfather visits tomorrow. Papa must host him well. I handed her a bag of fruit candy. This is for you. 1 or 2 a day only, understand. Onion remembers. Su Wanqing came out, smiling. Husband, my father comes and goes. He won't stay for a meal. No need for so much. He's come a long way. Not hosting him well makes me an unfit son-in-law. I carried the dacron cloth in, then the oil and flour. She moved to help. I stopped her. You're carrying the baby. Don't do heavy work. She watched me. These must have cost a lot. Not much. 213 yuan. She gaped. That's not much. Many can't save that in a dozen years. I sold a boar and 300-odd caddies of turtle at the market today. 1,255 yuan. Against that, what's 213? She was astonished. You truly made that hunting? Nothing illegal. To her, even the best hunter only scraped by. What illegal thing would I do besides hunt? I'd not go to prison and leave you a grass widow. I handed her a thick sheaf. 1,000 yuan. Buy whatever you want. No need to ask me. Warmth welled in her, eyes wet. You keep giving me so much. Aren't you afraid I'll take it and run? She still feared that if she bore a girl, I'd revert to the violent, volatile man. I held her gently. I'll say it again. My money is your money. Spend it as you like, and I'll never be fierce with you or hit you again. Don't be afraid. She wept into my shirt. I know. Knowing how much I owed her, I joked. Don't go crying when your father comes tomorrow. I'm afraid he'll beat me to death. She wiped her eyes. His temper's quick and rash, but if you treat me, well, he won't hit you. Nian Nian asked. Mama, is grandfather's temper that bad? A little, but he's good. Behave well tomorrow. Her small face went anxious. I'll try not to make grandfather angry. I don't want a spanking. From a 2-year-old, it was so endearing we both laughed. At 11, Su Wanqing, having put Nian Nian down, saw me sling the small bore rifle and asked low, Hunting again tonight? It's rare to have a buyer who'll take 500 caddies of boar a day. I should take more boar to sell him before he leaves or stops buying. Won't the co-op buy? The co-op's only 8 or 9 mao a caddy, against the market's 4 yuan furan, several times less. But the co-op's safe, the black market. If something happens, you'd be caught. I know what I'm doing. At the first sign of danger, I'll run. I hugged her. Don't worry too much. Mind yourself, and Onion. Be careful. Don't take risks. I waved her off and, at White Tiger Mountain, took the thermal night vision visor from the armory, crossbow in hand, hunting carefully. An hour on, I'd taken only 3 hares and 5 pheasants. No boar, no sika deer, not a trace. A dangerous thought came. Maybe a South China tiger or clouded leopard had appeared on White Tiger Mountain, driving the boar and deer into hiding. I wasn't afraid, thrilled, even. In this era, tigers and clouded leopards weren't protected. The South China tiger, even a pest marked for nationwide hunting. Both worth a fortune, pelts starting at hundreds of yuan, bone and meat saleable, the leopard's very eyes of medicinal value. Then behind me came faint panting and a rustle of footfalls. I turned to see which it was, tiger or leopard, either a windfall. And seeing it clearly, I started, how can it be this? To my knowledge, wolves lived in the northeast and northwest, all but extinct in the south. Yet before me stood a wolf, gray-black, vicious-eyed, the size of a calf. Had the books been wrong? The wolf didn't care for my confusion, bared its white fangs and sprang for my throat. Another hunter, caught wondering, would have been its lamb. I recognized the danger at once and rolled right, loosing several bolts as I dodged. They struck but didn't kill it, only enraged it. It howled and charged again. I rolled to the base of a tree 2 men couldn't span, scrambled up, sat on a branch, and drew a silenced sniper rifle from the armory, aiming at the bolt-studded, still fierce wolf clawing up the trunk. Your hide stops bolts. Let's see it stop a sniper round. The round punched through its skull, turning the head to pulp. I didn't jump down to stow it. Wolves are pack animals. Find one, and there are likely 3 to 5 more. Worth waiting, for safety and gain both. A dozen-odd minutes on, the blood smell drew 3 more calf-sized wolves, noses working for the killer. I gave them no time, 3 rounds, and they fell into the blood before they could cry out. Still I waited, lest stowing the bodies leave me surrounded by a fresh pack. Even with the armory, I couldn't survive being mobbed. Half an hour passed with no more wolves and nothing on the visor. I climbed down, stowed all 4, and went on with the silenced rifle. Another half hour, 5 hares, 3 pheasants, but still no boar, porcupine, or deer, not a trace. Frowning, why is White Tiger Mountain so strange tonight? Wolves I've never met before, and the boar and deer all vanished? I looked toward the mountain's depths. Will I have to go deep to hunt from now on? Since childhood, the old hunters had warned that the deep mountain was deadly. South China tigers, clouded leopards, black bears, and vipers like the 5-pacer, king cobra, and bamboo viper. But the yield was rich, far more boar and deer than the fringes. Clear the dangers, and it was a mountain of gold. Too dark tonight. I'll talk with my father-in-law tomorrow before deciding whether to go in. Home. In the kitchen, I took a wolf, a pheasant, and a hare from the armory, bled them, then bathed and went to bed. As I lay down and put my arms around Su Wanqing, she asked low, "Husband, back so early. Did you meet danger?" Normally, I hunted till 4 or 5. It was only 2 or 3. I told her briefly of the night's strangeness. She was shaken. Wolves on White Tiger Mountain. Lucky you reacted fast. Don't hunt alone anymore. Take several hunters along. It's too dangerous. I'll talk with your father tomorrow. See if he'll come up with me. 2 isn't enough. Get several. 10 or 20 wolves, and 2 men couldn't manage. I understand. We'll see what he says. Past 8 the next morning, I woke to find Su Wanqing up, breakfast made, cleaning the pheasant and hare. I ate fast, then took the knife to skin and gut the wolf, telling her, "Leave this to me. Take Onion to the village mouth to wait for your father." She smiled happy. "It's only past 8. He won't come before 10. Don't be so nervous." The old me would have feared his coming. I was no good then. Now that I treat my wife well, I've no reason to fear him. You said it. Don't be nervous when he arrives. Then Yin Yin, playing at the door, called, "Papa, Mama, someone's here, says he's my grandfather and my aunt." Su Wanqing frowned. "My sister married into Baixian village. Why would she come so early with my father? Maybe she's missed you and it's hard to visit otherwise. She came along today," I said. But she knit her brows, sensing it wasn't so simple. I hope so. At my door stood a man of about 45, crew cut, in coarse black cloth, a Type 38 rifle slung on his back, asking grimly, "How does your papa treat your mama? Does he bully her?" Nian Yin shook her head. "Papa's so good to mama. He goes hunting every day to give us meat. We're sick of it." The man, Su Zhu, frowned, plainly disbelieving. "I heard your papa often beats your mama and curses her to die early." She huffed. "I've never heard papa curse mama to die. I think it's you cursing my mama, you bad man." His breathing went heavy. "Is that how you speak to your grandfather?" She made a face, stuck out her tongue, and ran inside on her short legs. "Papa, mama, this grandfather man is scary. I'm frightened." Suju bugged his eyes. "Little girl, when was I scary? Don't slander your grandfather." A young woman in blue, 80% like Su Wanqing but a touch sallower and fuller-figured, laughed softly. "Pa, don't be so fierce in front of a child." Su Zhu snorted. "Fierce? I was being perfectly friendly." Su Wanling gave a dry laugh. "Only you'd call that friendly." "Enough. Let's go in and see your sister." She caught his arm. "Pa, don't lose your temper at brother-in-law inside. Whatever it is, let's sit and talk." "Vicious," he said. "If he's bullied my daughter, a bullet would be getting off light, and I should sit and chat with him." Just then Su Wanqing came out with me, holding the face-making Yin Yin, and caught the bullet line. She hurried. "Pa, Zheng Fan's good to me. Hunts every day to feed me meat. Onion and I are sick of it." He frowned, suspicious. "Don't lie to your pa. The villagers told me he often beats you and curses you to die early. Now you say he's good and feeds you meat. How am I to believe that?" "Father-in-law, if you doubt it, come in. I've prepared food and drink for you," I smiled. "And if you think I'm performing and will go back to bullying her the moment you leave, you can stay 10 days, half a month, a year, no problem." He snorted loudly. "You'd best not be lying, or I'll show you what comes of bullying my daughter." He moved the rifle as if to shoot me. Su Wanqing paled. "Pa, don't be rash. He really is good to us. Don't be so tense. If he's truly good to you, why would I harm him? But if he isn't, let him know you've backing behind you." She, shaken, said, "Pa, don't do that again. I'm pregnant. Fright could harm me, and you'd regret it forever." He noticed her slightly rounded belly and frowned. "Times are lean. Carrying a second child? Is there enough grain? Did you two think it through?" "Pa, I told you. Zheng Fan hunts. We eat meat daily. Come see the game he caught." I welcomed them warmly. He gave me no good face, finding everything about this son-in-law unpleasant. Natural, given my old reputation, I could only change minds slowly. Su Wanqing took him to the kitchen to see the fresh game. As I made to follow, Su Wanling said, apologetic, "Brother-in-law, sorry. My father's temper is quick and his words blunt, but he means no harm. Don't take it to heart." I smiled. "I understand. A father fears his daughter being bullied by another man out here. If Onion ever married wrong and was bullied, I'd come with a gun to demand answers too. You've walked a long way, go rest." She watched me go in, thinking, brother-in-law doesn't seem like the rumors. Were those people making it up, jealous of my sister's happy life? She'd just stepped in when Su Zhu's shocked voice came from the kitchen. "A wolf this big. Zheng Fan took it alone at night? And these turtles, every one thick-skirted, clearly fine, also his." "Pa, I've told you several times, it's all his. I'm not lying. Why won't you believe me?" Happiness in her voice. Su Wanling ran to the kitchen and gaped at the calf-sized wolf. "Brother-in-law took a wolf this big alone. Incredible." Su Wanqing beamed at their shock. "Pa, little sister, Zheng Fan's good to me. I've put on a lot of weight, and if I weren't pregnant, I'd be dieting." The two froze, speechless. In a famine year, with people starving, a pregnant woman talking of dieting struck like a bomb. I cleared my throat, smiling. "Wife, listen to you. You've shocked them. No more diet talk." She muttered, "But I have gotten plump. Your father and sister came a long way. Go out and chat with them. I'll deal with the wolf." Suju looked hard at me skinning it, then at her, grave. "Wanqing, we do have things to discuss with you." Su Wanling dropped her head and went out. Su Wanqing, sensing something, followed. Outside, Su Wanqing asked, "Pa, what's wrong? Isn't little sister living in Baixian village? Why come with you this early?" "Grave," he said. Besides seeing you, I came to talk about your sister. She looked at the silent Su Wanling, concerned. What's happened to her? I can't say it, Su Wanling murmured. Let Pa. Su Wanqing pressed. Pa, tell me. If she needs money, don't be shy, your daughter's well off now. He sighed. 2 years ago, your sister married Li Heir of Baixian village. On the wedding day, Li Heir died suddenly, and his family decided she was an ill omen and drove her out. She's lived with me these 2 years. Su Wanqing was stunned. 2 years ago, why never tell me? Your own life was hard. Telling you wouldn't have helped, only added worry. Why tell me now suddenly? I meant to bring her to see how you fared here. If badly, I'd have thrashed Zheng Fan and taken you, her, and Onion back to our old home in the Northeast. Seeing you do well, meet every day, I mean to let her stay with you a while, and go back to the Northeast alone to settle things. If you'd ask Zheng Fan whether he agrees. If not, I'll take her back with me. That's nothing. Zheng Fan will surely agree, she smiled. Pa, if you're not in a hurry, stay with little sister at your daughter's place. Your fine son-in-law bought 10 caddies of baijiu at the co-op just to host you, and caught turtle and pheasant for your drinking snacks. At 10 caddies of baijiu, he licked his lips. I'm not in such a hurry, but it's a famine year, and 2 more mouths at your house. Even if your son-in-law says nothing, he'll mind it inside, and it'll strain your marriage. Pa, Zheng Fan isn't as petty as you think. If you'd stay, he'd be glad. Daughter is daughter, son-in-law is son-in-law. How do you know his true mind? He cut her off. Enough, or your pa leaves now. Knowing him stubborn, she had me persuade him directly and called to the kitchen. Husband, don't keep working in there. Come brew tea for my pa and sister, I'll cook. You're pregnant. I won't have you laboring in the kitchen, and you haven't seen your father in 2 years. You've much to say. I called back. She came in and asked low, my pa and sister want to stay with us a while, all right? Don't force it if not. I said readily. Glad to have them. Someone to keep you company, that's a good thing. You won't mind 2 more mouths? I laughed. Wife, I bring home hundreds of caddies of game at a go. Would I worry over 2 mouths? Then tell my pa at lunch. He won't hear it from me. He keeps thinking 2 more mouths will make you resent us. I'll finish this wolf and tell him. She eyed the half-skinned wolf. You usually dress game fast. Why is this taking so long? A whole wolf pelt sells for 50 yuan. Damaged, it crashes to a dozen, even 5 or 6, I explained. I have to be careful. She went out to her father and sister. In the hall she smiled. Pa, sister, Zheng Fan's dressing the pelt. He'll be out soon. Hearing it, Su Zhu reddened and snorted. Sister, let's go. Pa, why suddenly angry? She asked, baffled. Dressing a wolf pelt takes great experience. Overdo the force and it's ruined. At his age, how could he have the skill? Saying he's dressing a pelt is his way of driving us off. Why stay to be resented? Su Wanqing planted herself before him. Pa, he means no such thing. He really is dressing it. Go look. I haven't the face to go look and be humiliated. She turned to her sister. Help me persuade Pa. Su Wanling, also doubting I was that sort, said gently. Pa, maybe brother-in-law really is dressing it. Leaving without looking would be disrespectful. Look yourself, I won't. As the sisters puzzled over how to get him to look, I came out holding a whole wolf pelt. Pa, look, Zheng Fan's brought the pelt out, Su Wanqing said, excited. He snorted. If he can bring out a whole wolf pelt, I'll call him father. Su Wanling said awkwardly. Pa, he really did. Turn and look, one glance. He doubted a man my age could dress a pelt whole, but his daughter's awkwardness told him I'd done it. Grave, suspicious, he turned and saw the bloody, whole pelt in my hands, cut clean enough to fetch a good price at market or co-op, baffled. When did you learn to dress hides? I never heard of it. Naturally not, father-in-law. I only learned recently. His eyes went round. Learned recently, and you cut one this well? The most gifted I've met needed a year to dress hides skillfully and couldn't reach this standard. I laughed. Maybe I've a knack. Don't judge me by ordinary measures. He wanted to tell me not to be cocky, but given the talent, only said, stay low-key. Too high profile invites trouble. Well said, father-in-law. I'll keep low. I hung the pelt to dry in the shade. He muttered, watching me go. The boy's deeper than I thought. Su Wanling said, Pa just thought brother-in-law was driving you off. Lucky it was a misunderstanding. Recalling his "I'll call him father" line, he flushed with embarrassment and cleared his throat. I'll go apologize to Zheng Fan. Pa, you're not going to call brother-in-law father, are you? Red-faced. That's just a saying. What father-in-law calls his son-in-law father? It'd muddle the generations. He went out. Sister, let's go watch Pa apologize, Su Wanling said, tugging Su Wanqing along. Still love a spectacle, Su Wanqing laughed. I'd hung the pelt to dry and was about to wash up and brew tea when Su Zhu came over. What is it, father-in-law? Grave, he apologized. I shouldn't have doubted your skill. I took it for you driving us off. I thought it some big matter. I'm so young. Anyone would doubt I could dress a wolf pelt. The misunderstanding's natural. You're praising yourself sideways. Just stating facts. I laughed, changing tack. At lunch I'll drink properly with you. His face lit. Good. We drink till we drop. I waved. I've goods to sell at the Shangyuan market at noon, so a caddy or two. Tonight I'll drink with you properly. He laughed. Bragging? With your capacity, 3 or 4 tails would be impressive. Never mind 2 caddies. When you married Wanqing, I never saw such a feat. Su Wanling, overhearing, marveled. Sister, brother-in-law's drinking's grown that strong these 2 years. I don't know his capacity, but if he says 2 caddies, he can. Su Wanqing said. From these days with me, she judged me reliable, not a braggart. Sister, you trust him so, Su Wanling whispered. He's lucky to have a wife like you. Not blind trust. He gives me reason to, Su Wanqing said softly. Su Wanling nodded. If my man could take a wolf alone like brother-in-law, I'd trust him unconditionally too. Shall I find you a capable man to meet? Su Wanling shook her head fast. After the Lier business, I don't want to marry. Su Wanqing frowned. An unmarried woman past her 20s faced heavy gossip and worse, and resolved to change her sister's mind and find her a man as fine as her own. Su Wanling smiled it off. Don't fret. Living with Pa, no in-laws to wait on, is comfortable. Su Wanqing changed the subject. Come help me cook, and we'll talk. At lunch the table held chili fried turtle, chili fried hare, red braised wolf, and pheasant mushroom soup, with 5 bottles of Dongping Old Kiln Baijiu. Son-in-law, let's see if you can drink 2 caddies. Su Zhu loved his drink and had no match in his village. I opened a bottle to pour for him. He grabbed another. Pouring's no fun, bottle by bottle. Father-in-law, a bottle's a caddy, sure? My capacity's a caddy and a half. Can you keep up? No problem. Then go. Inside 20 or 30 minutes we downed a whole bottle. He was flushed and reeking, while I looked as if I'd drunk plain water. Good son-in-law. You can drink. I'll never lack a drinking partner. Come anytime. I've a jar of Tiger Pizzle wine too. His eyes lit. Tiger Pizzle wine. My fine son-in-law. A bicycle, Tiger Pizzle wine, a tiger skin. No man in Gotzi outdoes you. Let's stay low-key, father-in-law. These are out in the open. Hard to hide. He belched and went on. Good son-in-law. If you don't mind, I mean to have little sister move in and share life with you. What do you think? The room went dead silent. Drunk and flushed, he didn't notice our shock and rambled on. Times are lean. People starving daily. On the road here I passed several families with the dead. I came today, saw your good circumstances. A bicycle, a tiger skin, even Tiger Pizzle wine, and a calf-sized wolf taken alone. All proof of your ability. Entrust your sister to you, and I can go back to the northeast at ease. Su Wanling flushed. Pa, what are you saying? He's my brother-in-law. How could I live with him? People would mock us. Grave, he said. These hard years, taking on arrangements are everywhere. 2 sisters serving 1 husband common enough. Who'd mock? Does the mocker have meat every day? Find things to use. Red as an apple, she ducked her head. Pa, you're drunk. Stop drinking, go rest. She rose and helped him up, blushing. Brother-in-law, my pa talks nonsense drunk. Don't take it seriously. Before I could answer, he hollered. I'm not drunk. What I said was well considered. How many men hunt this well, drink this well, dress hides this well? Redder still, she murmured. Pa, stop, or I'm leaving. He lectured on. I say this for your good, or one day other women will come for your brother-in-law, and you'll have to queue to serve him. A swig, then to me with a grin. Good son-in-law, think it over. Little sister's gentle and obedient. If you can accept it, best, and if not, I'll find her a man back home. Pa, stop, or I can't show my face here. She resolved to leave at his next outrageous word. Not that she disliked me, but it was too shaming. He mumbled on, head sinking, and passed out on the table, snoring. Relieved, Su Wanling hurried to us. Sister, brother-in-law, Pa talks wild when drunk. Please don't take it to heart. I apologize, and bowed deeply. I smiled. I know his temper. No need to be awkward. Su Wanqing nodded. Don't I know our father's ways? Don't feel bad. Is there a free room? I'll get Pa to rest. I rose. I'll carry him. You sisters sit and eat. Su Wanling started to speak. Su Wanqing said, let your brother-in-law do it. Warmth filled her. It's good to have a sister and brother-in-law, and a touch of envy. If only she had such a man. She was sure now the Gotzi people who'd badmouthed me were merely jealous. I carried Su Zhu to Yin Yin's room. Rest, father-in-law. I'll drink with you tonight. Reeking, he grinned up at me. Good son-in-law, consider what I said. Little sister's truly fine. I smiled. Father-in-law, it's not for me to consider. It's up to Wanqing and little sister. If they've no objection, I've none. I'm a normal man, not a eunuch. I like a pretty woman, and 2 sisters at that. But it wasn't mine to decide. He belched. If you agree, they will. Care for them well, never wrong them, or I'll put a bullet in you. Drunken talk. I didn't take it seriously, only nodded. I'd starve myself before letting them starve. Rest easy. That's my good son-in-law, he said, and was snoring. I covered him, rueful. Being a man is hard. Wanting to say yes, but not daring is harder still. In the kitchen, I told the 3. I'm off to Shangyuan to sell things at noon. If you're bored, help yourselves to snacks. I'll mind Pa and sister, Su Wanqing said softly. Don't come home too late. It's dangerous after dark. I waved and rode the new phoenix toward the market. Su Wanling said, envious. Brother-in-law is so capable and so good to you. Hangs on your every word. I envy you, sister. Su Wanqing teased. Want to consider Pa's words? The 3 of us share a life? Su Wanling jumped like a cat. Sister, what are you saying? You took drunk talk seriously? If brother-in-law heard, I'd die of shame. Ernest, Su Wanqing said. I think Pa made sense. These lean years, so many starve. Even, she'd meant to say she and Yin Yin had nearly starved, but, mindful of my image with her father and sister, stopped. Even what? I'm not joking, think it over. Su Wanling shook her head wildly. You haven't even been drinking and you talk drunk like Pa. Or you're teasing me. I mean it, if you won't, fine. It's not something one agrees to easily. Su Wanling murmured. She thought me her ideal man. But the hurdle of sisters serving one man was too high. Seeing her crimson to the neck, Su Wanqing dropped it. Tell me the real story of these 2 years. Why's Pa suddenly going back to the northeast? As I was about to leave Gotzi, the village loudspeaker crackled with Qi Jiao's grave voice. Attention, all Gotzi villagers. Last night our villager Zheng Xuan was ambushed by wolves hunting on White Tiger Mountain. He escaped back. From today, anyone hunting there must go in groups of at least 4. I frowned. Were the wolves Zheng Xuan met last night the 3 I killed? If not, I must clear the mountain's wolves soon, or hunting becomes a 4-man affair. More hunters means I can't use the armory's weapons freely, and the game will flee into the deep mountain, so future catches would mean going into that deadly place. I shook it off. First the market, sell Chun Sanjin the 2 boars. In the loudspeaker room, Mingdao watched me ride off, vicious, grinding his teeth. Zheng Fan, you cursed beast. You cost me face in Gotzi and pushed back my wedding. With wolves now on the fringe, if I don't finish you, I'm not Zheng Mingda. Qi Jiao, grim, said, what's your plan to finish him? Let me hear it. He hated me, but for Mingda's torn scalp and crippled leg, the wedding needn't have been delayed and the boy's bright future secured. Now it was pushed back until he healed, and they feared their prize might slip away. Mingdao whispered long in his father's ear. Qi Jiao nodded along. Good plan, no flaw, do it just so. When Mingdao finished, Qi Jiao said, pleased, you've grown up. You've learned to kill with a borrowed knife instead of charging in front. Mingdao smiled cruelly. Thanks to Zheng Fan, who taught me the hard way. In return, I'll see him dead. The two laughed cruelly in the loudspeaker room. Nearing the market, sure no one watched, I moved the two boars from the armory onto the rack. The nimble phoenix suddenly bore 500-odd caddies, the tires strained, the frame swaying as if the boars would crush it to scrap. I forgot, the phoenix's max load is 400 caddies. Should have bought a Yongjio, max 700. I got off and pushed it in, afraid the new bicycle would burst. The market was a fifth busier than my first visit. Eyes locked on the two big trust boars. Two furon boars over 200 caddies each, at 4.3 a caddy. For 100 caddies was 1,720 yuan, and these were surely 450 at least, nearly 2,000. Such as some stirs dark thoughts. Many meant to jump me once the sale was done. I ignored the unfriendly looks, dropped the boars, and said mildly, "Sorry, everyone. These two are pre-sold. Can't sell them to you. If you want game, book with me. I'll bring what you want the next day, but this needs a deposit." No one came forward. A few harbored bad intent and wouldn't deal, and most who wanted to buy feared handing me a deposit and never finding me again. Unbothered, I sat on a boar to wait for Chen Sanjin. As for any who'd move on me after I left, I'd not mind using the armory's future weapons to crush them like ants. The market's attention moved on. Openly no one watched me, but several pairs of eyes spied from the shadows. I didn't care. After some tens of minutes, the white-haired old man in black tunic suit appeared. "Young man, you're something. Said you'd bring me 500 caddies of boar today, and here it is." I smiled. That was luck. From tomorrow my luck's much worse. Boar won't be so easy. How so? I told him briefly of the wolves driving the boar and deer into the deep mountain. He frowned, concerned. "Wolves are cunning and hunt in packs. You've made good money. Rest at home a while until the militia clear them, then hunt." Before he finished, I asked, "Elder Chun, do you take wolf meat? At what price?" He blinked, doubting his ears. What did you say? I didn't catch that." Zheng Fan smiled and repeated himself. "I just want to know if Elder Chun buys wild wolf meat. And if he does, at what price?" Chen Sanjin's face turned grave. "Son, wild wolves are cunning devils. They run in packs. Never mind going after them alone. Even 4 or 5 seasoned hunters together could come to grief. Don't do anything foolish." Zheng Fan grinned, "Sonny, Elder Chen, I've no wish to die. I only want to know if you'll take the meat, and at what price. If not, I'll ask elsewhere. 500 caddies of wolf meat. That's at least 3 grown wolves." Chen Sanjin's face went slack with shock. "Son, don't chase money at the cost of your life." Zheng Fan laughed. "Do I look like a man who'd trade his life for money?" Chen Sanjin laughed back. "You look exactly like one." "Elder Chun, I value my own skin too much for that," Zheng Fan said, chuckling. "So, how much per caddy for wolf meat?" 10 yuan a caddy," Chen Sanjin said warmly, then added quickly, seeing Zheng Fan go quiet. "Don't think it's stingy, son. I'm taking 500 caddies off you at once. I need to turn some profit too." Zheng Fan understood well enough. If Chen Sanjin made nothing, he'd hardly be his free labor. 10 yuan a caddy it is, then. He went on. "Elder Chun, do you take wolf pelts? What's the price on those?" "I don't buy wolf pelts," Chen Sanjin said. "Take them to the co-op. The price there's not high, but it's fair." His eyes moved to Ague, who stood ramrod straight nearby. "When are you weighing the boars? Or should I?" Ague, looking a little sheepish, moved briskly to sack and weigh the pigs. "Boss, 245 caddies, 255. 500 even." Chen Sanjin blinked at the round number, teasing. 2 boars landing exactly on 500 caddies. You didn't stuff something inside them to hit the number, did you? Zheng Fan caught the joke and played along. "I wish I had that kind of skill. I'd have made more off you, Elder Chun." "No such luck." Chen Sanjin laughed, drew a red cloth bundle of cash from his trouser pocket, and counted out 2,000 yuan into Zheng Fan's hand. "Son, you really won't come trade at Yunqi Academy instead? Plenty of eyes in this black market see a young man carrying this much money and think unkind thoughts." Zheng Fan tucked the money away, smiling. "Thank you for the concern, Elder Chun. If I feared them, I wouldn't keep coming back here to trade." Seeing he wouldn't be moved, Chen Sanjin asked, "Same time tomorrow?" "Same time. Mind yourself on the road home. Son, watch for anyone following." Chen Sanjin waved and left with Ague, who carried 500 caddies of boar on his back as if it were nothing. Some in the black market, watching Ague's shoulder that weight so easily, felt a chill and decided he wasn't a man to provoke, rich or not. Better to set their sights on Zheng Fan, who looked, by any measure, like easier prey. Zheng Fan noticed the unfriendly stares and paid them no mind. He bought 10 caddies worth of liquor coupons in the market, then mounted his bicycle to ride to the co-op for the liquor itself. He'd barely left the market, still passing through the stand of trees, when 14 men of various builds, carrying clubs and bricks, closed around him. A wiry young man with disheveled hair, gripping a club, grinned. "Little brother, you made good money today. Lend a few hundred yuan to your brothers here to spend." A vicious-looking middle-aged man, eyes bulging, grunted. "We don't ask much. 500'll do." Zheng Fan looked them over, frowning. "Didn't Lin Zijian say there were no gangs around here? Was the little bastard lying to me?" The wiry one snapped, impatient. "What are you muttering about? You lending us the 500 or not?" The vicious-faced one twirled his club, voice cold. "You don't want to lend it. You're not walking out of these trees in one piece." Zheng Fan was already reaching to bring the crossbow to bear and settle this properly when a familiar young man's voice barked from behind them. "What are you lot doing here?" The disheveled-haired one turned obsequious. "Brother Zijian, we ran into a fat sheep at the market, just borrowing 500 yuan off him." Lin Zijian, 2 wild hairs dangling from his hand, looked at the man surrounded in the middle of the group, the back of him growing more familiar by the second, and hurried closer to be sure. Thinking Zijian meant to claim the sheep for himself, the disheveled one strode toward Zheng Fan in a panic. "Brother Zijian, we only want 500 to spend. He's still got 1,000 odd left. That's all yours." The vicious-faced man went meek as a mouse before a cat at the sight of Zijian's crew. "Brother Zijian, if 500's too much, we'll settle for 100. Zijian reached the front and confirmed who stood there. His heart lurched. He'd never imagined running into Zheng Fan here, let alone finding him surrounded by a gang of thugs meaning to rob him. Zheng Fan would surely think he'd lied last night, claimed there was no other gang operating, when there was. Just imagining the consequences made Zijian's blood run cold. "Brother Zijian, if 100's too much, 50 will do," the disheveled man added quickly, seeing Zijian go silent. "There's so many of us, 50 split between us all is nothing." Zijian's legs gave out. Cold sweat soaked through his shirt as he dropped to his knees in front of Zheng Fan. "Boss, these aren't the gang, they're just local scum. I don't know what got into them today, ganging up to rob you. I swear I never lied to you." The disheveled man and the others, men who'd made lesser souls tremble, stared in blank horror as the very Lin Zijian they feared knelt before the fat sheep they'd thought easy pickings, calling him boss. Their minds went white, shirts soaked through with sweat. What is this? Brother Zijian just called him boss." Someone said, confused. "Is Zijian mistaken? This guy doesn't look like anyone's boss." Someone else would himself in fear. "Am I really this unlucky, that I set my sights on Zijian's boss? I'm finished." They stood frozen, drenched in cold sweat, eyes locked on Zheng Fan, waiting to learn their fate. Every second stretched like a century. Lin Zijian knelt pale-faced before Zheng Fan, who was slow to speak. He feared Zheng Fan suspected him of lying, of setting this up, feared being made an example of. The longer the silence stretched, the more frightened he grew. "Boss, you have to believe me. My loyalty to you is absolute. I'd never lie to you. These men banded together on a whim. I never kept anything from you." Zheng Fan looked at the hares and pheasants in the hands of Zijian, Gao San, Xie Jin Shun, and the rest, and at the plain fear in Zijian's face and voice. No, he hadn't lied. "You've all taken up hunting to make your own way now," Zheng Fan said, even. "Naturally, I believe you didn't lie to me." He paused. "But what these men did today doesn't sit well with me. You know how that should be handled." The knot in Zijian's chest loosened at once, and he nodded furiously. "Robbing you is robbing me. I'll teach every one of them a lesson they won't forget." He was furious at the disheveled man and his crew. Of all the people to rob, they'd picked Zheng Fan and dragged him in besides. If he didn't beat some sense into them permanently, he wasn't Lin Zijian. The disheveled man, the vicious-faced one, and the rest, they knew Zijian's reputation for cruelty. Falling into his hands meant nothing good. Some of the faint-hearted wet themselves on the spot, legs failing beneath them. The quicker-witted dropped to their knees before Zheng Fan instead, pleading loudly. Boss, my family's got nothing left to eat. That's the only reason. Forgive me this once. This is the first time I've ever let greed get the better of me. Spare me, and I'll never do it again. We'll learn from Brother Zhijian. Hunt the mountains for our living from now on. Just give us one more chance. Zheng Fan's face stayed flat. I don't care what excuse you've got. Robbery is filth, plain and simple, and there's no forgiving it. Besides, Zhijian's only going to teach you a lesson, not take your lives. What are you all whining about? He dropped the matter there and rode off toward the co-op. Not long after he'd gone, howls of pain began rising from the trees. I'll never do it again. Brother Zhijian, stop. One more chance, I'll study hunting properly, earn my own way. No amount of begging slowed Zhijian's hand. If anything, it made him hit harder, afraid Zheng Fan might think he was going easy and turn the punishment on him instead. Back in the market, those who'd thought about robbing Zheng Fan and held back listened to the screaming drift from the trees with a chill down their spines. Good thing I only thought about it and didn't act, or that'd be me screaming now. Fools, the lot of them. A young man brave enough to sell alone in the black market obviously isn't soft. Rob him. What were they even thinking with? Meanwhile, Zheng Fan reached the co-op. The clerks, still mindful of yesterday's events, greeted him warmly the moment he walked in. A young clerk with twin braids stepped up. Comrade, what would you like today? Zheng Fan handed over 10 caddies worth of liquor coupons. 10 bottles of Dongping Old Cellar, please. Of course, one moment, said the clerk, Li shooting. She returned with 10 bottles. That's 25 yuan. Comrade, pay at the counter. After paying, Zheng Fan asked, does the co-op buy wolf pelts? What's the price on those? We do buy animal hides, Li shooting said, but we've never bought a wolf pelt before. You'd need to ask Director Yao for the price. Wait here a moment. He nodded, and she went to fetch her. Before long, Yao Pingping appeared, striking, full-figured, her uniform straining at the chest, and her voice alone was enough to melt bone. Little brother Zheng Fan, you've got a source for wolf pelts? Zheng Fan kept his eyes where they belonged with some effort. He hadn't come to admire Director Yao's figure, but to learn the buying price. I've got a source, Director Yao. Tell me what the co-op pays. Yao Pingping, in no hurry to answer, teased. Little brother, wolves mostly live up north, a few stray south, sure, but around here they only exist in old records. Nobody's seen a real wolf in living memory. The odds of you finding one are near zero. Director Yao, just tell me the price, Zheng Fan said, smiling. Don't worry about whether I can get the pelts. There he goes again, she said, pouting prettily. I told you before, call me Sister Pingping. Director Yao makes it hard for me to even quote you a price. Sister Pingping, then, he said, resigned. Can you tell me the price now? That's my good little brother. Satisfied, she went on. The co-op grades all pelts we buy, first grade or second grade. A first grade wolf pelt goes for 30 yuan. Second grade, only 10, sometimes as low as 5. Zheng Fan already had one whole wolf pelt on hand, plus 3 uncut wolves waiting in the armory, for pelts in total. Beyond the meat money, that was another 120 yuan or so. Wolves paid far better than boar ever had. Seeing him go quiet, Yao Pingping assumed he was scheming after a source and said kindly, wolf pelts are valuable, sure, but the odds are so slim. Don't waste your thoughts on it, little brother. In a while, Zheng Fan said, smiling. I might be bringing quite a few wolf pelts in, wondering how many you could take off my hands. Yao Pingping's face went slack with shock. You, what did you say? She half doubted her own ears. Had she really just heard him say he could bring quite a few wolf pelts, and ask how many she'd buy? I've got a source, Zheng Fan said, watching her surprise with amusement. If you can't take them all, I'll find another buyer elsewhere. Seeing he wasn't joking, her face turned serious. However many pelts you bring, little brother, I'll take them all. Wolf pelts fetched a high price, yes, but they also sold well. The more Zheng Fan brought her, the more profit for the co-op. Picking up his 10 bottles, Zheng Fan headed for the door. Good. Once I've sorted the pelts out, I'll bring them to you, sister. Yao Pingping watched him go, murmuring to herself, can he really get that many wolf pelts? Li Shooting, standing beside her, said quietly, Director, I don't think that boy's bluffing. Neither do I, Yao Pingping said, nodding slowly. But where in this day and age would wolves even come from around here? Riding away from the co-op, Zheng Fan spotted Chow Bufan heading the same direction, looking drained, dark circles ringing his eyes like a panda's. He waved, grinning. Brother Bufan, what were you up to last night? Those bags under your eyes or something else? Chow Bufan forced himself alert. There was a murder in Shangyuan Township last night. Our station spent the whole night on it and turned up nothing, not one usable lead. It's like the killer's a ghost, doesn't exist in this world. The words invisible ghost struck something in Zheng Fan, a murder case from his past life, one that had shaken the whole province. The killer's method had been vicious, meticulous, 6 newly married men killed within a month, and even after enormous time, effort, and reward money, not a single lead surfaced. They'd called it the Invisible Man murders. It wasn't solved for 30 years until the killer let something slip while drunk and brawling. Only then did they learn the method and where the weapon had been hidden. Seeing Zheng Fan go quiet, Chow Bufan assumed he'd been rattled by the case and patted his shoulder, reassuring. Don't worry too much, brother Zheng Fan. If the killer shows his face again, we'll have him. Zheng Fan held up a hand and made a show of counting on his fingers. Let me guess, was the victim's surname Shui? Chow Bufan's face went slack. How do you know that? The murder had happened at the Sanfu logging camp in Shangyuan Township. Only 3 workers there knew of it, and to keep panic from spreading and hurting productivity, the investigating officers had ordered all 3 to say nothing. All 3 had been up the whole night and were resting now. There'd been no time for any of them to tell Zheng Fan anything. So how did he know? Surely he wasn't actually reading it off his fingers like some fortune teller. Didn't I just count it out right in front of you? Zheng Fan said, smiling. He could hardly tell Chow Bufan the truth, that he was reborn, that he'd read about this very case in a newspaper in his last life. Say that out loud and Bufan would think him mad. Better to lean into the mystic arts act and use it to nudge him toward catching the man before 5 more died. Chow Bufan laughed it off. Brother Bufan, here's an atheist. None of that mysticism works on me. Just tell me who told you. I won't do anything about it. His face turned serious. Who told you this? You can just say it. No need to play fortune teller with your own brother. I'm telling you the truth, and you won't believe it, Zheng Fan said, feigning helplessness. I'm not making it up. You're putting me in a bind here. Fine, since you're such a master of the mystic arts, Chow Bufan said, grinning. Tell me the killer's name, where he is, and where the weapon's hidden. Zheng Fan narrowed his eyes, counted on his fingers a moment, then said flatly, half a month from now, the killer will strike at 10 at night in Baiwa Park. Go catch him there. Chow Bufan laughed. Why half a month from now? Can't you just tell me where he is right now? Zheng Fan kept his face grave. Reveal too much of heaven's secrets, and it brings disaster down on the ones close to you. Chow Bufan laughed harder. Brother Zheng Fan, you're acting something else. You almost had me there. Zheng Fan understood the doubt. Anyone hearing this pitch from someone else would think the same, maybe worse. He clapped Bufan's shoulder, his face entirely earnest now. Brother Bufan, do you really think I'd joke about something like this? If you trust me, go to Baiwa Park in half a month. If you don't, nothing more I say will change that. Bufan had known Zheng Fan only a short while, but the man struck him as steady, not the type to joke about serious things. He wrestled with it, then nodded, resolved. I trust you, brother Zheng Fan. Half a month, Baiwa Park. I'll be there. You've been up all night. Go rest. Don't work yourself to death, Zheng Fan said, clapping his shoulder again. I should head back to the village too. If you're not in a rush, let me treat you to a meal at the state restaurant before you go, Bufan offered. Zheng Fan shook his head. My father-in-law's waiting at home. Wouldn't look good if I went gallivanting about. Next time. Watching him ride off, Chow Bufan muttered to himself. How am I supposed to convince the deputy chief to send men to Baiwa Park in half a month? This is going to be a hard sell. Zheng Fan rode back to the Zheng Xuanchuan household in Gotzi village. Inside, more than 20 village men sat or stood in the spacious main room, pressing eagerly. Xuanchuan, you really ran into wolves outside White Tiger Mountain last night. You're not lying to us. How many did you see? How'd you make it back alive? Tell us. Wolves on White Tiger Mountain. We've never had wolves here. What's going on? A crew-cut, square-jawed man in a short-sleeved shirt bellowed over the noise. Enough, you'll deafen me. To keep this orderly, I'm charging for answers now. 3 Mao a question. A brief, stunned silence followed. Someone snapped. 3 Mao a question? You think your mouth's been blessed by a monk? Zheng Xuanquan shrugged. Too expensive? Shut up then. Nobody's forcing you to ask. Another tried. Brother Xuanquan, times are lean. 3 Mao's not nothing. Sometimes it can save a life. Can't you just answer for free? Xuanquan's face went cold. Why should I care whether you live or die? Don't want to pay? Get out of my house and stop the racket. Several men flushed red at his arrogance, breath quickening, itching to give him a beating. Cooler heads held them back. Not worth the trouble tangling with this sort. Zheng Fan stood in the crowd, plainly unimpressed with Xuanquan's behavior. He'd only come for information on the wolves, not to watch this circus. What time did you run into the wolves last night? How many? He asked flat. Didn't I already say? 3 Mao a question, no money, no answer. Xuanquan snapped. Zheng Fan pulled a single yuan from his pocket. 1 yuan for questions. Deal. Xuanquan's eyes lit up at the sight of real cash. Deal. The room's men, equally curious, went quiet, waiting on the answers. Feeling the room's eager stares, Xuanquan lit a cigarette unhurriedly, took a deep drag, and said with great self-satisfaction, ran into 5 wolves around 1 in the morning. If I hadn't scrambled up a tree fast enough, I'd have been their dinner. Zheng Fan, unable to tell from this alone whether it was the same pack he'd met, pressed on. How big were they? How long did they circle before leaving? Xuanquan blew out a ring of smoke, dismissive. About the size of Zheng Biao's big black dog. Howled under the tree till dawn before giving up. Zheng Fan knew Xiao He was nowhere near the size of the wolves he'd killed, and he'd finished off his 4 around 1 or 2 in the morning. Clearly Xuanquan's 5 weren't the same pack as his own. Finding out the true number on White Tiger Mountain would mean going up there himself at night. Having learned the price of wolf meat and pelts from Chun Sanjin and Yao Pingping, he found himself hoping the wolves around the mountain's outer edge were plentiful, good money in it. The deep mountain itself, though, was best avoided as long as possible. Seeing Zheng Fan's frown, Xuanquan assumed he'd been scared and laughed. Wolves are frightening, sure, but if you land the kill, wolf meat sells for 11 yuan a caddy in the black market. A wolf runs 80, 90 caddies. That's close to 1,000 yuan a head. Keep paying, and I'll walk you through how to handle them, how to get rich off it. That's all, Zheng Fan said flatly. He needed no lessons in hunting wolves, and once his questions were answered he left without another word. Watching him go, Xuanquan called after him greedily. Zheng Fan, don't be scared of wolves. We can talk price. Once Zheng Fan was gone for good, Xuanquan turned his hungry eyes on the room. Anyone else got questions? I'll cut you a deal. 2 Mao a question. Met with nothing but contempt. He tried again. Nobody asking? Then get out of my house. When the crowd began filing out without a word, he panicked. Wait, don't rush off. 1 Mao a question. How about that? They ignored him. 5 fun. I can't go lower than that. Still nothing. He spat on the ground, cursing. Bunch of cheapskates. Should have kicked you all out the second I answered Zheng Fan's questions. Let you get away with nothing. Outside, the departing men caught sight of Zheng Fan riding off on his brand new Phoenix bicycle, envy plain on their faces. Barely any age on him, and already the first bike in the whole village. We'd better get moving too. Wolves showing up on White Tiger Mountain's a real opportunity. Bag one, and I'm buying a bike myself. The price Xuanquan had quoted stuck with them. 1 wolf alone would cover a long stretch of expenses, and 5 or 6 meant real wealth. Zheng Fan came home carrying his 10 bottles of Dongping Old Cellar to the bright, clear sound of Zheng Yinyan's laughter from inside. His father-in-law Su Zhu was in there entertaining her with some game, the 2 of them running back and forth. Papa, did you bring me candy? Yinyan asked, the moment she spotted him, running straight into his arms. No candy left at the co-op, Zheng Fan said, shaking his head. Papa bought liquor instead. Next time there's candy, I'll get you some. Okay. Don't forget next time, she said, bright as ever. Su Zhu eyed the 10 bottles and grinned. Good son-in-law, we're getting properly drunk tonight. Father-in-law, how about we go up White Tiger Mountain for wolves tonight instead, and save the drinking for after we're back around 3 in the morning. Su Zhu's interest sparked instantly at the mention of wolves. I've only ever hunted wolves up in the Northeast. Tonight I'll see how vicious and cunning the southern breed is by comparison. With you along, father-in-law, tonight's sure to be a big haul, Zheng Fan said, laughing. Grandpa, Papa, I want to go hunt wolves too. Help carry my share for the family. Nian piped up, all baby seriousness. Zheng Fan ruffled her hair gently. Staying home to keep Mama and Annie company. That's carrying your share just fine. Su Wanqing, resting inside, heard the talk of wolf hunting and rushed out, flustered. Husband, father, you two going up the mountain alone to hunt wolves? That's far too dangerous. You need more people for safety. Su Wanling came out too, backing her sister. This afternoon in the village, some folks said several households lost men to wolves last night. Only that Zheng Xuan fellow got lucky and made it back. Between your father and me, Zheng Fan said, smiling, even a dozen wolves wouldn't worry us together. Don't fret. Before either sister could answer, Su Zhu shook his head. Actually, good son-in-law, if the two of us really ran into dozens of wolves the size of young calves, we could well end up leaving our bones on that mountain. Zheng Fan looked at him, startled. This wasn't like Su Zhu at all. Su Zhu clapped his shoulder, grave. Wolves are treacherous animals. You got lucky last night. We can't go up there banking on luck twice. Danger comes fast when you do. He paused. Not that I fear danger for myself, but you've still got my two daughters to look after. If something happened to us, what becomes of my girls? What becomes of Yin? Zheng Fan blinked. Wasn't this the same thing his father-in-law had said while drunk before? Had he sobered up and decided to bring it up again? Su Wanling flushed scarlet. Father, you're not even drunk. Why are you talking like this? I'm stone sober, Su Zhu said, entirely serious. Where's the drunk talk in any of this? Su Wanling's face burned. Not drunk at all, and these words still come out of your mouth. Su Zhu pressed on, serious. It's a famine year, resources are scarce, every household short on food. I finally swallowed my pride and raised this with your brother-in-law, and he didn't refuse, and here you are refusing before I've even finished. Don't tell me I'm drunk. Wanling's face went red as an apple, head bowed low. If I agreed to something like this, what would sister and brother-in-law think of me? I can't do it. Please don't bring this up again. Su Wanqing, knowing her sister's proud streak, patted her back gently. Little sister, if you're willing to build a life with us, I'd be truly happy. We'd be a family again, like before. She paused. Your brother-in-law taking on a lovely new wife. He'd be thrilled, not upset. Why would he mind? Wanling's head sank further. You two keep joking about this. I won't talk to you anymore. She fled to her room and shut the door. Nian, puzzled, asked, Papa, Mama, why's Auntie's face so red? Doesn't she want to be part of our family? Su Wanqing stroked her daughter's head, explaining gently. Auntie's not quite ready in her heart yet. Once she is, we'll all be one family. I'll go talk to her, Nian declared, marching off toward Wanling's room. Su Zhu laughed. Go get her, and Yin. Grandpa believes in you. Seeing Zheng Fan stay silent through all this, Su Zhu pressed. Good son-in-law, didn't you agree to build a life with my younger daughter too? Every time I bring it up you go mute as a rock. Zheng Fan was at a loss for what to say. Speak up too eagerly, and Wanqing might think he'd been coveting her sister all along. Shameless. Better to stay quiet and watch how Wanling reacted while her father and sister made the case. Su Zhu's face reddened further at the silence. Why won't you speak? If you don't want to build a life with my younger daughter, say so plainly. Don't be two-faced about it. Su Wanqing said gently. Husband, you should say what you actually feel. If you're willing to accept Wanling into the family, you should say so to her face. Otherwise, she'll only feel more awkward. Zheng Fan looked between them and said, firm, I'm entirely willing to have Wanling join our family. And if she doesn't want me, if she'd rather not build a life with me, I won't hold it against her either. She'll still eat well and want for nothing in this house. Seeing Su Zhu's face still flushed with lingering irritation, he added, Father-in-law, it's not that I didn't want to say this in front of her sister. I worried that if I spoke up, she'd think I was lecherous, coveting her, and cut off contact with my wife altogether. Su Zhu grunted, breathing hard. If that was your worry, why not say so earlier? I'd have explained it to her myself long before now. That's fair, father-in-law. I didn't think it through, Zheng Fan said, helpless. I'll learn from you. Pleased by the praise, Su Zhu's mood eased. You're still young, plenty to learn from me yet. Since you've owned up to it decently, go talk to her yourself. Now? You want me to go in and talk to her about this now? Zheng Fan said, startled. That doesn't seem right. What's not right about it? Su Zhu grunted. Stalling again? Father, she's not in the right state for that conversation just now, Su Wanqing said softly. Better to wait until tomorrow. Su Zhu thought it over and nodded. Tomorrow, then. Don't you forget. Watching him head inside to check on Wan Ling, Zheng Fan sighed. What is even happening right now? Su Wanqing laughed softly. If you truly don't want to build a life with my sister, you can just say so. No need to force yourself. Your sister's as lovely as you are. Why would I be forcing anything? Zheng Fan said gently. It's just your father's handling of it that's giving me a headache. Father's always been blunt, no roundabout ways about him, Wanqing said, lowering her voice. You'll get used to it. Getting used to it seems the only option, he sighed. Just then, a familiar young man's voice called from outside. Zheng Fan, you home? Say something if you are. I need to talk to you about something. Zheng Fan frowned. Let's go see what this one wants now. Wanqing nodded, curious herself. Outside, Zheng Biao stood at the gate, anxious. Zheng Fan, I'm not here for meat. Just come out. I've got something to ask. Zheng Fan came out with Wanqing, taking in Biao's agitation. What is it? Biao's eyes lit up like he'd spotted a gold mine, and he hurried forward, only for Zheng Fan to hold up a hand, warning him to keep his distance. Undeterred, Biao grinned. Herd wolves showed up on White Tiger Mountain last night. A few villagers got killed. Only Zheng Xuanquan made it back by luck. Zheng Fan's frown deepened, impatient. Get to the point. The team leader says you need 4 people to go hunt there, Biao said, excited. Since you can't go up alone, I figured. Could my wife come along with you all? Zheng Fan snorted, cold. You won't go hunt yourself, but you'll send your wife with the bad ankle up the mountain? Call yourself a man. My wife worries about me, doesn't want me going up, Biao said. She sent me to ask if she could join you instead. Her foot's healed now. Seeing Zheng Fan silent, he added quickly, we don't ask for much. 5 caddies of wolf meat would do us fine. He'd heard wolf meat went for 11 yuan a caddy in the Shangyuan black market. 5 caddies was 55 yuan, enough to live large a good while. Zheng Fan laughed coldly. Unless Sister Tsuehua comes and asks me herself, I won't agree to it. Biao immediately shouted toward the trees behind him. Wife, told you he'd say that. Come out and talk to him about tonight yourself. Zheng Fan watched Zhang Tsuehua step out from the trees and thought, half amused, half exasperated. This shameless bastard had her waiting back there the whole time. Zhang Tsuehua had heard every word of Biao asking Zheng Fan for 5 caddies of wolf meat, and the embarrassment and regret of it stung sharp. She'd only meant to hide in the trees while Biao asked, quietly, whether Zheng Fan was hunting tonight and whether he needed another hand. If he did, she'd help for free. If not, she'd slip away unnoticed. Instead, Biao had made it sound like she'd only offer to go along for 5 caddies of meat. The thought of it made her want to sink into the ground. Zheng Fan caught her discomfort and asked, concerned, Sister Tsuehua, did that useless husband of yours force you into this? If Biao had pushed her up the mountain for meat while sitting home himself, careless of her safety, Zheng Fan meant to give him the beating of his life today. Teach him exactly what became of a man that shameless. Tsuehua shook her head, explaining quietly. Biao didn't force me. I heard from the villagers that hundreds of wolves showed up outside White Tiger Mountain last night, and the team leaders requiring groups of 4 for safety. Our family's eaten more of your meat than we can ever repay. I only meant to offer my help for free this time. No share needed. Wife, Zheng Fan's a righteous man. He'd never let you help for nothing. Biao cut in, grinning. I only asked for 5 caddies so he wouldn't feel he had to give more. Hearing his shameless spin on her words, Tsuehua's face turned hard. Twist my meaning again and embarrass me like that, and you can handle your own business from now on. Don't come bothering me. Biao turned his head away, whistling as though he hadn't heard a thing. Zheng Fan hadn't forgotten. Back when Biao refused to lend emergency food, it was Tsuehua who'd given 2 sweet potatoes, without which his wife and daughter might have shared his last life's fate. That debt was one he wouldn't forget whenever there was meat to share. Sister Tsuehua, Zheng Fan said, smiling. I've got 2 spots left. You joining us is perfect. She looked startled. Really? Don't you dare be joking with me. I won't take a single piece of meat off you for this trip. Why would I joke about that? He said, grinning. I really do have exactly 2 spots open, and now I'm still short one more. His eyes drifted to Biao. Might as well bring Biao too. Rounds us out to 4, and if the wolves ambush us, he can at least try to keep you safe. Biao went white at the suggestion, legs wobbling. Brother, what are you saying? I've got housework to do, can't go up with you all. Give the spot to someone else. Not much of a man, are you? Zhang Fan said, cold. Sending your own wife to do a man's work while you sit home waiting to eat. I'd have died of shame in your position. Husband, I'll go with you tonight instead. Round out the numbers, Su Wanqing offered. Zhang Fan shook his head. You're carrying our child. Going up a mountain at night is neither safe nor wise. Once the baby's born, if you want to hunt, I'll take you myself. He turned a disdainful look on Biao. Lower than a woman, and still standing here. Get lost. Biao didn't mind being cursed at, so long as there was meat waiting at home. Wife, let's go. We'll eat dinner and come back to hunt with brother Zhang Fan after. Watching him, Suehua felt fresh disgust. How had she ended up married to a lazy, worthless man like this? If Biao had even half of Zhang Fan's virtues, she'd never have grown to loathe him so. She waved goodbye to Zhang Fan, meaning to return after dinner. Hunting was brutal on the body, and tonight's quarry was vicious, bloodthirsty wolves. Without enough strength in reserve, someone might fail to climb a tree in time and pay with their life. Sister Tsuehua, Zhang Fan called after her. Weren't you hunting with us tonight? Just eat dinner here. She paused. My place isn't far. I'll be quick once I've eaten. Hunting burns through you fast, he said. Without enough meat in you beforehand, you'll run out of strength halfway up. Just slow me down. I've got some boar meat left at home. Enough for tonight, she said, a little embarrassed. Wife, what are you talking about? Biao burst in. We haven't had meat since last night. Let's just eat at Zhang Fan's tonight. He turned to Zhang Fan. What V you got for dinner? Anything I'd like. You eat here only if Sister Tsuehua's hunting with me, Zhang Fan said, cold. What are you, that you won't hunt but still want a free meal off me? Try that again, and I'll put a bullet through that mouth of yours. Terrified at the thought of the small caliber rifle, Biao stammered. Not inviting me. Fine, no need to threaten me over it. I wasn't scared into being born, you know. He turned to Tsuehua. Wife, pack some meat home for me after you eat. I'll be waiting. You still want takeout from my house? Zhang Fan said coldly. Looking to die? Biao bolted, shouting over his shoulder as he ran. Not scared of you, Zhang Fan. I've just got chores waiting. Try this again, and we're settling it properly. Watching him flee, Tsuehua shook her head, exasperated. When's that man ever going to grow a spine? Sister Tsuehua, it's getting late. Let's get you fed, Zhang Fan said again. Your father-in-law and sister-in-law are visiting today, she said, shaking her head. Not fitting for me to eat at your house. Sister Tsuehua, Wanqing said gently, coming to her side. Zhang Fan told me about the 2 sweet potatoes that you saved in Yin and me from starving. I've thought of you as my own sister ever since. Don't feel awkward. She took Tsuehua's arm and led her inside. Zhang Fan pulled her along too, warm. Sister Tsuehua, eat plenty. If you're weak later and we run into wolves, I won't be able to look after you. Tsuehua did want the meat, plain human instinct, especially with a wolf hunt ahead. Not enough strength tonight could mean becoming a burden, dragging Zhang Fan down with her into a wolf's belly. Touched, she nodded. This meal, once I've made something of myself, I'll pay you back. Good. That's all I want to hear, Zhang Fan said, smiling, and led her in with Wanqing. Meanwhile, inside, Suju had finally finished soothing Wanling and was walking out of the room with Ninian. He caught sight of Zhang Fan and Wanqing leading a fair-skinned, full-figured young woman toward the house and frowned. Don't tell me a woman's already lined up to build a life with my good son-in-law. Suju's face turned serious. Wanqing, who's this guest? Won't you introduce her to your father and sister? Wanling wondered privately whether this Zhang Tsuehua might be the very woman her father had spoken of, someone drawn to her brother-in-law's abilities, wanting a place in the family. Wanqing explained gently. Father, little sister, this is Zhang Tsuehua. Back when our relief grain ran out and we were near starving, she's the one who gave us food and saved our lives. She's hunting wolves tonight with father and Zhang Fan, so we're letting her eat here first before they head out. Feeling their eyes on her, Tsuehua smiled. Uncle, little sister, hello, my place isn't far. If it's any trouble, I can just go. Learning she'd saved his daughter's family with food, Suju's manner shifted entirely, and he laughed heartily. You saved Wanqing's whole family. That's a debt beyond measure. Treat this place as your own home. Don't worry about trouble. Wanling stepped forward warmly. Sister Tsuehua, sit a while. My sister and I will go make dinner. Won't be long. Seeing their warmth, Tsuehua hurried to explain. Uncle, little sister, you've got it wrong. It was just 2 sweet potatoes. Compared to how often Zheng Fan sent my husband meat, it's hardly worth calling a debt. She was a plain-spoken woman, uncomfortable being misunderstood or seeming to take advantage. Suju, hearing her insist on downplaying it, laughed, warm and hearty. Whatever the size of it, when it mattered, you gave 2 sweet potatoes and saved my daughter's family. That much is beyond dispute. To me, you're their benefactor. No need to feel strange about it. He grew serious. Tonight's wolf hunt will burn through your strength. Eat generously when the food's ready. Don't hold back. Whatever's left, take it up the mountain with you. Tsuehua opened her mouth, unsure what to say to that kindness. Sister Tsuehua, Zheng Fan said, smiling. Good, and it'll both come back around. Your kindness back then earned you all this now. Refuse it, and people will start thinking there's no point doing good in this world. Her eyes were puzzled. Isn't doing good supposed to come from instinct, without expecting anything back? If you're doing good expecting a return, is it even good anymore? Zheng Fan and Suju settled in to talk her through it patiently, and along the way taught Nian a little about kindness too. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Wanqing was reheating the leftover chili fried rabbit, chili fried soft-shell turtle, and mushroom-stewed pheasant soup from lunch. As she worked, she noticed Wanling crouched by the stove, feeding in firewood with a distant, troubled look. Little sister, what's on your mind? Can you tell your sister? Wanqing asked gently. Wanling said nothing, just kept feeding wood into the fire. Assuming she didn't want to talk, Wanqing let it go. Everyone, especially women, kept their own small secrets. Lost in thought, Wanling turned over what her father had told her that afternoon. She was more torn than she let on. Zheng Fan truly was an extraordinary man, capable, a skilled provider, endlessly good to her sister. Exactly the kind of man her father said was 1 in 100,000. But he was her sister's husband. Was this really right? Even if Wanqing said she approved, could she really feel nothing about it deep down? Wouldn't it stir some resentment eventually? So lost in these thoughts was she that she didn't notice the flame creeping along the firewood toward the edge of the stove. It caught her arm before she knew it. She cried out, eyes stinging with tears. It hurts so much. Wanqing saw the blistering burn on her sister's arm and went pale with alarm. Husband, get little sister outside, cold water on that arm, and bring aloe to put on it. Sister, don't fuss so. It's just a small burn, won't kill me. Finish heating the food. Don't waste it, Wanling said, shaking her head. What's food next to you? Wanqing said, serious. If a burn like that isn't tended properly, it could scar for good. What then? Zheng Fan and Suju came in just then, and hearing what happened, hurried Wanling outside to rinse the arm in cold water, then broke off a piece of aloe, stripped the thorns, and spread it on the burn. The moment the aloe touched the raw skin, Wanling's brow knotted tight against the sting, though she held back any sound. Our aloe works well, Zheng Fan said gently. Burns, insect bites, blisters, it does the job every time. Sitting on the ground, feeling him spread the aloe with such care, Wanling's face flushed. Thank you, brother-in-law. Still brother-in-law, he said, smiling. Shouldn't we be changing that soon? Her face went redder still, head dropping low. I'm still not ready in my heart. Once your father leaves for the northeast, better be ready by then, he teased gently, trying to distract her from the sting. Head bowed low, she murmured, brother-in-law, I'll adjust to it as fast as I can. Zheng Fan hadn't expected agreement. He braced for refusal. His mood lifted considerably at the words. Sisters together was the fantasy of countless men, and here he was, barely reborn, already on the verge of living it. Not seeing the shift in his expression, still hunched low, she asked quietly, brother-in-law, will sister be upset? Why would she be upset? He said easily. She's glad to have you join our family, genuinely, not just words. Wanling made a small sound of acknowledgement and said no more. Once the aloe was applied, Zheng Fan brought her inside to rest. Suju, watching the two of them, sensed something had shifted between Zheng Fan and Wan Ling, but couldn't place what. The moment Zheng Fan stepped back out, he pressed. Son-in-law, something feels different between you and my younger daughter. What changed? Is there? Zheng Fan said, easy. Didn't notice anything myself. Suehua nodded. I felt it too. Whatever happened between you two just now, it shifted things fast. Papa, what did you say to Auntie that made her act so different toward you? Ninian piped up, all curiosity. Zheng Fan looked at the puzzled faces around him. Suju, Suehua, Ninian, and laughed it off, helpless. Little sister burned her arm. I put aloe on it. Nothing more than that. Maybe having her brother-in-law tend her burn just embarrassed her a little. That's all. He wasn't about to admit he'd teased Wanling a bit while treating the burn, and that she'd actually agreed to try. Say that out loud where she could hear, and she'd likely change her mind on the spot, and the sisters together dream would shatter right then. That's so, Suju said, unconvinced. Feels like my son-in-law's lying to me. Suehua laughed lightly. No proof, but I feel the same. Something's off. Ninian bounced around, chanting, Papa lied to Auntie, Papa lied to Annie. Zheng Fan clapped a hand over her mouth quickly. Anyan, what are you saying? Your Annie will hear and really think I lied to her. Suju and Suehua both laughed at the scene. Wanqing came out from the kitchen then, food reheated, smiling sweetly. Stop teasing my husband. You too. Come eat. It's getting dark. Time to head up for the wolves. Suju scooped up Ninian and carried her toward the kitchen, thoroughly doting. Suehua hesitated, uneasy about joining a family meal with the father-in-law and sister-in-law both present. She was an outsider here. Zheng Fan caught her hesitation and pulled her along by the arm. Don't be shy about it, Sister Tsuwa. Don't want you running out of strength later and making me carry you home. She stood up fast. I won't need carrying anywhere. Thank you very much. Carrying you down the mountain might be quite enjoyable, actually, he teased. She knew exactly what he meant and flushed. Zheng Fan, are you trying to get yourself killed? Your father-in-law, your wife, your sister-in-law are all right here. He kept a straight, innocent face. So, what's wrong with saying carrying you down would be enjoyable? You're worse than I thought, she muttered. All right, let's eat, he said, laughing. Too late up the mountain, and it'll be crawling with hunters. Things get unpredictable then. Not just the wolves to worry about, but stray bullets from other hunters in the dark, too. He knew the 11 yuanakati price on wolf meat would draw hunters from Gotzi and every neighboring village alike tonight, all chasing the same fortune. Suehua stopped arguing and followed him into the kitchen for dinner. Leftovers from lunch, but in a year this lean, a bite of meat was a luxury nobody turned down, fresh besides. After the meal, Wanqing stood at the door watching Zheng Fan, Suju, and Suehua shoulder their small-caliber rifles. Be careful, all of you. If it gets dangerous, don't take the risk. There's always more money to be made. Wanqing, little sister, get inside, Suju said firm. Don't go out after dark. We're heading off. Wait. Father, husband, Wanqing said. You're only 3. Don't you need a 4th? We're heading to Uncle Qiqiang's, Zheng Fan explained. His hunting experience runs deep. Go on inside now. Don't catch a chill in this wind. She nodded, and she and Wanling watched the 3 vanish from sight before shutting the door firmly. At Lu Qiqiang's place, Zheng Fan found Lu Yong perched on a chair like a bored 3-year-old, picking at his dinner. Spotting Zheng Fan, he brightened at once. Brother Fan, you here to take me hunting? Came to see your father, Zheng Fan said, shaking his head. Lu Yong shouted toward the kitchen. Pa, Brother Fan's here, come out. Lu Qiqiang emerged and read the situation at a glance. Off to hunt wolves, are you? That's right, Uncle Qiqiang. Care to join? We're short a hand, and whatever we get, we split. I told you before, Qiqiang said, smiling. Whatever you need, Uncle Qiqiang's behind you without question. Wait here. I'll grab the Type 38 rifle and come with you. Watching his father head inside, Lu Yong asked, Pa, if you and Brother Fan go up the mountain, who's watching second uncle? Let me go with Brother Fan instead. Qiqiang came back out with the rifle slung over his shoulder and shot his son a hard look. This isn't like the usual hunts. We're facing vicious, cunning wolves. You tagging along would only put Zheng Fan at risk covering for you. Stay home. Watch your uncle. Don't wander off. Understood. Lu Yong wasn't satisfied. Why does Pa get to go and I don't? Not fair, not fair. Just then, violent coughing broke out from inside, followed by retching. Chiqiang's face went taut with alarm, and he rushed in. Zheng Fan, Su Zhu, and Cuehua followed, and found Lu Qixing bloodless, thin as a reed, barely clinging to consciousness. Uncle Qiqiang, Zheng Fan said, shocked. What happened to Uncle Qixing? He was fine just a day or two ago. His back injuries never healed properly, and it's wearing him down worse and worse, Qiqiang explained. I'll take him to Sanfu City Hospital soon. Big brother, what are you talking about? Qixing protested through coughing. I'll be fine soon. No need to waste money on the hospital. That's hundreds of yuan gone the moment you walk in. Money's nothing next to your health, Qiqiang said, firm. Rest up at home. Let Lu Yong look after you. Tonight I'm hunting wolves with Zheng Fan. Good money in it. Enough to cover your treatment. Qixing started to protest again, but Zheng Fan cut in. Uncle Qixing, wolves pay well. If Uncle Qiqiang bags 5 or 6 of them, your hospital costs are covered. Right now, just rest and don't worry about the rest. Just then, Lu Yong's voice rang out from the yard. Who are you people? Why are you in my house? Zheng Fan, Qiqiang, and the others turned at Lu Yong's shout to find a group of middle-aged men, various rifles slung across their backs, standing at the gate. Qiqiang's brow furrowed, and he leveled his Type 38 at them, voice hard. What are you doing at my house? An honest-faced middle-aged man raised his hands quickly. Brother Qiqiang, don't get excited. No trouble intended. We just wanted to invite you and the brothers here to hunt wolves together tonight. Another man's angry voice rose from the group. Zheng Taidan, what's your game? We got here first. Why should Qiqiang go with you? Zheng Taidan shot back. Qiqiang goes wherever he pleases. You planning to tie him up and drag him along? As the argument grew louder, another fit of coughing came from inside. Qiqiang's face darkened. You're disturbing my brother's rest. Taidan, Zheng Zikai, and the rest fell silent at once, sensing his anger. I've already agreed to go with Zheng Fan, Qiqiang said, hard. Find someone else. None of them wanted to leave. Gotzi's best hunters had already headed up the mountain, and with Qiqiang the last one left, missing him meant a smaller haul no matter how skilled they were otherwise. Why are you all still standing here? Qiqiang snapped. Do I need to throw you out myself? Sakai spoke up. Brother Qiqiang, hear me out first. If you still won't come after, we'll leave without another word. Speak, then. We're all experienced hunters, Sakai said quickly. Together, we could bring down at least 10 wolves. 100 caddies each, 11 yuan a caddy. That's over 1,100 yuan, pelts not even counted. He pressed on. Go with Zheng Fan instead, and whatever you catch is yours alone to split with amateurs. Why not hunt with proven hands instead? Finished, Qiqiang said. Finished, Zakai said, confident that any sensible man knew which offer made more sense. Taidan, worried Qiqiang might side with Zakai, jumped in. Brother Qiqiang, come with us and we'll give you 60% of everything. The rest of us split the remaining 40. They all knew Qiqiang's hunting skill would multiply their take several times over. Zakai shot Taidan a hard look. We can match that, 60-42. Qiqiang waved them off, impatient. I've already agreed to go with Zheng Fan. Leave. Zakai and Taidan exchanged baffled looks, half wondering if Qiqiang had lost his mind. The math wasn't even close, by their reckoning. Seeing them still hesitating, Qiqiang, worried about disturbing Qixing further, gestured toward the door. Unable to sway him, they gave up. At the threshold, Taidan turned back. Brother Qiqiang, you'll regret choosing Zheng Fan over us. Zakai added, serious. If you change your mind partway through the hunt, come find us, same terms. Su Zhu, out of patience with their persistence, roared, you women or something? Qiqiang's turned you down 5 times already. Keep at it, and I'll crack your skulls with my rifle stock. Recognizing him as Zheng Fan's father-in-law, famously short-tempered, blunt, and handy in a fight, Zakai and Taidan knew better than to test him, and even outnumbering him as they did, they turned tail and fled without another word. Qiqiang rubbed his temple, tired. Bunch of gossiping hens, wearing me out. Uncle Qiqiang, Zheng Fan said, cheerful. Honestly, they had a point. Might be worth considering. More money for Uncle Qixing's treatment. Qiqiang shook his head, firm. I gave you my word. Why would someone else's promise change that? I believe your choice will pay off well, Uncle Qiqiang, Zheng Fan said, smiling. Let's hope so, Qi Qiang said, with a small laugh. He privately doubted Zheng Fan's hunting skill could match what those seasoned old hunters brought. Luck could only carry a man so far. Skill and experience mattered more. Reading the doubt, but taking no offense. He was young, after all, and it was natural not to be trusted yet. Zheng Fan just smiled. Time to head out, Uncle Qi Qiang. Get your gear together. Qi Qiang nodded, went in to leave instructions with Qi Xing, told Lu Yong to stay put and behave, then shouldered his rifle and left with the others. At the edge of Gotzi village, 3 tables and 3 chairs had been set up. Zheng Qijiao, Zheng Mingda, and militia captain Zheng Hao sat recording the names of every villager heading up to hunt wolves, more than 20 armed militiamen standing behind them. Spotting Zheng Fan's group approaching, Qijiao stopped them. Sign your names here first, or you're not going up. Zheng Fan glanced at the paper and understood at once. Signing meant acknowledging the danger and going up of their own free will, absolving the team leader of responsibility. You signing or not? Qijiao said. Can't let you up without a name on this. Anything happens, it's not on me. Rather than sign immediately, Zheng Fan relayed the terms to Su Zhu, Suohua, and Qi Qiang, asking their thoughts. If any of them balked, he wouldn't press them to go. They'd simply slip onto the mountain's outer edge quietly instead, tonight. Suehua smiled lightly. I already knew people died on White Tiger Mountain last night before I came looking for you. If I were afraid, I wouldn't have come. Qi Qiang said, serious. You know my family's situation. These wolves are exactly the money we need. Suju laughed heartily. More wolves, more excited I get. Let's sign and get moving. The 3 of them signed their names on the paper in turn. Zheng Fan added his own and handed it back to Qi Jiao, and the 4 set off toward the outer edge of White Tiger Mountain, spirits high. They'd barely gone a few steps when Mingda's voice rang out behind them. Hold on. This isn't proper procedure. You can't go up yet. More than 20 militiamen rushed forward to block the path. Zheng Fan's brow tightened, eyes cold on Mingda, the man whose scalp he'd torn off. What's not proper about it? Mingda pointed at Su Zhu's name on the paper. He's not from Gotzi village. He can't go up from our side. That's only 3 of you as far as we're concerned. Find a local to round out the group. Su Zhu's face darkened with anger, and he leveled his Type 38 straight at Mingda's chest. Where's it written the paper needs locals only? You think I'm someone to push around? Mingda broke into a cold sweat at the rifle pointed at his heart, voice trembling. Uncle, don't get worked up. We just figured, if something happened to you, and you're not from here, we couldn't be held responsible. That's all. Just asking Zheng Fan to find one more local. Su Zhu's face flushed deep red. If I die on that mountain, that's my own business, nothing to do with any of you. Qi Jiao rose, trying to calm things. Whatever happens to you has nothing to do with our village. Just lower the rifle and head up. Don't point it at my son. Su Zhu grunted and slung the rifle back over his shoulder. The instant it left his hands, Zheng Hao barked. Take him now, while you can. More than 20 militiamen surged forward like a pack of wolves on easy prey, meaning to beat Su Zhu down. Su Zhu reacted fast. Before anyone reached him, he swung the Type 38 like a club, slamming it into the nearest attacker. Qi Qiang and Zheng Fan joined in without hesitation, their own rifles swinging into heads and bodies. For all their numbers, the 20-odd militiamen couldn't hold against the 3 of them. Within moments they lay scattered on the ground, clutching heads or stomachs, howling. Su Zhu, fury still boiling, stormed toward Zheng Hao, pale-faced now, and brought the rifle stock down on his head again and again. Blood streaming from a split scalp, Zheng Hao pleaded through the pain. Stop hitting me. I'm the militia captain of this village. If you beat me to death, can you answer for it? Can your family? Seeing the threat only made Su Zhu hit harder, his voice cracked with panic. Zheng Fan, Qi Qiang, why are you just standing there? Help me. Are you going to watch me get beaten to death? Watching Su Zhu work Zheng Hao over without a flicker of concern, Zheng Fan said, dry. My father-in-law's not from this village. What standing do I have to stop him? Qi Qiang moved to step in and stop things. Zheng Fan caught his arm, signaling him to hold back. Zheng Hao's still the militia captain here, whatever else, Qi Qiang said, confused. Your father-in-law beating him this badly. The consequences could be serious. Zheng Hao seized on that. Hear that? Serious consequences. Go stop him quick. Zheng Fan shrugged. My father-in-law's mid-rage right now. Step in, and I get hit too. Militia captain's just going to have to tough this one out. Seeing threats weren't working, Zheng Hao switched to begging. Zheng Fan, I truly wasn't targeting your father-in-law on purpose. His temper's too hot. Pointing a rifle at Mingda like that was dangerous. I had to have the militia disarm him, for everyone's safety. Qi Jiao chimed in. Zheng Fan, this really wasn't Zheng Hao singling anyone out. Your father-in-law's the one who got hot-headed, and it was for the group's safety. Please, talk him down. Talking won't do much, Zheng Fan said. A proper apology might. Zheng Hao didn't hesitate. I apologize, shouldn't have ordered the militia to grab you. I was wrong. Please, let it go this once. Still, Su Zhu kept swinging. Zheng Hao, baffled, cried, I already apologized. Why is he still hitting me? Our team leader and Mingda haven't apologized yet, Zheng Fan pointed out. Zheng Hao rounded on them at once. Team leader, still standing there? Get on with it. You want me dead, so Mingda inherits my post. Qi Jiao and Mingda, reluctant as they were, knew that refusing now would look exactly like they wanted Zheng Hao dead. They bowed their heads and apologized to Su Zhu, hoping to placate him. Remember your place after this. My father-in-law isn't someone you provoke, Zheng Fan said, watching blood pool beneath Zheng Hao's head. Father-in-law, that's enough. Don't kill him. This little bastard's had it coming, playing dirty tricks, Su Zhu grunted. Needed teaching. It's getting late, Zheng Fan said. Plenty of hunters already up the mountain. We'll miss the wolves if we don't hurry. At the mention of wolves slipping away, Su Zhu finally stopped, grunting one last time. Try something like this again, and I will kill you. Bloodied and swaying, Zheng Hao managed. Understood, understood, won't happen again. Inwardly, his eyes burned with hate as he watched Su Zhu's back. Old bastard, dared to beat me like this. I'll make sure you die for it. Sui Hua, shaken by the violence, trembled. Zheng Fan, your father-in-law's fierce. Beating the militia captain like that. Aren't you worried about revenge? Qi Qiang looked at Zheng Fan, baffled. He couldn't understand why Zheng Fan hadn't stepped in to stop his father-in-law from earning a blood feud with the militia captain, outsider or not. It seemed like courting disaster. Zheng Fan was usually so careful and deliberate. Surely he'd thought this through? Reading the confusion on Sui Hua's and Qi Qiang's faces, Zheng Fan raised his voice deliberately. My father-in-law's a retired veteran, earned a first-class merit citation on the battlefield. So what if he beat up a village militia captain? I doubt anyone up the chain will make trouble for him over it. Qi Qiang's face went slack with shock. A living first-class merit veteran, here, and he hadn't known. His respect deepened instantly. A living veteran with a first-class merit. Forget beating the militia captain. He could kill the man and walk free. Sui Hua asked, doubtful. Is a first-class merit really worth that much? Kill the militia captain and nothing happens? Uncle Qi Qiang, you're not just saying that because I'm a countrywoman, are you? Born and raised in the village, Sui Hua had always thought the militia captain about as powerful as anyone got. Hearing that Zheng Fan's father-in-law outranked that entirely, that was a lot to take in. She half suspected Qi Qiang was pulling her leg. Qi Qiang said, serious. Earning first-class merit means doing something of enormous consequence for the nation and the army, the kind of mission where survival itself is a long shot. Understand now what it means that Zheng Fan's father-in-law is a veteran carrying that honor. Sui Hua nodded slowly, only half grasping it. I still don't fully understand, but I know he's done something huge for the country. Before Qi Qiang could explain further, Zheng Hao, bloodless, heart-hammering, had already let go of any thought of killing Su Zhu. He finally understood why Zheng Fan hadn't intervened. A living first-class merit veteran really could kill him and face no consequences, just as Qi Qiang said. If anything, the higher-ups would investigate him for what he must have done to provoke it. Wincing through the pain, Zheng Hao staggered forward and dropped to his knees before Su Zhu. It was all my fault just now. Please, cool your temper. If you're not satisfied yet, hit me more, until you feel better. Su Zhu frowned. Why would I waste more effort on you? Get lost. Getting lost right now, Zheng Hao said, and actually rolled himself along the ground away from them, shamelessness taken to its absolute limit. Realizing how serious this had become, Qi Jiao rushed Mingda over to apologize properly to Su Zhu. We were only following procedure. You're not from this village. We had no choice. If there's anything that would settle this for you, name it, we'll make it right. You're wasting my hunting time, Su Zhu said, irritated. He turned to Zheng Fan, chiding. Son-in-law, keep it low-key next time. Acting like this, how am I supposed to show my face in Gotzi again? Zheng Fan laughed weakly. Father-in-law, with your temperament, low-key's a hard ask. He hadn't wanted to bring up the first-class merit status at all, too showy, but without it, Qi Jiao and Zhang Hao's crew might well have found a quiet way to finish Su Zhu off before he ever left the village. Enough talk, Su Zhu said, restless. Let's move before every wolf on that mountain's been hunted out. He shouldered the rifle and strode off toward White Tiger Mountain with the energy of a man in his 20s. Having learned of Su Zhu's status, Qiqiang's manner turned openly respectful, and he stuck close at Su Zhu's side going up. Suehua fell in step with Zheng Fan, teasing. Didn't expect your father-in-law to have a temper and that kind of pedigree. Wrong your wife somehow, and you'd really be finished, wouldn't you? I've never wronged my wife, Zheng Fan said easy. Don't go slandering me for nothing. Suehua, remembering something, flushed. You've got some nerve saying that. Last time, carrying me on your back. I helped because you couldn't walk, Zheng Fan cut in. My father-in-law knows I'm just a helpful sort. He'd be pleased, not upset. Why would he come after me for that? He added, if you need help again tonight, I'll gladly offer it again. Her face reddened further. Don't let your father-in-law see you carrying me, unless you're looking to die. So as long as he's not around, carrying's fine, he said, amused. She lowered her head and picked up her pace. You're a shameless one. Watching her hurry ahead, Zheng Fan called after her. Don't rush up the mountain. You'll burn through your strength. Slow down. Meanwhile, back at the edge of Gotzi village, Zheng Hao, face still bloodied, said, shaken, Team leader, my head's pounding. I'm not staying to watch the post tonight. Going home to rest. Mingda hurried over. Captain, you're really just going to let this go? Zheng Hao's brow nodded, voice thick with banked fury. What else would you have me do? Pick a fight with a living first-class merit veteran? Go get yourself killed and leave me out of it. He rarely lost his temper with Mingda. The boy's fiancé's family carried weight, but the stupidity of the question tonight was too much to let pass without a scolding. Mingda lowered his voice. Captain, that old man's Zheng Fan's father-in-law. He only came up the mountain to help Zheng Fan round out the numbers. In the end, this beating's on Zheng Fan's account. He paused. If you want payback, we go after Zheng Fan instead, finish him properly. You have a plan? Zheng Hao said. He decided Mingda had a point. He wouldn't dare cross a living veteran, but the veteran's son-in-law was fair game. And if Zheng Fan died, surely it would sting Su Zhu too. Indirect revenge, but revenge all the same. Mingda glanced left and right, made sure no one else was listening, then leaned in close. Have someone open fire on him in the dark, some night when no one's watching. A clean shot in the black. Zheng Hao considered it. A dark night bullet to finish Zheng Fan off, not a bad idea. Question is, who do we send to do it? Mingda shook his head. That's for you to decide, Captain. The fewer people who know about something like this, the better. Zheng Hao nodded, grave. Fair point. Let me think on who'd handle this most cleanly. Zheng Fan, Su Zhu, Lu Qiqiang, and Zhang Zihua reached White Tiger Mountain to find several parties of hunters scattered through the trees, rifles and pistols in hand, hunting for any sign of wolves. Every so often a gunshot cracked somewhere in the dark and drew everyone's attention at once. The whole mountain surged toward the sound like a tide. Each man terrified some other hunter would claim the kill first. Suehua's brow nodded. With this many people crawling all over White Tiger Mountain, it's a market fair, not a hunt. Every animal for miles will be hiding. We won't catch anything tonight. At this rate, staying here won't get us anything, Zheng Fan said. Only option left is trying deeper in. No, Qiqiang said flat. Better to catch nothing than risk the deep mountain. It's not just the predators back there, poisonous snakes, venomous insects, every kind of thing. Nobody who's gone and has come back out, far as I've heard. Good son-in-law, Su Zhu said serious. You're the pillar of that family. If you go chasing something foolish into the deep mountain and die there, what happens to my daughter or my granddaughter? I won't allow it. He was heading to the northeast soon to settle his own affairs, having just discovered how capable a hunter Zheng Fan was, capable of keeping his daughters fed for good. He wasn't about to watch that unravel over a reckless death. They didn't run into wolves tonight, Suehua added quietly. Chances are nobody comes back tomorrow either, and if it's the same after that, people will stop coming altogether. No need to risk the deep mountain. Zheng Fan understood their fear. He'd heard the same terrible stories about the place himself. If not for the armory strapped to him, stocked with equipment from a future none of them could imagine, he wouldn't have entertained the idea either. Since nobody wants the deep mountain, he said, smiling, let's just keep circling out here. See if we can flush out a rabbit or a pheasant. He'd already given up any real hope of wolves tonight. With this many hunters swarming the mountain, and wolves as cunning as they were reputed to be, no wolf in its right mind would show itself. They wandered White Tiger Mountain for another 30-odd minutes without so much as a stray tuft of fur or a dropped feather to show for it. Just then a party of 8 hunters approached from the opposite direction. Their leader, a middle-aged man, grinned broadly. Brother Qiqiang, look at you, empty-handed. Care to reconsider joining our crew? Qiqiang shook his head, uninterested. Come with us tonight, Brother Qiqiang, Zheng Zikai pressed. With our experience, you'd at least walk away with a rabbit or 2. Stick with these 3 and you'll likely go home with nothing. He was convinced 100 wolves couldn't simply vanish overnight, and courting Qiqiang now was an investment for the next night and the one after. I already gave Zheng Fan my word, Qiqiang said again. No need to keep it this. As Zikai opened his mouth to press further, an impatient voice rose from behind him. Brother Zikai, if he won't come, let it go. There's still game in these hills while it lasts. Let's move before other hunters take it. Others chimed in, agreeing. More hunters kept arriving on White Tiger Mountain by the hour. Every minute spent arguing was a minute of wasted opportunity. Sensing the group's impatience, Sakai spoke fast. Change your mind tomorrow or the day after, Brother Qiqiang. You're always welcome. With that, he led his crew off toward another stretch of woods. Didn't know you were Gotzi's most eligible bachelor, Zheng Fan teased. They still won't take no for an answer. They figure fewer hunters tomorrow means the wolves show themselves again, and they want me along when it happens, Qiqiang said. Once the wolves are gone for good, they won't spare me a second look. Let's have a little competition later, Suju said, laughing. See whose aim is sharper. You earned first-class merit as a soldier, Qiqiang said, genuinely humble. My hunting skills are nothing beside that. He believed, sincerely, that a man who'd survived to earn such an honor had to be a peerless shot. Matching himself against Suju would only be an embarrassment. First-class merit doesn't make me a marksman, Suju said, laughing. Just means I stopped caring whether I lived or died. You're too modest. A man like you, one shot and the game drops where it stands. Qiqiang wasn't flattering him. In his mind, any veteran who'd earned that honor and lived had to possess skill on that level. Suju could tell the praise was sincere, otherwise he'd have snapped at him already. His face turned serious. I like hearing that, but it's overblown. I'm not half what you're imagining. Don't say it again, understand? Qiqiang, reading it as simple modesty rather than genuine correction, remained unconvinced. Worried Qiqiang might start flattering him again, Suju turned to Zheng Fan. Good son-in-law. Let's move on and look elsewhere. Call it a scenic walk tonight, if nothing else. Zheng Fan nodded, no longer expecting anything from the mountain tonight. He could hardly pull weapons from the future out of the armory in front of this many people. That kind of shock would draw far too much attention, and once the authorities came asking where such technology came from, there'd be no good answer. The 4 wandered White Tiger Mountain a long while more. Around 2:30 in the morning, Suehua, carrying her considerable figure through mountain terrain, was flagging badly. She leaned against a tree trunk, breathing hard. Most people have cleared out by now. Shouldn't we head down too? They'd covered who knew how many miles of mountain trail all night without seeing so much as a rabbit's whisker. Suehua was desperate to get home and sleep, though she'd have kept going if Zheng Fan wanted to keep searching. He'd given her far too much meat in the past for her not to want to repay it somehow, and she was not a woman who let debts sit unpaid. I think we're done for tonight too, Suju said, eyes brightening at the mention of drinking, mouth already watering. Let's go home, have a drink, and sleep. Qiqiang looked to Zheng Fan. What do you think? Let's rest here a bit, get our strength back before heading down, Zheng Fan said. Everyone was running on fumes, and it was late enough. Better to rest, head down, and try again tomorrow night. They'd rested about 10 minutes and were rising to head toward the foot of the mountain when a man's shriek tore through the dark not far off. Help! Wolves! Wolf! The voice cut off mid-word. Every villager still on the mountain understood instantly what that silence meant. 12 fists tightened around whatever weapon each carried, eyes darting through the trees, braced against a sudden ambush. Suewa's face went taut, her whole body trembling as she seized Zheng Fan's arm. Where did they come from all of a sudden? Weren't they all scared off? Qiqiang gripped his Type 38 tight, expression grave. Wolves are cunning devils. They noticed fewer hunters on the mountain, and now it's nearly 3 in the morning. Everyone's exhausted, minds dull. They've timed the ambush perfectly. Zheng Fan, feeling Tsuewa's ample chest pressed hard against his back like some strange massage, smiled. 3 grown men here. You think anything's going to happen to you? Relax. Still trembling with fear, she said, there's only 4 of us, and wolves are treacherous. Shouldn't we group up with other villagers? Safety in numbers? She'd braced herself before coming up here for the possibility of dying in a wolf's jaws. But now that the moment was real, raw terror had swallowed every ounce of that resolve. The 4 of us can handle a wolf pack fine, Zheng Fan said, shaking his head. No need to mix with strangers. It's not that I doubt anyone's skill, she said, voice shaking. 6 or 7 wolves, sure, no problem. But what if it's 30, 50? And wolves ambush without warning. More people means more safety. Zheng Fan turned to Su Zhu and Qiqiang. Father-in-law, Uncle Qiqiang, what do you 2 think we should do? Qiqiang, watching Tsuewa tremble in pure terror, said, grave, I think the first thing we should do is get Tsuewa down the mountain safely, then come back up for the wolves. Su Zhu, noting how tightly she clung to Zheng Fan's back, practically fused to him, understood it as simple fear, though something about it still nagged at him strangely. I agree, get her down first. The 3 of us can handle wolves fine. I'm fine, Tsuehua said, shaking her head. I can stay with you. Sister Tsuehua, you're shaking too hard to have much strength left, Zheng Fan said, gentle. If wolves ambush us, you won't even be able to run. Head down now and wait. Whatever we bag tonight, you'll get a share. Pale-faced, she said, earnest despite everything. I only came to round out the numbers tonight, not to take a cut of the meat. I won't accept a share even if you offer. Knowing her stubbornness, Zheng Fan let the matter of meat drop. Head down then. You're in no state to stay up here. It's genuinely dangerous, Su Zhu said, firm. Once the wolves thin out, we'll bring you back up properly, Zheng Fan said, smiling. Truly frightened, legs weak beneath her, Tsuehua finally relented under their urging, unwilling to become a burden, and agreed to head down. As Zheng Fan, Qiqiang, and Su Zhu escorted her down, gunfire and human screams echoed periodically from the distance, too far to reach in time. By the time anyone got there, the wolves would have picked the bones clean. All they could do was hunt harder later, in some small way avenging the fallen. Already badly shaken, Tsuehua grew more terrified with every scream drifting through the dark. Her legs, already weak, grew weaker still, each step a struggle. Noting her state, Zheng Fan asked, concerned, want a rest before we keep going? She shook her head, swallowing hard. I'm fine. I can still walk. If I let go of you right now, you'd hit the ground, wouldn't you? He said, dry. I can still manage a few more steps, she insisted. Just then, an excited voice rang out behind them. Thank God. Running into you all is the best luck I've had all night. I might actually make it. They turned to find Zheng Zikai, the man who'd tried recruiting Qiqiang earlier, staggering toward them, blood soaking his face and clothes, gasping for breath. Qiqiang's brow furrowed. Zikai, what happened? Where's the rest of you? Whether from exhaustion or the weight of the question, Zakai's knees buckled and he collapsed, sobbing. They're all dead. The wolves tore them apart. It was horrible, horrible. There were 8 of you, all armed, Qiqiang said, frowning hard. Even facing a dozen wolves, that shouldn't have happened. Something in Zakai's memory seemed to hollow out his eyes with dread. Not a dozen. 100 more. Densely packed, every one the size of a young calf. We'd kill one, and 3 more would leap in. We couldn't kill them fast enough. There was no end to them. Tsuehua's legs gave out entirely, and in her terror, she wet herself where she sat. We're finished, 100 wolves, we're finished. Qiqiang's face darkened. However rich his hunting experience, No amount of skill overcame those numbers. 100 wolves converging meant certain death. Suju, badly rattled, swore. Damn it, 100 wolves showing up at once. Is this some kind of joke? This is the south, not the northeast. Since when do wolves gather like that here? Breathing hard, Zakai said, desperate. Why would I lie to you? Don't believe me. Take me down the mountain and go see for yourselves. Oh, I intend to, Suju grunted. I want to see for myself how a little mountain like this produces 100 wolves at once. Worried his father-in-law's temper might drive him into something rash, Zheng Fan cut in quickly. Father-in-law, priority right now is getting Tsuehua down safe. The wolves can wait till tomorrow. At the mention of heading down, Zakai's eyes lit up. Take me with you. I don't want to stay up here another second, every moment's agony. Having glimpsed the horror of that pack, he never wanted to set foot on White Tiger Mountain again in his life. We'll head down first, Suju grunted. We'll ask around tomorrow, and if this turns out to be a lie, there'll be consequences. Sakai opened his mouth to protest, but a wolf's howl rose behind them, and whatever he meant to say vanished. Terrified, he scrambled up. Move, move. Let's go, they're coming. Zheng Fan turned toward the howl and spotted 5 wolves, fangs bloodied, bodies the size of young calves, eyes fixed on the group, poised to spring at any second. Zheng Fan leveled his small-caliber rifle at them, a smile tugging at his mouth. Father-in-law, Uncle Qiqiang, see that? Money's waving at us. Su Zhu and Qiqiang, sizing up the 5 massive wolves, both chuckled. 5 wolves that size, or 10 for that matter, the 3 of them wouldn't have blinked. Zakai, seeing them raise weapons instead of running, panicked. What are you doing? You'll draw the whole 100 down on us with gunfire. Suehua, equally terrified, shared his fear. 100 wolves was a different order of danger entirely, nothing like a dozen. Face set, Zheng Fan pulled the trigger. The bullet screamed toward the lead wolf's eye. In the same instant, Su Zhu and Qiqiang fired their Type 38s into the bellies of the pack. The 5 massive wolves howled skyward, then charged, closing the distance fast. 3 men, 5 wolves, the fight was on. Watching the gunfire provoke the wolves further, Sakai went pale with terror. You people are going to get us killed. I barely made it out, and you had to go and rile them up? Why not just run? Even as he cursed them for reckless fools, the sound of bullets tearing through flesh answered him. The lead wolf's eye burst apart, 2 more rounds punching through its soft underbelly, and its massive body crashed to the ground in a pool of blood. The remaining 4, seeing their companion fall and facing down smoking gun barrels leveled straight at them, felt the threat plainly and turned to flee. Zheng Fan, Qiqiang, and Su Zhu weren't about to let money run off into the dark. They fired without hesitation, round after round raining down on the fleeing wolves. All 4 collapsed, bullets through spine, belly, and thigh, bleeding out where they fell. Not bad shooting, Su Zhu said, admiring the 4 downed wolves. Hitting a gut shot at that range. Nothing compared to you, Qiqiang said, humble. He genuinely believed his own marksmanship was worlds apart from a decorated veteran's. Pleased by the praise, Su Zhu laughed. We're all about the same level, no need for the modesty. Zakai, watching all 5 wolves, each the size of a calf, dispatched with such ease, scratched his head, sheepish. Sorry about earlier, calling you all fools. I didn't realize you could hold a rifle that steady at close range and still hit exactly where it counted. If I had your skill, I wouldn't have run either. Privately contemptuous of the man, Su Zhu said, businesslike. Let's get Sohua and the carcasses down the mountain. We'll figure out the 100-wolf problem tomorrow. 100 wolves is more than the 4 of us can handle. Qiqiang agreed, nodding. Even if we could, we don't have the ammunition. Back to the village. Zheng Fan nodded and moved to help Sohua to her feet. Her face was bloodless, her clothes soaked through with cold sweat, clinging to her figure in a way that left little to the imagination. She glanced at Su Zhu, embarrassed. Uncle, my legs have cramped up, I can't walk. She wanted Zheng Fan to carry her, but couldn't bring herself to ask him directly, so she left it to Su Zhu instead. Su Zhu, though not thrilled at the thought of his son-in-law carrying another woman, took one look at her pained, sweat-soaked misery and knew he couldn't ask himself or Qiqiang to do it. Nor could he leave her on the mountain as wolf bait. There was really no other option. Son-in-law, he said, grave, deliberately raising his voice on the word. A subtle warning to Tsoan not to get ideas. Go carry her down. That doesn't seem right, she said, pale. What's not right about it? Suju said. You want two old men carrying you instead? She said nothing. Sakai raised a hand. If you don't mind, I could carry you. She shot him a disdainful look and turned her eyes to Zheng Fan instead, voice soft. I suppose I'll trouble you then. Zheng Fan had never imagined a day he'd carry another woman down a mountain in front of his own father-in-law, let alone at his father-in-law's suggestion. Father-in-law, this doesn't seem right. If my wife gets the wrong idea? He made a show of hesitating, not wanting to look too eager. If Wanqing or her sister misunderstand, I'll explain it to them myself, Suju said, firm. Only then did Zheng Fan lift Suehua onto his back, her sweat-soaked clothes clinging to every curve. Feeling the soft weight of her chest press against him, he thought, half amused, 3 days and somehow they've gotten even bigger. Qiqiang and Su Zhu lashed the 5 wolf carcasses together and shouldered them, rifles ready, following close behind to guard against any further ambush. Sakai, thoroughly ignored by the group, trailed along anyway, humiliation forgotten in the face of a mountain crawling with wolves. Better an awkward walk down than becoming dinner himself. Meanwhile, at the edge of Gotzi village, Qi Jiao, Mingda, Zheng Hao, and the 20-odd militiamen were still stationed there. Mingda's face twisted with malice. Pa, Uncle Zheng Hao, think Zheng Fan's been taken care of? The wolves have all gone quiet, and villagers are trickling down, Qi Jiao said, chuckling. If Zheng Fan's still alive, he'd have come down by now. Unless he's up there feeding the mosquitoes. For all his fighting skill, he can't dodge a bullet in the dark he never sees coming. Zheng Hao agreed, nodding. Once he's dead, Mingda said, grinning, his pretty little wife's mine to do with as I please. Qi Jiao smacked the back of his son's head. Enough of that talk. Get your wedding sorted first. Zheng Hao, watching Mingda wince and rub his skull, said, with the air of hard-won wisdom, wanting women's only natural in a man, I want them too. But listen to your father. Settle the wedding first, then indulge quietly. Otherwise you throw your whole future away. Rubbing his head, Mingda muttered, I'm not stupid. I know to settle the wedding before I go after Zheng Fan's wife. I just get so worked up imagining it. I can't help myself. Qi Jiao glared. Keep quiet before anything's actually happened, or nothing you attempt will ever succeed. Understand. Mingda bowed his head. Understood. I won't make that mistake again. Just then, a militiaman called out. They're coming down. Qi Jiao's face stiffened. The hit failed. Mingda looked stunned. Zheng Fan's that good, and it still didn't work? Zheng Hao's voice went hard. Is it just him? 5 of them, the militiaman reported. One's covered in blood. Can't make out who. At that, all 3 men's hearts seized with dread. Could their hired killer have been caught, and was now being marched down to confront them? In the old days, they wouldn't have cared, deny everything and move on. But now, knowing Zheng Fan's father-in-law carried a first-class merit citation, the stakes had changed entirely. If this came out, they'd lose more than their posts as village leader and militia captain. They'd lose their lives. Qi Jiao, Mingda, and Zheng Hao huddled together, frantically working out how to talk their way clear of the whole affair with Zheng Fan and Su Zhu, when a chorus of astonished gasps rose from the militiamen. That's 5 wolves. Look at the size of them. Big as calves. Must be 100 caddies each. At 110 yuan a caddy in the black market, that's 1,100 a wolf. 5 of them, 5,500. They've struck it rich. Weren't the wolves supposed to be hiding? How'd they land 5? Qi Jiao, Mingda, and Zheng Hao froze at the excited chatter. They'd heard from villagers heading down that White Tiger Mountain had no wolves at all. It had all been some rumor. How had Zheng Fan bagged 5? What was actually going on? Confused as they were, none of them dared step forward to ask directly, fearing Zheng Fan might turn the question back on them. Then a familiar voice rang out. Who said there weren't wolves up there? There's 100 of them right now, tearing people apart. I only just made it back myself, and it wasn't easy. At the mention of mass casualties, Qi Jiao's face went slack and cold sweat broke across his brow. He pushed past his own worries and stepped forward. What's the situation up there? How many dead? As village leader, he'd had every hunter sign a waiver absolving him of responsibility. But if the death toll climbed too high, he'd still be held accountable, and his position as village leader would be in jeopardy. Blood-drenched, voice shaking with residual panic, Zheng Zikai answered. 100 wolves up there, every one the size of a calf. The 7 men who went up with me are all dead. Counting the ones I saw on my way down, at least 30 dead, easy. Qi Jiao's face went white, his legs buckling. Only Zheng Hao's steadying arm kept him upright. 100 wolves. You're certain you're not exaggerating? Zheng Hao said, hard. Do I look like I'm joking, militia captain? Zakai said, panicked. Send the militia up there and clear them out, or none of us will ever hunt on that mountain again. Wolves everywhere. Zheng Hao's face turned grim. 100 wolves, 30-plus villagers dead at minimum. This wasn't a small matter to sweep under the rug. He turned, deadly serious, to Zheng Fan and Qi Qiang. Did anything unusual happen while you were up there hunting? We were ambushed heading down, Qi Qiang said, shaking his head. Lucky there were enough of us. 1 shot each and the wolves went down. He paused. If there's nothing else, it's late. I'm heading home to sleep. Zheng Hao's eyes settled on Zheng Fan, carrying Cui Hua on his back. Anything unusual happened to you up there? What he really wanted to ask was whether Zheng Fan had noticed any gunfire aimed his way in the dark, but he didn't dare raise it directly. I stayed with Uncle Qi Qiang the whole time, Zheng Fan said. Even. Nothing strange happened. He paused. If there's nothing else, we've got wolf meat to divide up at home. At the mention of dividing meat, everyone within earshot swallowed hard, eyes fixed hungrily on the 500-odd caddies of wolf. Hold on a minute, Zheng Hao said, eyeing the wolves slung across Qi Qiang's and Suju's shoulders, greed plain on his face. All of us stood guard here half the night to keep you safe. You've bagged 5 wolves. Leave 1 for us, and split the other 4 among yourselves. Seems fair enough. Mingda nodded along. We've been out here freezing and half asleep guarding your safety all night. 1 wolf as thanks isn't much to ask. The militiamen chimed in, one after another. 1 each for you 3, and 1 split 20-some ways among us. That's already generous of us. What other village's militia works this hard through the night for you? Zheng Fan listened to their shameless demands and laughed coldly. If you want to protect us, go up White Tiger Mountain and hunt wolves yourselves instead of standing around here begging. There's still 100-odd wolves up there killing hunters who haven't made it down yet. Go up and save them. Kill a few while you're at it. They've been up there this long. They're probably already dead, Zheng Hao said, sour. We're not enough men to stand against 100 wolves. Too scared to go up? Just say so, Zheng Fan sneered. Stop making excuses. You're not getting any of this meat from me. We risked our lives up there for this meat, Cui Hua added. You lot sat around at the edge of the village and think you're owed a share? No such luck in this world. Forget these lazy layabouts, Zheng Fan said, grinning. Let's get home and divide the meat. Zheng Hao, Mingda, and the militiamen ground their teeth at the insult, gripping their weapons, launching into a barrage of curses at Zheng Fan. Suju's face flushed dark red. The hell do you think you're doing, cursing my son-in-law in front of me? Having witnessed exactly what Suju was capable of, and knowing his status as a living first-class merit veteran, Zheng Hao and the rest didn't dare provoke him further. It's just a figure of speech. Don't take it to heart, they said quickly, shaking their heads. Eyes bulging, Suju barked at Zheng Hao. 1 more word against my son-in-law, and I'll break every bone in your body, understand? Zheng Hao, the village militia captain, cowed like a whipped dog before him, dared not talk back, only nodding furiously. I swear I won't say another word against him. Suju grunted and left with Qi Qiang. Something occurred to Zheng Hao then, and a cold smile crossed his face as he jogged after Suju, leaning in close. I just thought of something. You should know about it. Out with it, Suju snapped, short-tempered. Zheng Hao lowered his voice. Your son-in-law carried another man's wife on his back right in front of you. Doesn't seem like he thinks much of you, or of your daughter. He was certain Suju would never tolerate his son-in-law getting entangled with another woman. Certain it would provoke fury, trouble for Zheng Fan. Anything that soured the relationship between the 2 of them would suit Zheng Hao just fine. Suju's face went crimson, veins standing out on his forehead. What business is that of yours? Some outsider stirring up trouble between me and my son-in-law? Is that it? Startled by the reaction, nothing like what he'd expected, Zheng Hao tried to explain. Suju's hand shot out and cracked across his face, again and again. The militiamen watching nearby didn't dare lift a finger to stop a living first-class merit veteran mid-swing. Finished, Suju shook out his stinging palm. Thick-skinned bastard, made my own hand sir hitting you. Try stirring up trouble like that again, and I don't care how thick your skin is. I'll hit you again. With that he shouldered the wolf carcass and walked off. Zheng Hao, head spinning, face swollen, stared after him, baffled. What just happened? Doesn't this father-in-law care at all? He wasn't alone in his confusion. Qi Jiao, Mingda, and every militiaman there were equally mystified. What father-in-law didn't care if his son-in-law got tangled up with another woman? A father-in-law like that, they all wanted one. Zheng Fan carried Suhua, her sweat-soaked clothes clinging to every curve of her figure, to Qiqiang's house. Qiqiang and Su Zhu laid the 5 wolves carefully on the ground, careful not to wake the already sleeping Qixing and Lu Yong, and settled in to discuss how to divide them. Gently set down in a chair to rest, Suhua said quietly, "Please don't give me any wolf meat. I only came along for free, to round out the numbers, and I ended up a burden instead." Knowing her stubbornness meant she'd refuse outright, Zheng Fan decided he'd find another way to repay her later. "Since Sister Tsuhua won't take a share," he said, smiling, "I'd suggest we sell all 5 in the black market and split the money 3 ways. Father-in-law, Uncle Qiqiang sound fair?" "Perfectly fair," Qiqiang said, nodding. "No objection," Su Zhu agreed. "Should we leave the wolves here, or should I take them home tonight and sell them in the black market tomorrow?" Zheng Fan asked. "You're taking them to sell tomorrow anyway. No sense leaving them here," Qiqiang said, laughing. "I'll carry them over to your place. And maybe have a few drinks at my good son-in-law's house while you're at it," Su Zhu said, beaming. "An honor to drink alongside you," Qiqiang said, pleased. Su Zhu clapped his shoulder. "Enough with that talk, I don't care for it." Zheng Fan could see plainly that despite the complaint, Su Zhu thoroughly enjoyed the deference. "Good son-in-law, we're heading off. Get the girl home and come join us for a drink after," Su Zhu said, and left with Qiqiang, both hauling wolves. Watching them hurry off with the carcasses, Zheng Fan laughed, helpless. "I'll go find Zheng Biao to carry you home. You're worn out from tonight, too, running around this late on my account. I feel terrible about it," Suhua said, shaking her head. She paused. "Want to rest a moment before carrying me?" "Carrying Sister Tsuhua's hardly a chore that needs resting up for," Zheng Fan said, grinning. "You're underestimating me. You've really got the strength left?" she said, rolling her eyes. He lifted her onto his back, teasing. "With this massage going the whole way, how could I not?" Her face flushed. "Good thing your father-in-law already left, or I'd tell him exactly how improper you talk around me." He opened the door and set off toward Zheng Biao's house with her on his back. Can I help it if Sister Tsuehua's got the looks and the figure to match? Any normal man would struggle to behave himself. Don't you dare let anyone hear you talk like that, or people will think something improper's going on between us, she said, flushing deeper. Understood. Ours is a relationship that can't see the light of day, he said, grinning. Don't say things like that. There's nothing improper between us at all, she protested, redder still. Meanwhile, at the edge of Gotzi village, Mingda and Zheng Hao had been waiting over an hour more when someone called out. Someone covered in blood is coming down. Look at that, carrying a whole wolf on his back too. They looked up to see a crew-cut, blood-drenched middle-aged man leaving a trail of bloody footprints as he strode toward Qi Jiao and Mingda. Mingda recognized him at once, brightening. Zheng Xuanquan's alive, and he bagged a wolf. Wolf meat tonight after all. Qi Jiao hurried over, concerned. Xuanquan, what's the situation up there? How many are still on the mountain? The wolves have pulled back for now, Xuanquan said, exhausted. On my way down I saw about a dozen villagers still stuck up trees, too scared to come down. You're sure the wolves have retreated? Qi Jiao pressed. Didn't run into a single one on my way down, Xuanquan said, nodding. Whether that means they're really gone, that's for the village leader to decide. No point risking a false all clear and taking the blame if wolves were still up there. Qi Jiao turned to Zheng Hao. Well, time to go make a show of effort up there. Reluctant as he was, Zheng Hao knew Qi Jiao had a point. If he didn't act now, the villagers coming down would point fingers, maybe even file complaints with the township government about the militia doing nothing. He gathered his 20-odd unwilling men and headed up. Once Zheng Hao and his militia were gone, Qi Jiao lowered his voice. What happened to you? Why didn't you take the chance to finish off Zheng Fan? Xuan's face soured. It's not that I didn't want to, village leader. There simply wasn't an opportunity. Villagers were searching for game all around me the whole time, and Zheng Fan never wandered near any game of his own. If I'd fired on him, everyone would have known it was intentional. I'd have been dead myself. Not worth the risk. Qi Jiao frowned. Keep your eyes on him over the next few days. The moment he's up the mountain alone, or somewhere without witnesses, take the shot. Understood. Don't worry, village leader, Xuan said, grinning. I'll finish Zheng Fan off. Earn every yuan you're paying me. Mingda's face darkened, and he sneered. Enjoy the extra days, Zheng Fan. Once you're dead, your little wife's mine to play with. Qi Jiao smacked the back of his son's head again. How many times do I have to tell you? Keep it low profile? Why can't you learn? Head bowed, Mingdao mumbled, I won't do it again. Qi Jiao kicked him in his still injured thigh. Every time, won't do it again. When will you actually change? Sensing that despite the scolding, both father and son's eyes never left the wolf on his shoulder, Xuan felt a bad premonition and hastily made an excuse. Village leader, I'll continue this later. Heading home to rest now. Hold on, Qi Jiao said, dropping the beating and letting his greed show openly, eyes fixed on the wolf. That's some fine-looking meat. Xuan pretended not to hear. I'm exhausted tonight. Need to get some rest. Can't keep an eye on Zheng Fan without my strength up. Go rest well, then, Qi Jiao said, chuckling. Remember to bring 2 hind legs over to my place tomorrow. If you don't, I'll come collect myself. Damn my luck, Xuan cursed inwardly. 2 hind legs. Worth a fortune. I nearly died hunting them. And you just help yourself? He cursed Qi Jiao's entire ancestral line silently while keeping up the exhausted act. I really am about to collapse. Watching him leave, Mingdao rubbed his sore head. Pa, think he'll actually bring it tomorrow? Qi Jiao's brow furrowed. If he doesn't, we go get it ourselves, don't we? Past 4 in the morning, Zheng Fan carried Suihua, her sweat-soaked clothes clinging to her, slowly toward Zheng Biao's house. A gust of night wind swept past, and Suihua shivered, her hands tightening involuntarily around his back. Feeling the softness pressed against him, Zheng Fan said, light. Almost there, Sister Suihua. Get a hot bath the moment you're home. Don't catch cold. She nodded. Zheng Fan, about me wetting myself tonight. Please don't tell anyone. It's mortifying. Did you wet yourself? He said, amused. I thought that was just sweat. Feeling his right hand shift to support her thigh, she flushed. Where exactly is your hand going? Just making sure you don't slide off my back, he said, grinning. Don't think I don't know what you're up to, she muttered. If anyone saw this, how would I ever show my face again? Who's out on the village road this time of night? Ghosts, maybe. At the mention of ghosts, her whole body tensed, grip tightening further. Don't scare me like that. I'm terrified of anything ghost-related after dark. Feeling her chest quake with fright against his back, he laughed heartily. I'm right here. Any ghost shows up, I'll scare it right back into the next world. Take your hand off. We're almost there, she said, flushing. If Zheng Biao sees this, how do I ever live it down? She didn't mind the hand on her thigh half as much as she let on, but with home so close, discovery would be another matter entirely. Seeing Zheng Biao's house 30-odd meters ahead, Zheng Fan gave her thigh a light squeeze before withdrawing his hand, arranging his face into something appropriately serious as they arrived. The house was dark, snores rattling from inside loud enough to prove just how soundly Biao slept. Listening to those thunderous snores, Suihua's temper flared. His wife's not home this late, and he doesn't even wonder if I'm safe, sleeping like the dead. Does he even care about me at all? You know exactly what Biao's like, Zheng Fan said, soothing. No point burning yourself up being angry at a man like that. If he had a fraction of your decency, I wouldn't be this angry, she sighed. Just then, the snoring stopped. Biao emerged holding an oil lamp, sleep vanishing the instant he registered Zheng Fan and his wife standing there. Zheng Fan, what are you doing at my house with my wife this late at night? Your wife's leg cramped up. I'm bringing her home. Problem, Zheng Fan said, curt. Biao eyed Suihua, suspicious. Wife, is that true? Furious, Suihua snapped. I invited Zheng Fan over for something thrilling, right in front of you. Knowing that was pure anger talking, Biao hurried to smooth things over. Don't be mad. Wife, I was just curious what he was doing here this late. I never thought that about you. Eager to change the subject, he turned to Zheng Fan. You must have bagged plenty of wolves up there tonight, right? Where's my 5 caddies? Before Zheng Fan could answer, Suihua cut in, furious. I nearly got eaten by 100 wolves tonight, and you don't even ask if I'm okay. All you care about is the meat. Do you think about me at all? Biao paled. 100 wolves? You're not messing with me. Do I look like I'm joking? She said, cold. Still, he pressed on. So you really didn't get any wolf meat? Suihua's disgust deepened by the second. If her legs weren't cramping, she'd have slapped him twice already. You think we owe you meat just because you ask? I contributed nothing up there. Nearly got Zheng Fan and the others killed instead. Biao dug in stubbornly. I don't care. You went up to round out the numbers. They owe us 5 caddies, or Zheng Fan's not leaving here tonight. If Sister Tsuihua asks me for meat, I'll give it to her, Zheng Fan said, flat. You asking me for meat? Not a chance. Biao's face went red, fists clenching. What's that supposed to mean? Using my wife and then refusing to pay up? You think I'm someone to push around? Try me and you'll learn exactly why flowers are red, Zheng Fan said, cold. Fury got the better of him, and Biao swung a wild punch at Zheng Fan's face. You're the one forcing my hand here. Zheng Fan caught his wrist without expression and squeezed. Biao howled, begging. Let go, my hand's breaking. Zheng Fan planted a kick in his stomach that sent him flying 2 meters back, crashing to the ground, groaning nonstop. Zheng Fan, you take my wife up the mountain and won't even give us meat. This is outrageous. I'm reporting you to the village leader tomorrow. Biao's eyes burned red with fury. We'll see how much longer you can throw your weight around. Suihua rounded on her husband, furious. I didn't help them one bit tonight. I was nothing but extra trouble. I don't even want any meat. And you're causing a scene over this? If you're so capable, why weren't you up there tonight yourself? He'd have given you 10, 20 caddies without a fight if you'd earned it. Biao's face fell. Wife, why do you keep taking his side over mine? Am I your husband, or is he? You're my husband, she said, cold. But everything you've done tonight disgusts me. She turned to Zheng Fan. It's very late. I can't ask you in for tea. Go on back and drink with my uncle and Qiqiang. You won't take the meat, but I'll make it up to you some other way, Zheng Fan said, nodding, and turned to leave. Still on the ground, gut throbbing too badly to rise, Biao shouted after him. Don't you walk away. I want my wolf meat. I want it. Ignoring him completely, Zheng Fan headed home, thinking only of joining Qiqiang and his father-in-law for tiger penis wine, and, if his wife was still awake after, enjoying a good marriage besides. Watching Biao writhe on the ground like a child throwing a tantrum, Suihua's eyes filled with contempt. Stop acting like a toddler. Go get me the medicinal liniment. My legs are killing me. You didn't even bring meat home. Why should I bother? Biao snapped sour. Her eyes went wide with fury. If my legs don't heal, I can't go hunting with Zheng Fan again. You still want meat after that? Keep dreaming. The moment Biao heard she planned to keep hunting with Zheng Fan for a share of the meat, his eyes lit right back up. Wait, wife, my stomach still hurts. Give me a moment and I'll get the liniment. Watching him, Suihua's disgust only deepened. What was I thinking, marrying a man like this? Past 4 in the morning, Su Wanqing watched Su Zhu and Qiqiang haul 5 wolf carcasses through the door. No sign of Zheng Fan. Worried, she asked, Father, Uncle Qiqiang, where's my husband? Did something happen to him? The woman who came with us got so scared she wet herself, and her legs cramped up, Su Zhu explained, laughing. Your husband's carrying her home. Suihua's not usually so easily scared, Wanqing said, puzzled. What happened up there? Su Zhu gave her the short version of the night's events. Hearing about 100 cunning wolves and the many villagers killed, Wanqing's face turned bloodless, heart-pounding. The wolves won't try to ambush him while he's carrying her home, will they? Don't be so tense, Su Zhu said, laughing at her worry. We're all back in the village now. Even cunning wolves wouldn't dare charge into a settlement to hunt people. I've heard stories before about wolves attacking whole villages and eating everyone, Wanqing said, her anxiety climbing with every thought. Father, Uncle Qiqiang, I'm going to go check on Suihua and come right back. Su Zhu dropped the wolf he was carrying and blocked her way. You're pregnant. It's the middle of the night. You know better than to go wandering. What if some ill spirit harms the baby? Just then, Zheng Fan's voice sounded from outside, scolding. Wife, you're still carrying our child. Don't go out at night. It's dangerous. At the sight of him, Wanqing's fear collapsed all at once, and heedless of Su Zhu and Qi Qiang standing right there, she threw her arms around him, holding on as if she could merge into him entirely. I don't care if you caught anything. I just needed you home safe. I've got to hunt every day to keep my two beauties well fed, he said, smiling. How could I come home empty-handed? We can work too, provide for ourselves, she said quietly. He patted her shoulder gently. You're my woman. I won't have you working yourself ragged. It's late. Go rest. Still clinging to his arm, she pouted like a girl. I can't sleep. Stay with me. He cleared his throat. Your father and Uncle Qiqiang are right here. Wouldn't look good. We're married. What's wrong with a little affection between husband and wife? Nothing embarrassing about that. I promised your father tiger penis wine tonight, he said, smiling. Let me pour him a couple of drinks first, then I'll come to bed. At the mention of tiger penis wine, her face colored deeply. Just watch how much you drink. She was worried the wine's potency might leave him unable to control himself later, careless with her in her condition, dangerous for the baby. Understanding exactly what she meant, he smiled, Sonny. I know my limits. Not understanding, and not particularly wanting to understand, the exchange between them. Su Zhu simply lit up at the mention of the wine. Been ages since I've had tiger penis wine. Curious whether the southern brews got more kick than what we make up north. You'll find out the moment I bring it out, Zheng Fan said, smiling. He soon carried out a large jar of tiger penis wine and set it on the kitchen table, along with 3 coarse ceramic bowls. Eyeing the jar, Su Zhu said, excited. Good son-in-law, this stuff's precious. Some folks won't part with it even for 500-600 yuan. How'd you come by it? Zheng Fan explained the story of how he'd acquired it. Su Zhu's face darkened with anger. Those bastards deserved a proper beating, making trouble over relief grain. Taking this little from them was letting them off easy. He paused. Next time they try anything, don't go easy on them. Make them fork over 5 or 6 jars of this, or don't let it go. I'd love 5 or 6 jars myself, father-in-law, but they don't have that many to give, Zheng Fan said, right. If they don't have the wine, make them pay some other way, Su Zhu said, laughing. Point is, never let them off easy. Zheng Fan nodded and poured the wine into the 3 bowls, then set out a plate of peanuts and dried meat as accompaniment. Raising his bowl, Su Zhu said, pleased. A toast to 5 wolves tonight. Noticing Qi Qiang hadn't touched his own bowl, he asked, puzzled, why aren't you drinking? I don't have a wife, Qi Qiang said, sheepish. Don't dare touch this stuff. Understanding immediately, Su Zhu laughed. Guess you'll have to make do with Dongping Old Cellar tonight. Then, poor luck for you. Just sharing a drink with someone like you is a privilege, Qi Qiang said. Even watered-down liquor would taste like heaven tonight. Let's see how well you hold your drink tonight. Then, Su Zhu said, laughing. 2 bowls of tiger penis wine in. Zheng Fan felt its full force settle in, his face flushed deep red. Father-in-law, Uncle Qi Qiang, keep going without me. I'm getting sleepy, better turn in. Su Zhu waved him off. Go on then. Keep dawdling, and my daughter won't sleep either. You're headed to town tomorrow to sell wolf meat, Qi Qiang added. Best get some rest. Watching Zheng Fan hurry toward the bedroom with obvious urgency, Wanqing's face flushed at what was coming, and she followed him in. Inside, the moment the door was locked, she found herself pulled into his arms. Reeking faintly of wine, he said, this tiger penis wine is quite a kick. No wonder Qi Qiang wouldn't touch it. Lucky I've got a wife, or I'd have gone half mad tonight. Once father leaves for the northeast and little sister properly joins us, you can drink as much as you like, she teased. She'll take good care of you. You didn't already explain the details to her, did you? He asked, curious. What else would I do? She said, flushing. I'm carrying a baby. Can't exactly be the one looking after you myself, can I? He frowned, concerned. Can you manage tonight, then? She sighed, resigned. 2 bowls of that wine in you. Whether I can manage or not, I have to. Otherwise, who knows what you'd get up to while I'm asleep. He scooped her up and carried her toward the bed. Such a thoughtful wife. Tonight's going to be a lot of work for you. Her cheeks burned. Be gentle. After a night thoroughly wrung out, helped along by the potent tiger penis wine, Zheng Fan slept long past when he meant to. Waking to harsh sunlight through the window, he felt an immediate jolt of alarm and pulled a pocket watch from the armory to check the time. 11:53 in the morning. 7 minutes to his noon meeting with Chun Sanjin in the black market. His head spun. Even at top speed on the bicycle, the ride to Shangyuan Township took 20 minutes. And the 5 wolf pelts hadn't even been processed yet. He could hardly skin them in front of Chun Sanjin and make the man wait. All because I drank that tiger penis wine and wore myself out with my wife last night. Forgot I had a deal to keep today, he thought, chastising himself. Lesson learned. Women are fine, but never drink too much the night before something important. He threw on his clothes and rushed to the kitchen, planning to grab the 5 wolves and race to the black market to explain himself to Chun Sanjin. But the moment he reached the kitchen, he found the wolves already skinned clean, gutted and dressed. Nothing left to do but load them up and go. Outside, Su Wanling's light voice drifted in. Father and Uncle Qiqiang started skinning and dressing the wolves around 6 this morning, just waiting for you to wake up so you could take them straight to the market. Warmth spread through Zheng Fan's chest. My father-in-law and Uncle Qiqiang are too good to me. Then something struck him as odd. Why didn't they wake me, though? Weren't they worried I'd be late? I asked father the same thing, Wanling said softly. He said he trusts your abilities completely, that you'd surely find a way to handle 5 wolves however things turned out. That's touching. That kind of faith, Zheng Fan said deadpan. By the way, where are my father-in-law and my wife? Qiqiang had presumably gone home to sleep after finishing up, but where could Su Zhu and Wanqing have gone in broad daylight? Father fell asleep in the storeroom once he'd finished, Wanling said, her face reddening as she looked down, bashful. Sister said, after last night, that place felt a bit off, so she went to find Sister Zhenghai for a look. I wanted to go with her, but she worried you'd wake up to an empty house and worry, so she had me stay and wait for you instead. Having explained her sister's whereabouts, Wanling's face burned like a ripe apple, a rose about to bloom. No need to be shy about it, Zheng Fan said, gentle. That kind of thing's bound to happen eventually. Try not to think too hard on it. Wanling's blush deepened further, and she bit her lip, changing the subject. Brother-in-law, weren't you heading to the market to sell the wolf meat? Will you still make it in time? Watching her flustered, flushed expression, something itched pleasantly in Zheng Fan's chest, but he knew this wasn't the moment to tease her further. The wolf meat came first. I'll take these and go. Thank you for looking after Nian Yin while I'm out. He loaded the 5 wolves onto the bicycle's rear rack, secured them, and waved goodbye. Standing at the door, Wanling watched him ride off with the wolves, her flushed face breaking into a small laugh. I haven't even adjusted yet, and he's already teasing me like this. Just then, a cry rose from Yin Yin's room. Where'd Papa and Mama go? I want Papa and Mama. Forgetting her complaints about Zheng Fan's boldness, Wanling hurried inside. There, Yin Yin, Papa and Mama are out doing things. Andy's here to play with you. At noon, in the black market of Shangyuan Township, Chun Sanjin stood in his black tunic suit, waiting for Zheng Fan. Gui, sturdy and dressed in black, watched the appointed time come and go, unable to hold his tongue. Boss, it's 12 now. I don't think that boy's coming today. Chun Sanjin's face turned stern. Have you forgotten everything I've taught you? Need me to start over? Flustered, Gui shook his head quickly. Boss, I didn't mean. I just worried you'd be standing here for nothing. Reading between the lines, Chun Sanjin said, even. Say what you actually mean. Bowing his head respectfully, Gui said, I heard a bit of talk this morning, that 100-odd wolves showed up on White Tiger Mountain last night, killed a good number of the villagers hunting there. And that young man told you he could get wolf meat. Must have gone up there himself. If he's missed our meeting, there's a good chance he was one of the ones the wolves got last night. Chun Sanjin's brow furrowed. I heard the same rumor this morning. If we wait until 1 and he still hasn't shown, we'll leave. Something in his gut told him Zheng Fan, young as he looked, was too capable a hunter to die so easily. Had it been any other hunter failing to show after such a disaster, Chun Sanjin would have written him off and left already. Gui didn't understand his boss's faith in the boy, but as his bodyguard, if Chun Sanjin wasn't leaving, he wasn't leaving either. Better safe than facing the consequences if something happened to the old man while he wasn't looking. Half an hour crept by. Chun Sanjin checked his watch and sighed, shaking his head. If only he'd listened to me and stayed away from those wolves, he wouldn't have thrown his life away on White Tiger Mountain. Such a waste. He'd had high hopes for the young man's ability and vision, believing him destined for something remarkable. But with him dead, whatever future he might have had was gone too. Chen Sanjin was preparing to leave with Igue to seek out some other hunter who could supply meat in bulk when the noisy market fell suddenly silent enough to hear a pin drop and then erupted with astonished chatter. I heard 1,000 wolves showed up on White Tiger Mountain last night, killed close to 100 hunters, and this young man walked away with 5 of them. That's no small feat. I heard it was 10,000 wolves, wiped out every animal on the mountain, even 8 villagers from the nearby settlements. Someone eyed the 5 fresh wolf carcasses with a hungry swallow. Young man, how are you selling this? Any limit on weight? If not, I'll take the lot. Zheng Fan, feeling the weight of every hungry stare, laughed. Sorry, everyone. These 5 are already spoken for. If you want game, put down a deposit and I'll hunt to order for you. The moment deposit left his mouth, the man went quiet. No one wanted to hand over cash to someone who might simply vanish. With no takers, Zheng Fan didn't bother with them further, hurrying straight to Qin Sanjin to deliver the excuse he'd rehearsed on the way. Riding up to Qin Sanjin, ready to explain his lateness, Zheng Fan found the old man grinning. Didn't expect you to be this tough, son. 100 wolves on White Tiger Mountain and you walk away unscathed. You already know about White Tiger Mountain, Zheng Fan said, surprised. A disaster that size, with that many hunters dead, word travels fast through every village around here. No hiding something like that, Qin Sanjin said, grave. The lateness is entirely on me for not making it by noon, Zheng Fan said, sincere. My apologies. I'll knock 50 yuan off today's price. Keep your 50 yuan. Everyone's earning is hard-won these days, Qin Sanjin said, serious. Tell me what happened up there last night instead. Zheng Fan recounted the whole affair, how the wolves had lain in wait, striking after most villagers had headed down exhausted, killing more than 30 people in the ambush. Qin Sanjin, picturing the scene, 100 wolves against men armed with rifles, still losing, gave an involuntary shudder. That's a terrible plague of wolves. That you made it down alive is a small miracle. He added, once I've bought this meat off you, I'll be in Hong Kong for half a month. When I'm back, rest up in the meantime and wait for the wolves to clear before hunting again. Seeing no fear on Zheng Fan's face, Qin Sanjin suspected the boy still meant to go after the wolves and pressed further. Money's endless, a life is not. If you lose it, everything's lost with it. I keep pushing this on you because I see something rare in you, and I don't want to see it wasted. The world ahead is going to be something extraordinary. Don't throw away that future chasing small profits today, only to end up in a wolf's belly. Zheng Fan blinked, caught off guard. Qin Sanjin had spoken of an extraordinary world to come, a vision most people simply didn't have. Who exactly was this man? Why had no one from his past life ever mentioned a figure like this out of Hong Kong? Reading Zheng Fan's silence as disinterest, Qin Sanjin laughed at himself. Maybe none of this means anything to someone living in this era. Foolish of me to say it at all. Let's talk about the weight of these wolves instead. Understanding this came from genuine care, Zheng Fan smiled, warm. Thank you for saying it, Elder Chen. I'll take care of this life of mine. Live to see that extraordinary time arrive. Qin Sanjin's eyes widened. You actually understand? I do, Zheng Fan said, a smile touching his lips, eyes bright with longing for the future. A future Qin Sanjin could only imagine, but one Zheng Fan had already lived through firsthand. Watching that look in his eyes, Qin Sanjin smiled back. I've got other matters to attend to. The 5 wolves already weighed. All weighed, Zheng Fan said, nodding. Qin Sanjin instructed Igue, bring the scale, weigh them out. Igue obliged briskly, calling out the numbers. 89 caddies, 99, 101, 85, 82. 456 total. If that's accurate, at 10 yuan a caddy, that's 4,560 yuan, Qin Sanjin said, smiling. Zheng Fan had already weighed them himself using the armory scale on the way over. Round it to 4,500 for showing up late today. Owed is owed. Nothing I hate more in business than shorting a man, Qin Sanjin said, firm, counting out the full 4,560 and insisting Zheng Fan take every yuan, counting it out himself to confirm. Zheng Fan accepted, counted it to be sure, and pocketed the money. Elder Chen, next time you're back, Whatever game you need, I'll do everything I can to find it for you. Next trip back from Hong Kong, I doubt I'll come to the black market at all, Chen Sanjin said, laughing. You'll have to come find me at Yunqi Academy instead. Zheng Fan, no fan of doing business outside the black market, hesitated. I'll see how things stand when the time comes. Fine. I'll wait for you at Yunqi Academy, Chen Sanjin said, warmly, and turned to Ague. Let's go. Ague sacked the 5 wolves and shouldered them, and as he turned to follow Chen Sanjin out, he cast one last, deep look back at Zheng Fan before continuing on. Watching him go, Zheng Fan frowned. What was that look about? Some kind of warning to go to Yunqi Academy? Or something else? Unable to puzzle it out, he shook his head and let it go, deciding instead to buy 10 more caddies worth of liquor coupons for his father-in-law and 40 feet of Dacron fabric for new clothes for his wife and sister-in-law. Coupons in hand, Zheng Fan felt countless greedy eyes fixed on him throughout the market. Understandable enough, given 4,560 yuan landing in one hand was a fortune in this era. He was starting to think future trades were better made directly at Yunqi Academy, as Chen Sanjin suggested. Just then, an angry young man's roar cut through the crowd. Everyone behave, this man is my boss. Anyone with ill intent toward him gets a bullet from me, understood? Lin Jijian, sunglasses on, favoring his usual white shirt, had appeared from nowhere, barking the warning at every greedy pair of eyes in the market. Scarface, Gao San, and Xie Jinshun echoed him. Anyone who harms our boss, we won't spare them or their families. Everyone in the market knew Lin Jijian's crew, the only gang of real menace operating nearby, and crossing them never ended well for anyone. The greedy stares vanished at once. Seeing the crowd's hunger dissolve, Lin Jijian and the others hurried to Zheng Fan, dropping to their knees without a shred of self-consciousness. Boss, please save us. Gao San, Xie Jinshun, and Scarface knelt in unison behind him. Boss, please save us too. Zheng Fan looked at the 4 of them, baffled. What are you all on about? Save you from what? Lin Jijian, not daring to lie to Zheng Fan, answered honestly. We've been living off hunting and selling game lately, and now White Tiger Mountain's overrun with wolves, killing off half the village. None of us dare go up there anymore. No hunting means no game. No game means no money. No money means no rice in the pot. We're hoping you'll take pity, boss. Let us come along if you go hunting wolves and share a little of the meat. That's all we ask. Please let us come along and hunt wolves with you, boss. Just a little meat would satisfy us. Gao San, Xie Jinshun, and Scarface echoed in unison. They'd all watched Zheng Fan sell 5 skinned wolves to Chen Sanjin for several thousand yuan. They knew their own skill wasn't up to hunting wolves themselves, but if they stuck close to Zheng Fan and he brought them along to White Tiger Mountain, even a small cut of the take, at 11 yuan a caddy in the black market, would be a serious windfall, however much he decided to share. White Tiger Mountain killed a lot of villagers last night, Zheng Fan said. Even. The authorities should be sealing the mountain off soon. No entry allowed. Wait until it's unsealed if you want to hunt there. Seeing that Zheng Fan hadn't outright refused, Jijian lowered his voice. Boss, I know an extremely remote path onto the mountain. None of us have the skill to face that many wolves, so we've never dared use it ourselves. If you want to hunt there, we're willing to guide you along that hidden path. The night before, when the 100-strong wolf pack had appeared, Zheng Fan had been sorely tempted to pull the Gatling gun from the armory and mow the whole pack down in one sweep. Only the fear of a mysteriously appearing machine gun drawing state attention, endless trouble, had stopped him. But if Jijian knew a hidden path into a mountain now officially sealed off, with no human traffic anywhere inside, he could stand in a safe spot and clear the whole pack with the Gatling gun, and no one would ever know. The risk, which had sat at 98%, suddenly dropped to something like 0.001%. Understanding this, Zheng Fan put on a cold, threatening face. There are plenty of wolves still on that mountain. You're sure you want to follow me in there? I can't promise you won't end up eaten. Fear crossed the faces of Jijian, Gao San, Scarface, and Xie Jinshun. Their hunger for wolf meat dampened considerably. They'd all heard how vicious the wolves up there were, and even with Zheng Fan leading, a crew of 12 inexperienced hunters was no guarantee of safety. One misstep, and any of them could become dinner. Pleased by their visible unease, Zheng Fan kept his tone flat. Think it over carefully. Come find me here tomorrow at noon. I won't wait past that. Jijian, Scarface, and the rest nodded fervently, watching him bicycle off toward the co-op across the way. Once he was out of sight, Scarface scratched his head, still shaken. Brother Jijian, White Tiger Mountain's wolves are savage. Killed that many experienced villagers, even with numbers on their side. Are we really going to risk our necks for wolf meat? 11 yuan a caddy, Jijian said, grinning. 10 caddies, that's 110 yuan. Beats a whole night in the woods with nothing to show but empty hands, doesn't it? Scarface scratched his head again. Boss is skilled, sure, but even he can't guarantee we walk out alive. The risk doesn't match the reward. I don't dare go, and honestly, neither should you. Gao San, a vindictive, small-minded man who'd never forgiven Zheng Fan for the beating he'd taken earlier, secretly hoped Zheng Fan would be eaten alive on that mountain. Hearing Scarface try to talk Jijian out of going, and knowing that without Jijian's guidance along the hidden path, Zheng Fan couldn't get in, and thus couldn't be eaten, he sneered. Too scared to go? Don't go then. Just don't come whining when the rest of us are splitting wolf meat, and you've got nothing. 11 yuan a caddy buys plenty of rice, Xie Jinshun agreed, nodding. Enough to keep us fed a long while. Boss said he can't guarantee we walk out alive. Scarface shot back, cold. In that case, can you guarantee it for yourself? Watching Gao San and Xie Jinshun start bickering, Jijian's brow furrowed. Everyone go home and think it over. Whoever wants to follow the boss into White Tiger Mountain tomorrow, meet here. Scarface opened his mouth to argue further, but Jijian clapped his shoulder, dead serious. Fortune favors the bold, starves the timid. It's decided. Enough talk. Watching Jijian's resolve harden, Gao San thought coldly to himself. Once we're on that mountain tomorrow, if I don't find a way to feed you to the wolves, my surname isn't Gao. Meanwhile, at the co-op, having purchased his 10 caddies worth of liquor and 40 feet of Dacron fabric coupons, Zheng Fan was heading for the door when the twin-braided clerk Li Shooting's voice called after him. Comrade Zheng Fan, could you sit a moment before you go? Director, Yao would like to speak with you in her office. Picturing Yao Pingping's striking face and figure straining against her uniform, Zheng Fan smiled. Did she say how long this would take? I'm not sure myself, sorry, Li Shooting said, shaking her head, her twin braids swinging with the motion, endearing. Should I go ask? No need. Just take me to her, he said. She led him to Yao Pingping's office and knocked lightly. Director, I've brought Comrade Zheng Fan. Yao Pingping's lazy, sultry voice answered from within. Come in. Zheng Fan opened the door to find her watering a pot of violets. Once she'd finished, he asked, smiling. Sister Pingping, what did you want to talk about? She set down the watering can, her eyes fixed playfully on his face. Can't a sister just want to chat with her little brother, without some agenda? I don't think Sister Pingping's bored enough to pull me into her office just to chat, he said, smiling. Fair enough, she said, giggling. We'll have to arrange a proper chat somewhere private some other day. For now, business. She fell silent, eyes lingering on him, waiting for him to prompt her. Understanding the cue, Zheng Fan said, smiling. Whatever business Sister Pingping has, if I can help, I will. Curiosity lit Yao Pingping's face. I heard you sold 5 wolves in the black market. True, or just talk making the rounds. Sister Pingping wants to try wolf meat, he said, nodding. Easy enough to arrange. I do want a taste, she said, giggling. But that's not why I called you in. I need a favor. I'm hoping you can bring the co-op a few more wolves, or a few boars, to help us through a meat shortage. The co-op has everything, fresh meat every day, he said, curious. How's there a shortage? She shook her head. The mountain road connecting Shangyuan to the outside collapsed in a landslide last night. No delivery trucks can get through. Once today's fresh stock sells out, we've got nothing coming in for days. That's a real problem, trucks not getting through, he said, sighing. But with White Tiger Mountain's wolf plague, plenty of villagers died up there last night, the whole mountain's surely being sealed off soon. Hunting wolves or boar up there right now would be next to impossible. I'm afraid there's not much I can do for you, sister. Her face fell, and she apologized quickly. I'm so sorry, little brother. I had no idea about the wolves, the deaths. If I'd known, I'd never have suggested you go hunting up there. Though she oversaw the co-op's office, she didn't know everything. Plenty of things needed explaining to her, or she had to find out herself. Clearly no one had told her about last night's disaster. Otherwise, she'd never have sent Zheng Fan into that kind of danger. Reading her reaction, Zheng Fan understood she truly hadn't known. This wasn't some careless gambit for meat at his expense. It's all right, sister. You didn't know? I'm not blaming you. With trucks stalled and the mountain overrun with wolves both at once, what a mess, she said, troubled. Watching her chest heave with the sigh, Zheng Fan smiled. Even with the mountain sealed, Sister Pingbing, I can still try to bring you a few boars or wolves for the co-op to sell. Catching him staring, she covered her mouth, giggling. Must you look at my chest every time you talk to me, little brother? It's hard not to notice when it's about to burst the seams of your uniform, sister, he said, entirely earnest. She tried, without success, to compose herself under his gaze, clearing her throat. Are you serious about what you just said? You can really get into White Tiger Mountain and bring back wolves and boar. Still watching her, unbothered, he said, no problem at all. Don't stare at my chest while you say that, she said, though the whole exchange left her more amused than offended. You just have a way of making this sound completely unreliable. He shifted his gaze to her face instead, serious now. I'll see what I can bring you, sister. But we should talk price. Whatever quality the boar or wolf meat comes in, I'll buy at first-grade rates, she said. 1 yuan a caddy for boar with hide, 2 yuan a caddy for wolf. He cleared his throat. Sister, wolf meat sells wholesale in the black market for 10 yuan a caddy, boar with hide for 4. That price is a bit steep a cut for me. Little brother, the co-op has to keep prices fair and affordable. We can't jack up prices just because supplies are tight right now. Wouldn't be right, she explained. It's just, that price is hard to swallow, he said, frowning. Feels like I'm being taken for a fool. She understood perfectly well what he could earn selling elsewhere, and offering so little in return for a favor she badly needed was bound to sting. Tell you what, she said. From now on, you won't need coupons to buy anything at the Shangyuan Co-op. How's that? Zheng Fan recognized instantly what a windfall that was. Some big-ticket items, like a bicycle, cost hundreds just in coupons alone before you even paid for the item itself. Some rice and oil coupons already traded at multiples of the actual grain and oil price. Pleased, but not showing it, he pressed for more, shaking his head. Not quite enough yet, sister. She blinked. Not enough? I really don't have anything else to offer as thanks. Noticing his eyes drifting back to her chest, she said quickly, that's not up for negotiation. Doesn't have to be given to me outright, he said, grinning. It does its best work staying right where it is. Even as outgoing as she was, his words brought a flush to her cheeks. Aside from that, I truly have nothing else, little brother. Whenever I think of something, you can decide then whether to agree, he said. She laughed lightly, understanding exactly what he meant. You said it yourself. I'll decide when the time comes. I did say that. Final call's yours, sister. Not wanting to linger on the subject, hardly appropriate, if any co-op staff overheard through the door, she changed the topic. With White Tiger Mountain in such chaos, little brother, if it's too much, don't risk it. What would your wife do without you? A man can't say can't, sister, especially not once he's given his word, he said, laughing easily. However many wolves or boar you need tomorrow, I'll do everything in my power to get them for you. 3 wolves or boar would be plenty, she said, her face turning earnest. Please don't take unnecessary risks. If it gets too dangerous, come straight back. If something happened to you, I'd never forgive myself. Something occurred to him. Sister Pinkping, does the co-op need soft-shell turtles? I could bring some tomorrow too. Her eyes widened. You have a source for turtles too? He grinned. Just tell me if you want them or not. However many you can get, little brother, I'll take every one. Good news coming your way. Then, sister, he said, already turning over plans in his head to catch turtles for sale the next day too. Watching him go, Yao Pingping murmured to herself, can he really get turtles, wolves, and boar? Is he pulling my leg? By what Chun Mingjie had told her of him, he didn't seem the type. But then how had he hunted wolves in the middle of that plague and made it home unharmed? And where on earth was he catching turtles? Too many questions, and no one to answer them. Zheng Fan carried 10 caddies worth of Dongping Old Cellar and 40 feet of Dacron fabric home to find Wan Qing and Wan Ling sitting in the front room, both wearing troubled faces. His stomach dropped. Had last night's tiger penis wine made him too rough? Hurt the baby somehow? Growing more alarmed by the second, he hurried to Wan Qing's side. Wife, what did Sister Zhenghai say? Don't panic, Wanqing said gently. She said I strained a muscle. Nothing more. No harm to the baby. But she warned me we shouldn't be intimate again until after I've given birth. The tension drained out of him at once. If he couldn't be with Wanqing during the pregnancy, well, Wanling could take her place instead. Su Zhu had said as much himself. After all, entrusting Wanling to him the same as a wife. Zheng Fan grinned. Until the baby's born, I won't touch my wife again. Can't be with me, Wanqing said, teasing, but little sister can fill in just fine. Sitting nearby, Wanling caught every word and flushed crimson to the ears. You too. How can you talk about husband and wife things right in front of me? I'm still an unmarried girl. She braced herself, mentally, for the arrangement once their father left for the Northeast, but hearing Wanqing and Zheng Fan discuss it so casually, suggesting she stand in for her own sister in such matters, was mortifying beyond words for someone who'd never been with a man. Watching her sister squirm, Wanqing covered her mouth, laughing. Once father leaves, I'll talk you through it properly in private, so it doesn't catch you off guard. Face burning, Wanling bit her lip and changed the subject fast. Sister, didn't you say brother-in-law should go fetch father once he got home? He's home now, and you've already forgotten. Where did father go? Zheng Fan asked, puzzled. Once he sobered up, he grabbed 6 bottles of Dongping Old Cellar and headed to Qiqiang's to drink, Wanqing explained. Qixing's in bad shape and needs Qiqiang's full attention. Father showing up to drink is just going to get in the way. She sighed, helpless. Little sister and I tried talking him out of it. No luck. We were hoping you'd go get him once you were back. I'll head over now. Bring him home, Zheng Fan said, nodding. I'll also hand Uncle Qiqiang the money from today's wolf sale, so he can take Qixing to the city hospital. Wanqing's brow furrowed. A trip to the city hospital runs several dozen yuan, maybe over 100. Can Qiqiang's family really afford that? The 5 wolves' father-in-law, Qiqiang, and I bagged last night sold for 4,560 yuan in the black market, Zheng Fan explained. Split 3 ways. That's 1,520 yuan for Qiqiang alone. Plenty for the hospital visit, and if more is needed later, another hunting trip will cover it. Wanling's jaw dropped as she listened to him casually mention the sum, her heart pounding. Brother-in-law, you're not joking with us? 5 wolves sold for that much. She knew game sold well in the black market these days, but she'd never imagined 5 wolves could fetch 4,560 yuan, enough money to build several houses in the countryside. Watching her stunned expression, Zheng Fan pulled 1,500 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Wanqing. Wife, keep this. Buy whatever you want. No need to check with me first. We're not short on money. Wanqing nodded, tucking the money away carefully. Wanling stared, chest heaving with the shock of it. That much money? And you just hand it straight to sister? You're too good, brother-in-law. If I weren't good to your sister and didn't have the means to prove it, your father wouldn't have entrusted both his daughters to me, Zheng Fan said, smiling. Wanling nodded slowly. According to Su Zhu's original plan, if Zheng Fan had treated her sister poorly or proved lazy and useless, they would have taken Wanqing back to the Northeast with them. Seeing instead how capable he was and how well he treated her sister had changed Su Zhu's mind entirely, entrusting Wanling to his care as well. Noticing her mood dip slightly, Zheng Fan added, smiling, next time we sell game, that money goes to you to manage, spend however you like. The time after that, back to your sister. Wanling shook her head. No need, brother-in-law, just give it to sister. I'll buy anything that catches my eye. I'm afraid I'd spend it all. Money's meant to be spent, he said, smiling. What's the point of hoarding it? Taking it to the grave? Warmth spread through Wanling's chest. Her brother-in-law really was too good, not a trace of the domineering husband about him. Her sister marrying a man like this had to be the fortune of 8 lifetimes. And soon enough, she'd belong to him too. The future looked bright indeed. Noting the time, Zheng Fan couldn't linger. He needed to fetch Lu Yong and go dig up turtles before selling them tomorrow at the co-op. He said his goodbyes and biked off toward Qiqiang's house. Once he was well out of sight, Wanling, cheeks still red, lowered her voice. Sister, can I ask you something? Not sure if it's appropriate. Wanqing smiled. How much pocket money do you want? I'll get it for you. Not that. Wanling shook her head. I wanted to ask, did it hurt, your first time? Hearing the question, Wanqing understood her sister had already resolved herself to it. and answered gently, laughing, "Don't worry, it doesn't hurt at all." "Really?" Wanling studied her sister's smile, unconvinced. "Then why do other women say it hurts so much?" Wanqing considered this. Maybe it's different for everyone. Besides, you can't refuse to help your sister just because you're scared of a little pain. "I'm pregnant right now, after all." Wanling's blush deepened, head bowed. "I'm just getting a feel for things beforehand. Preparing myself." Wanqing stroked her sister's hair gently, thinking privately, "I hope this choice of mine isn't a mistake. As long as Zheng Fan never turns back into who he was before, otherwise I'll have failed my own sister." Lu Yong was crouched by his front door playing in the mud when he spotted Zheng Fan riding up, brightening at once. "Brother Fan, when are we going turtle hunting again? I miss selling little turtles for candy money." Zheng Fan parked his bike, smiling. "Once I've sorted a few things out, I'll take you right away." Excited, Lu Yong followed him inside to find Qiqiang and Su Zhu deep in a serious conversation. "That folk remedy you're using on your brother isn't doing a thing," Su Zhu was saying, grave. "Keep this up and his condition only worsens. Get him to the city hospital, and soon." Qiqiang sighed long and heavy. "Uncle Su, it's not that I don't want to take my brother to the hospital. My family simply can't afford it. Otherwise I'd have taken him already, rather than sit here watching him suffer." Seeing the deep helplessness in Qiqiang's eyes, Su Zhu clapped his shoulder, comforting. "My son-in-law's out selling yesterday's wolf meat in Shang Yuan's black market right now. Should be sold by dark. However it goes, that'll put 700 or 800 yuan in hand. Plenty for the hospital." Qiqiang shook his head. "That's over 400 caddies of meat. However capable Zheng Fan is, selling that much that fast is a stretch. If it doesn't move, he'll have to drop the price, or it'll spoil in a few days." "Trust my son-in-law's ability," Su Zhu said, firm. "He won't disappoint." Qiqiang's smile turned rueful. This wasn't a matter of belief, but of what was actually possible. Just then Zheng Fan walked in, grinning. "Uncle Qiqiang, sounds like you don't quite trust my abilities." Su Zhu laughed heartily. "Good son-in-law, tell Qiqiang how much you sold that wolf meat for. Give him a little shock." Doubtful of any such capability, Qiqiang said, "Right. Go on, Zheng Fan. Let's hear the little shock." Zheng Fan smiled. "Guess how many caddies I sold?" Without hesitation, Su Zhu shouted, "All of it." Qiqiang thought it over, less certain. 200 caddies, maybe? That was the highest number he could imagine. Zheng Fan had left at noon and was back already, which meant something must have gone wrong at the market and prevented a full sale. 200 caddies would already be impressive. Zheng Fan shook his head, smiling. "Guess again." "All of it, definitely," Su Zhu insisted. Qiqiang frowned. 150 then? "Uncle Qiqiang, what's happening here? You're guessing lower each time?" Zheng Fan laughed. Qiqiang sighed. "Just tell me straight, Zheng Fan, no more games." 456 caddies. "All of it, sold," Zheng Fan said, smiling. Su Zhu looked thoroughly pleased with himself. "Told you my son-in-law wouldn't disappoint." Qiqiang's jaw dropped, stunned, stumbling over his words. "Zheng Fan, you're serious? Sold that fast? You didn't discount it to 5 or 6 yuan a caddy just to move it, did you?" "Uncle Qiqiang, do you really think I'd do that?" Zheng Fan said, smiling, pulling a thick wad of cash from his pocket and handing it over. "The price is what it is. I don't do losing deals." Qiqiang eyed him, suspicious. "You're not just paying out of your own pocket to make me feel better about this, are you?" "Why would I lie to you about that?" Zheng Fan said, helpless. "I've got a regular buyer in the black market. He took all 500 caddies in one go." Seeing Qiqiang still unconvinced, he turned to Lu Yong. "You remember when I sold the boar meat before?" "I remember," Lu Yong said, grinning. "That nice old grandpa pulled out a huge wad of cash right there." "Lu Yong, don't make things up," Qiqiang said, serious. Lu Yong looked wounded. "Pa, you're always telling me to be honest and good. Why would I lie?" Seeing his son wasn't lying, Qiqiang softened quickly. "I was just checking, not accusing you." He turned to Zheng Fan, deeply moved. "You've been helping our family this whole while, and I don't even know how to repay you. Whatever you need from now on, I'll do it, even if it costs me my life." "Uncle Qiqiang, you've been good to me too," Zheng Fan said. "I'll help where I can, when it matters." Su Zhu spoke up suddenly. "Good son-in-law, hand me my share." Understanding what Su Zhu had in mind, Zheng Fan gave him the money. Su Zhu counted out 1,000 yuan and offered it to Qiqiang. Treating your brother's going to cost plenty. Consider this my small contribution. Take it. Qiqiang waved his hands firmly. Uncle Su, I've got enough with what I have. I can't accept this. Please, take it back. Hospital bills add up fast once you're admitted. Don't stand on ceremony with me. Just take it. Su Zhu said, serious. Uncle Su, I said I won't. Keep pushing and I'll lose my temper, Qiqiang said. He respected Su Zhu deeply, but he had his own principle. Never take what belonged to another. Su Zhu pressed several more times. Qiqiang refused every time, resolute. Finally, Su Zhu gave up and handed the money back to Zheng Fan. Whenever you need money, come find my son-in-law. He'll help. Zheng Fan nodded. Uncle Qiqiang, whatever you need going forward, just ask. I'll help where I can. Qiqiang's eyes reddened, tears slipping free despite himself. Good men like you are rare these days. He wiped his eyes. If I had a daughter, I'd marry her to you without a second thought. Zheng Fan's my son-in-law. Su Zhu cut in quickly. You've got no daughter to compete with me over. But if you did, I'd fight you for it. Qiqiang's mood lifted considerably at that, laughing. Relax, Uncle Su, I don't have one. Once the two had finished their exchange, Zheng Fan asked, Uncle Qiqiang, when are you taking Qixing to the city hospital? I'll head out shortly, Qiqiang said, though I'll need to borrow your bicycle. No problem, Zheng Fan said, smiling. Anything else you need? Qiqiang's face turned grave. The one thing I'm not settled about is Lu Yong. While I'm at the hospital, I'd appreciate it if you could keep an eye on him, just until I've got things arranged there. No problem, Zheng Fan agreed. Su Zhu shook his head. That job can't fall on my son-in-law. Zheng Fan and Qiqiang both looked at him, puzzled, unsure why not. Reading their confusion, Su Zhu explained quickly. If my son-in-law's here watching Lu Yong, who's watching my two daughters at home? What if some lecherous scoundrel comes sniffing around? That's a real risk. Fair point, Qiqiang said, frowning, glancing at his honest, grinning son with no idea what to do instead. Su Zhu cleared his throat, offering. My son-in-law needs to be home tonight watching my daughters, but I could come here and watch Lu Yong myself. Qiqiang's worry cleared instantly, delighted. Uncle Su, if you'd handle Ah Yong for the time being, I'd be grateful. And if he acts up, don't hold back. Hit him if you need to. Don't worry about anyone's feelings. Lu Yong looked wounded and scared. Pa, I'm well behaved. Don't let people hit me. Seeing his son's fear, Qiqiang stroked his head affectionately. Uncle Su's a good man. Just behave well around him, understand? Lu Yong nodded obediently, mood shifting fast, wounded one second, excited the next. Pa, can I go catch little turtles with Brother Fan? Can we go out? He never left without Qiqiang's permission. Qiqiang nodded. With Zheng Fan looking after you, I'm at ease. His trust in Zheng Fan had only deepened the more time they spent together. He had no doubt Zheng Fan would keep his son safe. Lu Yong bounced around like a small child, thrilled. Brother Fan, let's go catch little turtles. Zheng Fan didn't rush off just yet, smiling. Father-in-law, since your two daughters are asking you home, why not head back first and let them know about tonight's arrangement with Lu Yong, so they're not stuck worrying if Lu Yong and I run late catching turtles? Su Zhu sighed. Was hoping to catch turtles with you two myself, but I suppose I should head back now. Zheng Fan told Qiqiang. My bike's out front. Use it whenever you like, no rush returning it. Then set off with Lu Yong to catch turtles. Watching them go, Qiqiang murmured to himself. The debt I owe Zheng Fan just keeps growing. Before long, Zheng Fan and Lu Yong neared the turtle grounds. Unbeknownst to him, a crew-cut, hard-faced middle-aged man was trailing close behind, entirely unaware he'd already given his position away to Zheng Fan. Where are these two headed? Did they find something good? Zheng Xuanquan wondered, cursing himself for not bringing his Type 38 today. If he'd had it on him, he could kill Zheng Fan right here, quietly, and collect Qi Jiao's bounty. As it was, all he could do was trail them, watch where they went, and look for an opening, while also scouting for any treasure along the way. Zheng Fan had already noticed the man's presence, and once he'd pinned Xuanquan's exact location, he drew his crossbow, seeming to conjure it from nowhere, and fired twice toward the trees on the right. Lu Yong watched, puzzled. Brother Fan, why are you shooting into empty woods? Is there some animal in there? No animal, Zheng Fan said, shaking his head. Someone's been following us. Lu Yong looked around, confused. A person? Where? Just then, a pig-like howl of pain erupted from deep in the trees. Who the hell shot me? It hurts like hell. Lu Yong recognized the voice immediately. Isn't that Jing Xuan? What's he doing following us? No idea, Zheng Fan said. Let's go see. Lu Yong nodded and followed him toward the howling. Struck by a crossbow bolt in the right hand and another in the left foot, Xuan seethed with hatred, teeth clenched. How did he know I was here? And hit that precisely? If I'd brought my rifle, he'd be dead by now. After a stream of silent curses at Zheng Fan's entire family line, he struggled to rise and slip away unnoticed. But the wound in his left foot bled too badly, agony too sharp, to move quietly at all. Zheng Fan and Lu Yong arrived to find him bleeding freely from both wounds. Zheng Xuan, Zheng Fan said, frowning. What are you doing out here in broad daylight? Xuan's face twisted, savage. Broad daylight belongs only to you two, does it? I can't be here. You shot my hand and foot with a crossbow. How do you plan to compensate me for that? Zheng Fan laughed coldly. I thought I'd spotted some beast worth hunting in the daylight. Turns out it was just you, skulking around. Veins bulged on Xuan's forehead. Who are you calling a beast? Compensate me a few hundred yuan today, or this isn't over. Under normal circumstances, 10 yuan or so would have settled it, but Xuan figured Zheng Fan, hunter of boar, bagger of wolves, surely had money to spare. Too good an opportunity to squeeze for less. Zheng Fan leveled the crossbow at his face. If I killed you right here, do you think anyone would ever know? Xuan went bloodless, cold sweat pouring off him. He'd calculated every angle except this one. Zheng Fan actually aiming the weapon at his head, threatening to end him outright. Words tumbled out fast. Terrified Zheng Fan might pull the trigger. Zheng Fan, don't do anything rash. I'll take less. 1 or 200 is fine too. What were you following us for? Zheng Fan said, cold. I just wanted to know what you two were doing out here in the daytime, whether you'd found something good. Nothing more, I swear. Don't think anything else of it. Xuan stammered, panicked. Is that really all? Zheng Fan said, cold. Lie to me, and the consequences will be severe. Feeling Zheng Fan's killing intent radiate off him, Xuan swore hastily to the heavens. I swear it's the truth. May I die without a whole corpse if I'm lying, all right. Drawing on what psychology he knew, Zheng Fan judged the oath half true, half false, and fired another bolt into Xuan's right foot. Xuan screamed, bloodless. I already swore to the heavens. Why are you still shooting me? I'm giving you one more chance to tell the truth, Zheng Fan said, cold. Or the next shot goes in your skull. Cold sweat beating down his forehead like peas, Xuan swallowed hard. I really just wanted to see if you two had found something worthwhile. What else could there possibly be? Face impassive, Zheng Fan pressed the crossbow to Xuan's forehead. You're not afraid I'll put a bolt through your skull? And still lying to my face. Believing entirely that Zheng Fan meant it, Xuan wet himself in terror, begging. I really was just here to see if you'd found something valuable, hoping to tag along and get a share. Nothing else, I swear. He didn't dare admit he'd been trailing Zheng Fan with the intent to find an opening and kill him. If Zheng Fan learned the truth, forget whether he'd be killed on the spot in this empty forest. Even if spared, going to village leader Qijiao about it would only bring more trouble down on himself. Better, he decided, to say nothing at all. Zheng Fan's face stayed flat, and he fired another bolt into Xuan's thigh. Xuan wailed like a slaughtered pig, bloodless. Zheng Fan, what do you actually want from me? I told you there's nothing else. If there's something shameful going on here you don't want me knowing about, just let me leave. Why torture me like this? Zheng Fan's face stayed cold as he probed further. Someone hired you to kill me quietly, and you're too afraid to say it. Worried I'd finish you off right here for admitting it. Xuan's expression flickered through several shades of panic. He hadn't expected Zheng Fan to guess that much. Fighting to steady his terror, he shook his head hard. You're reading too much into this. Killing's a crime. Gets a man killed himself. Why would I do that? Reading the tiny shifts in Xuan's face, Zheng Fan was now certain someone had hired him. He laughed coldly. Tell me, and I won't kill you. Won't go after whoever hired you either. Otherwise, I finish you right now. Xuan shook his head like a rattle drum. There's nothing to tell. you're overthinking this. Since you won't cry until you see the coffin, Zheng Fan said, cold, don't blame me for what comes next. He picked up a nearby stone and brought it down hard on Xuan's head, again and again, until blood ran freely and Xuan howled without stopping. Trembling, Xuan managed. If I tell you, you really won't kill me? Won't go after them either? Because if I talk and you go after them, I'm dead either way. From this alone, Zheng Fan guessed at who might be behind it. Zheng Mingda hired you, didn't he? Xuan's whole body seized. How had Zheng Fan grown this sharp, guessing even that? Fearing he'd lose his chance to name the culprit and lose his life along with it, words spilled out fast. It was village leader Zheng Qijiao who hired me to kill you. He recounted everything. How? During last night's wolf crisis, Qijiao had ordered him to open fire on Zheng Fan under cover of darkness, desperate to be thorough enough that Zheng Fan would find no excuse to finish him off anyway. Zheng Fan's brow tightened. There's no deep enmity between Qijiao and me. Why would he send you to kill me? Xuan explained. You beat up Zheng Mingda, delayed his wedding, put a dent in his bright future. The village leader was furious and used last night's wolf chaos as cover to have me open fire on you. Zheng Fan's mouth curled cold. Mingda thinks marrying that fiancé buys him some grand future? Foolish dream. If Qijiao and Mingda hadn't hired someone to shoot him, Zheng Fan wouldn't have cared one way or another when Mingda married or what became of his prospects. But now that they wanted him dead, there was no chance he'd let it go, not with his temperament. Xuan, terrified, pressed. Zheng Fan, you said if I told you this, you wouldn't kill me, wouldn't go after whoever hired me. You'll keep your word. Fear that Zheng Fan might renege and kill him right here made him wet himself again. Zheng Fan genuinely wanted to put a bolt through Xuan's skull on the spot, but with Lu Yong standing right beside him. Killing here would traumatize the boy, and if anyone in the village ever questioned Lu Yong about it, his natural simplicity meant the truth would come tumbling out without a shred of guile, ruining everything. Xuan, Qijiao, and Mingda had all already earned a place on Zheng Fan's death list. He'd deal with each of them in due time. For now, his tone stayed cold. Get lost if you don't want to die. Xuan struggled to rise and flee, but the wound in his thigh made moving nearly impossible. I can't move. Can you help me? Zheng Fan kicked him back down flat, voice ice. Since you can't leave, stay here and feed the wolves. Terrified, Xuan shrieked, dreading a wolf might appear at any moment. No. Please, I don't want to be eaten by wolves. Zheng Fan turned and walked off with Lu Yong, not looking back. Brother Fan, won't he really get eaten by wolves? Lu Yong asked, worried. Should we take him with us? Simple as he was, and often mocked and mistreated by the village, he was naturally kind-hearted. Even towards someone as unkind as Xuan, the thought of him being devoured by wolves troubled him. This isn't White Tiger Mountain, Zheng Fan said, smiling. No wolves out here. Just scaring him a little. Relieved there were no wolves, Lu Yong grinned. That man tried something on Brother Fan. He deserved a good scare. Let him learn a lesson. Talking as they went, they arrived at the dried-out lake where they'd caught turtles before. It had been several days since their last visit. The once sticky mud had cracked into spiderweb patterns under the sun. At this rate, whatever turtles remained wouldn't need Zheng Fan and Lu Yong to finish them off. The sun would bake them alive soon enough. Let's get down there, Zheng Fan said. But Lu Yong had already leapt into the drying lake bed, hands digging into the cracked mud. Brother Fan, still plenty of little turtles here, he laughed. Let's catch them all before dark and trade them for candy. Zheng Fan nodded and jumped in beside him. The turtle count had dropped considerably from before, but the big ones, 14, 15 caddies each, remained just as plentiful as ever. By the time they'd thoroughly searched the entire drying lake bed and confirmed nothing was left, it was past 7 in the evening, full dark. Lu Yong, eyes shining with anticipation, asked, Brother Fan, are we coming back tomorrow for more? He found turtle catching endlessly entertaining, wanted to do it every day. No more turtles here, Zheng Fan said, shaking his head. We'll wait until the water comes back next year. Let's head home. You're sleeping with my father-in-law tonight. Lu Yong looked baffled. Why would I sleep with Brother Fan's father-in-law? Your father's taking your uncle to the hospital. He's not home tonight, so my father-in-law's watching you. Understand. Lu Yong grinned and shook his head, not understanding at all. Zheng Fan sighed and explained again as they walked. Battered, bleeding from head and limbs, Xu and Xuan lay hidden nearby, having missed the part where Zheng Fan told Lu Yong there were no more turtles. He'd only caught Zheng Fan telling the boy it was getting dark, time to head home and sleep. Watching the baskets of turtles the two carried, his eyes lit up greedily. That many turtles, a yuan a caddy, that's several hundred yuan right there. Knew they were up to something out here. Nearby, another young man, his face bruised like a pig's from an earlier scuffle, asked, Uncle Xu and Xuan, are you sure Zheng Fan doesn't know you're after him? This looks like he just doesn't like you and beat you for it. Xu and Xuan swore to the heavens. I swear on my life, Zheng Fan has no idea. Mingda clapped a hand over his mouth quickly. Shut up. You want Zheng Fan to hear and beat me too. He continued. Let's search around here, see if we can find their turtle catching spot. Clear it out before they come back tomorrow. Leave them staring at nothing. Good idea, Xu and Xuan said, grinning. Teach them a lesson. See if they dare beat me again after this. Mingda and Xu and Xuan followed Zheng Fan and Lu Yong's footprints to the dried lake bed, eyes bright, grins nearly splitting their faces. Once we've caught every turtle here, Zheng Fan and Lu Yong come back tomorrow and find nothing. Imagine the look on his face, Mingda said, savoring the mental image. He turned to invite Xu and Xuan down with him, only to find Xu and Xuan had already leapt in, hands buried in the mud, searching frantically. What's the rush? Damn it, wait for me, Mingda cursed. Delighted, imagining clearing this lake bed of every last turtle and hauling the whole lot to the Shangyuan black market for a fortune, they spent hours turning over the 15+ acres of dried-out lake bottom and found nothing. Not one single turtle, not even a pound-sized youngster. The only trace of turtles anywhere was a shed skin buried in the mud. Caked head to toe in mud, gasping for breath, Mingda snapped. Zheng Xu and Xuan, are you sure this is where Zheng Fan was catching turtles? There's not a single one. Also mud-covered, Xu and Xuan fumed. They must have caught every last one and didn't tell us. Wasting our whole night for nothing. Damn them. Mingda's face twisted, vicious. Keep close watch on Zheng Fan. Find an opening and finish him. Xu and Xuan's eyes went bloodshot, teeth grinding. If I had my Type 38 on me, I'd have shot him 100 times over already. By then the sky was fully dark. Struggling toward the shore, hoping for a hot bath at home, they suddenly heard a wolf's howl behind them. Both men went bloodless, legs turning to jelly, wetting their pants on the spot. Injured and hobbling as they were, a wolf attack now would be certain death. Mingda's face crumpled with regret. Forgot how dark it's gotten. We can't stay here, there might be wolves. Help me home, quick. Xu and Xuan shot him a dirty look. My own legs barely work. I'm supposed to carry you too? Fend for yourself. Panicked, the two limped toward Gotzi village, stumbling and falling repeatedly in their rushed, fearful state. Just as their terror peaked, both convinced they'd be eaten by wolves any second, a middle-aged man emerged from the tree line, square-jawed, resolute, a small-caliber rifle slung over his back. You two out here in the dark and wetting yourselves. What's going on? It was Militia Captain Zheng Hao, leading a dozen-odd men armed with small-caliber rifles, patrolling to keep wolves out of Gotzi village. Relief flooding through him at the sight of armed backup, Xu and Xuan babbled out the whole story to Zheng Hao. Zheng Hao burst out laughing. Someone played you for a fool. There's no turtles out here. Never has been. If there were, someone would have caught them long ago. Zheng Fan and Lu Yong, of all people. The dozen militiamen behind him laughed just as sharply, equally convinced Xu and Xuan had lost his mind. Turtles here? Why not dream of digging up gold in his backyard while he was at it? Xu and Xuan flushed, defensive. Don't believe me? Go check Zheng Fan's house. He brought plenty of turtles home today. I was heading that way anyway, Zheng Hao said. I'll see for myself whether your turtles are real. The rest of the militia kept snickering, treating Xu and Xuan like a fool. Mingda, not caring one way or another whether Zheng Fan had really caught turtles, said, trembling, forget all that. There was a wolf howling just now. Let's get out of here before we're ambushed. If wolves truly were nearby, even a dozen rifles wouldn't be enough to fend off a real pack. Zheng Hao burst out laughing again. That was me, messing with you. Didn't think you two would be scared enough to wet yourselves over it. Furious, Mingda seethed inwardly. Zheng Hao had humiliated him in front of the whole militia now. How was he supposed to hold his head up in Gotzi village after this? Not funny at all, Mingda snapped. Get me home. Pull that joke again and don't expect politeness from me. Zheng Hao and the rest didn't take the threat remotely seriously. If not for Mingda being the village leader's son, they'd have told him to get lost long ago. Xu and Xuan pinned tonight's humiliation squarely on Zheng Fan. If not for him, he'd never have come out here chasing turtles, never have wet himself in fear, never been made a fool of in front of the militia. He silently vowed to find his chance one day, humiliate Zheng Fan thoroughly, and then put a bullet through his skull. Meanwhile, Zheng Fan had already delivered Lu Yong to Qiqiang's house. Only Su Zhu remained there now, snacking on peanuts with a bottle of Dongping Old Cellar. Seeing Zheng Fan and Lu Yong return, wine-flushed, Su Zhu asked, "How'd it go today?" Zheng Fan and Lu Yong showed him the turtles they'd caught. Not bad, right? Su Zhu laughed heartily. That's my good son-in-law, finding a source of turtles in this day and age, and this many at once. Take me along next time. No more turtles left there, Zheng Fan said, shaking his head. We'll have to wait and see if the water returns next year. Su Zhu looked disappointed. Missed my chance then, would have shown you too what a real turtle-catching master looks like. He handed Zheng Fan a bottle. Have a few before you head off? Zheng Fan nodded, settling in to share a drink or two with Su Zhu before heading home. Meanwhile, Lu Yong, not finding his father or uncle in the house, grew frightened. Where's Papa and second uncle? Did they abandon me? Zheng Fan pulled a half bag of fruit candy from his pocket and handed it over. Your papa took your uncle to the hospital. Once he's finished with the admission paperwork, he'll come back to look after you. Delight lit up Lu Yong's face at the sight of the candy, stuffing pieces into his mouth eagerly. Can I have candy every day until Papa comes home? Candy was a luxury item these days. Few families could afford to spoil their children with it, and even well-off families rarely gave it to someone they weren't especially close with. No problem, candy's covered, Zheng Fan said, smiling. One condition, don't overdo it, or your teeth will rot, and there's nowhere around here to fix that. Lu Yong bounced around like a 3-year-old, thrilled. Brother Fan's so good to me. I love Brother Fan so much. Meanwhile, back at Zheng Fan's house, quite a crowd had gathered. Village leader Qi Jiao, militia captain Zheng Hao, a dozen-odd militiamen standing outside, and a mud-caked Xu and Xuan. Xu and Xuan had come purely to prove to Zheng Hao that Zheng Fan really did have turtles at home. But Zheng Fan wasn't home yet, and Wan Xing and Wan Ling refused to let his filthy self inside, leaving him stuck waiting outside the door. His resentment toward Zheng Fan climbed with every passing minute of waiting. He desperately hoped Zheng Fan would hurry home so he could show off the day's catch, and, even more, hoped to witness the village leader and militia captain descending on Zheng Fan in force, putting him firmly in his place. Inside Zheng Fan's home, Wan Xing sat tense in a wooden chair, watching Qi Jiao, Mingda, and a dozen-odd militiamen crowd into the front room looking for Zheng Fan. Forcing calm into her voice, she said, "Village leader, militia captain, my husband really isn't home. Whatever business you have with him, could it wait until tomorrow morning?" She feared Zheng Fan had committed some grave crime, and that Qi Jiao and Zheng Hao were deliberately waiting here for his return. Best, she decided, to stall them for now and warn Zheng Fan properly once he was back. Qi Jiao's smile stayed kindly. This is urgent business. Can't wait until tomorrow. If he's not home tonight, we'll simply wait here until he returns. Wan Xing's face turned grave. Village leader, my sister and I are alone here. You and the captain bringing this many men into our home won't reflect well on us. Please, could you all step outside, and my husband can come find you once he's home to discuss whatever it is. Qi Jiao's smile never wavered. This matter's too important to us. We won't leave without seeing Zheng Fan tonight. If you're worried about your reputation with us inside, you and your sister are welcome to step out. We'll sit here and wait for him ourselves. Fine, my sister and I will wait outside. You all can sit and watch the house, Wan Xing said, rising, pulling Wan Ling up with her toward the door, a plan already forming in her mind. Stand outside. And the moment they spotted Zheng Fan, warn him loudly and get him to hide before he walked into whatever this was. Before they'd even reached the door, Xu and Xuan's excited shout rang out from outside. Zheng Fan's back. At once, Qi Jiao and Zheng Hao broke into a dead run for the front door. Watching them move that fast, Wan Xing's chest tightened. I should have been out there waiting the moment we decided to. Wanling patted her sister's back gently, comforting. Sister, I don't believe brother-in-law's done anything against the law. It's probably the village leader needing his help with something. Try not to worry so much. Who brings this many militiamen along just to ask for help? Wanqing said, tense. This looks like they're here to arrest him. Wanling patted her sister's back again. Let's go see what's happening. Something about this doesn't feel right to me either. Wanqing nodded, and the two headed outside together. Meanwhile, mud-covered Xuan watched Qi Jiao and Zheng Hao sprint to the gate and felt certain Zheng Fan had committed some serious crime, that they meant to arrest him at once. Why else would men like these care so much about Zheng Fan's return? Zheng Fan arrived carrying a large basket of turtles and found a crowd of men waiting at his gate, frowning. Uncle Qi Jiao, Uncle Zheng Hao, bringing this many militiamen to my house this late. What's going on? He knew perfectly well Qi Jiao had sent Xuan to kill him, but kept the knowledge hidden, playing friendly on the surface. Necessary, since exposing his knowledge now would only make him the obvious suspect when he eventually dealt with Qi Jiao, Mingda, and Xuan himself. Not yet knowing Xuan had betrayed him, Qi Jiao strode forward, arms wide, moving in for an embrace. Zheng Fan raised a hand to block it, tone flat. Uncle Qi Jiao, what's this about? Bringing this many men to my house and greeting me with a hug? Did I earn another second-class merit citation I don't know about? Refused an embrace in front of so many onlookers, Qi Jiao felt his face burn with embarrassment, temper flaring, but he swallowed it, given what was at stake tonight. He plastered on a warm, grandfatherly smile. Uncle Qi Jiao just needs to discuss something with you, nothing more. Zheng Fan laughed. Discuss something? With the militia captain and a dozen armed men in tow. Doesn't look like a discussion. Looks like an arrest. Qi Jiao hurried to explain. This concerns the militia captain and his men directly. And it concerns you too, deeply. If you handle this properly, you'll earn 100 yuan reward and a second-class merit banner. Hearing the reward mentioned, Zheng Fan guessed. Was Qi Jiao trying to send him and Zheng Hao's militia up White Tiger Mountain after the wolves? Why else offer 100 yuan and a merit citation? Uncle Qi Jiao, whatever this task is that's worth 100 yuan and a merit banner, just say it plainly. No need to dance around it. Assuming Zheng Fan was interested, Qi Jiao said, beaming, let's go inside for tea, discuss it properly. Zheng Fan shook his head. Having strange men in my house this late doesn't sit right with me. Let's keep it brief right here. Qi Jiao's eyes narrowed, still smiling. Earning that second-class merit banner and 100 yuan reward is simple. Join militia captain Zheng Hao and his 30 men to clear White Tiger Mountain of its wolves. Zheng Fan feigned outrage, face flushing. Uncle Qi Jiao, do you take me for a fool? You know perfectly well what the militia captain and his men are worth as hunters. Sending us all into White Tiger Mountain is the same as sending me in alone to die. Are you trying to kill me, or trying to kill the militia captain and all his men along with me? Sensing hostile eyes on him from the militiamen behind him, worried someone might accidentally discharge a weapon, Qi Jiao hurried to explain. I'm not sending anyone to die. It's just that the village's most experienced hunters all died to those wolves last night. A skilled hunter like Qi Qiang is off at the city hospital with his brother today. You're the only one I could turn to. Too dangerous. I won't do it, Zheng Fan said, shaking his head. Find someone else, Uncle Qi Jiao. He'd already planned to clear the wolves himself, quietly, for the fortune it would bring, and he understood perfectly well Qi Jiao was under crushing pressure from above over this wolf plague. But agreeing this easily, after a few polite words, would make him look like a fool. They wanted him dead, and he was supposed to rush to help for free? No, he'd extract a heavy price from Qi Jiao first. Only then would he agree to step in. Sweating profusely at Zheng Fan's firm refusal, Qi Jiao pressed. Zheng Fan, what exactly would it take to get you to lead the militia against White Tiger Mountain's wolves? Zheng Fan said, grave. There's easily 100 wolves up there. The danger level's near 99.999%, closer to certain death than not. If you're not offering me something extraordinary, I won't throw my life away for it. He put heavy weight on the words throw my life away, making sure Qi Jiao understood just how unwilling he was, and just how much it would take to change his mind. 100 yuan reward and a second-class merit banner isn't enough. Qi Jiao said, eyes narrowed, smiling. Plenty of men would risk their lives for a chance at merit like that these days. It's right in front of you. Don't squander this opportunity. Uncle Chijiao, my family already has 2 second-class merit banners, Zheng Fan said, laughing. If you've got nothing bigger to offer, give this precious opportunity to Uncle Zheng Hao or Mingdao instead. Zheng Hao's brow furrowed, eyes burning with fury. Zheng Fan, don't push your luck. The village leader's offering you a real opportunity. Take it and get moving, instead of putting on airs. Who do you think you are? He hated Zheng Fan with a passion. First the beating and stolen jar of tiger penis wine, then getting his own head split open by Zheng Fan's father-in-law. Not daring to touch the decorated veteran himself, Zheng Hao had funneled every ounce of that resentment onto Zheng Fan. Facing Zheng Hao's fury, Zheng Fan laughed coldly. If the militia captain's so capable, why not take his men and clear White Tiger Mountain himself? I'm sure with your temper, even 1,000 wolves the size of calves would kneel down and wait obediently for you to slaughter them. Zheng Hao's face flushed dark red, and he leveled his small-caliber rifle at Zheng Fan. Push me any further, and I swear I'll put a bullet through your skull. Zheng Fan faced the cold barrel without flinching. With skill like yours, militia captain, I'm sure you could put a bullet through me and clear out 100 wolves single-handed. He leaned his own head forward, right into the muzzle. Go on then. Fire. If you don't, I'll call you my grandson. Zheng Hao's face burned crimson, breath coming ragged, finger tightening on the trigger, badly wanting to blow Zheng Fan's head off just to purge the rage boiling in him. Mud-covered Xuan, who'd assumed the village leader and militia captain were here to punish Zheng Fan, felt a flicker of hope dissolve into confusion. They'd come asking Zheng Fan for a favor instead? His mood soured badly, dreading Zheng Fan's stubborn refusal might set the militia captain off entirely. His lips curled into a savage grin, silently screaming, "Shoot him! Shoot him now! Teach this little punk what showing off costs." Pale with fright, sweating through their clothes, Wan Qing and Wan Ling trembled. "Militia captain, please, please, calm down," Wan Qing said, eyes brimming with tears. "Husband, just agree to go handle the wolves, please." "Brother-in-law, this is too dangerous," Wan Ling said, shaking. "Move your head away, please. What if the gun goes off by accident?" Though Qi Jiao badly wanted Zheng Fan dead, he couldn't afford to have Zheng Hao kill him openly, right in front of him. The fallout would drag Qi Jiao down too, ruin his own standing with the higher-ups. He barked, "Sharp, Zheng Hao. What are you doing? Put that weapon down. Zheng Fan's just having a joke with you. He'll go clear the wolves, of course he will." Zheng Fan laughed. "I'm not joking. Going up White Tiger Mountain is nearly certain death, and without proper compensation, why would I? Might as well let the militia captain finish me here, then have the police arrest him and shoot him for it." Quite the bargain. Realizing threats and bribery both had failed, Qi Jiao shot Zheng Hao a furious glare. "Didn't you hear me? Put that weapon down now." Zheng Hao grunted, reluctantly lowering the barrel. Qi Jiao forced a smile back onto his face. "Zheng Fan, you know my family's circumstances. The only valuable thing I owned, that tiger skin, already went to you. There's truly nothing left of value to offer." Assuming Zheng Fan wouldn't believe him, he added quickly, "If you don't trust me, come see for yourself right now. Whatever's valuable in my house, take it. I'll come by tomorrow morning to look for anything worthwhile," Zheng Fan said, flat, waving them off. "If there's nothing that catches my eye, find someone else for White Tiger Mountain." Unwilling to leave without securing tonight's agreement, Qi Jiao opened his mouth to press further when Zheng Fan cut him off, cold. "Uncle Qi Jiao, if you won't leave, I won't come tomorrow to check your house for anything worth having. Go find someone else for the wolves right now instead." Displeased but forcing another smile, Qi Jiao said, "Fine, Uncle Qi Jiao's leaving now. Remember to come tomorrow." Zheng Hao, though bristling, had no choice but to follow once Qi Jiao left. Mud-covered Xuan, still standing at Zheng Fan's gate, watched Qi Jiao, Zheng Hao, and the militia head off, then eyed the basket of turtles in Zheng Fan's hand. He remembered being mocked earlier by Zheng Hao and the militiamen. "No turtles this year," they'd said, sheer fantasy. "Militia captain, brothers, didn't you all mock me for saying there'd be turtles this year?" Zheng Fan's got a whole basket right there. Proof I wasn't imagining things, Xuan called out, grinning, hoping desperately that Qi Jiao, Zheng Hao, and the militiamen would claim a share of Zheng Fan's catch. After all, he himself had bagged a wolf on White Tiger Mountain the night before, only to end up with a mere 50-some caddies of meat once everyone else had taken their cut. If Zheng Fan's turtles went unclaimed by these same men, Xu and Xuan would find that deeply unfair. Qi Jiao, Zheng Hao, and the militiamen had already noticed the basket, plump-fringed turtles that any man knew were excellent for vitality. They also knew Zheng Fan's temperament well enough. No amount of threats or bribery would pry a single one loose. Hearing Xu and Xuan shouting behind them, Qi Jiao barked, "Zheng Fan catching turtles proves he's skilled. What business is that of yours? Why are you shouting about it?" Zheng Hao's face darkened. "Zheng Fan having turtles isn't the same as you having turtles. What are you yelling for?" Xu and Xuan looked baffled, wounded. "This isn't fair. When I bagged a wolf, you all lined up for a share. Zheng Fan catches game, and suddenly none of you want any? Do you think I'm the only one worth squeezing?" Ignoring him entirely, Qi Jiao and Zheng Hao strode off. Xu and Xuan stamped his feet in fury. "This is too much, too much. One day I'll make every one of you pay for treating me like this." Zheng Fan, expression flat, raised his crossbow and pointed it straight at Qi Jiao's forehead, voice ice cold, killing intent plain. "Upset that your own catch got divided up, and now you want mine taken too? Have you forgotten you nearly died at my hands today?" Xu and Xuan felt the icy killing intent radiating off Zheng Fan and dropped to his knees at once, terrified, stammering an explanation. I was just angry in the moment. Why do they get to bully me and not you?" I spoke out of turn. "Please, be the bigger man here. Don't hold it against me. Next time I catch something good up the mountain, I'll split it with you, I swear." Watching Xu and Xuan kneel there, filthy, covered in wounds, looking pitiful, Wan Qing softened despite herself. "Husband, he looks pretty pathetic like this. Let it go. Come inside. Let's eat and rest." Face still cold, Zheng Fan pressed the crossbow to Xu and Xuan's forehead. "I've given you 2 chances today. There won't be a third. Cross me again and I promise your death will be ugly." Convinced entirely that a third offense would mean his death, Xu and Xuan nodded frantically, like a bobbing toy. I'm leaving right now. There won't be a next time, I swear." Once he'd fled, Zheng Fan's face brightened, turning to Wan Qing and Wan Ling with a bright smile. "Caught quite a few turtles today. Good money in it tomorrow." Wan Ling, ever curious, eyed the vigorous turtles in the basket. "How is there still turtles left with the drought this bad?" "Found them in a dried-out lake bed," Zheng Fan said, smiling. "Each one's at least 10 caddies." Wan Ling's eyes lit with longing. "Brother-in-law, could you take me along next time?" "I've caught them all," he said, teasing. "But if you really want to try, I do know another spot." "What spot?" she asked, curious. "You'll find out once father heads to the northeast," he said. Wan Ling looked confused a moment, wondering why that would matter, then suddenly understood, flushing crimson. "You're terrible, brother-in-law. Teasing me right in front of sister. I'm not talking to you." She scurried off inside, cheeks burning, heart pounding. "Just teasing her a little, and look how flustered she got," Zheng Fan said, helpless. Wan Qing laughed softly, cheeks pink. "Husband, little sister's still an unmarried girl. How's she supposed to handle jokes like that? Even as a married woman myself, hearing you say things like that in front of her still embarrasses me." "Really embarrasses you?" he said, smiling. "We'll test that theory tonight." "We're following what Sister Zheng Hai said," Wan Qing said, shaking her head nervously. "Little sister takes my place until the baby's born." "Guess that's the arrangement for now," he agreed. She asked quietly, "Husband, are you really planning to go check the village leader's house tomorrow, then head to White Tiger Mountain?" Judging by his earlier confrontation, this hadn't looked like an act. He really did seem set on the mountain. Zheng Fan nodded. 100 yuan and a second-class merit banner, plus selling off 100-odd wolves worth of meat afterward. That's a small fortune. No reason to pass it up. Wan Qing's brow knit tight with worry. 100 wolves. That's not 1 or 2. That's risking your life for money. I won't allow it." He reached over and ruffled her hair gently. "Relax. Since when has your husband ever made a losing bet? Tomorrow I'll squeeze him for more. If there's really nothing worthwhile at his place, I'll have him nominate the vacant women's director position for the township government, and you can take it. What do you think?" Gotsi Village's women's director post had sat empty over half a year now, unfilled. Zheng Fan had considered putting Wanqing forward for it. Wanqing shook her head firmly. That role isn't for me. What about little sister then? Wanqing shook her head again. I don't think her personality suits it either. She paused. That's just my opinion. Though, you two should discuss it together. If little sister actually wants it and can't have it because of what I said, she'll resent me for a long time. Zheng Fan nodded, wrapping an arm around her waist as they headed inside. Over dinner, Zheng Fan, Wanqing, Wanling, and Nian sat together. Wanling's cheeks stayed flushed from earlier, unable to meet Zheng Fan's eyes. Nian's bright eyes filled with confusion. Auntie, why's your face so red? Are you catching a cold? Should we take you to see someone? Wanling shook her head. Auntie's fine, just tired. I'll feel better after resting. A cold's not a small thing. Nian pressed, all seriousness. If you don't take care of it, you'll burn up your brain and turn silly. Not quite sure how to respond, Wanling was rescued by Zheng Fan, smiling. Nian, your auntie just got worn out outside today. No cold. She'll be fine after some rest. Reassured, Nian said, obedient. Auntie, eat up, then get plenty of rest. Wanling nodded, digging into her rice quickly with her chopsticks. Watching her bashful discomfort, Zheng Fan smiled. Little sister, I need to tell you something. Startled, Wanling's chopsticks clattered to the table. She fumbled to pick them up, took another hurried bite. What is it, brother-in-law? Would you be interested in becoming Gotzi Village's women's director? Wanling shook her head. What are you thinking, brother-in-law? That position's not just anyone's for the taking. Zheng Fan explained his exchange with Qi Jiao. She shook her head again, entirely serious. Brother-in-law, I don't want to be women's director, and I don't want you going up White Tiger Mountain to fight that wolf pack either. It's too dangerous. I understand that, Zheng Fan said, smiling, offering a compromise. If neither you nor your sister wants the post, I'll suggest handing it to Sister Zheng Hai instead. She's helped us plenty. What do you two think? No objection from me, Wanqing said. Sister Zheng Hai really has helped this family a great deal, and she knows plenty about women's health matters too. She'd more than deserve it. No objection here either, Wanling said. Whatever brother-in-law decides. In that case, Zheng Fan said, once I've finished eating, I'll go by Sister Zheng Hai's, thank her for checking on my wife today, and see what she thinks. Both sisters nodded their agreement. After dinner, on his way to Sister Zheng Hai's house, Zheng Fan found a quiet spot, pulled a pheasant from the armory out of nowhere, and carried it along to her door. Her house was completely dark, no light anywhere. Anyone passing might have assumed nobody was home. He knocked, calling out cheerfully, Sister Zheng Hai, it's Zheng Fan, you home? The door opened after a moment. Sister Zheng Hai poked her head out, confirmed it was Zheng Fan alone, and said, a little bashful, wait a moment, let me get the kids down first, then I'll be right with you. She shut the door again, leaving him standing outside. Zheng Fan remembered then. Zheng Hai had misread his earlier visit as him coveting her, and had told him to come alone next time. He knocked again quickly, lowering his voice. Sister Zheng Hai, you've got the wrong idea. I've got business to discuss, that's all, not what you're thinking. Inside, apparently occupied with settling her children to sleep, she didn't seem to hear him at all. Zheng Fan waited outside Sister Zheng Hai's door for a good 10 minutes. Fortunately, in an era like this, most families stayed home after dinner, doors shut. Otherwise, being seen loitering at her door this long would surely invite gossip about improper conduct between them. Still, he was eager to settle the women's director matter quickly and get home to bed with his wife, rather than stand out here catching a chill. A few more minutes passed before the door opened again. Sister Zheng Hai peeked out, glanced both ways to confirm he was alone, and said, cheeks pink, sorry to keep you. The kids were fussy tonight. Come in. Zheng Fan explained quickly. Sister Zheng Hai, I'm not here for that. I came to thank you for checking on my wife today, and to ask about the women's director position for our village. She laughed softly. It's getting cold out. Let's talk properly inside. He shook his head. Talking inside might give people the wrong idea, wouldn't reflect well on you. She caught his hands, pulling him toward the door anyway. What harm could there be? Reputation doesn't put food on the table. He resisted a while longer before deciding this back and forth outside was worse. Anyone passing might think he was forcing his way in while she fought him off. Better just to go in and talk properly. Once inside, Sister Zheng Hai struck a match with care and lit the oil lamp on the table, one she rarely allowed herself to burn. As light filled the room, she noticed the plump pheasant in his hand and frowned, scolding gently. Zheng Fan, you didn't need to bring anything. He explained quickly. Times were hard before, and I was something of a mess back then. Sister Zheng Hai helped my family plenty, and I never brought anything to show for it. Things are better now, and after you checked on my wife today, I had to bring something. Pheasant's expensive these days, worth plenty of rice and sweet potatoes. Take it back home, she said, her expression turning stern. As for your wife, I need to have a serious word with you. She's pregnant, and you're still being intimate with her? What if it went too far and hurt the baby? Would you forgive yourself then? You're right to scold me, Sister Zheng Hai, Zheng Fan said, nodding. I won't take that risk again. As for the pheasant, I've already brought it, and my wife insisted I give it to you. If you won't take it, I'll have failed my errand. She protested several more times, but seeing his resolve, understood she had no choice but to accept it. You've been sending meat to my family constantly. My 2 kids talk about you fondly all the time. Her cheeks suddenly flushed, and she said quietly, head lowered, You've come alone tonight. I understand what that means. Sister Zheng Hai won't disappoint you tonight. She reached to start undoing his clothes as she spoke. Zheng Fan found her genuinely appealing, and part of him wanted exactly what she was offering. But tonight he'd come to discuss real business, and tomorrow he'd be heading into White Tiger Mountain against 100 wolves. This wasn't the moment for distraction. Sister Zheng Hai, you've got the wrong idea, he said quickly. She laughed, sultry. I'm not even shy about it. And you're the one turning shy? Don't worry, I'll take the lead. Sister Zheng Hai, I really did come tonight to ask if you'd be interested in becoming Gotzi Village's women's director. She stopped undressing him, puzzled. That post sat empty half a year. Everyone knows the village leader's saving it for his future daughter-in-law. How could you possibly get it for me? The village leader needs a favor from me. Zheng Fan explained Qi Jiao's request that he clear White Tiger Mountain's wolves, and the reward on offer. Her brow furrowed. White Tiger Mountain's dangerous right now, and Zheng Hao and his militia are useless hunters. Going up there with them is practically suicide. Don't worry about whether I'll make it out alive, Sister Zheng Hai, Zheng Fan said, smiling. Just tell me, are you interested in the women's director role or not? She looked at him, serious. Honestly, yes, I'm very interested. But you shouldn't risk your life over this for my sake. It really is asking for death. With that answer from you, I'll have a proper talk with Qi Jiao tomorrow about who deserves that vacant seat, Zheng Fan said. Zheng Fan, this really isn't worth it, she said, worried. It's late, Sister Zheng Hai, get some rest. If nothing goes wrong, expect to be women's director soon. Her brow stayed furrowed. You're really just leaving like this? Won't you let me take care of you first? He shook his head quickly. Sister Zheng Hai, don't think of me that way. I do have an eye for beauty, I won't deny that, but I'd never use a debt of gratitude to pressure a woman into anything. It's late, I should head home to sleep. Watching him hurry off, she murmured to herself, must be my figure's not full enough, not alluring enough. That's why he's turning me down. Overhearing her self-deprecating murmur, Zheng Fan called back, Sister Zheng Hai, you're plenty alluring, and your figure's fine as it gets. I really just need to go home. Tomorrow's White Tiger Mountain, and if I don't rest up properly tonight, I might actually die up there. She considered that clearing 100-strong wolf pack tomorrow really was an extraordinarily dangerous undertaking, requiring him to be sharp and rested. If she'd worn him out tonight and something happened to him tomorrow because of it, she'd carry that guilt for the rest of her life. Thank you for getting me this position, she said, voice soft. Tomorrow, on the mountain, if anything feels wrong, leave immediately. Don't get greedy over the reward money or the merit banner. Your life matters more than anything else. Everything else is replaceable. I'll keep those words in mind, Zheng Fan said, nodding. Once he'd gone, Sister Zheng Hai sat alone in her chair, blew out the dim oil lamp, and sat in the darkness a long while, lost in thought. She had the strange feeling that even if he hadn't been heading into danger tomorrow, he still wouldn't have touched her tonight. After a long silence, she murmured to herself, is it possible Zheng Fan really doesn't covet my body? Then why is he so good to me, sending meat all the time? Unable to make sense of it, she let the question go, deciding to simply watch and see what he did next. The next morning, Zheng Fan woke to find Wan Ling and Yin Yin each carrying aluminum lunch boxes, heading toward the door. Wan Qing was giving instructions gently. Be careful on the road. If you get lost, ask any villager for directions. Wanling nodded and set off with Nian. Where are you two headed with those? Zheng Fan asked, puzzled. Father's been staying at Qiqiang's, and he can't cook for himself, Wanqing explained. I asked little sister to bring food for him and Lu Yong, and keep him company a while, help him pass the time. Zheng Fan looked doubtful. She's barely been in Gotzi village any time at all. You're comfortable letting her go alone? What if she gets lost? He reached to take the boxes himself. You've got to talk with the village leader in a bit. Leave this small thing to me, Wanling said, holding the boxes tight, refusing to hand them over. Besides, I want Nian to show me around the village, see the sights. Having Nian lead you around, familiarize you with the village? Zheng Fan said, smiling, helpless. You do remember she's not even 3 yet? Wanling shook her head. No need to fuss. I just want to enjoy the scenery with her. She took Nian's small hand and hurried out the door. Watching her go, Zheng Fan shook his head. Wife, is little sister worried about something? Wanqing nodded. Father's about to leave for the northeast, and the closer it gets, the more nervous she is about, you know. I've tried comforting her, nothing helps. Once it's actually happened, she'll settle down. Just then, Wanling hurried back inside with Nian, visibly rattled. Little sister, weren't you off to see the village sights? Zheng Fan asked, puzzled. Done already? Wanling said, heart pounding. The village leader's coming here with the militia captain and 30 militiamen. It didn't look right, so I came back to warn you. No sooner had she finished than Qi Jiao and Zheng Hao arrived at the house, the rest of the militia lining up outside the gate. Qi Jiao's eyes narrowed into a friendly smile. Zheng Fan, have you eaten breakfast? If not, come by my place. I've got wolf meat soup, delicious with steamed buns. Zheng Fan's face stayed cold. Uncle Qi Jiao, showing up this early with the militia captain and 30 men. Anyone who didn't know better would think my house was under investigation for some crime. Qi Jiao laughed easily. No misunderstanding. We're planning to head straight to White Tiger Mountain once things are settled here. Nothing personal against you. Hid all the valuables in your house already, then rushed over first thing this morning? Zheng Fan said, laughing. Without something worth my while, I'm not agreeing to this. Caught out, Qi Jiao forced a laugh. That's harsh, Zheng Fan. You think Uncle Qi Jiao's that kind of man? You're underestimating my character. In that case, let's go check your house right now, Zheng Fan said. Qi Jiao, still smiling warmly, led Zheng Fan, Zheng Hao, and the rest away. Once they'd gone, Wanling frowned. Sister, something feels off about the village leader. Could he be trying to get brother-in-law killed, so he can claim us for himself? Wanqing suspected the same about Qi Jiao's intentions, but the notion of him claiming both sisters made her deadpan. You're overthinking this. If you're that bored, go bring father his lunch already. Wanling, no longer in a rush to leave, said instead, Sister, we're both pretty. It's not impossible someone would have ill intent toward us. If brother-in-law were killed and father's not around. The more she spun the thought out, the more plausible it seemed to her. Now genuinely on edge from her sister's speculation, Wanqing said, Stop imagining things and go deliver father's lunch, or he'll starve and you'll get an earful for it. Recalling Su Zhu's temper, Wanling hurried off with Nian at once. Meanwhile, at Qi Jiao's house, it turned out, beyond a bowl of pricey wolf meat soup sitting in the kitchen, most everything else was thoroughly unremarkable, several things even shabbier than what Zheng Fan already owned. Qi Jiao trailed close beside him, eyes narrowed, smiling. See anything you like? Take it, Uncle Qi Jiao won't stop you. Zheng Fan laughed. Uncle Qi Jiao, you seem to have forgotten what I told you last night. Qi Jiao played dumb. What did you say? Remind me. Zheng Fan said, cold. If you've hidden everything valuable in your house, I won't agree to White Tiger Mountain. You've got the wrong idea, Qi Jiao said, pained. This is genuinely everything I own, nothing hidden. Nothing worth having in your house, so go find someone else for White Tiger Mountain, Zheng Fan said, turning to leave without a backward glance. Zheng Hao hurried to block his path, stern. You're not walking away from this, or don't blame me for what comes next. Zheng Fan said, cold. Uncle Zheng Hao, have you forgotten what my father-in-law did to your head? Want a reminder? The memory brought a fresh wave of shame, and Zheng Hao's face flushed dark. Trying to provoke me into hitting you, is that it? Uncle Zheng Hao, I gave you a chance yesterday, and you didn't dare pull the trigger, Zheng Fan sneered. Don't play tough with me today, or I'll have you sitting a jar of tiger penis wine short again. The memory of his prize jar, stolen right out from under him, made Zheng Hao's breath come ragged with fury. You really think I can't touch you? Zheng Fan showed not a flicker of concern. If Zheng Hao dared strike first, he'd knock every tooth out of his head. But no matter how long Zheng Hao stood there flushed and furious, he never actually swung. Captain Zheng Hao, what's wrong? Zheng Fan said, voice mock disappointed. Too worn out from all that anger to actually do anything? Guess I'll be on my way then. Qi Jiao shot Zheng Hao a scathing look, privately writing him off as useless. He hurried forward instead, arms spread to block Zheng Fan's path. Zheng Fan, don't rush off just yet. My house genuinely has nothing of value, but once I've got the means, whatever you want, I'll get it for you. If you don't trust my word, I'll write it down and sign it. How does that sound? Zheng Fan laughed. Uncle Qi Jiao, at the very least, tell me the truth. Why are you so desperate to send me up White Tiger Mountain? Think I can clear it alone? If you won't level with me, I've got no reason to help you with any of this. It's not for 100 yuan and a merit banner, that's for sure. He already knew Qi Jiao was under enormous pressure from above, desperate for a resolution. He needed Qi Jiao to admit it outright. That would give him real leverage to negotiate. Qi Jiao's eyes narrowed as he explained. I just want this wolf plague resolved quickly, so our villagers can hunt White Tiger Mountain again without fear of attack. He continued, Uncle Qi Jiao understands your own skill alone can't handle that many wolves, which is why I'm sending the militia captain and 30 men along. With them backing you up, I'm confident you'll clear the plague. Zheng Fan laughed coldly. What help could their hunting skill possibly provide me? And there are plenty of villagers more skilled than me at hunting. Why pick me specifically? You're clearly sending me to die. Every hunter more skilled than you already died to those wolves last night, Qi Jiao said. You're the best hunter left in this village now. He went on, you don't need to worry about me plotting against you. I've actually thought this through carefully. Zheng Hao and his 30 militiamen may not be great hunters individually, but together, every one of them carrying a small caliber rifle, they'll certainly intimidate the wolves enough to keep them at bay while you pick them off one by one. That solves the plague entirely. Qi Jiao added, grinning. If you feel one man's too slow for the job, bring your father-in-law along too. Uncle Qi Jiao's happy to privately hand him 200 yuan. Call it his contribution to solving White Tiger Mountain for the village. Zheng Fan's face stayed cold. Since Uncle Qi Jiao won't tell me the truth, there's nothing more to discuss. You should go. Qi Jiao said, anxious. Uncle Qi Jiao's telling you the whole truth. What other reason could there possibly be? I heard the township government's taking this wolf plague extremely seriously, Zheng Fan said, flat. If it's not resolved properly, the village leader and militia captain positions both get replaced. Why have you been keeping that from me? He'd fabricated this entirely, but was confident it would flush the truth out of Qi Jiao. With that many dead to a wolf plague, the township government surely would be watching closely. Whatever Qi Jiao wanted him dead for, right now Qi Jiao had no one else to rely on but Zheng Fan for this. Hence this absurd, wholly impractical wolf hunting scheme. Startled, Qi Jiao's mind jumped immediately to Chao Bufan at the Shangyuan police station. Zheng Fan must have heard it from him. No other explanation made sense. Forcing a smile onto his old face, Qi Jiao said, Zheng Fan, I didn't mention this to you precisely because, given our relationship, I worried you'd throw caution to the wind trying to save my position, risk your life needlessly. In truth, what Qi Jiao actually feared was losing his post entirely, which would surely doom Mingda's wedding, since the bride's family cared deeply about such things. So even as Qi Jiao burned to see Zheng Fan dead, he had to grovel like a dog to keep him cooperating, letting his plan play out step by step until the wolves were cleared. Zheng Hao, embarrassed and guilty, chimed in. Everything the village leader's saying is true. We were just worried you'd push yourself too hard trying to protect our positions, get yourself hurt in the process. Seeing Zheng Fan stay silent, he pressed on. Honestly, I think the village leader's plan is solid. However vicious those wolves are, facing 30 armed militiamen, they won't dare approach. You'll pick them off easily and walk away with 100 yuan and a merit banner without much trouble. Zheng Fan laughed. The village leader and captain make a fair point. If they lost their positions over this, that really would trouble me. I'll help with this. Qi Jiao and Zheng Hao lit up. astonished by how readily he'd agreed. Really? They said together. Zheng Fan said, calm. Gotzi Village's women's director post has been vacant over half a year now. I'm quite interested in that position. Qi Jiao looked puzzled. That post's no easy job, has to lead difficult production tasks. Set an example for the village women. Your wife's pregnant, and you've got plenty of money now. Why put her through that hardship? Who said it's for my wife? Zheng Fan said, flat. Qi Jiao shook his head quickly. Your sister-in-law isn't a native of Gotzi Village, and she's not married to one of our men either. She's not eligible for the position. I think Sister Zheng Hai would suit the role well, Zheng Fan said. If she's appointed women's director, I'll gladly head up White Tiger Mountain to clear the plague. Qi Jiao's brow tightened, reluctant to give up the seat he'd been holding for his future daughter-in-law. Zheng Fan, you're not carrying on with Sister Zheng Hai, are you? Sister Zheng Hai and I are entirely proper, Zheng Fan said, serious. I simply think she's done a lot for the women of this village, and with the position sitting vacant, who better to fill it? Qi Jiao's face soured. This is going to be tricky to arrange. I'll do my best to get her nominated. Now, can we head to White Tiger Mountain? He said this readily enough, but privately intended to stall. Once Zheng Fan had cleared the wolf plague, he could simply renege afterward. I want you to nominate her right now and sign a written guarantee. If the nomination fails, Zheng Fan leaned in close, voice low. I'll make sure Mingdan never gets married. Qi Jiao's face went bloodless with fury. You're threatening me? Not a threat, Zheng Fan said, grinning. Just a reminder, Uncle Qi Jiao, of what's worth doing and what isn't. The one thing Qi Jiao could absolutely not tolerate was any threat to Mingda's marriage, and here Zheng Fan was, weaponizing it directly against him. In that moment, Qi Jiao's hatred for Zheng Fan boiled to an absolute peak. If he didn't still need Zheng Fan for this task, he'd have wanted him dead that very night. Sensing the barely contained murder in Qi Jiao's eyes, Zheng Fan laughed easily. Uncle Qi Jiao, if this is too much trouble and you'd rather leave the women's director post vacant, feel free to leave. I can't help you with this after all. Seething but forcing a smile, Qi Jiao said, fine. I'll sign the guarantee. Sister Zheng Hai gets the position, guaranteed. Zheng Fan produced paper and pen for him to write the guarantee. Reluctantly, Qi Jiao took them, wrote out the promise, signed and pressed his thumbprint to it, and handed it over. Zheng Fan smiled, satisfied. Now that's the Uncle Qi Jiao I know. Forcing a smile, Qi Jiao asked, can we head out now? Zheng Fan shook his head. I need to go to Shangyuan Township first, find some help. Qi Jiao's face darkened, feeling toyed with, irritation plain. Won't Militia Captain Zheng Hao and his 30 men be enough help? Zheng Fan shook his head. All they can do is pull triggers, no accuracy to speak of. What good are they up the mountain? I'd rather find my own backup. Qi Jiao swallowed his rage, forcing patience. When can you have this sorted? I'll be back in the village by 1 this afternoon, Zheng Fan said. Even that long? Qi Jiao's face darkened, urgent. Can't you head out sooner? He was desperate to get the wolf plague resolved as fast as possible. Delaying until 1 in the afternoon felt like an unbearable waste of time. I promised these friends I'd hunt wolves with them. Can't go back on my word now, Zheng Fan said flat. Qi Jiao's face flushed, breathing labored. Now thoroughly convinced Zheng Fan had played him completely, he'd have gone up White Tiger Mountain with his friends regardless of whether Qi Jiao asked or not. In his own haste, he'd just handed over the Gotzi Village women's director position for nothing. Watching Qi Jiao nearly choke on his own fury, Zheng Fan added cheerfully, no need to get so upset, Uncle Qi Jiao. I'd originally planned to bring a few friends up to bag a couple of wolves anyway. If not for your insistence, I wouldn't have committed to clearing the whole plague. Face crimson, breath ragged, teeth grinding, Qi Jiao said, Zheng Fan, don't you dare disappoint Uncle Qi Jiao, or we're not finished. He grunted hard and stormed off in a fury. Watching Qi Jiao practically on the verge of collapse, Zheng Hao hurried to steady him. Village leader, don't let this ruin your health. If it does, maybe the leader's position should pass to me instead? Once they'd all left, Wan Qing said, brow furrowed. Zheng Fan, are those friends of yours in Shangyuan actually reliable? If not, better to bring Militia Captain Zheng Hao and his 30 men along for show. At least it'll scare the wolves and help keep you safe. Wanling looked worried too. I'll go tell father when I bring him lunch, get him to go up White Tiger Mountain with you. She had little faith in Zheng Hao or these mysterious friends of Zheng Fan's and Shan Yuan. Family, she believed, was always the most reliable option. Watching the two sisters' worried faces, Zheng Fan smiled. Of course I'm finding reliable people. Otherwise these two lovely flowers of mine would end up someone else's, wouldn't they? Wanling flushed, ducking her head. Not talking to you about this. I'm going to bring father his lunch. Nian, catching her aunt's blush and hushed voice, asked, curious. Auntie, what did Papa say to make you blush like that? Wanling took the girl's small hand and hurried off. Grown-up business, little ones shouldn't pry. Nian huffed. I'm almost not a 3-year-old anymore. I can know some things. Watching them hurry off, Zheng Fan sighed, helpless. Little sister's a handful sometimes. She's still an unmarried girl. It'll pass, Wanqing said gently. Want to rest a bit before heading to Shan Yuan to find your friends? Just woke up, can't sleep again, Zheng Fan said, smiling. Since it's just the two of us right now, why don't we? Wanqing cut him off. Forgot what Sister Zhenghai said. It could hurt the baby. Not that, he said, helpless. I meant, we should plan out where little sister's going to live. She can't share a room with Nian forever, and 3 of us definitely can't share one bed indefinitely. Wanqing's face turned thoughtful. I've got no objection myself, but little sister's likely to feel shy about it. We really should figure this out. Without needing to say it aloud, both landed on the same idea, building a new house, keeping the old one as is, with the location of the new place becoming their main point of discussion. By 11 in the morning, mealtime arrived. Wanqing paused their planning session to head into the kitchen, quickly producing a fragrant meal of chili fried turtle meat and goji and ginseng turtle soup. Zheng Fan eyed the meal, frowning. Wife, cooking something this rich, trying to wear me out on purpose? Hunting's physically demanding, and dealing with sudden wolf ambushes is the most demanding of all, she said, laughing lightly. You need something restorative. Zheng Fan laughed, helpless. Eating this much restorative turtle meat might do him in on its own. Noon was fast approaching, his appointed meeting time in Shan Yuan. He finished eating quickly and rose to go find Lu Yong for the trip to sell turtles at the co-op. Wanqing reminded him gently. Wanling and Nian will come back at noon to serve father his lunch. Since you're heading that way to find Lu Yong anyway, could you take their food along? Zheng Fan nodded, picked up 2 aluminum lunchboxes, and headed toward Lu Yong's house. Watching him go, Wanqing's face grew anxious, murmuring to herself, let everything go smoothly. Please, don't let anything happen. Meanwhile, badly injured Zheng Xuan noticed Zheng Fan heading toward Qijiang's house with the lunchboxes. He remembered Qi Jiao's warning that morning, that Zheng Fan would soon be heading up White Tiger Mountain to clear the wolf plague, and that he should lie low, hold off on any attempt on Zheng Fan's life. Xuan cared nothing for that warning. He was desperate to kill Zheng Fan, to satisfy the hatred burning in him. Slinging his Type 38 rifle over his shoulder, he trailed carefully behind, determined. Once Zheng Fan entered White Tiger Mountain, he'd find some way to torture him to death. And if that opportunity never came, he'd simply pull the trigger and be done with it. Either way, Zheng Fan wasn't walking away from this world alive. On his way delivering lunch to Su Zhu and Qiqiang, Zheng Fan noticed someone limping along behind him. A glance from the corner of his eye confirmed it was that fool Xuan. Zheng Fan's mouth curled into a cold smile. Worried about what to use as wolf bait, problem solved. Before long, he arrived at Qiqiang's house to find Wanling, Nian, Su Zhu, and Lu Yong all playing together, having a wonderful time. Spotting Zheng Fan, Lu Yong bounced with joy like a small child. Brother Fan, you're here? Come play with me. Zheng Fan handed the 2 lunchboxes to Su Zhu and Lu Yong, smiling. Forgot we're supposed to sell turtles in Shan Yuan today for candy money? If you don't want candy, I'll just stay here and play with you instead. At the mention of candy, Lu Yong grinned. Let's go right now. Eat lunch first, then we'll head out, Zheng Fan said. Lu Yong tore into his lunchbox eagerly. Hearing about the turtle sale, Su Zhu's interest sparked too. Selling turtles sounds fun, though I'm heading to the northeast soon. Not sure when I'll be back. Better spend the time with Nian instead. Wanling asked, puzzled. Father, what's actually happening in the northeast? Why don't you know when you'll return? Su Zhu explained, smiling. Nothing to worry about. Just family matters to settle, nothing life-threatening. Wanling said, worried. Then let me come with you. She had a nagging feeling this trip back to the Northeast was dangerous, and that going along would be safer than staying behind. If you went, who'd stay here to build a life with Zheng Fan? Suju said. Doesn't brother-in-law have sister already? Wanling said quietly, head down. It doesn't have to be me specifically. Suju's face flushed dark. Don't ever say that again. You're part of Zheng Fan's family now, understand? Feeling the heat of his temper, Wanling bowed her head, nodding quickly. I understand. Father, please don't be angry. Zheng Fan sensed something wasn't quite right about this trip Suju was planning, but seeing how firmly closed off the man was about it, decided against pressing for more and risking a scolding of his own. Watching the argument between Suju and Wanling settle, Zheng Fan, with plenty still on his plate today, said, smiling, Father-in-law, I need to take Lu Yong to Shangyuan to sell the turtles. I'll head off now. Suju's face turned grave. Hold on a moment. I've got something important to tell you today, and I need you to follow through on it. Zheng Fan said, serious. Whatever it is, father-in-law, just say it. I won't refuse anything within my ability. His father-in-law had entrusted both his beautiful daughters to his care. Whatever was asked, he'd do his utmost, and find a way even when it seemed impossible. Suju said, grave. You don't need to give little sister more time to think it over. Starting today, you can build a life with her. Zheng Fan froze, unable to believe what he'd just heard. Father-in-law, something like this really does need some mental preparation on her part. If little sister isn't ready in her heart, how can she settle fully into this new life? Wanling's face burned crimson, head bowed. Father, I've mostly prepared myself already, but you bringing it up so suddenly just made me nervous all over again. Suju's voice boomed, face flushed. A man as good as your brother-in-law is a rare thing these days. Countless women would fight over him. By the time you're finally ready, some other woman might have already snatched him away. Father, why bring this up so suddenly? Wanling said, quiet, head down. Can't I have 1 or 2 more days to prepare? No, Suju said firm. He was deeply worried that the moment he left Gotzi village for the northeast, Wanling might sneak off and follow him there. Without him around to protect her, beautiful, delicate as she was, traveling alone, the dangers were more than he could stomach imagining. He couldn't allow that to happen. Better to see Wanling and Zheng Fan's arrangement settled properly, quickly. Only then would she have real reason to stay put beside Zheng Fan. He trusted Zheng Fan would never treat the sisters poorly. Wanqing had told him privately that Zheng Fan handed over the bulk of every hunting profit to the family without hesitation. A man like that would never let his own daughters suffer. Wanling, unwilling to continue down this line of conversation, thought quickly for an escape. Father, the village leader and militia captain came by today, asking brother-in-law to clear the White Tiger Mountain Wolf Plague. He agreed. The redirection worked perfectly. Suju's face turned grave at the news. Good son-in-law, those people don't mean you well, and you agreed anyway? A few wolves, sure, you could handle. But 100 wolves the size of calves? What are you supposed to fight them with? Zheng Fan said, confidently. Don't worry, father-in-law. I know a group of extremely experienced hunters in Shangyuan, dead-eye shots every one of them. We've already arranged to meet at noon in the black market. With their skill, going up White Tiger Mountain this afternoon will practically be picking up free money. Suju's face stayed grave. Really? How many of them? Are they all as skilled as you say? About 30 of them, Zheng Fan said, nodding. Every one with hunting experience easily matching yours, father-in-law. Half believing him, Suju said, how'd you meet them? Tell me more. I'd like to meet these men myself. Zheng Fan spun the lie easily, cheerful. I sell game in the black market often. Got to know some of the regulars there over time. Occasionally we organize group hunts together. Whoever bags the most game wins 10 yuan. Judging the story genuine, Suju clapped Zheng Fan's shoulder, delighted. That's my good son-in-law, knowing so many seasoned old hunters. White Tiger Mountain's extremely dangerous right now. I'll come along, meet them myself, share some drinks with them. Zheng Fan improvised smoothly, grave. Father-in-law, it's not that I don't want to bring you. They're all around my own age, and if you came, the conversation would feel stiff, might throw off their hunting instincts. Suju frowned, considering. Fair enough, I won't come then. Once the wolf plague settled, have them come drink at our place. I want to test how well they can hold their liquor. I'll invite them properly, Zheng Fan said, smiling. I should get moving now. I'll come find you once the plague's cleared. Suju clapped his shoulder, grave. Watch yourself out there. You've got two beautiful women waiting for you at home. Zheng Fan nodded and hurried off with Lu Yong toward the Shangyuan co-op. Watching him go, Suju said, admiring. Little sister, everything I said earlier was for your own good. You'll understand eventually. Wanling said quietly. Father, I know these are hard times, a famine year, so many dying. I understand you're doing this for my sake. I really am just a little time away from being ready. Suju's face stayed grave. You're not lying to me, are you? Planning to sneak off the moment I leave Gotzi village. Wanling raised a hand, swearing. I would never run off. I just need a bit more time. Please, give me that much. How about the day before I leave for the northeast? Suju offered. Wanling considered it, then nodded. That works. As long as Suju wasn't demanding it happen immediately, one more day made no difference. An hour or so later, Zheng Fan and Lu Yong arrived at the Shangyuan co-op. The clerks, seeing the two large baskets of turtles Zheng Fan and Lu Yong set down, exchanged stunned looks. Catching this many turtles in this day and age. Every one of them looks plump and delicious. Where'd you find them? Listening to the astonished chatter, Zheng Fan smiled. What's the buying price per caddy for turtles here? He'd forgotten to ask Yao Pingping the price before, so he'd have to check with the co-op's standard rate first. Clerk Li Shooting stepped forward, smiling. Normally we buy turtles at 2 mao a caddy, but given the current shortage, the price should go up. Let me check with Director Yao. Much appreciated, Zheng Fan said, smiling. No trouble at all. Happy to help, Li Shooting said, sweet. Just then, Yao Pingping appeared, her striking figure drawing every man's eye in the room. She eyed the two large baskets of turtles at his feet, giggling. Little brother really came through. Turtles, of all things. With this much turtle meat, we might not even need the wolf meat. I've got wolf meat too, Zheng Fan said, smiling. Just walk the whole way here, and wolves are heavy. I stashed them somewhere first. I'll bring them once the turtles are sold. Yao Pingping's face went slack with shock. With White Tiger Mountain's wolf play going on right now, you actually managed to bag a wolf. How did you face down that many wolves and walk away? Tell your sister, would you? By every account, 100-odd wolves roamed White Tiger Mountain. How had someone as slight as Zheng Fan managed this at all? Her curiosity was too much to bear. She had to know.